She was framed and exploited by her stepmother and stepsister. Despite her exceptional medical skills, she became her sister's stepping stone to fame. A medical ignoramus secretly stole her research results and became a popular medical genius. In a special ward of the Level 4 Virus Research Institute, Shang Zhen was covered in needles, tortured beyond recognition. Her half-sister Shang Qingqing stood by the hospital bed, arms crossed, looking at Shang Zhen. It's insane. Others die within a month of contracting the Crete virus, but you not only survived but aren't contagious. What a perfect living experiment. How is it, dear sister? These 3 years of barely surviving must have been nice. Shang Zhen turned her head away, hiding the despair in her eyes, and snorted coldly. Shang Qingqing smiled like a flower but spoke the most venomous words. She took out a light yellow syringe. Sister, you've held on until now just waiting for this antidote, haven't you? At the word, antidote, Shang Zhen suddenly turned back, looking at the antidote in Shang Qingqing's hand. Her eyes filled with a strong will to live. After 3 years, it's finally developed? Shang Qingqing shook the syringe, taunting. Those researchers still remember your hard work these 3 years. They prepared a dose for you as soon as it was developed. Just 1 injection and you'll be fine. Sister, do you want it? Shang Zhen stared intently at the woman before her. Her withered fingers tightly gripped the bedsheet. Of course she wanted it. It was Shang Qingqing who had infected her with the virus in the first place. How could she possibly give her the antidote now? Slowly closing her eyes, hiding her despair. Whenever she thought about how she had become Shang Qingqing's stepping stone, she felt deadly hatred. Seeing her close her eyes without responding, Shang Qingqing finally revealed her purpose. Sister, I know you don't want to die. How about this? Just tell me your laboratory's security code. I'll give you the antidote and send you abroad. Shang Zhen opened her eyes and squeezed out words with her hoarse voice. I never knew someone could be so shameless. Stealing my entire life wasn't enough. Now you want to cheat me out of my last bit of worth? Dream on. You refuse? Malice flashed in Shang Qingqing's eyes, threatening with the syringe. Things aren't as important as your life. Isn't this what you've been holding on for? Shang Zhen ignored Shang Qingqing, who continued to provoke. You don't know yet? Young Master Fung got engaged today, to his childhood sweetheart, Yu Mengru. Back then, he and I worked together against you. We really did a number on you. Hearing, young Master Fung, Shang Zhen's heart was painfully stabbed. Her hand with the needles gripped the bedsheet tightly again. That man for whom she had given everything, whom she loved to her bones. Why did he despise her so much? Even watching as others humiliated her. If she hadn't fallen in love with this man, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing her reaction, Shang Qingqing held up the antidote enticingly. Since you're so unwilling, don't you want to live and take revenge? Just tell me the laboratory's security code. I promise. Liar. Shang Zhen shouted with all her strength. I know there's poison in that syringe. Seeing Shang Zhen wouldn't speak, Shang Qingqing became agitated. Shang Zhen, stop talking nonsense. This is the antidote. Shang Zhen stared at her vicious sister with mockery in her eyes. Shang Qingqing, you're my sister. How could I not understand you? All your reputation and achievements came from me. As long as I'm alive, I'm your biggest threat. Shut up. Shang Qingqing's face twisted, her anger beginning to surge. Pointing at Shang Zhen, she cursed. Shang Zhen, you useless waste. How dare you talk back to me? I'm the young miss of the Shang family. You think I can't live without you? Since you want to die, then die. With that, she stepped forward and jabbed the syringe into Shang Zhen's neck, laughing viciously. Once you're dead, no one in this world can expose me. In her final moment of life, Shang Zhen cursed with a heart full of hatred. If I could live again, I wouldn't live so pathetically. I would make everyone who wronged me pay the price. A lightning bolt split the sky. Like the Milky Way descending from heaven, torrential rain poured down from the sky, drenching the Fung family mansion. Zhang Zhen suddenly opened her eyes. She had been reborn. In her previous life, she was killed by her treacherous sister. Reborn again. Back to that nightmarish evening when she was 18. Outside the window, lightning split the sky. Shang Zhen suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up, clutching her heaving chest, suddenly stunned. Hadn't she died? Looking at herself, her legs that had been paralyzed for 3 years, why could she move them now? Shang Zhen instinctively touched her legs. Then she saw on her left thumb the engagement token Fung had given her. She clearly remembered. This ring had been taken away on that night of humiliation. Just as she was immersed in the joy of rebirth, she heard 2 men talking outside the door. I just carried her in and kissed her a few times. Then that girl smashed my head with her phone. One fat and one thin. The 2 men were approaching the room. Why were you so impatient? We've drugged her anyway. couldn't you just wait a bit longer? They laughed arrogantly. It was utterly disgusting. The shock made Shang Zhen increasingly clear-headed. The drugged body in this mansion. The men outside. Had she really died and been reborn? Back to the night when the nightmare began? The men outside had reached the door, taking out keys to open it. By now, the drug should have taken effect. That little bitch must be unable to resist anymore. The thin man grabbed the fat man's shoulder, saying, "Wait another 2 minutes. Make absolutely sure. That person will arrive just in time to catch her in the act." Shang Zhen listened to their conversation, her heart pounding. In her previous life, despite fighting back desperately, she was still hurt. Qingqing's frame-up left her defenseless against accusations. This time, she must protect herself. She got up to leave the bed and seek help, but she fell heavily to the ground. 3 years of paralysis had made her almost forget how to walk. The noise from her fall alerted the 2 men outside. Shang Zhen didn't hesitate, grabbed her clothes, threw them on, and quickly walked to the window. Looking at the height of the 2nd floor, her face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment, but the men outside had already turned the handle to open the door. Remembering the scenes from her previous life, Shang Zhen hesitated no longer. Despite the 4-meter height, she jumped down. Even if it meant death, she wouldn't repeat the same tragedy. Her weak legs couldn't steady her, and she fell heavily to the ground. Her whole body instantly erupted in pain. Damn, she's escaped. Hearing the voices from upstairs, Shang Zhen painfully crawled into nearby bushes. The 2 men looked down from the window, shouting angrily, "Quick, find her. Damn it, she couldn't have gone far." Before they finished speaking, they rushed outside. In the heavy rain, Shang Zhen endured the pain, the shock giving her body extra strength. Using plants and rain as cover, she ran wildly towards the brightly lit Fung mansion in the distance. Only there could she possibly save herself. Several men pursued relentlessly behind her. "Are you crazy? That's the Fung family's main house. You dare to go there?" Shang Zhen stood before the Fung mansion, fists clenched, eyes full of anger. "Fung family, I'm back, but this time it's different. Shang Zhen, I'm different this life." A vengeful glint flashed in her eyes as she strode forward. In the Fung family's magnificent hall, wine glasses clinked. There weren't many guests, but they were all elites from various fields. Shang Qingqing and her mother held wine glasses, looking exceptionally happy. In a corner, Lin Shuexian carefully asked Qingqing, "Have you arranged everything? Are those 2 men reliable?" "Don't worry, Mom," Qingqing replied smugly, full of confidence. "I guarantee that today Shang Zhen will lose her reputation and be thrown out by young Master Fung." Suddenly, the main door was pushed open violently. Qingqing looked towards the door and gasped, as if seeing a ghost. Shang Zhen appeared at the hall entrance, covered in mud and looking disheveled. With terrified eyes, Shang Zhen ran into the hall, shouting, "Someone's trying to kill me." Everyone froze and turned to look at the entrance, giving Shang Zhen strange looks. "Who is this? How frightening. Why does she look like this?" From the crowd, Mrs. Shang couldn't help but exclaim, "Jun Zhen, how did you end up like this?" Lin Shuexian and Qingqing exclaimed in unison, "How is Shang Zhen here? Did Xu Jie fail?" Their surprised expressions didn't escape Shang Zhen's notice. She hid her panic and her eyes flashed like lightning as she quickly glanced at Shang Qingqing. "Didn't expect this, did you? I've been reborn. In my previous life, I lost everything and died tragically. This life, I won't back down anymore." In her previous life, she was framed by her treacherous sister, lost everything, and died miserably. After rebirth, she returned from hell to punish her foolish stepmother and treacherous sister with sharp vengeance. Shang Zhen's eyes gleamed with bone-chilling coldness, full of killing intent. As she approached her stepmother step by step, Lin Shuexian nervously grabbed Qingqing's shoulder, urging, "Quick, call Shueisha. See what happened." Qingqing trembled at Shang Zhen's murderous look. She couldn't understand when her weak and useless sister had developed such a terrifying gaze. She hid her phone behind her back and secretly dialed Xu Jie's number, wondering what he was doing. How could he let such an easy target escape? Lin Shuexian stepped forward to block Qingqing. Then with a surprised face, she asked Shang Zhen, "Weren't you drunk and resting in the guest room?" Qingqing quickly stepped in front of Shang Zhen, speaking urgently, "Sister, why are you in such a mess?" She grabbed Shang Zhen's arm, putting on a fake concerned expression. "Oh, sister, I specifically had security guards posted at the door. How did you get hurt?" Qingqing hesitated, then continued, "Could it be because you were drunk? Did someone take advantage of you?" Qingqing deliberately cast suspicion on Shang Zhen, making the previously concerned guests immediately think differently. They all looked at Shang Zhen with various expressions, whispering, Young Master Feng's fiancé was fooling around with security guards, getting drunk. I bet she was being promiscuous. Look how red her face is. So shameless. Qingqing heard the gossip and a satisfied smirk flashed across her face before quickly disappearing. She pretended to be urgent and explained, "Oh sister, don't be afraid. Mother will surely get justice for you." Shang Zhen's voice was cold as ice, her whole body emanating a chill. "Are you suggesting I was molested?" Her unexpected response startled Qingqing. Qingqing then said with a wronged expression, "Sister, I didn't mean that. Look at your injuries. Don't be stubborn. Go rest first. With so many people here, your crazy behavior will upset mother." If this was the previous Shang Zhen, she would have chosen to let it go, but now she refused to submit. "I'm upset too." Shang Zhen yanked her hand away from Qingqing. She declared loudly, "The Shang family holds a banquet, yet someone tries to kill me." Shang Zhen stood with one hand on her hip, back straight as a rod, looking at everyone with a cold smile. "I barely escaped with my life, yet my sister, instead of helping me call the police, deliberately tries to slander me here. My dear sister, you're so caring." As she spoke, she took out her phone. "Since you won't help me call the police, I'll do it myself." Qingqing quickly grabbed Shang Zhen's hand, saying urgently, "Sister, wait, let's wait until we clear up what really happened before calling the police." Qingqing was sweating profusely, cursing internally at why Xu Jie hadn't arrived yet. If the police came, tonight's efforts would be wasted. So this is where Miss Shang ran to. A sleazy voice came as a thin man and a fat man appeared at the door. "Weren't you having fun earlier? Why did you suddenly run away and get so messy?" "Yes, Miss Shang." The fat man licked his fingers lewdly, his greedy gaze sweeping over Shang Zhen. "Just now in bed, you were calling me good brother. So seductive. I'm still not satisfied." Shang Zhen pointed at the two men and said coldly, "You're the ones who chased me. You dare to come in here? How brazen." "Chased you?" Xu Jie feigned surprise. "Miss Shang, you're going too far. We just had some fun together, didn't we? Isn't intimacy between men and women normal? Why are you slandering us like this?" At this moment, Qingqing suddenly pulled at Shang Zhen's clothes, exposing half her shoulder. Pretending to be shocked, she continued to defame. "Ah, sister, what's this? These look like kiss marks. Were you really with them?" As these words were spoken, the scene erupted in chaos. Could this be true? The marks were there. Shang Zhen must have done something with them. "Sister, this Shang Zhen is quite something, isn't she? Giving up the chance to be young Master Feng's wife, just to fool around with guests." They gossiped gleefully. At this moment, Shang Zhen's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice pit. For a moment, she was transported back to her previous life, when Qingqing had burst in with others to find her barely clothed, in a room with these two men. Back then, it was the same. She faced everyone's mockery and accusations. She couldn't defend herself. In the end, Qingqing got her wish, making her break off the engagement with Fung Qinyuan. But now, in this new life, she wouldn't let herself fall into the abyss again. The marks on her body did exist. Now she could only shift the focus onto those two men. Only this way could she escape this predicament today. "Alright, my darling." Xu Jie slowly approached while speaking. "I know you're just upset because you weren't satisfied earlier. Brother will take you back for more fun." Shang Zhen spoke coldly. "You insult me just to divert attention because I overheard your crimes. You scum are trying to twist black and white. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Are you trying to cover up the truth?" The two sleazy men, in front of everyone, spoke filthy words to the girl before them. They even tried to kidnap her publicly. Shang Zhen wouldn't repeat the tragedy of her previous life. She immediately exposed their crimes. She quickly walked to a noble lady and cried out, "Mrs. Liu, do you know where your precious missing daughter is?" The already exhausted Mr. and Mrs. Liu's hearts tightened at these words. They looked at Shang Zhen with urgent eyes. 3 months ago, your daughter went to a suburban party at a friend's invitation, but these scum took a liking to her. Because your daughter refused them, they got drunk and killed her. Then they hid her body in Zhou Yanwen's suburban villa garden. Zhou Yanwen and his companion showed terrified expressions, looking at Shang Zhen in disbelief. The scene descended into chaos again, with guests whispering among themselves. Xu Jie suddenly roared with a twisted face. "You're lying. We just had some fun with you. Why are you slandering us like this?" Despite his panic, he tried to maintain composure. "Slander?" Shang Zhen remained calm, her gaze falling on Zhou Yaowen. "Look at him. Does he look like I'm slandering?" Everyone instinctively looked at Zhou Yaowen, who was now pale and trembling. He kept mumbling, I didn't mean to." The sudden reversal left the hall in pin-drop silence. Mrs. Liu, emotionally charged, grabbed Zhou Yaoan and screamed, "Did you hurt my daughter? Did you? Did you?" Zhou Yaoan, broken by Mrs. Liu's questioning, trembled uncontrollably, sweating profusely. I didn't mean to. She ran into it herself. I hurt them." Hearing this, Mrs. Liu grabbed Zhou Yaoan's neck and slammed him against the wall. Shang Zhen watched coldly. "In my previous life, you two enjoyed freedom for 10 years before being imprisoned. This time, I'll personally bring you to justice." At this moment, the panicked Xu Jie suddenly attacked, shouting, "Bitch!" He lunged at Shang Zhen. "What are you doing to Junzhen?" Madame Fung arrived imposingly. Her stern shout silenced the room. "Someone take these beasts to the police station." Qingqing gritted her teeth, her face full of venom. She couldn't believe Shang Zhen would escape so easily. Held tight by 2 security guards, Xu Jie howled unwillingly at Shang Zhen. "The marks under your clothes are proof of our love. No matter how you explain it, you've been tainted by us." Madame Fung frowned and directly ordered people to take the 2 away. Madame Fung stepped forward, holding Shang Zhen's hand concernedly. "Junzhen, I heard they were trying to kill you. Are you alright? Were you scared?" Shang Zhen returned a sweet smile. "Don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine." Qingqing watched the intimate pair, her expression sinister. She was certain Xu Jie and his companion had succeeded. At this thought, she immediately ran to Madame Fung, choking with emotion. She said, "Auntie, you must seek justice for sister. We can't let them get away with violating her." As she spoke, she grabbed Madame Feng's wrist, looking aggrieved. "Those 2 men said it themselves, and so many people heard it. Sister's reputation is already." She paused deliberately, feigning difficulty. "Auntie, please forgive sister. Sister surely didn't want to be violated." Hearing this, Madame Fung looked at Qingqing with displeasure and scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shang Zhen stepped forward, supporting Madame Fung, and said gracefully, "It's all right, let them talk, but since I'm young Master Feng's woman, he should be the one to examine me." As she finished speaking, the crowd whispered among themselves, looking at Shang Zhen with mockery. Who was young Master Feng? He was the sole heir to the Fung Empire, the future leader. How could he possibly come to examine this woman? She must have known young Master Feng wasn't home today and said this deliberately. "Who says I'm not home?" A cool, magnetic voice rang out. Everyone was startled and looked up. Feng Xingyan's handsome face appeared on the 2nd floor. He narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze falling on Shang Zhen. Looking down, he sneered, "Let me examine you? Why should I? And who said you're my woman?" As he said this, Feng Xingyan's face was full of disgust, even revulsion. Seeing Feng Xingyan again, Shang Zhen felt a mix of emotions. It had been 5 or 6 years since she'd seen him. His disgust towards her remained unchanged. Since childhood, she had always liked him. Feng Xingyan was like a light, forever unreachable. In high school, she could only watch from afar in corners, until that incident happened, when Feng Xingyan was drugged and had relations with Shang Zhen. He completely despised her after that. No matter how Shang Zhen explained that she hadn't done anything to Feng Xingyan, he remained utterly disgusted. In his mind, Shang Zhen had ulterior motives, deliberately offering herself to legitimately marry him. Thinking of this, Shang Zhen, for the first time, looked directly at this man without avoidance. In her past life, she loved this man to her core. This life, she wouldn't let emotions control her again. She asked provocatively, "Feng Xingyan, why am I not your woman?" Her words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone's gazes nearly pierced through Shang Zhen's back. They hadn't expected the noble young Master Feng to have had something with his despised fiancée. Shameless. Feng Xingyan, full of displeasure, cursed and turned to go upstairs. Madame Feng grew anxious and quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Son, wait." Qingqing also stepped forward, wiping tears. "Young Master Feng, this concerns sister's reputation. Please help." Madame Feng looked at Feng Xingyan with pleading eyes. "Xingyan, please help mother with this. Can't you do this for me?" She had decided that if Junzhen really had marks, she'd have her son cover for her. Feng Xingyan looked down at the woman who had pursued him since childhood, his disgust growing stronger. He shouted, "Get up here." Then he went straight upstairs. Shang Zhen quietly watched his retreating figure. She had loved him for over 20 years, only to end up tragically. Given his personality, no matter how hard she tried, he wouldn't give her a second glance. Though reborn, Her heart still ached, but that was good. Pain meant she was alive. Love was no longer as important as survival. Didn't you want me to examine you, strip then? Fung Xingyan's voice was flat but ice cold. Though Shang Zhen no longer held hope, she still froze. Stripped naked in front of him? Was he deliberately trying to humiliate her? Shang Zhen's lips curved into a slight smile. After all, her past self had been timid and shy. After her body had been examined thoroughly by so many people, she had long lost her sense of shame. She resolutely pulled down the zipper. Her dress fell instantly. Under the bright lights, the finger marks were clearly visible. Her graceful figure and snow-white skin made those marks even more glaring. Fung Xingyan's eyes darkened. She seemed completely unbothered by what had happened to her. Was it innocence or just another trick? With this thought, he suddenly pressed her against the door, sneering, "You dare let me examine you with all these marks? Trying to make me lie for you?" Shang Zhen fearlessly met his gaze. "These marks are from fighting back earlier. When you took my virginity, you deliberately had someone add more marks to mock me. Whether I've been violated or not, you'll know if you examine me." Fung Xingyan seemed to find it amusing. His deep eyes filled with hostility. "You'll really do anything to make me touch you. So this is how you wanted me to examine you? Keep dreaming." He released her and walked away. "Haven't you always wanted to break off the engagement?" Shang Zhen spoke coldly behind him. "If you prove my innocence, I'll break off the engagement tomorrow." Fung Xingyan paused. He laughed mockingly. "If I walk downstairs and tell everyone about the marks on your body, your reputation will be ruined. Then this cursed engagement will naturally be void." Hearing this, Shang Zhen became emotional and shouted, "Then everyone will know I made you a cuckold. The Bai family will surely enjoy that." Her words made Fung Xingyan turn sharply, his murderous gaze nearly consuming her. "You think I'm afraid of that?" Shang Zhen sighed softly, looking at Fung Xingyan pleadingly. She said weakly, "For the sake of growing up together, for my willingness to break the engagement, help me just this once." If she could just get through tonight and protect her life, she would have a new future. That's why she was willing to bow her head. Seeing Fung Xingyan unmoved, Shang Zhen pleaded again, "Do you really want to see a woman who deeply loves you have her reputation ruined, be despised by everyone, and fall into an abyss?" Fung Xingyan looked at her pitiful state. Seeing Shang Zhen covered in wounds, he inexplicably felt a trace of pity. He clenched his fists and angrily said, "Put your clothes on. Get downstairs," he said, quickly heading down. With a thud, Shang Zhen collapsed to the floor. She wasn't sure if Fung Xingyan would really help her. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth, got dressed, and walked downstairs. The worst outcome wouldn't be worse than her previous life. No life could be worse than her previous one. When they both appeared, all eyes turned to them. Everyone was eager to know the answer. Fung Xingyan stood on the stairs, his expression dark. After a long while, he said coldly, "I've examined her body. There are indeed some marks." Hearing this, people's expressions varied from horror to worry, and some showed schadenfreude. However, the marks on her body, Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen with complex emotions, slowly continuing, "are scratches and bruises from escaping. She is innocent. Sister Zhang framed my sister. She actually drugged, after having someone examine her and proving her sister's innocence." She angrily screamed out. Seeing everyone looking at her, Shang Xinqin quickly reacted, waving her hands apologetically, "I'm just so happy for my sister." Seeing Madame Feng's concern for Shang Zhen, Shang Qingqing's face twisted with jealousy. "You got lucky this time, Shang Zhen. We'll see what happens next." After the banquet, as soon as their car left the Fung mansion, Lin Shuihan couldn't hold back anymore. She turned around, glaring fiercely at Shang Zhen, scolding, "Junzhen, what was that about tonight? Making such a scene, letting everyone see our Shang family's disgrace. How embarrassing." To avoid being seen through by the Shang family, the mother and daughter spared no effort in pushing all blame onto Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen instinctively flinched, turning away. Then she suddenly turned back, her gaze sweeping over them coldly. A chill that could freeze people in place. "So auntie means I shouldn't have cleared things up? I should have let my sister slander me? Let people think I was raped and gang raped? That wouldn't have brought shame to the family, right?" Lin Shuiyan's face stiffened, gradually becoming uneasy under Shang Zhen's icy stare. What are you talking about?" Seeing Shang Zhen's aggressive stance, Shang Qingqing immediately burst into tears. "Sister, how can you say such things? Mom and I are just worried about you. You shouldn't talk to Mom and me like this. What would others think of our Shang family? What would they think of Father? Shouldn't I?" Shang Zhen laughed bitterly, unable to contain her anger anymore. "My dear sister, what was the first thing you said when you saw me? You asked if someone had taken advantage of me. One comment would have been fine, But everything you said afterward was meant to slander me. How dare you say it wasn't intentional? Do you think everyone's a fool? What you did was ugly. So now I'm wrong for exposing you? Lin Shuihan burst into tears, crying out pitifully. Dad, seeing his younger daughter cry, Shang Beiqi's heart softened immediately. He frowned at Shang Zhen. Junzhen, how could you treat your sister like this? Shang Zhen looked at her father in shock, disappointment in her eyes. Dad, do you also think tonight was all my fault? Shang Beiqi turned away, refusing to look at her, merely saying coldly, she's younger than you. Shang Zhen let out a cold laugh, her seemingly calm eyes burning with anger. The negative emotions in her chest were about to explode. You didn't think about age when you were trying to frame me. Stop the car. Shang Zhen suddenly spoke. She got out directly. I'm sleeping at Grandpa and Grandma's house tonight. Shang Beiqi watched Shang Zhen's departing figure. He asked, puzzled. Junzhen used to be so sensible. Why has she suddenly changed like this? In Grandpa and Grandma's small house. Shang Zhen sat on the sofa, looking at the book in her hands, lost in memories. This small house held all her beautiful memories. It was the happiest time of her life. All her research manuscripts were in this little house, but all of this was destroyed by Shang Xinqin. Currently, she wasn't strong enough to protect them. Fortunately, her knowledge would always remain faithfully in her mind. She wouldn't make the same mistakes again. She wouldn't give Shang Qingqing another chance to get these things. Shang Zhen picked up the safe. She knocked over the coal stove and set fire to this small house full of beautiful memories. As the fire ravaged the entire house, her eyes reflected the fierce flames. Burning this place was like burning away her weak side. It meant cutting off her retreat, burning her bridges, standing before the sea of flames. Her gaze was firm and resolute. In this life, she wouldn't let anyone have the chance to harm her. The next day, Shang Zhen went to the Fung family as promised to bring up breaking off the engagement. When Madame Fung heard this, she jumped up immediately. No, I won't agree. I promised your birth mother I would take good care of you. Shang Zhen seemed to have anticipated her reaction and smiled gently. Auntie, please listen to me. Did Xingyan say something to you last night? Before Shang Zhen could speak, Madame Fung grabbed her hand, eyes full of concern. Junzhen, don't worry. Since I said I wanted you as my daughter-in-law, I'll make sure Xingyan marries you. Shang Zhen shook her head, her tone as obedient as before, but less timid and more composed. No need, Auntie. I'm very grateful for young master's righteous words last night, helping me clear up the misunderstanding, but breaking off the engagement is my personal decision. Shang Zhen spoke calmly, relieved. That incident was just an accident. I've thought it through now. Madame Fung looked worried, sighing repeatedly. All right, if that's the case, I'll agree to dissolve the engagement. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She stood up and held Shang Zhen's hands, saying emotionally, Junzhen, if you can't be my daughter-in-law, be my goddaughter instead. Considering her current situation, Shang Zhen needed the Fung family's backing, so she obediently agreed. Madame Fung happily took Shang Zhen's hand and walked to the dining table. She directly ordered the servants to call the young master down for dinner. Shang Zhen's face showed displeasure as she stopped her. Auntie, can it just be the two of us eating today? Her lonely expression made Madame Fung feel even more sympathetic. Looking at that son of hers, what a good girl he was losing. All right, she sighed, telling the servants to send the food up to Fung Xingyan instead. When they were halfway through their meal, Fung Xingyan came over. When Shang Zhen saw him, her smile instantly froze. She still couldn't face Fung Xingyan objectively and calmly. Seeing this, Madame Fung was delighted and found an excuse to leave. Fung Xingyan sat across from Shang Zhen, swirling the red wine in his glass, giving her a cold look. Looks like you've changed your strategy. Shang Zhen put down her fork and asked coldly, what do you mean? Fung Xingyan wore an, as expected, expression and spoke slowly. Using my mother's guilt to become her goddaughter. Using the sister title to get close to me. He smiled strangely and looked up at Shang Zhen. You've become quite clever. Are you playing hard to get now? First becoming my foster sister, then finding a chance to drug me, all to marry me. You really would stop at nothing. Shang Zhen met Fung Xingyan's gaze confidently and said coolly, are you done? She stood up and walked toward Fung Xingyan step by step, placing her hands on his knees. She looked at him in an extremely sensual pose and spoke slowly. You know what? Since you're so convinced I'm seducing you, how could I disappoint you? Before her rebirth, her fiancé of many years had been cold and disgusted with her, making her suffer in despair. After rebirth, she smiled confidently. This engagement? I don't want it anymore. You despise me, right? You think I'm seducing you. right? How could I possibly disappoint you? The sudden kiss left Fung Xingyan stunned. Forgetting to push her away, Shang Zhen licked her lips, looking smug. You're indeed cuter when you're not speaking. Shang Zhen, you're shameless. Fung Xingyan shouted angrily, cold light shooting from his eyes. Shang Zhen smiled, placing her hands on his neck. Weren't you the one who said I was playing hard to get and shameless? I'm just living up to your words. Shang Zhen leaned closer, her breath hot on Fung Xingyan's face. Young Master Fung, if you're disgusted, then don't appear before me anymore, or I can take the initiative to stay away from you. That works too. Fung Xingyan narrowed his eyes. He felt like Shang Zhen had become a different person. The previous Shang Zhen was timid and weak, but now, he could see excitement in her eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Madame Fung walked in. What are you two talking about? Shang Zhen quickly stood up, smiling obediently. Godmother, it's getting late. I should go. Leaving already? Madame Fung held Shang Zhen's hand, clearly reluctant to let her go. Fung Xingyan watched from the side with a surprised look. Shang Zhen's apparent eagerness to distance herself from him made him very unhappy. Madame Fung, not wanting Shang Zhen to take a taxi, suggested Fung Xingyan drive her home. Shang Zhen refused without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Fung Xingyan volunteered to take her home. He really wanted to know what game Shang Zhen was playing. She used to be so afraid of him, but now she was trying to get close. After driving Shang Zhen back to the Shang residence, just as she was about to get out, Fung Xingyan couldn't help but grab her hand. Shang Zhen pulled her hand away without hesitation, smirking. What are you doing, young Master Fung? Can't bear to part with me? Fung Xingyan was stunned for a moment, then uttered one word, strange. A cold smile flashed across her lips. Young Master Fung jokes well. Thank you for sending me home. With that, she opened the door and got out. Fung Xingyan watched her figure through the car window, his thoughts more confused than ever. A flash of loss crossed his eyes. Is this a new tactic, or is she really cutting ties with me? As soon as Shang Zhen entered the house, Shang Qingqing's sharp voice rang out. Oh, so you know how to come back? I thought sister had too much fun to return. Shang Qingqing stood with one hand on her hip, blocking Shang Zhen's path with a provocative look. Shang Zhen walked forward, arms crossed, looking at her sister. She sneered. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson from yesterday. At the mention of last night, Shang Qingqing trembled with anger. You slut. You dare mention last night, yesterday. You clearly did something with those men. You shamelessly deny it. You're truly shameless. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and said slowly, speaking of them, I just remembered something. I had no grudge against them. So how did they find me? Why don't I have Uncle Fung help investigate and ask them? What do you think? Hearing this, Shang Qingqing's face turned pale. She pointed at Shang Zhen in panic and shouted, You slut, haven't you caused enough shame? I warn you, watch what you say, or I'll make you regret it. Make me regret it? Shang Zhen suddenly stepped closer. Her tone was dangerous, and her gaze carried an immense pressure, making Shang Qingqing involuntarily step back in fear. Shang Zhen grabbed Shang Qingqing's collar, her eyes flashing with cold light, staring intently at her. If I were you, I'd be panicking right now. After all, Aunt Fung said she'd get justice for me, and during this process, if Godmother learns the truth, what do you think will happen to you? After speaking, Shang Zhen released her grip. Shang Qingqing's legs went weak, and with terror on her face, she collapsed onto the ground. When Shang Zhen was returning to her room, she smelled food from the kitchen. She went to the kitchen and instructed the servant to bring the food to her bedroom. Before she could turn around, Lin Shuihan walked in and pointed at a bowl of leftovers on the stove, saying angrily that if she's hungry, give her that to eat. People deserve the food that matches their status, she said with contempt, because in the past, Shang Zhen never dared to be picky about food. The servant naturally picked up that bowl of leftovers, preparing to take it to Shang Zhen's room. The girl took the bowl of leftovers and dumped it directly on her stepmother's head. After years of oppression from her stepmother, Shang Zhen finally fought back. Lin Shuihan was stunned, frozen in place. Shang Zhen smiled mischievously. Indeed, people deserve the food that matches their status. Shang Zhen, have you gone mad? Lin Shuihan suddenly screamed, her face contorted with rage. Shang Zhen looked at Lin Shuihan innocently and smiled. I'm just following along with Auntie's words, and helping save some food while I'm at it. Are you all blind? Lin Shuihan's face twisted as she screamed at the servants. This girl has gone crazy. Quick, tie her up. The servants around snapped out of their daze and rushed towards Shang Zhen. she sneered. Catch me? In your dreams. Lin Shuihan, with oil dripping from her head, screamed without caring about her image. Quick, catch her. Whoever catches her. As they surrounded her, Shang Zhen knocked over the coffee table, breaking a vase. She coldly reprimanded, I dare you to try and touch me. The servants, frightened by her ice-cold voice, stopped in their tracks. Lin Shuihan stared with wide eyes, as if she didn't recognize Shang Zhen anymore. Before Lin Shuihan could act, Shang Zhen slowly walked to the center of the living room and said threateningly, Auntie, don't forget, Shang Qingqing still needs my help for her recommendation. That useless person won't even graduate normally without me writing her thesis. Turning to Lin Shuihan, her eyes warned, Are you sure you want to fight with me? Lin Shuihan trembled inside. Though furious, she had to hold back. Shang Zhen smirked and turned to sit on the sofa. Just then, a servant ran in. Madam, young Master Lin is here. Shang Zhen chuckled softly and looked at Lin Shuihan. He must be here to investigate last night's incident. Are you sure you want to receive guests looking like this? Lin Shuihan shuddered again, her cold gaze seemingly able to pierce through him. She turned to vent at the servants. Quick, clean this place up. We have guests. After speaking, she glared at Shang Zhen one last time before going upstairs to change clothes. The two servants looked at each other. They quickly cleaned up the room. Having worked at the Shang house for so many years, this was the first time they'd seen Shang Zhen stand up for herself. Soon after, Lin Wenfeng walked in. He was Lin Shuiyan's elder brother's son, Shang Qingqing's cousin, and worked as a police officer. Hearing him arrive, Shang Zhen didn't stand to greet him, just slightly raised her head and gracefully gestured for him to sit. She introduced herself. I'm Shang Zhen. From your expression, you don't seem to remember me. Lin Wenfeng, seeing Shang Zhen's delicate features, was momentarily stunned before coming to his senses. So this was the bad girl Shang Qingqing often mentioned. Shang Zhen sat down with a distant attitude and politely but coolly asked, Where are Mu and Qingqing? She elegantly poured him a cup of tea. They suddenly had something to attend to. So I'm here to receive you. Really? She smiled slightly. Officer Lin, didn't the Fung family turn in 2 murderers to your department last night? At the mention of official business, Lin Wenfeng immediately became alert, his eyes sharp. That case is extensive and still under investigation. Why are you asking about this? Shang Zhen smiled lightly. Don't be so tense. I was the one who exposed their crimes yesterday. Fung Wenji hasn't called me to the police station yet to protect me, but I think I should tell you about this. Lin Wenfeng gave a cold laugh. This case wouldn't have been easily discovered. How coincidental that you happened to witness it and expose it on the spot. And why would Feng Zhao want to keep you out of it? Because they tried to assault me. Shang Zhen's calm voice made Lin Wenfeng pause, though they didn't succeed. But to protect their reputation, so Aunt Feng hasn't informed you yet. As for why those two targeted me, perhaps that's the reason Aunt Lin called you here today. Shang Zhen hesitated, her eyes flashing with complexity. After all, you're the most suitable person to handle their case. Lin Wenfeng immediately understood Shang Zhen's meaning. His expression turned serious with a hint of displeasure. Are you suggesting that Aunt hired them to frame you? And why would she do that? Those two men are powerful. What could Aunt use to bribe them? Shang Zhen sighed softly. Aunt couldn't, of course. But what about my dear sister? If money doesn't work, how about using her charm? Lin Wenfeng suddenly stood up, frowning disapprovingly at Shang Zhen. I know you have issues with Aunt. It's indeed difficult for a stepmother and the original wife's child to get along. But Qingqing is only 17, and she's your sister. How can you slander her like this? Shang Zhen smiled lightly, seemingly having anticipated Lin Wenfeng's displeasure. Whether it's true or not, why don't you ask those two men? At these words, Lin Wenfeng found himself hesitating. You're hesitating because deep down you believe it. It's just your feelings for Shang Qingqing making you deny my words. Nonsense. Lin Wenfeng decided to stop arguing, put on his hat, and turned to leave. Wait, Shang Zhen called out softly. Officer Lin, that murder case of Mr. Wu's daughter from a month ago, you haven't solved it yet, right? Lin Wenfeng stopped abruptly. Before he could ask, Shang Zhen directly slipped a card with the killer's address into his pocket. Lin Wenfeng frowned, asking with confusion and surprise, How do you know his address? Shang Zhen looked at Lin Wenfeng seriously and smiled slightly. I can guarantee I have nothing to do with this case. Go now. Officer Lin, if you don't hurry, he'll escape. Let's split up. You go to his house. I'll check the possible crime scenes. We'll keep in touch. Using memories from her previous life, Shang Zhen found the victim's crime scene in advance. Just as she reached the entrance, she saw Fung Xingyan walking towards her. How surprising to see you here. Fung Xingyan glanced at her with hostility. I should be asking you that. Are you following me? When he saw the note on the door, his expression suddenly tensed. He turned to his bodyguard and said, "Call the police." Ai Wen wouldn't leave his post without reason. Notify his family. He's still here. Shang Zhen suddenly spoke up, interrupting Fung Xingyan's words. Shang Zhen looked at Fung Xingyan with a peculiar expression. So Ai Wen was his chief secretary. What a small world. Before Fung Xingyan could ask, Shang Zhen started knocking on the door. Zhang Chang, open up. The police have surrounded your house and found the head you hid. I've been following you. I know you're inside. Shang Zhen waited calmly at the door for a response. Just then, there was a small click, and the door really opened. Shang Zhen's heart jumped. She pushed the door wide open and walked in. Fung Xingyan followed closely behind. After a few steps, suddenly a figure leapt down from above. A blade came straight at her face. In this critical moment, Fung Xingyan shouted and pulled Shang Zhen into his arms to protect her. At the same time, the bodyguards behind quickly rushed forward and kicked Zhang Chang away. Shang Zhen looked at Fung Xingyan in shock, her eyes full of complex emotions. The bodyguard pinned Zhang Chang to the ground and said anxiously, "Young master is injured." Only then did Shang Zhen see that Fung Xingyan's arm had a large cut from protecting her. She looked at Fung Xingyan with mixed feelings, confused why he would save her when he seemed to hate her so much. "I'm fine." Fung Xingyan endured the pain in his arm and coldly asked Zhang Chang, "Why were you looking for Ai Wen?" By now, Zhang Chang was terrified by Fung Xingyan's presence. He stammered, He's from my village, but he became successful and wouldn't help me." Hearing this absurd reason, Fung Xingyan became more displeased and ordered his bodyguards to take him to the police station. At the station, after giving their statements, Shang Zhen came to check on Fung Xingyan. Concerned, seeing his wound still bleeding, she hesitated before saying, "Let me bandage that for you." Afraid he might misunderstand, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't touch anywhere inappropriate." In the small room, with just the two of them, Shang Zhen carefully bandaged the wound. After a while, Fung Xingyan slowly spoke, "I thought you didn't know how to do anything." Without looking up, Shang Zhen naturally replied, "When you get hurt enough times, you learn." The first time, Fung Xingyan listened to her words very calmly. Deep inside, he felt such bitterness. He looked up seriously at Fung Xingyan. "I don't like uncertainties, so I'd like to ask for a few minutes of your time to explain some things. After this, I promise I won't bother you again." Fung Xingyan showed rare patience. "First, you hate me because of what happened 5 months ago when you were drugged." Shang Zhen spoke very calmly, though facing Fung Xingyan without looking at him. "That wasn't my doing. I didn't know there were drugs in the drink I gave you that night." Mentioning this, Fung Xingyan was clearly displeased. He frowned and sneered. "Are you trying to say someone framed you?" Shang Zhen had anticipated this reaction and explained calmly. "Before the party, Yu Mengru came to me and did that. I was scared, so I recorded it. It's still on my phone. Last night when I fought back, I hit that person's head with my phone. They threw it away. If you go back now, you should still find it." At this point, Shang Zhen gripped his clothes tightly. "As for that drink, he gave it to me that night too. When I noticed something was wrong, that's why I helped you inside." Hearing Shang Zhen blame Yu Mengru, Fung Xingyan's eyebrows twitched as he stood up abruptly, furious. "Mengru is such a good person. How dare you slander him?" His emotions were about to explode, but he managed to suppress them. He stared directly at Fung Xingyan and asked through gritted teeth, "Are you so sure I'm slandering him, even if I have evidence?" "Fung Xingyan, can I ask why you believe him and not me?" "Because he's kind, and you're cold-blooded." Fung Xingyan shouted in rage. Those few words shot from his mouth like daggers stabbing into Shang Zhen's heart. After speaking, he turned to leave. Shang Zhen suddenly snapped. He slammed the door shut and blocked it. Fung Xingyan lost all patience. His eyes filled with disgust again. He shouted at Shang Zhen to move aside. "No, you must explain clearly." Shang Zhen's eyes held deep resentment, the surging anger almost consuming him. He had to get clarity today. "What exactly is the reason for your prejudice against me? Just tell me, and I'll let you go." "Oh, since you want to know, I'll tell you." Fung Xingyan slammed his palm against the door, pinning him against it. Leaning in close, he said, "When I was 14, we went to play at the countryside villa. I was drowning. You stood by and watched coldly. Mengru saved me. His words stunned Shang Zhen. He stared at him in shock. You say you Mengru saved you? Ha ha ha. Shang Zhen suddenly burst into laughter, tears welling up in his red eyes. He laughed so hard, his voice so sharp, as if he'd gone mad. Seeing him like this, Fung Xingyan was bewildered. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at my own foolishness. You're so blind. He pounded his chest, his eyes full of disappointment, his whole body radiating bitterness. Suddenly grabbing Fung Xingyan's collar, he exclaimed emotionally, back then, I was terrified of water and never dared to swim. But when I saw you drowning, I jumped in without hesitation. I overcame my terror to save you, and then walked miles in a fever to buy medicine for you. But after I gave the medicine to you Mengru, I passed out. I was in the hospital for a long time. Shang Zhen gradually calmed down, slowly releasing Fung Xingyan's collar. At that time, you Mengru told me you would feel guilty if you knew. I didn't want your guilt, so I told him not to tell you. Ha ha. His laughter turned into something like crying. So that's why. That's the reason. Fung Xingyan looked incredulous, his eyes sharp as knives. You say you saved me? Where's the proof? Of course I have proof. Shang Zhen shot back without weakness. Remember the small bottle that held the medicine? The hospital only gave me medicine wrapped in paper, but it was raining, so I used an empty milk bottle to keep it dry. But I was in such a hurry. I fell on the way back and the bottle's mouth broke. Fung Xingyan's eyes widened slightly. He did remember. Need more proof? Shang Zhen asked hoarsely. The hospital where I stayed still has my records. You can check if you don't believe me. He looked at Fung Xingyan with grief, resentment, and unwillingness. Suddenly, he grabbed Fung Xingyan's collar and kissed him fiercely. Fung Xingyan froze, his hands suspended in air, but he didn't push him away. After a long moment, he released Fung Xingyan. His gaze burned like fire. That kiss was what you owed me. He spoke without looking back. You owed me a lifetime, but I won't ask you to repay it. From now on, as you wish. We'll never see each other again. I wish you and you Mengru a long and happy life together. When Lin Wenfeng was taking Shang Zhen home, Shang Zhen asked if there was any reward for helping solve the case. Lin Wenfeng was stunned. He then took out a 10 yuan reward from the backseat and handed it to him. Watching Shang Zhen count money with such greed, Lin Wenfeng asked in surprise, "Are you that short on money? Doesn't your aunt give you 50,000 every month?" Shang Zhen made a sound through his nose. He snorted coldly. "Park your car outside. I'll show you something interesting." At the door, just as Lin Wenfeng was about to knock, Shang Zhen grabbed him. He pointed to a corner nearby, gesturing for him to hide there. After Lin Wenfeng was hidden, Shang Zhen rang the doorbell. Soon, Lin Shuexian came out, one hand on her hip, with a vicious expression. "You little brat, what are you doing back here? Aren't you acting all high and mighty now? Tell me, what did you go to Wenfeng for? Did you spread nonsense to him?" Shang Zhen chuckled lightly, responding naturally. "I went to him to tell the truth. What else could I do?" He stepped forward. "Move aside. I want to go in and rest." Lin Shuexian grabbed Shang Zhen's arm. "Stop right there. You can't go in." Shang Zhen stopped and said coldly, "If you won't let me go home, then give me money. I'll leave immediately." "In your dreams." Lin Shuexian cursed sharply. Shang Zhen sneered. "You always boast to others about how well you treat me, how much money you give me, but in reality, you've never given me any money. You make me eat leftovers. Aren't you afraid people will find out?" When Shang Zhen mentioned this, Lin Shuexian remembered how he had poured leftovers on her head yesterday. Her face contorted as she snarled, "Fine. Go ahead and tell people. See who'll believe you." She pushed Shang Zhen hard. "Get lost. You're so loose anyway. Plenty of men will take you in." With that, she slammed the door shut. Shang Zhen turned to look at Lin Wenfeng's complicated expression and smiled slightly. "Cousin, looks like I'll have to trouble you to take me to a hotel." Lin Wenfeng's eyes showed a hint of pity. Somehow, he felt uncomfortable. "Is this how Ying Yu usually treats you? I'll go reason with her." "Don't bother." Shang Zhen stopped him. His expression was calm, showing no anger, only exhaustion. "I'm used to it. Don't cause trouble for me. If she finds out I planned this, being kicked out of Zhongmen would be the least of my worries." Shang Zhen's calm words shocked Lin Wenfeng, who instinctively said, "Then come stay at my place." Shang Zhen pushed Lin Wenfeng against the corner, fingers brushing his chest, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. "Do you want to be one of those men who takes me in?" In the dim light, his features looked more delicate. His eyes were cold yet seductive. A faint, cool fragrance surrounded Lin Wenfeng. Lin Wenfeng stared in a daze, his heart pounding. His righteous face turned red as he called out softly, "Shang Zhen." But Shang Zhen had already turned away, waving his hand. "Just take me to a hotel." At the hotel, Shang Zhen was relaxing in hot water when suddenly, he heard a click, the sound of a gun being cocked. Shang Zhen turned his head but saw nothing. He quickly grabbed a towel to wrap around himself and cautiously walked out of the bathroom. Just as he exited, a gun was pressed against his temple. At that moment, there was urgent knocking at the door. The man pressed the gun against Shang Zhen's head as they slowly moved to the door. He threatened in a low voice, "Open the door. Get rid of them, or I'll blow your brains out." Opening the door revealed 3 police officers who asked, "Miss, have you seen a man in black clothes?" Shang Zhen acted innocent, showing no panic at all. "No, I was just taking a bath." "Sorry to bother you then. Get some rest." After closing the door, Shang Zhen finally saw the man's face clearly. He frowned. The man was called Sikong Jin, a future important figure to Master Shang. Shang Zhen stomped hard on Sikong Jin's foot and struck a silver needle into his chest with one punch. Sikong Jin winced in pain and stepped back, furiously pointing the gun at Shang Zhen. He said, "You dare play tricks with me?" Shang Zhen calmly replied, "I'm just protecting myself. But if you dare to shoot, I can guarantee you'll die from poison before you pull the trigger." Seeing Sikong Jin's disbelief, Shang Zhen continued, "If you don't believe me, try coughing twice. See if your chest hurts." Sikong Jin coughed twice, and sure enough, his chest was filled with sharp pain. Shang Zhen looked at the man before her, eyes full of hatred. In her past life, Shang Qingqing had reached the peak of success with Sikong Jin's help. In this life, I absolutely won't let him succeed. The man threatened the girl with a gun, but not only was she unafraid, she even started discussing cooperation. Sikong Jin hadn't expected Shang Zhen to be so bold, which made him find her quite interesting, so he asked with interest how they could cooperate. Shang Zhen's gaze swept over Sikong Jin's legs, and she slowly said, "Your leg bones are misaligned, plus there's internal bruising. Give me 200.000, I'll treat you." Sikong Jin raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Fine, I'll let you treat me. If you succeed, I'll give you 200.000. If you fail," his handsome face showed a cruel smile, "I'll sell you to human traffickers." Shang Zhen's lips curled into a cold smile, meeting Sikong Jin's gaze. "Prepare the 200.000. Seeing her confident look, Sikong Jin hesitated no more. He took off his shirt, sat on the bed watching Shang Zhen. He saw her take out a needle from her hair. His pupils contracted. His body reacted faster than his mind. In the next second, he pressed the gun against Shang Zhen's head. His muscles tense. "What are you trying to do?" Shang Zhen ignored the weapon against her head and said with a smile, "Give you acupuncture, of course." Sikong Jin's expression was full of doubt. Suddenly he smiled wickedly. "I've changed my mind." The weapon in his hand gradually moved down, finally reaching Shang Zhen's chest. He opened her bathrobe. "Instead of letting you treat me, why don't we? If I were you, I'd lie still and not move." Shang Zhen's calm voice rang out coldly. She stared at Sikong Jin fearlessly. "Do you want your brother to die after you're dead?" Sikong Jin was startled. He suddenly stood up, pointing the gun at Shang Zhen, asking harshly, "Who exactly are you?" Quick as lightning, Shang Zhen grabbed Sikong Jin's right hand and twisted it hard. A loud sound of bones dislocating was heard. Sikong Jin lost control and immediately let go. Sikong Jin let out a muffled groan, staring intently at Shang Zhen. "What did you do to my arm? It's completely disabled." Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow playfully. "I can save you, and I can save your brother too. But if you kill me, not only will you die, your beloved brother will have no one to treat him. By the way, I'm Shang Zhen." Sikong Jin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "You're Fung Xingyan's fiancé?" He looked at Shang Zhen with a complicated expression. "Fine, I agree to cooperate with you. If you can really save my brother, name your price. But if you can't, I don't care whose fiancé you are. I'll make you wish you were dead. Deal." With 2 quick movements, Shang Zhen twisted Sikong Jin's dislocated wrist back into place. Sikong Jin lay on the bed, appearing calm, but his body was tense. Shang Zhen's fingers worked the needles into his chest. After several insertions, the purple bruising began to fade. Sikong Jin clearly felt the pain diminishing. Watching Shang Zhen's serious expression, Sikong Jin began to believe, "I didn't expect your medical skills to be so advanced. You even know the legendary qi needling technique." He sat up and reached for Shang Zhen's waist. Shang Zhen quickly stepped back, with cold light in her eyes. She said, "Mr. Sikong, I sell my skills, not my body. Then she took Sikong Jin's coat and put it on. Tomorrow, Mr. Sikong, remember to transfer the 200,000 treatment fee, along with your brother's 1 million. At the door, she turned her head slightly, giving Sikong Jin a meaningful look. Don't worry, since we're cooperating, I won't let the police catch you. Sikong Jin watched Shang Zhen's departing figure, his eyes showing complex emotions. When Shang Zhen came out, it was already very late. She didn't notice a black car following closely behind her. The car slowly drove up beside Shang Zhen, startling her. The windows slowly lowered, revealing Fung Xingyan's cold, handsome profile. When Shang Zhen saw him, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill emanated from her body. Seeing Shang Zhen wearing a man's coat, Fung Xingyan's handsome face tensed up. He quickly uttered one word, "Get in." Shang Zhen gave a cold laugh, didn't look at him, and continued walking. "Get in. Don't make me say it a third time." Fung Xingyan slowly followed in his car. "Are you sick?" Shang Zhen finally glanced at him. "Are we that close? Why should I get in your car?" Fung Xingyan's gaze fell once again on Shang Zhen's coat. "Who were you with at the hotel?" His cold, reproachful tone made Shang Zhen very uncomfortable. She stopped walking, her eyes gleaming coldly as she glared at him. "Young Master Fung, you're overstepping. I've already returned the engagement token to the Fung family. I'm no longer your fiancé. Do I need your permission to be with any man?" Fung Xingyan wouldn't back down. "You can't just break off the engagement as you please. Have our elders met? Since they haven't, you're still my fiancé. So yes, I can interfere." One was forceful in argument, the other was aggressive. Their gazes met, sparks practically flying, as the surrounding air suddenly turned cold. After a flash, Shang Zhen suddenly fell silent. She sighed and said, "Fine. What do you want?" Her demeanor suddenly became distant, though her tone softened. "Get in the car. We'll talk somewhere else." Fung Xingyan couldn't shake off what Shang Zhen had said earlier that day, especially Shang Zhen's pained look that lingered in his mind. After leaving the police station, he had investigated the drowning incident from years ago, but too much time had passed, and many details were lost, so he wanted to wait for Yu Mengru to return to ask in person. Shang Zhen laughed, though it was a cold laugh. If he would admit it, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. "But if you want to know what kind of person Yu Mengru is," Shang Zhen paused, turning to look at Fung Xingyan, "there's actually another way. He's on tour now, right? As far as I know, his famous dance, Phoenix Rising from the Water, was stolen from a folk dancer named Su Xuan. He even made Su Xuan mute and kept him by his side. Find out about this, and you'll know what kind of person Yu Mengru is." Shang Zhen spoke naturally, but Fung Xingyan's expression turned cold. He remained silent, lost in thought. "Can't bear it?" Shang Zhen laughed softly, mocking. "Perhaps I was wrong. Maybe Yu Mengru didn't plagiarize or poison anyone." Fung Xingyan lifted Shang Zhen's chin, desperately trying to see the truth in her eyes. "Shang Zhen, what else are you hiding? Why reveal all this evidence only now? Yesterday you said you overheard those two confess to the attack. That might fool others." Shang Zhen laughed coldly, her thin lips parted. "Fung Xingyan, you seem very curious about me." Her fingers traced his stern face. "You should be careful. Being curious about a woman is a dangerous thing. I can tell you responsibly that if you fall for me, it won't be a pleasant experience." She jumped down from the railing. "Fung Xingyan, let's make a deal. I know you've always wanted to enter the pharmaceutical industry, but you lack the talent to absolutely defeat your competitors. I can do that." She held up 3 fingers, looking serious. 3 years. I'll help your pharmaceutical company break into the global market, creating billions in value. You just need to agree to one thing." Hearing Shang Zhen's fantastic proposal, Fung Xingyan coldly asked, "What?" "I want to be your family's daughter-in-law, with full rights. Support me for 3 years, and I'll exchange it for billions." Fung Xingyan looked at her presumptuous claim and laughed mockingly. "Billions aren't earned so easily. Why should I believe you can do it?" "Because my family has been imperial physicians for 9 generations. Because I inherited true skills, possessing lost medical arts. If you still don't believe, I can," she said, walking up to Fung Xingyan. "I can prove it to you." As she finished speaking, her expression became focused, readying a silver needle. Suddenly, with lightning speed, she stabbed it into Fung Xingyan's chest. Fung Xingyan stepped back, clutching his chest in shock. "What did you do?" He felt around several times. He discovered the needle that had pierced him was nowhere to be found. Shang Zhen stumbled slightly, forcing a smile. Don't worry, it's an external heart needle. It will be expelled from your body in a month, but during this month, you'll feel energetic, with sharp senses. Before she could finish, she suddenly fell forward. Her already exhausted body, drained twice, could no longer support the chi needle. Fung Xingyan was startled. Instinctively, he caught her. Shang Zhen. What's wrong? Shang Zhen lay powerless in his arms. Fung Xingyan. Believe me. She looked up at him, gripping his sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with pleading. Just trust me this once. After speaking, she completely passed out. Fung Xingyan carried the unconscious Shang Zhen back to the room. After examination, the doctor concluded there was nothing serious, just extreme fatigue after regaining consciousness. Fung Xingyan nodded, then unbuttoned his shirt, pointing to a red spot on his chest. Dr. Yan, please look at this too. She just inserted a needle here, but it disappeared. Dr. Yan initially just glanced casually, but upon seeing the location of the red spot, he suddenly exclaimed in shock. Wait, this seems to be the highest level of chi locking needle, the heart meridian needle. Legend has it that once it enters the body, it can save one's life even from fatal injuries within a month. He turned to look at the unconscious Shang Zhen with disbelief. I've only seen this technique in ancient books. I never thought it really existed. And to think it's mastered by such a young girl. Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that her earlier proposal wasn't a joke. Early the next morning, Shang Zhen came downstairs wearing clothes prepared by Fung Xingyan. Fung Xingyan, dropping his usual coldness, directly said, I agree to cooperate with you. You'll get what you want in a month. Seeing Fung Xingyan smile at her was rare, and Shang Zhen couldn't help but blush. His face was exceptionally handsome. Coming to her senses, why am I looking at him? Fung Xingyan moved to Shang Zhen's side, saying with interest, Shang Zhen, you seem afraid to look at me. Do you know how red your face is? You keep talking about breaking off the engagement, but you still have feelings for me. After speaking, Shang Zhen turned and kissed him without hesitation. They quickly separated, and she showed a polite smile, looking at his chin teasingly. You didn't resist. Did you want me to continue? Fung Xingyan suddenly held Shang Zhen's head, and gave her an even deeper kiss. Seconds later, Shang Zhen suddenly pushed Fung Xingyan away, asking with a red face, what, don't you hate me anymore? Fung Xingyan stood up straight, straightening his clothes, and said stubbornly, I do hate you, but I, Fung Xingyan, won't let anyone take advantage of me for nothing. Shang Zhen wiped her lips, giving him a cold look. Fung Xingyan, you really haven't changed at all. She stood up from the dining table. I'm full. I'm going home. After Shang Zhen left, Fung Xingyan held his head in frustration. That was close. I didn't expect to react like that. Feng Mao, to deal with Shang Zhen, brought in a man with ill intentions, claiming he was there to guide Zhen Zhen, who was traumatized. When Shang Zhen saw the man, her body trembled almost imperceptibly. Li Jingming, she would never forget this scum. In her previous life, under the guise of being a psychologist, he had tried to take advantage of her and leaked videos of her prison release online, making her a laughingstock in high society. And now this scum was right in front of her. How would she deal with him? Li Jingming maintained a gentle and polite demeanor, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Li Jingming, your psychological counselor. Shang Zhen crossed her arms, tilting her head and ignoring his extended hand, raising an eyebrow mockingly. Who said you're my psychologist? Lin Shuexian hurriedly came over with Zhang Beiki, looking worried. Zhen Zhen, don't be afraid. Dr. Lin is very good. He's just here to help you. Your current state is very dangerous. Lin Shuexian's hypocritical face, clearly trying to portray a good mother image. So you think my current state is dangerous? Auntie. Shang Beiki, seeing Shang Zhen call Lin Shuexian auntie, was displeased. Zhen, why call her auntie? Call her mom. Let Zhen call whatever she wants. Lin Shuexian quickly grabbed him, showing an understanding, wronged smile. Zhen, why don't you take Dr. Lin to your room for a good talk? Shang Zhen knew very well that Lin Shuexian had installed cameras in her room. She said in a subtle tone, so eager to have me take a man to my room alone? What a caring stepmother you are. Then turning to Li Jingru, want to be my doctor? Fine, come examine me. Zhen, you're being very rude. Dr. Li is a guest. Zhang Beiki scolded again disapprovingly. It's alright. Li Jinming quickly poured a cup of water, smiling. Girls this age are all a bit rebellious. I understand. Here, Zhen, have some tea. Shang Zhen took the teacup, smiling slightly. You're right. Girls my age aren't just rebellious. We're also very impulsive. She emphasized the last few words heavily. Then she suddenly threw the tea in her cup into Li Jingying's face. All three were shocked, gasping with their mouths wide open. But after the initial shock, Li Jingming immediately put on a smile and said softly, "Now, can I be Miss Shang's psychologist? I really want to help you." If she had seen Li Jingming act like this before, she might have softened. But now, Shang Zhen only found it laughable. Not quite enough. Shang Zhen curved her lips slightly. She bent down to pick up the teapot from the table, then splashed it in his face. A flash of viciousness crossed Li Jingming's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Shang Zhen, have you gone mad?" Zhang Beiki stepped forward and grabbed Shang Zhen's hand, scolding angrily. Today's Shang Zhen was being extremely disrespectful. Lin Shuexian handed tissues to Li Jingming, apologetically saying, "I'm so sorry. Jun Zhen is still young and doesn't know better. Please don't be angry with her." While apologizing, she mouthed the words, "extra pay." But Shang Zhen remained surprisingly calm. She smiled at Li Jingming and said leisurely, "They say a good psychologist can best understand their patient's pain by splashing you with water. Dr. Li must have felt my pain, right? You're still arguing?" Zhang Beiqi's eyes widened in anger, his face turning red. Li Jingming pushed his glasses up, saying through gritted teeth, "Miss Zhang is right. People with psychological issues often act in accordance with their mental state. I understand. I will definitely cure you." Shang Zhen smiled elegantly and threw away the teapot. "You passed." As she walked past Li Jingming, she showed a mysterious smile, saying meaningfully, "I'll be a good patient. I'm sure you'll have some wonderful memories of the Shang family." Shang Zhen smiled and went straight upstairs. Back in her bedroom, she took out her bank card and checked the balance, finding that Sikong Jin's efficiency was quite good. Her card indeed showed a balance of 1.2 million, though she'd need to use this money sparingly. Suddenly she sat up straight, remembering the recordings in her phone. Besides the evidence of Yu Mengru asking her to make drugs, there were other things, and she quickly left. The Dong family butler respectfully handed a phone and a voice recorder to Fung Xingyan. "Young master, these should be what you're looking for." Fung Xingyan held the voice recorder, wanting to verify Yu Mengru asking Shang Zhen to make drugs. But before he could listen, he heard a familiar voice rushing in urgently. "Fung Xingyan, that's my property. Please return it to me." Just as Fung Xingyan was about to open the voice recorder, Shang Zhen rushed in hurriedly. Seeing Fung Xingyan playing with the voice recorder, she anxiously tried to take it back. Fung Xingyan showed a playful smile and waved the recorder. Isn't this the evidence you provided me? Why are you so eager to get it back? Could there be some secrets you can't reveal?" Shang Zhen approached step by step, her eyes fixed on the recorder in Fung Xingyan's hand. "It contains my research results from these years. It's confidential. I forgot about it yesterday in the heat of the moment. As for evidence, a recording alone doesn't prove much." Fung Xingyan raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Without this recording, I could completely suspect that you were behind the drugging incident. Don't you want to prove your innocence? So what do you think?" Shang Zhen no longer held back. Stepping forward directly, she lunged forward to grab the recorder from Fung Xingyan's hand. Fung Xingyan had anticipated this. He swung his left hand back while his right arm wrapped around Shang Zhen's waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Your urgency only makes me think there are some unspeakable secrets inside. Perhaps they're even related to me." Shang Zhen became more anxious. She stretched up to grab it again but lost her balance. She fell directly onto Fung Xingyan. After they stared at each other for a few seconds, Fung Xingyan sat up while holding Shang Zhen. With one turn, he completely restrained her. "Stop it," he shouted angrily, as their intimate proximity made his body lose control again. But Shang Zhen showed no reaction. She kept moving her body trying to grab the voice recorder. During their struggle, they accidentally hit the recorder's button. January 7th. "I saw him today. He's so handsome. Like light itself. It feels like being illuminated by him. It must be so warm." Shang Zhen's voice appeared, full of yearning. This voice recorder actually contained Shang Zhen's diary. The sudden revelation stunned both of them, especially Shang Zhen. This was from her most innocent time. The yearning voice continued playing. "March 9th. I saw him again. Fung Xingyan's lips are so beautiful. They must taste like honey." Fung Xingyan smiled. He held the recorder and leaned down. "Shang Zhen, This is your diary. So you've wanted me for that long. Give it back to me quickly. Shang Zhen's face was red with embarrassment, not wanting to hear more. Seeing her intense reaction, Fung Xingyan simply pinned her down on the sofa, using one hand to hold both her hands above her head. The recorder continued, I heard married couples sleep in the same bed. The book says that's what will happen between him and me in the future. Fung Xingyan burst out laughing. Shang Zhen, I really want to know which biology book taught you such things. His laughter was bright, his delicate features becoming more dazzling. So this is what a maiden in love is like. What else did you think about? Having children with me? Before his teasing words finished, the recorder played that exact part. If I had a child with him, they would surely be beautiful. Ah, when will I be able to marry him? Fung Xingyan's expression became animated. Just as he was about to tease Shang Zhen suddenly grabbed his tie. She pulled him down forcefully and sealed his hateful mouth with a kiss. Taking advantage of his momentary shock, she finally managed to snatch back the recorder. Fung Xingyan felt somewhat annoyed. Damn, he was getting aroused again. Afraid Shang Zhen would notice, he simply pulled her into his arms, looking straight at her. You like this, right? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Just as they were entangled, what are you doing? An angry voice suddenly rang out. The out-of-control pair instantly came to their senses. But when Mrs. Song saw it was Shang Zhen, her anger turned to embarrassment. She had thought Xingyan was with another woman, not expecting it to be Junzhen. While backing away she said, I didn't know it was you too. Please continue. I didn't see anything. I have something to do. I'll go now. After Mrs. Fung left, Shang Zhen also got up from the sofa, preparing to leave. I hope young Master Fung will explain clearly to your aunt later. That was just a misunderstanding. I'm meant to be the Fung family's adopted daughter. I don't want her to have false hopes. Fung Xingyan stepped forward and grabbed Shang Zhen's wrist, feeling somewhat bitter inside. If you want to explain the misunderstanding, do it yourself, and tell her how you've been repeatedly seducing me. Shang Zhen violently shook off his hand, her face covered in frost. She glared at him. Seducing? If you didn't want it, could I have seduced you? Wasn't young Master Fung addicted to kissing me earlier? Don't want to draw the line now? The red mark on Fung Xingyan's face hadn't faded. He arrogantly snorted. None of your business. Shang Zhen said nothing more and turned to leave. Walking on the street, Shang Zhen suppressed her rippling heart. In her previous life, she spent over 20 years unable to make this man love her. This life, she wouldn't be foolish again. While waiting at the bus stop, she happened to meet Lin Wenfeng. Thinking of the cameras Lin Shuexian had installed in her room, she asked Lin Wenfeng to take her to the housing rental center. Shang Zhen was actually taking Lin Wenfeng to catch her stepmother in the act. They drove to Lin Shuexian's private villa. Looking at the villa before her, Shang Zhen's eyes filled with cold hatred. In her previous life, she was locked in this place for 3 months. Not only had her hands broken but was tortured beyond recognition. She took a deep breath, suppressing her hatred. She smiled slightly. Lin Wenfeng, although you're from a wealthy family, you learned everything you needed to at the police academy, right? Lin Wenfeng's face reddened slightly as he nodded with a soft, Shang Zhen walked to the door, pointing at the corner. See that alarm over there? Disable it. Lin Wenfeng hesitated for a moment but still complied. They moved very quietly. As soon as they entered, they heard indescribable sounds from upstairs. Jingning, you're so good. I love you so much. Lin Wenfeng froze in his tracks. He knew that voice too well. His aunt was up to something. Shang Zhen, however, acted naturally and threw an ashtray onto the floor. A crisp sound rang out. The two people upstairs were startled and panicked. Lin Wenfeng quickly pulled Shang Zhen into a corner to hide. Soon, Lin Shuexian and Li Jingming hurriedly ran downstairs. The two peeked from the second-floor corner as they watched them go down. Lin Wenfeng held his breath. At this moment, Shang Zhen suddenly moved. She grabbed Lin Wenfeng's hand and whispered, "Follow me." Then she walked straight into the bedroom. Before the couple returned upstairs, she skillfully pulled Lin Wenfeng under the bed. Then, Lin Shuexian came upstairs arm in arm with Li Jingming, speaking softly, "Jingming, don't worry, it must be a stray cat. This villa has alarms everywhere. No outsider can get in." Li Jingming looked reluctant. "I still feel uneasy. Let's go back." "But we've just started," she said, pulling Li Jingming onto the bed. Under the bed, Lin Wenfeng's face was inexplicably red. Shang Zhen fumbled for her voice recorder. She pressed the switch. Lin Shuexian's strange voice came through. "You must find a way to deal with that nasty girl Shang Zhen. I didn't pay you so much for nothing. Li Jingming's excited voice responded, "Since you're paying, I'll definitely handle it well." Hearing these awful words, Lin Wenfeng's brows furrowed, his eyes growing darker with anger. He wanted to move. Just as he was about to act, Shang Zhen grabbed his hand tightly. She made a hushing gesture. Lin Wenfeng was stunned. Her soft hand holding his turned his anger into something else entirely. His face grew hotter, and his heart pounded wildly. Just then, Li Jingning's phone rang. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Shang Zhen. He quickly stopped to read it, smiling triumphantly. "See? No one can resist my charm. Your eldest daughter is reaching out to me." When Lin Shuexian heard this, she quickly grabbed the phone to look. "Who would have thought that nasty girl would invite you to meet at a hotel? You must make the most of this opportunity." Li Jingming hurriedly got dressed. Looking impatient, she said, "If I'm not there in half an hour, she'll leave. Let's continue next time." Lin Shuexian reluctantly got out of bed. "Let's go together. I want to see what that dead girl is up to." After they left, Shang Zhen finally crawled out from under the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Shuexian waited at the hotel entrance for 4 hours. She waited until dark but never saw Shang Zhen. Finally realizing she'd been tricked, Shang Zhen played with the voice recorder. Quite satisfied with what she'd gathered, Lin Wenfeng looked at Shang Zhen with complex emotions. "You knew Aunt was plotting against you. Will you give this recording to Uncle?" Shang Zhen glanced at him coldly and smiled wickedly. "How naive you are. Do you know how much this villa is worth? Do you know why Lin Shuexian dares to deal with me so recklessly? She doesn't rely on my father to survive. Giving this to my father would only bring him disaster." She suddenly looked at Lin Wenfeng seriously. "You're one of the more conscientious ones in the Lin family. As the future head of the Lin family, I'm letting you see her true face. Better than being deceived forever. But this involves many complications. Don't act rashly. We need to cut off that mother-daughter pair's power from the root, bit by bit." In exchange, Shang Zhen suddenly moved closer to Lin Wenfeng. "I'll tell you another secret." Lin Wenfeng's just calmed heart started racing again, his body tensing. He quickly moved away. Shang Zhen laughed and said, "At the Dragon Rider dock south of the sea, a shipment will arrive tomorrow night. Trust me, that cargo is enough to get you several promotions." Lin Wenfeng looked at Shang Zhen in shock. "How do you know about this?" Shang Zhen just smiled playfully, putting a finger to her lips. "It's a secret. Tomorrow night's trouble involves the Sikong family. I suggest you bring more men." In her previous life, she had a chance to escape but was caught by Sikong Jing and handed over to Shang Qingqing, leading to her tragic death. Since Sikong Jing feared having a criminal record the most, this time she would send Sikong Jin a grand gift. Sikong Jin never expected that the woman who saved him and discussed cooperation just the day before would lead people to raid his den the very next day. On a dark, windy night at Longqi Dock, Shang Zhen wore a black baseball cap and plain clothes, hiding in a corner of the dock. In her previous life, two groups had a shootout here tonight. After a long police investigation, they discovered that one of the groups involved in a large arms deal was the Sikong family. The Sikong family had been trying to go legitimate for years, abandoning many illegal businesses. However, they couldn't let go of the arms trade. She felt excited thinking about Lin Wenfeng's upcoming intervention at the crucial moment. When they're caught red-handed, Sikong Jing's face would surely be a sight to behold. Just as everyone was rushing to move the cargo, suddenly, a large truck forced its way into the dock. Everyone immediately raised their weapons alertly. Sikong Jing's lips curled into a cold smile, having anticipated the Panlong gang's arrival. Just as the two groups prepared to fight, the sound of helicopter rotors came from above. Searchlights suddenly panicked the fighting crowd. A stern voice from the aircraft echoed throughout the dock. "Listen up. You're surrounded by police. Put down your weapons immediately." Sikong Jing's expression changed drastically. Knowing the consequences of being caught, he prepared to escape through a secret passage. Shang Zhen was hiding near the secret passage entrance. Aware of Sikong Jing's escape plan, she directly triggered the prepared alarm, throwing it near Sikong Jing. The piercing alarm startled everyone. Sikong Jing alertly looked toward the cargo hold. He caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing by. Shang Zhen hadn't expected Sikong Jing to be so alert, but she wouldn't be easy to catch either. She leapt gracefully down from the cargo rack, quickly weaving between containers. But Sikong Jing was also fast, pursuing closely behind. In the dead silent cargo area, Sikong Jing quickly located Shang Zhen. Without hesitation, he prepared to shoot at Shang Zhen. She reacted extremely quickly, kicking the gun out of Sikong Jing's hand. Though agile, she lacked physical strength. Facing Sikong Jing, She had to keep retreating. Sikong Jin shouted, "You're dead," and drew a dagger from his waist. He aimed for vital points. Shang Zhen dodged quickly but still had her shirt slashed across the chest. The moment her cap fell off, Sikong Jin's pupils constricted. It was a woman. At this critical moment, Lin Wenfeng arrived with a large police force. "Drop your weapons. Hands up." Hearing the commotion, Sikong Jing froze but showed no panic. Instead, he turned his head and roared, "Lin Wenfeng, you think these few men can catch me?" As soon as he finished, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Sikong Jing's men arrived in large numbers, creating a tense standoff with Lin Wenfeng's group. "Officer Lin," another voice spoke up. A man in a suit walked over. "This isn't your target. Your superior has already ordered the unit to pursue the Panlong gang's leader." It was Feng's diplomatic assistant. Lin Wenfeng holstered his gun, secretly shocked. Due to the sensitivity of the operation, he hadn't reported tonight's operation to his superiors. He knew it involved the Sikong family but hadn't expected the Fung family's involvement. Seeing Lin Wenfeng withdraw, Sikong Jing grabbed a subordinate's gun. He aimed at Shang Zhen. "Not so quick now. Are you?" Shang Zhen slowly removed her mask, smirking. "I'm tired and need a rest." Sikong Jin's pupils contracted, looking at Shang Zhen in disbelief. That voice, this woman was Shang Zhen. "Why did you do this?" Sikong Jin's chest heaved as he demanded coldly. "I'm helping you." Shang Zhen replied calmly with a smile. "The Sikong family has a traitor. If you got this weapons shipment, your second uncle would use them to betray you in a month. So I sent them where they belong. What's wrong with that? Then why did you just try to harm me?" Sikong Jin glared at her furiously, demanding to know why she alerted the police if she knew everything. "Are you trying to ruin your life?" Shang Zhen glanced at him and suddenly smiled mischievously. "I just don't like you. Is that okay?" Her answer infuriated Sikong Jing to the extreme. He suddenly grabbed Shang Zhen's collar, pulling her close to his face, looking straight into her eyes. "You told Lin Wenfeng about tonight, didn't you? How did you know about my plans? And how did you know about my second uncle's betrayal? You better explain clearly, or I'll kill you right now." Shang Zhen fearlessly met his gaze. She sneered, "Go ahead, try to kill me. I'd like to see how long your brother would survive without me." Hearing this, Sikong Jing's pupils constricted, his expression turning fierce. He released her collar and cocked his gun. "Is that so? Then die." Just as Sikong Jing was about to pull the trigger, bang! A bullet accurately knocked the gun from Sikong Jing's hand. "Young Master Jing, killing intent deserves a blood feud. I just helped you, and this is how you repay me?" A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. Fung Xinyan strode forward with his gun, ignoring everyone's expressions. He walked straight to Shang Zhen. He pulled her into his arms. "It's all right now. I'm here. No one can hurt you." His domineering words made Shang Zhen's heart tremble slightly. Fung Xinyan's protective gesture towards Shang Zhen instantly enraged Sikong Jing. His bloodshot eyes stared directly at Shang Zhen. "Yes, you helped me, but I'm in this mess because of her. This woman is suspicious, knowing too much but offering no explanations." "Master Fung, aren't you afraid this woman is deceiving you? My woman is none of your business." Fung Xinyan's voice was powerful and domineering, his eyes shooting cold intent like blade edges. Sikong Jing trembled imperceptibly, deeply shaken by that gaze. Coming to his senses, he shot Shang Zhen a resentful glare and called to his men, "Let's go." After everyone left, Fung Xinyan, with a gloomy face, silently grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. He walked quickly towards the exit. At this point, Shang Zhen yanked her hand away. She spoke coldly, "Master Fung, we have no relationship anymore. Please show some self-respect." Her words made Fung Xinyan's expression freeze. He hadn't expected such ingratitude. "Shang Zhen, if I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be dead by now." Shang Zhen sneered, "Did I ask for your help? Mind your own business." Suddenly, Fung Xinyan grabbed her. He picked her up and threw her into the passenger seat. Regardless of what Shang Zhen said, Fung Xinyan showed no intention of stopping. Shang Zhen, not wanting to continue this entanglement, directly held a silver needle to his neck. "You know what I'm capable of. If you don't want me to stick this in, stop the car now." Under her threat, Fung Xinyan felt his anger rising. The next second, he hit the brakes. With quick movements, he grabbed Shang Zhen's hand and pulled, drawing her into his arms. "Seems you won't behave unless I teach you a lesson. Is that so?" After saying this, he lowered his head and kissed her. Shang Zhen angrily bit him hard. Fung Xinyan suddenly released her, touching his bleeding lip corner with a satisfied smile. "If you come closer, I'll bite again," Shang Zhen said nervously, leaning away from him. Her fierce words sounded more like an invitation to his ears. He suddenly smiled. "Oh really? Since you like biting me so much, I won't hold back either." Then he domineeringly leaned in again. Suddenly someone knocked on the car window. "Sir, you're blocking the road." Seizing the opportunity, Shang Zhen quickly pushed him away and sat up straight. When Fung Xinyan reluctantly withdrew his hand, he noticed fresh blood on his fingers. Alarmed, "Shang Zhen, you're injured." He immediately stepped on the gas, heading straight for the villa. At home, Fung Xinyan finally saw the shocking wound across Shang Zhen's chest. Anger suddenly surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Did Sikong Jing do this?" Shang Zhen didn't answer, just focused on cleaning the wound. Fung Xinyan stood behind her, his gaze never leaving. He silently seethed with hatred. Was Sikong Jing tired of living? How dare he hurt my woman like this? Seeing Shang Zhen's rough movements, Fung Xinyan grabbed her wrist. "Wait, aren't you going to use anesthesia?" Shang Zhen gave him a surprised look, then pushed him away, coldly uttering one word, "No need." She began stitching the wound directly. Each stitch made her whole body tremble with pain. But pain meant she was still alive. The more it hurt, the more alive she felt. The pain made her eyes fill with tears. Watching her, Fung Xinyan felt his breath stop, as if each needle was piercing his own flesh. "There's one last stitch. Let me do it." Fung Xinyan couldn't bear it anymore. Holding Shang Zhen's hand, Shang Zhen froze. Finally, she handed the needle to Fung Xinyan. Taking the needle, he carefully pierced her skin with utmost concentration. He couldn't understand why she had to endure such pain when she could have relied on him more. "Done," his gentle voice announced. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Get some rest." Then he turned and left the room, staring at the blood remaining on his fingers. His eyes flickered. His feelings for Shang Zhen weren't just reluctance or guilt. It was an uncontrollable desire to possess her completely. The next day, Shang Zhen returned to the Shang residence. Sitting on the sofa in red clothes, sipping wine, a knock came at the door. "Miss Shang, as agreed, I'm here for your treatment." The man, under the pretense of treatment, actually had ulterior motives, but his sinister intentions were completely transparent to her. Li Jinming rushed over after receiving Shang Wan's message. Upon seeing Shang Zhen, his eyes couldn't hide their greed. He put on a warm, friendly smile and said excitedly, "Miss Shang, delighted to see you again. Shall we begin?" Shang Zhen put a finger to her lips and shushed, then poured Li Jingming a glass of wine. Li Jingming excitedly accepted the glass. Thirstily, he drank it all in one gulp. Shang Zhen slowly sat back down, showing a strange smile. "Psychological treatment? No rush. Dr. Li, why don't you listen to this first?" Shang Zhen opened her phone. Li Jinming curiously stared at the phone. The next second, Lin Shuiyan's familiar guilty voice played. Li Jinming was shocked. Dropping his wine glass, sweat beaded increasingly on his forehead. Shang Zhen smiled lightly, raised her glass, took a sip of wine, and said leisurely, "Dr. Li, do you know the power of the Shang family? If this recording reaches my father's ears, no matter how gentle he is, he'll ensure your complete ruin." The words, "complete ruin," made Li Jingming tremble. He nervously dropped the phone. Panicked, he immediately bent down to pick it up. Suddenly, Shang Zhen's foot violently pressed his hand onto the broken glass. He screamed in pain, looking at Shang Zhen in panic, begging repeatedly, "Miss Shang, I was blind not to recognize your status. It was Lin Shuihan who seduced me first. You know people like us can't disobey their orders. Miss Shang, please spare me. I'll never dare again." Shang Zhen crossed her arms, looking down at Li Jingming. She called out softly, "Dr. Li, you misunderstand. I'm not going to expose you. Your conversation just gave me inspiration." Shang Zhen's expression suddenly changed, turning sinister. "I just thought of a brilliant game. Want to play?" As she spoke, Shang Zhen increased the pressure on his hand. Li Jinming had no choice. He nodded repeatedly. "I'll play. I'll play. Please just stop. Please lift your foot. My hand will be ruined." Satisfied with his answer, Shang Zhen finally lifted her foot. She turned and placed a bank card on the table. "There's 2 million in this card. No matter how you do it, as long as you make my father discover Lin Shuiyan's infidelity, this money is yours." A cold warning flashed in her eyes as she said in a low voice, "Cooperate obediently, and you'll receive unexpected rewards. Otherwise." The Shang family, Lin Shuihan, once so proud and noble, was now kneeling on the ground, clutching Zhang Beiqi's leg while sobbing. "Darling, Please listen to my explanation. It's not what you saw. I must have been drugged. I don't know who that man was. I don't know anything. Zhang Beiqi's face was dark with anger. Silent. Zhang Qingqing also rushed over, holding Zhang Beiqi's arm while crying. Dad, you must believe Mom. How could Mom betray you? Zhang Beiqi angrily grabbed Lin Shuihan and threw her out the door. Lin Shuihan, get out. I never want to see you again. After pushing away Zhang Beiqi, he turned and went upstairs without mercy. Lin Shuihan, who had been crying, saw Shang Zhen and her expression turned fierce. It was you. It must have been you who drugged me. Shang Zhen stopped, turned her head with a mocking smile. Walk in the dark long enough, and you'll meet ghosts. Auntie, though you're in your prime years like a hungry wolf, you should still show some restraint at home. With that, she closed the door. As she turned, Shang Qingqing approached angrily, saying harshly, Shang Zhen, this was all you're doing, wasn't it? You love playing with those medicine bottles and making internal medicines. How dare you? Can't admit it? Shang Zhen's smiling face suddenly changed, catching on the word, internal medicines. How did Shang Qingqing know about that? So you're working with Yi Menru. Shang Zhen suddenly realized. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Shang Qingqing with contempt. You and Yi Menru both like Fung Xinyan. How did you manage to work together against me? Isn't it disgusting? It's because you, a worthless person, got engaged to young Master Fung. Shang Qingqing dropped her pretense, screaming with a twisted face full of resentment. Look at yourself. What makes you worthy? You're our common enemy. Shang Zhen laughed coldly, approaching Shang Qingqing and lifting her chin. Trying to provoke me? But no matter how unwilling you are, Fung Xinyan is mine. Seeing the growing anger in Shang Qingqing's eyes, Shang Zhen smirked, looking down at her. Are you angry? Furious? I love seeing you like this, wanting to hurt me but powerless to do so. Shows how useless you are. I'll hurt you, Shang Qingqing screamed, swinging a hard slap at Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen caught her hand instantly. She pinned both of Shang Qingqing's wrists against the wall, smiling triumphantly. See that? Your mother's become a stray dog, kicked out of the Shang family. You're next. You're not worthy to fight me. She threw Shang Qingqing aside. Shang Qingqing had never seen Shang Zhen like this. She collapsed in fear. While Zhang Beiqi wasn't looking, Lin Shuihan quickly packed her bags. Seeing her dazed daughter, her eyes suddenly became determined. Qingqing, your father misunderstands me. I'll have to stay at my parents' house for a few days, but I can't swallow this insult. Lin Shuiyan's eyes flashed. She suddenly thought of a poisonous plan, whispering in Shang Qingqing's ear, tomorrow, drug Shang Zhen. Let Yu Jingming have his way with her. We'll film it. Shang Qingqing immediately showed a sinister smile, nodding repeatedly. I'll call more people tomorrow. Let them all see Shang Zhen's disgrace. This time we'll destroy Shang Zhen's reputation completely, never to recover. Later, to eliminate the threat, they planned to frame her, but unknowingly endangered their own daughter. To let more people witness Shang Zhen's shame, Shang Qingqing deliberately invited a group of young socialites. Just as Shang Zhen entered, Li Junming followed behind. Shang Qingqing ran forward politely, saying warmly, Sister, my friend just returned from abroad. We're having a welcome party. Why don't you and Dr. Li go up to your room? Shang Zhen smiled faintly, saying naturally, Sure, enjoy yourselves. Dr. Li, let's go up. At this moment, a young man approached with a wine glass, smiling maliciously. Qingqing, your sister is so beautiful. Why haven't you introduced her to us? That's not very nice of you. Shang Qingqing took the wine glass from the young man and held it out to Shang Zhen. Sister, see how many people want to meet you. Give his face. Have a drink with us. She believed Shang Zhen wouldn't refuse in front of so many people. Shang Zhen's cold gaze passed over Shang Qingqing. She knew what was in the wine glass. Seeing Shang Zhen's wariness, Shang Qingqing nervously tried to please her sister. With so many people here, can't you give us some face? Or you can choose one glass, and I'll drink the rest. Before Shang Zhen could speak, she quickly picked up a glass and drank it all at once, waving the empty glass. Sister, I've finished mine. It's your turn. Shang Zhen played along, taking the glass in front of everyone and drinking it in one go. Before she could go upstairs, Shang Zhen collapsed on the sofa, swaying and mumbling, My head is so dizzy. What kind of wine is this? The after effect is so strong. Zhang Qingqing also felt unwell but quickly sat beside Shang Zhen. Sister, your alcohol tolerance is so low. You must be drunk. She then helped Shang Zhen up and pushed her towards Li Jingming. Dr. Li, could you help take my sister to her room? Seeing Shang Zhen completely unconscious, she dropped her pretense and directly ordered Li Jingming. Quick, take her to the room and do it. I want her reputation ruined. Both their pale faces turned red. Li Jinming held Shang Wan, smiling lecherously. He had already gotten money from Shang Wan and Lin Shuihan. Now he could take advantage of both sisters and leave afterward. It was a win-win situation. After taking Shang Wan upstairs, while she was confused, Shang Qingqing put another pill in her mouth to ensure she wouldn't wake up. Fighting her own discomfort, she told Li Jingming, "The rest is up to you. Remember to face the camera. Don't block her face. I want her reputation destroyed." Seeing both had taken the drug, Li Jingming's evil thoughts spread. He lewdly said to Zhang Qingqing, "But you're drugged too. Why don't I help you with that?" Suddenly, there was a bang as the main door was pushed open. Lin Shuihan entered, pretending to be panicked, shouting, "Has anyone seen my eldest daughter?" Lin Wenfeng, hearing that Shang Zhen was in danger, had followed along. Everyone turned to look, staring strangely at Lin Shuihan. "Isn't she in her room with that psychologist?" "What? They're in the room?" Lin Shuihan suddenly became excited, pretending to be nervous as she covered her mouth and screamed, "No, Jen. Lin Wenfeng, seeing Lin Shuihan's dramatic behavior, quickly asked, "Aunt, what are you worried about? What's wrong with Shang Zhen?" Lin Shuihan stammered, pretending to be concerned. "I rushed back because I discovered that Zhen seems to like that psychologist." Everyone looked at each other. Immediately, discussions broke out. Who would have thought? Shang Zhen acts so pure but actually likes older men. They've been in the room all afternoon. Could they be? Lin Shuihan's eyes flashed with malicious delight. She said matter-of-factly, all right, stop. Auntie knows you're all concerned about Zhen. Since she got sick, I've been worried about her safety, so I installed cameras in her room. Let's see what they're doing in there." To avoid misunderstandings, Zhen's aunt, Lin Wenfeng, stared intensely at Lin Shuihan, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through her. "How could you put surveillance in Shang Zhen's room? Secret surveillance is illegal." Shang Beiki, hearing the commotion, had just come downstairs when he heard their conversation. He immediately became furious. "Lin Shuihan, are you crazy? Who allowed you to put surveillance in Shang Zhen's room?" He grabbed Lin Shuihan's hand, scolding her in a low voice. "She's my daughter, not a criminal." Lin Shuihan pulled away her hand, retreating to one side, speaking quickly. "Honey, I did this for Zhen's own good. She's young. I was afraid she might go astray." As she spoke, Lin Shuihan turned on the TV, but when she saw the empty room, her expression froze. She exclaimed excitedly, "What's going on? Didn't you say they were in the room and hadn't come down?" Just then, a girl suddenly said, "Wait, I think I hear something from the TV." Everyone immediately fell silent. They could hear intermittent, indescribable sounds from the video. Lin Shuihan was overjoyed but pretended to be heartbroken. "I can't believe it's true. Zhen and that 30-something doctor, he's engaged. How could he take advantage of Beiki?" His face turned ashen. He reached for the remote control. "Impossible. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the remote. Here, take it. Why are you angry? I'm not the one who did something wrong." As she handed the remote to Shang Beiki, she deliberately pressed the switch button. Instantly, the scene changed to the bathroom, and those ambiguous sounds became clearly audible. Shang Beiki was thunderstruck when he saw the screen. Like an enraged father figure, he shouted upstairs, "Shang Zhen, you unfilial daughter, get down here." Qin Wangfeng, seeing this scene, felt his heart wrench painfully, as if plunged into an ice cave. At that moment, Shang Zhen appeared at the stairs, yawning with a sleepy face. "Dad, did you call me?" The stepmother had installed surveillance in the prostitute's room, hoping to catch someone in front of everyone, but unexpectedly caught her own daughter. When Shang Zhen appeared safe and sound, Lin Shuihan's eyes nearly popped out. The scene erupted in chaos. If the person in the room wasn't Shang Zhen, then who was that woman? Zhang Beiki, burning with rage, burst into the room. When Zhang Qingqing heard this, she instantly lost her soul. The red marks on her face hadn't faded, and she stood there stunned with marks all over her body. Li Junming took advantage of the chaos to escape. "What's happening? Why are mom and dad here? And Shang Zhen? Wasn't she supposed to be unconscious? You unfilial daughter, you've completely disgraced our family." Shang Beiki furiously delivered a resounding slap. "Put your clothes on properly and come explain what happened." Zhang Qingqing's head was buzzing, but she became somewhat clearer. When she went downstairs, those spectating friends all gave her mocking looks. So it wasn't Shang Zhen who was with the doctor. It was Shang Qingqing. acting all proper usually. How disgusting. The malice was so intense it could have pierced through her. The huge humiliation made Shang Qingqing turn pale, especially seeing Shang Zhen watching amusedly. She instinctively shouted, "Sister, it must be you. Why did you hurt me?" She could only push everything onto Shang Zhen now. Lin Shuihan, coming to her senses, quickly wailed, "Junzhen, haven't you hurt me enough? Why would you hurt your sister too? Sister, you conspired with Li Jingming to hurt me last time, right? And now you've even let your sister suffer such humiliation. You two are truly insane." Shang Zhen glanced at them calmly and said unhurriedly, "Oh, I hurt her? Was I the one who brought Li Jingming home? Did I install the cameras? Did I make you rush back to play the video in front of everyone?" Lin Shuihan was left speechless, her mouth twisting in anger. Zhang Qingqing fell to her knees, crying, "Dad, you must believe me. Sister suddenly said she was dizzy, so I helped her upstairs with Dr. Li, but then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, she stumbled a few steps and hugged Shang Zhen, extremely grieved. Sister, I've never wronged you. I even introduced friends to you. Why did you conspire with Dr. Li to hurt me? Sister, say something." Shang Zhen was almost disgusted. She'd never seen someone so shameless. Looking down at Zhang Qingqing, she sneered, "Wasn't it you who personally brought the wine and begged me to drink it? If I'm not mistaken, to hurt me, you put drugs in both glasses, didn't you?" Grabbing Shang Qingqing's hair, she coldly mocked, "Evil deeds bring their own punishment. This is the fruit of your wickedness. You reap what you sow." After speaking, she pushed her away like throwing trash. "Sister hurt me and now she's slandering me. I don't want to live." Shang Qingqing, not wanting to stay and be humiliated further, ran crying back to her room. Shang Beiki truly loved Shang Qingqing. Even now, extremely angry, he didn't say anything harsh. Instead, he grabbed Lin Wenfeng through gritted teeth. "Wenfeng, help me report this to the police. Investigate this clearly. There must be more to this." Lin Wenfeng looked at Shang Beiki with complex emotions. He wasn't sure if it was really Shang Zhen's doing. When he saw Shang Zhen walking towards the exit, he rushed to stop her without thinking. "Shang Zhen, where are you going?" Shang Zhen stopped, her brow unfurrowed. "What, you suspect I conspired with Li Jingming and want to arrest me?" Lin Wenfeng stared, his gaze at Shang Zhen growing more pained. "Shang Zhen, was it you? Don't you already have your answer?" Before Lin Wenfeng could finish, Shang Zhen turned to leave angrily, but Lin Wenfeng grabbed her. "It really was you." Shang Zhen's words seemed to drain all strength from Lin Wenfeng. His eyes were as cold as winter stars as he gripped tighter. "How could you do such a thing? Even if you have a huge grudge against Aunt, you can't take revenge like this. Qingqing is innocent. How can she face people after this?" Shang Zhen suddenly smiled, her eyes filled with fury. Speaking through gritted teeth, she said, "Talking about innocence, have you thought about what would happen if all this had fallen on me instead? I don't have a good brother like you to help, no father to investigate, no mother to make a fuss. If I had been the one in that video, the whole Heizhong city would know about my shame within a day." Lin Wenfeng was heartbroken, his eyes full of disappointment. "Even if others plotted against you, you could have just escaped. Why did you push Xingxing into the fire? Due to the drug's effects." Shang Zhen's breathing became increasingly rapid. She didn't want to argue with Lin Wenfeng anymore. She forcefully broke free from his grip and gave him an icy glare. "That's why someone like me could never be friends with you. Get out of my sight," she said before turning to leave. Her last few words were like sharp knives, piercing deep into Lin Wenfeng's heart. Shang Zhen staggered along, trying hard to suppress her physical discomfort. She couldn't go home. She needed to find somewhere private. Just needed to endure it a bit longer. Just a bit longer. Suddenly her feet gave way. She began to fall forward just as Shang Zhen couldn't suppress the drug's effects anymore. Fung Xingyan appeared just in time and caught her. Instantly, a familiar scent enveloped her. Looking at the face so close to hers, deeply etched into her soul, she called out softly and hoarsely, "Fung Xingyan." Then without hesitation, she kissed him. Fung Xingyan was startled by her sudden passion. Feeling the heat from Shang Zhen's body, he suppressed his desire and pushed her away. Frowning, he asked, "Shang Zhen, what's wrong? You're burning up. I'll take you to a doctor." But Shang Zhen's eyes were filled with tears as she looked up and questioned, "Why don't you like me? What did I do wrong?" Fung Xingyan's heart tightened. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. When Shang Zhen woke up, she was in Fung Xingyan's bedroom. Seeing her awake, Fung Xingyan walked in with a glass of water. "These are medicines from Dr. Yan. Take them and you'll feel better soon. Don't worry." But Shang Zhen had forgotten what happened earlier and looked at Fung Xingyan confused. "Why am I here?" Hu Jingyan looked at her fondly and smiled gently. "Silly, don't you remember? You suddenly called me but didn't say anything. I was worried something happened, so I went looking for you. The missing fragments flashed through Zhang Zhen's mind. She had clearly been delirious when saying those things, but they were all things Zhang Zhen had wanted to say in revenge in her previous life, becoming an obsession across 2 lifetimes. She swallowed the medicine, then quickly ran out of Fung Xingyan's house. Watching her leave, he smiled slightly. Shy little thing. I'll let you off this time. Then he went downstairs and instructed Zuo Qi, help the police catch Li Jingming today. If anyone's manipulating Li Jingming, you know what to do. Zuo Zan accepted the order and quickly left. When Shang Zhen returned to her rental apartment, she was slightly surprised to see Sikong Jin sitting on the sofa. Finding him there so quickly, Sikong Jin had regained his devilish charm, showing no trace of his previous angry, murderous state. Zhang Wan glanced at him and said coolly, Mr. Sikong, isn't it inappropriate to break into someone's home? But since you're here, let's settle the score about you cutting me earlier. At the mention of this, Sikong Jin's face instantly darkened. He stood up, dangerously eyeing Shang Zhen, and spoke coldly. If I remember correctly, Miss Shang almost got me arrested the other night. Now you're asking for compensation. Isn't that excessive? Zhang Zhenqing didn't back down. Your crimes are serious offenses. Those people at Wang Wharf weren't good people either. What's wrong with me calling the police? And if you weren't certain your second uncle was problematic, why would you be here? I sent you such important information. Is it really excessive to ask for compensation? With a thud, Sikong Jin trapped her against the wall with his hands. His eyes were fierce, but his tone was seductive as he asked, Miss Shang is right. Your information deserves compensation. He lifted Shang Zhen's chin with a predatory look. Want me to offer myself in return? Shang Zhen smiled slightly, her eyes showing determination. You're not bad. You could barely qualify as a backup option. Sikong Jin stood up straight. Despite his good background, this was the first time someone dared to treat him like this, suggesting he be a backup option. Very reckless. Suddenly his eyes turned cold. In the next moment, he pressed the gun directly against Shang Zhen's forehead. Tell me, what's your real purpose? The smile completely vanished from Sikong Jin's face, replaced by an icy, gloomy expression. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. You're very clever. You know a lot. Others might be led by the nose, but you don't understand me at all. Did you think I would let someone with impure motives save my brother? If you thought I wouldn't kill you because you sparked my interest, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Sikong Jin never expected to be outmaneuvered by Shang Zhen repeatedly. Just as he held the gun to Shang Zhen's head, suddenly a silver needle pierced his hand. His entire arm instantly went numb and lost sensation. Before he could react, Shang Zhen grabbed his hand and yanked hard. With one swift move, she pinned him to the floor. The next moment, the cold gun barrel was pressed against his head. Shang Zhen jabbed his head twice forcefully. With a mocking smile, she said, Mr. Sikong, how does it feel to be on the receiving end? Sikong Jin lifted his head, revealing his narrow, cold eyes as he glared at Shang Zhen. You got quite a few tricks. Shang Zhen leaned in and whispered, everyone has their trump cards. As for not understanding you, you're right, because there's no need to. As she spoke, she slowly lowered herself, keeping the gun steady while her other hand pinched Sikong Jin's cheek. She said devilishly, if you don't behave, I'll make you behave. So why should I bother understanding you? Sikong Jin struggled but couldn't break free from Shang Zhen's control. Embarrassed and angry, he said, damn you, Shang Zhen, let go of me. Don't you consider the consequences of your actions? Sikong Jin couldn't understand. The Sikong family was a giant that the Shang family should look up to. How dare this woman? Shang Zhen coldly snapped, her eyes icy. The worst consequence is death. That's not so terrible. Her expression suddenly changed as she frowned at Sikong Jin, saying coldly, if you ever point a gun at me again, I'll cripple your hands. I always keep my word. This resolute threat made Sikong Jin pause, silently cursing this arrogant woman. Shang Zhen stood up and sat on the sofa. Now, back to business. My intelligence helped prevent internal chaos in the Sikong family. Transfer 5 million to my account. As for your brother's illness, I know what to do. I'll contact you when the time comes. Sikong Jin's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of urgency. Money isn't an issue. But when exactly is the right time? Shang Zhen laughed. When I'm in a good mood. Her words made Sikong Jin's suppressed anger surge again. He suddenly laughed bitterly. Miss Shang certainly has a talent for infuriating people. I wonder if you're this sharp-tongued in bed too. Shang Zhen looked up, meeting Sikong Jin's meaningful gaze with a slight smile. You'll never find out. Just then, her phone rang. It was the police station. Li Jingming had been caught, and they wanted Shang Zhen to come assist with the investigation. After hanging up, Shang Zhen turned to Sikong Jin with a serious expression. I need you to help me with something. On her way to the police station, Shang Zhen kept thinking. At this point, Lin Shuihan would definitely find someone to deal with her. She wondered if it would be the Lin family head. Before she could finish her thought, suddenly a large hand reached out from the side. It yanked her into an alley, pressing her against the wall. With one glance, Shang Zhen recognized him, Wan Shaolun, head of the Wan family in the capital, Wan Heng's adopted son. Lin Shuihan really dared to ask this person for help. So you're Shang Zhen? The man's cold voice rang out. As he spoke, he violently grabbed Shang Zhen's throat. Do you know why I'm looking for you? The man suddenly released his grip with a half smile, assuming a gentlemanly manner. Since you don't know me, let me introduce myself. I'm Wan Shaolun. Have you heard of the Bible? Actually, I didn't want to catch you, but you hurt my precious little thing. Since I happen to be in Heizhong City, I'll teach you a lesson. Let you know who you can and cannot mess with. Shang Zhen touched her reddened neck, secretly laughing, liking Wan Shaolun, liking Shang Qingqing, such lies. The reason he said this was because Shang Qingqing was the illegitimate daughter of Wan Heng, the head of the Wan family in the capital, and his only child, of course. Shang Qingqing didn't know this yet. Seeing Shang Zhen remain silent, Wan Shaolun lifted her chin with interest. Thinking about Li Jingming? Don't worry, I've taken care of him. Not only will he identify you, but soon the police will find evidence of your private purchase of the virus. And that Mr. Sikong won't be able to help you. He leaned closer to Shang Zhen, whispering playfully in her ear. Unless something unexpected happens, you're going to jail, Miss Shang. His hot breath on her face made her feel sick. She violently shoved Wan Shaolun away, glaring at him fiercely. She said, are you done? Can I leave now? Wan Shaolun smiled wickedly. You can, but Miss Shang, you haven't given me something yet. He held up a USB drive between his long fingers, waving it. This won't do you any good in your hands. Better give it to me. Shang Zhen tensed up seeing the USB drive. When did he take it? The drive contained all the surveillance data. Wan Shaolun looked at Shang Zhen, taking a greedy deep breath. Your scent is lovely, and you feel nice too. Too bad you're going to jail, and I can't stay here long. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you leave. Shang Zhen pushed Wan Shaolun away forcefully, her eyes showing disgust and fear. Unlike you, I feel sick just looking at you. Wan Shaolun sneered. Just as he was about to react, Shang Zhen had already turned and left. In her previous life, it was Wan Shaolun who provided the virus to Shang Jingjing, causing her terminal illness. But Wan Shaolun was notorious for his viciousness and cunning. She couldn't confront him directly yet. At the police station entrance, she received a text from Sikong Jin. Sorry, Li Jingming has been bought by someone else. After reading the message, Shang Zhen walked into the police station with a composed expression. As soon as she entered, she was met with Lin Shuiyan's triumphant sneer. Surprised? You dare to fight against us alone when Qingqing is the beloved of the Wan family's next heir. You're really not afraid of death. I underestimated you before, but it doesn't matter. Now we have Li Jingming's entire family in our hands. Who do you think you'll side with? You little wretch. Just wait to go to jail. Shang Zhen had just entered the police station when Shang Beiqi approached and slapped her hard across the face. All evidence pointed to Shang Zhen, including Li Jingming's testimony. Shang Zhen stood straight, her back rigid, meeting Shang Beiqi's disappointed gaze with icy eyes. Evidence can be fabricated. What can I say? Lin Shuihan crossed her arms, voice raised high and firm. Evidence can be fabricated? What about Li Jingming's accusation? If he identifies you, are you going to say he was bought off too? Looking at the overwhelming evidence and Shang Zhen's calm demeanor, Lin Wenfeng was in internal conflict. Shang Zhen had a point. Through the prison bars, he seriously questioned Li Jingming. Who put you up to this? Think carefully. You're already guilty. If you dare to lie now, you'll only add to your crimes. Li Jingming heard Lin Wenfeng's words. He scanned the faces outside the bars. Everyone was staring at him coldly, thinking of his family held by Wan Shaolun and Lin Shuihan. Li Jingming finally made up his mind. The person who instructed me, it's… Li Jingming looked at Shang Zhen. It's Lin Shuihan. The words hadn't fully left his mouth. Lin Shuihan immediately pointed at Shang Zhen and exploded. I knew it was you. Why would you do this to Qingqing? Why would you do this to me? After she finished speaking, she suddenly felt like she had misheard something. Seeing everyone looking at her in shock, she finally realized, wait, what did Li Jingming just say? Did you misspeak? Lin Xuan's eyes turned red as she shook the prison bars. Screaming, Li Jingming finally stopped hesitating. He pointed angrily at Lin Xuehan, his eyes filled with hatred. I didn't misspeak. You're the one who instructed me. You not only seduced me but also paid me to harm Shang Zhen. I'm not even a skilled psychological counselor. Stop talking. Stop. Where are the police? Get him out of here. Lin Xuehan backed away, covering her ears, screaming hysterically. Before anyone could react, two men came from behind the bars and forcibly dragged Li Jingming away. Li Jingming knew his fate, but he was determined not to let Lin Xuehan off easily. It was Lin Xuehan who ruined me. She would stop at nothing to destroy Shang Zhen. It was all her doing. Seeing people move at Lin Xuehan's command, Lin Wenfeng quickly grabbed the bars, asking seriously, "Where are you taking him?" An officer approached Lin Wenfeng. "Sorry, sir, chief's orders." He said he wants to interrogate him personally. Lin Wenfeng suddenly understood. It probably wasn't the chief at all, but rather the person behind Lin Xuehan. They were surprisingly powerful. After Li Jingming's voice faded, Zhang Beiqi approached Lin Xuehan furiously, raising his hand to strike. Is what he said true? Why would you do this to Zhen? No, it's not true. Lin Xuehan fell to her knees. She clung to Zhang Beiqi's legs, weakly trying to defend herself. Shang Zhen watched from the side with her hand on her hip, smiling, though thinking about it, probably only he could make Wan Xiaowen lose face like this. In a small room, Wan Xiaowen slapped Li Jingming across the face, knocking him to the ground. Flexing his hand, he asked coldly, "Why didn't you follow orders?" He thought about how he had confidently declared Shang Zhen would go to jail, only to be humiliated so severely. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable. Li Jingming faced Wan Xiaolun's fierce gaze without fear. "Why should I listen to you? You threatened me from the start. Even if I followed your orders, I wouldn't have had a good ending." He struggled to sit up, kneeling and shouting, "You don't know, do you? Someone came to me before you did. They said they had already protected my family. So why shouldn't I listen to the people protecting me?" Enraged, he kicked Li Jingming hard. His expression turned cold and venomous, murderous intent evident in his eyes. "Sikong Jin, why do you always oppose me?" By the time everything was over, it was already night. Shang Zhen left the police station in high spirits. Lin Wenfeng, feeling guilty about his earlier suspicions, followed her. He was about to apologize, but before he could speak, someone emerged from the shadows. They pulled Shang Zhen into their embrace. Lin Wenfeng stopped when he saw who it was. He must be the person Shang Zhen wanted to see most right now. Sikong Jin's sudden appearance startled Shang Zhen. He raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. "Happy to see me? Are you grateful? Want to show your gratitude with yourself?" These three sudden questions made Shang Zhen roll her eyes at him, but she still said softly, "Thank you for today." What's there to thank? The Wan family has always been detestable. Though appearing nonchalant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If he just stayed out of it, that would be fine. But he dared to lay hands on you. I'll have to cut off his hands. Shang Zhen's expression changed slightly. Then she smiled playfully. Wan Xiaolun is indeed hateful. Want to teach him an unforgettable lesson? How domineering could Fung Xingye be in protecting his wife? After leaving the police station, they walked side by side under the streetlights. Shang Zhen smiled and said to Fung Xingye, "As far as I know, Wan Xiaowen came this time for the land in Chengxi. The Wan family wants to build a luxury villa complex there, and the landowner will sell through bidding. The Wan family is determined to get it. What you need to do is drive up the price of that land." Fung Xingye was surprised that Shang Zhen knew about this. He stroked his chin, hesitating. "That land is not bad. I want it too. Are you suggesting I give it up?" Shang Zhen glanced at him with a smile. "Not give it up willingly, but reluctantly. The land looks good, but there's a large amount of buried garbage underneath. After years of decomposition, it's severely polluted. I guarantee that if the Wan family invests there, they'll lose everything." Though curious, Fung Xingye firmly believed Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen suddenly stopped walking, her expression turning serious. "Also, I need to clear up the misunderstanding between us. What I said to you earlier today was when I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't like you anymore now. I hope we can have a new beginning from now on." The words, "don't like anymore," brought a bitter feeling to Fung Xingye's heart. Before Shang Zhen could say more, He suddenly pulled her waist close and kissed her, then quickly released her, staring intently. A new beginning? I don't need that. Now it's my turn to pursue you, even if you don't like me as much now. The complexity in Fung Xingyi's eyes turned into determination. I will definitely win you over. The next day, Shang Beiki knocked on Shang Zhen's door. Junzhen, young Master Fung is here. He says he wants to take you to the auction. Shang Zhen rubbed her sleepy eyes and checked the time. She told Shang Beiki, I know. Let me get ready first. Tell him to wait. Just as she was about to change clothes, Gong Xingyan pushed the door open directly. Shang Zhen, I've become a stylist. Let me help you get ready. No rush. A pillow hit Gong Xingyan square in the face. Get out. In the living room, Gong Xingyan sat cross-legged, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Is the Shang family this poor? The servants' quarters at the Fung estate are bigger than Miss Shang's room. Though seemingly casual, her words were ice-cold. Zhang Beiki sat nearby, his heart tightening. He laughed awkwardly. I've been too careless. Junzhen's mother has been managing the household affairs. Shang Zhen's mother is dead. Is your house haunted? Fung Xingye glared at Zhang Beiki, anger rolling in his eyes, his aura radiating cold. Shang Zhen is my fiancé. I hope your entire family remembers that. His powerful presence made Zhang Beiki break out in cold sweat. At this moment, the stylist came down. She exclaimed, Young Master Fung, quickly look at your beautiful fiancé. She's the most beautiful artwork I've ever seen. Fung Xingye put down his laptop and looked over. In an instant, the whole room seemed to light up. Shang Zhen wore a white strapless fitted gown paired with a ruby necklace. Her lifted lips formed a cool smile as she looked down at everything before her. Her entire demeanor was elegantly ice-cold. Bewitching. Fung Xingye stepped forward, greedily admiring the woman before him. Suddenly he bent down and held her waist, his voice low and magnetic. I suddenly don't want to take you out. I don't want others to see you looking this beautiful. Shang Zhen pushed Fung Xingye away, saying coolly, it's time to leave. Gong Xingyan grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. She put the family heirloom engagement ring on her finger. Aren't we dealing with Wan Shaowen? If you don't wear this ring, won't he notice something's wrong? Besides, this belongs to you, and only you. At the auction venue, just as they got out of the car, Wan Shaowen approached with a smile. If it isn't Miss Shang, I'm so glad we meet again. Fung Xingye directly embraced Shang Zhen and walked past him. Wan Shaowen's face darkened, but since it was Fung Xingye and their family's cooperation was at stake, he had to be friendly. Young Master Fung seems to dislike me. Is it because of Miss Shang? I can explain. There might be a misunderstanding. Fung Xingye didn't turn around, his tone cold and contemptuous. You're not worthy of speaking to me. You're just the Wan family's dog, and I don't talk to dogs. Wan Shaowen's face turned green instantly, with a hint of anger. I am the Wan family heir. You're just an adopted son. Gong Xingyan interrupted coldly, analyzing. If Wan Heng has a child, you'll have to step aside. You're not an heir. You're just a forced substitute, a disposable toy. Wan Shaowen couldn't bear it anymore, his expression becoming twisted. Speaking like this, are you trying to make an enemy of the entire Wan family? Fung Xingye laughed mockingly, sighing lightly. This is the first time I've known a dog could speak for its master. After speaking, Fung Xingye directly led Shang Zhen inside. Junzhen, let's go in. Dogs just know how to bark at the door. Wan Shaowen's teeth ground together, the fury in his eyes seeming to burn everything. Fung Xingye, Shang Zhen, I want you both dead. One action from Shang Zhen and Fung Xingye made Sikong Jin lose 4.8 billion. The auction began, with the host introducing items on stage. Fung Xingye took Shang Zhen's hand affectionately, saying, tell me what you like. I'll buy it all for you. Shang Zhen acted coy on the surface but whispered, can you stop being so handsy? Fung Xingye replied matter-of-factly. Wan Shaowen is watching. If you want to fool him, you should cooperate with me. Wan Shaowen sat nearby, watching the two with dark eyes, like a snake ready to strike. Soon, they reached the fifth item. The host detailed on stage, a plot in West City, with a natural lake nearby. Because the seller needs to sell quickly, starting price is 800 million, minimum increment 10 million. Before the host finished, Shang Zhen said to Fung Xingye, I want this land. Her voice was just loud enough for Wan Shaowen to hear. Father wants to build a hospital, but all the places he's looked at are too small. You said you like me. right? I want this land. Wan Xiaowen was delighted, not expecting Shang Zhen to want this land too. He had been interested in it but was too busy dealing with Lin Shuiyan's matter to inspect it properly. But since Shang Zhen wanted it, Feng Xingye would surely buy it. When the host announced the start of bidding, people below began bidding, quickly reaching 40 billion. Shang Zhen anxiously tugged at Feng Xingye's clothes. Hurry and bid. Someone else will buy it. Feng Xingye narrowed his eyes, playing with a strand of her hair, breathing in her cold fragrance. He drew closer unconsciously. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Since I promised you, I'll definitely get it for you. He then raised his number plate and calmly said, 1.5 billion. Everyone gasped in shock. The Fung family was indeed wealthy, raising it to 1.5 billion in one go. The couple instantly became the center of attention, with envious glances from those around them, especially those female guests, who wished they were the ones in Feng Xingye's arms. Wan Xiaowen appropriately raised his number plate, 1.6 billion. He secretly rejoiced, thinking it wasn't good for Feng Xingye to lose his head every time. If you want this land, I'll deliberately drive up the price and make you lose money. Seeing Wan Xiaowen raise the price, Shang Zhen gave him a disgusted glare. Feng Xingye calmly raised his plate again, 2 billion. Wan Xiaowen couldn't hide his glee. He immediately followed with another 500 million increase. Neither would back down, the bids coming one after another. Soon it reached 4.5 billion. At this point, Wan Xiaowen's assistant grabbed his hand, firmly saying, "Stop bidding. This land isn't worth this price." Wan Xiaowen hesitated. Feng Xingye laughed mockingly. So a dog is still a dog. Needs someone to hold its leash when going out. This pointed remark instantly made Wan Xiaowen's anger flare up. The next second, he pushed away the assistant Wan Heng had assigned him and gritted out, 4.8 billion. Feng Xingye frowned, just about to say, 5, when Shang Zhen stopped him. Forget it. Don't bid anymore. It's too expensive. I don't deserve this. Feng Xingye took the chance to pinch her cheek affectionately, saying, "This amount is nothing. If you want it, I'll buy it for you." Wan Xiaowen caught every word Feng Xingye said. Feng Xingye, just wait to lose money. Shang Zhen seriously grabbed Feng Xingye's hand and said coyly, "If your mother knows I made you waste money like this, she won't love me anymore. Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Feng Xingye hesitated, then spoke reluctantly. "All right, I'll listen to you. I won't buy it then." Shang Zhen turned to Wan Xiaowen with a wicked smile. "Mr. Wan, we don't want this land anymore. Since you want it so badly, it's all yours. Damn it." Wan Xiaowen's face turned ashen as he violently threw down his number plate. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I've been set up. You dared trick me." The host wiped sweat from his forehead and carefully brought down the gavel. "Sold." Feng Xingye acted as if nothing happened, laughing and chatting with Shang Zhen. After the auction ended, the host began the final routine segment. "All items have been sold. Now, would anyone like to contribute to charity?" As soon as the host finished speaking, Wan Xiaowen sat in front of Shang Zhen with a cold smile. "Miss Shang has nothing to offer? As young Master Feng's fiancé, won't you contribute to charity? Or is young Master Feng's love for Miss Shang fake?" Wan Xiaowen sneered, continuing, "Can't Miss Shang produce even one item?" Shang Zhen looked at Feng Xingye strangely. She didn't know about this custom, and Feng Xingye hadn't mentioned it beforehand. Feng Xingye gave Wan Xiaowen a cold look. He wouldn't let anyone speak ill of his woman. He bent down and whispered in Shang Zhen's ear, "The ruby necklace on your neck is an antique. Donate that." Shang Zhen could feel Feng Xingye's care for her, but this affection came inexplicably. In her previous life, he clearly hated her and got engaged to Yu Mengru. Now he claims to like her, but now she no longer wanted to guess his intentions. Nor did she have the strength to be involved in this relationship. Better to end it all now. Shang Zhen took off the ring on her hand. She gently placed it on the display platform. In the silent hall, there was only a crack. Feng Xingye had actually crushed his wine glass. To make Feng Xingye give up on her, Shang Zhen had actually put the Fung family's engagement ring up for auction. She wasn't worried about the ring falling into someone else's hands. She was just using this method to tell Feng Xingye she didn't want to marry him. Not at all. Seeing Feng Xingye's angry expression, she suddenly smiled. "This is my donation. Starting price, 10 million. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman below excitedly asked, "Is this the Fung family's engagement token? Wouldn't getting it be equivalent to being engaged to young Master Fung?" Shang Zhen nodded without looking at Feng Xingye. The female guests were overjoyed. Someone immediately called out 100 million. Then another person bid 200 million, 300 million. and it kept climbing. The crowd's enthusiasm nearly lifted the roof. Fung Xingye could no longer contain his anger. He suddenly roared, "I'd like to see who dares to bid." The CEO's fury instantly silenced the venue. His powerful aura seemed capable of igniting the air itself. His face was cold as ice, his eyes flashing with lightning. He yanked off his tie and strode toward the stage. "Who gave you the courage?" His voice was like winter frost, terrifyingly cold. With each step Fung Xingye took, his anger intensified. He glared at the woman before him, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. "What exactly do you take me for?" Shang Zhen was surprised to see Fung Xingye charging toward her. She had thought he would endure it, buy back the ring, and then never associate with her again. But this direct confrontation caught her off guard. She was at a loss for what to do. Her dignity was shattered. Was this inviting him to humiliate her further? Although she had embarrassed Fung Xingye, she still felt resentful. Why should he be angry? When he hated her, she had to endure it. Now that he liked her, did she have to accept it? Shang Zhen looked up and asked word by word, "Since this ring was given to me, why can't I auction it off? I bid 500 million. Wan Xiaowen suddenly called out, though he didn't know why Shang Zhen suddenly wanted to slap Fung Xingye's face. But if not now, then when? Since it was given to her, she could auction it if she wanted. Fung Xingye's icy eyes shot a cold glare at Wan Xiaowen. He coldly said, "Sorry, you're too ugly." Ignoring Wan Xiaowen's expression, he directly grabbed Shang Zhen's hand and forcefully put the ring back on her finger. Shang Zhen's whole body stiffened, her heart both sour and cold. She didn't dare move as Fung Xingye's thin lips pressed tightly together. He looked at her and said word by word in front of everyone, "No matter what you think, I only want you." He forcefully pulled Shang Zhen into his arms and bit down hard. Shang Zhen struggled desperately, but catching a glimpse of the lingering pain in Fung Xingye's reddened eyes, her heart grew more bitter. It seemed she had truly hurt him. Things had come to this point. Why wouldn't he let go? On the way back, Shang Zhen was prepared to face his anger. After her rebirth, her soul only contained hatred and survival instinct. She had once hated Fung Xingye, but after learning the truth about why he disliked her, she suddenly stopped hating him. Without hate, there would be no love. This life she only wanted revenge. She wanted nothing else. Shang Zhen remained silent. Fung Xingye, still angry, couldn't help but steal a glance at her. "Shang Zhen, don't you have anything to say to me?" Completely forgetting the huge insult he just suffered, he even seemed a bit pitiful. "You're my woman. I won't hold what just happened against you. But don't do that again in the future. Understand?" He couldn't help moving closer, taking her hand. "Is it because of how I treated you before? Now that I've suddenly changed, you can't accept it yet?" Shang Zhen finally turned her head and looked at him seriously. "Tonight has nothing to do with you. I just don't like you anymore. That's why I showed my attitude. If you remain obsessed, I guarantee such things will happen again." Shang Zhen's cold voice froze Fung Xingye's smile on his face. Then his anger surged again. Fung Xingye suddenly roared, thinking these words were meant for him. The driver quickly pulled over. "Get out now." Fung Xingye's sharp eyes shot toward the driver. The driver immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Yes, young master." He quickly pulled over and stopped the car. He hurriedly fled, not daring to stay a moment longer. Fung Xingye glared fiercely at Shang Zhen. "What do you mean? Do I disgust you so much that you're trying every way to escape?" Fung Xingye asked through gritted teeth. "Do you have any heart at all? When I'm good to you, you ignore it. Must you only remember those past troubles?" He shouldn't have mentioned it, but once he did. Shang Zhen also got angry, her face covered in frost. She coldly retorted, "Yes, I am petty. Yes, I remember all those past troubles. I remember how you ignored me but showed such care for Yu Mengru. I remember how you told me more than once with disgust not to appear before you again." With each word Shang Zhen spoke, Fung Xingye's anger retreated an inch. By the end, his anger had completely extinguished, replaced by guilt. Shang Zhen suddenly pushed Fung Xingye down onto the seat, straddling his thighs. "What do you want from provoking me? Was that time 5 months ago so unforgettable? Being schemed against and touched by someone you hate. You must now view women as poisonous snakes. So after holding back for so long, you thought of me again?" Shang Zhen gave a cold laugh and suddenly lifted Fung Xingye's chin. "You want it, right? I can give it to you. But please don't talk to me about things like love and gentleness. It annoys me." She pulled Fung Xingye close. The last word was lost between their lips. Fung Xingye dropped Shang Zhen off at her doorstep. He left without looking back. As soon as Shang Zhen was gone, Fung Xingyi's expression turned cold. He ordered, assign people to protect Junzhen long-term. Report immediately if anything happens. Also, spread the news about the problematic delivery. Everyone must know about it by tomorrow. Tang Qi nodded. Then he heard Fung Xingye say through gritted teeth, if it weren't for Wan Shaolun, Junzhen wouldn't have had to go on stage to bid, and wouldn't have done such things in a moment of impulse. Wan family, this isn't over. Wan Shaolun quickly saw the report about that land on his computer. It turned out that the waste wasn't ordinary garbage. It contained many chemical residues and would be extremely difficult to clean up. Although the Wan family was wealthy, losing over 4 billion at once with no way to make up for it in the short term would definitely be a crisis. Wan Hang, standing beside Wan Shaolun, said sinisterly, the family head already knows about this. He's very angry. Upon hearing this, Wan Shaolun pointed his gun at him. Have you forgotten who's the master here? You're just a dog. The assistant wasn't afraid at all. He sneered contemptuously. I may be a dog, but I'm the family head's dog. After what you've done, prepare to be cut off by the family head. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet went through his forehead. Wan Shaolun's gloomy face revealed a vicious smile. Fung Xingye, Shang Zhen, you've successfully angered me. I'll make sure you taste what it's like to be unable to live or die. How handsome can a man be when he sees through a green tea bitch's true nature? Early morning, Fung Xingye bombarded Shang Zhen with calls, but she mercilessly ignored them all. When Shang Zhen came downstairs, she saw Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing eagerly surrounding Shang Beiki. Going back to 5 days ago, when she had just returned home, the three of them had approached her. Shang Beiki forced a smile and said to Shang Zhen, Junzhen, Li Jingming's case has finally been solved. It was your father's nemesis who was behind it. He's in jail now. Shang Zhen sneered, knowing without being told that this must be Wan Shengwen's doing. Looking at their ugly faces now, she thought, since Wan Shaowen insisted on helping Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing clear their names, she would play along with them slowly. At this moment, Pang Qi knocked and entered. He respectfully said, Miss Shang, the young master says the weather is nice today and wants to take you to a suburban wine chateau to taste his precious collection. While Pang Qi spoke about wine tasting, his eyes blinked, hinting that the young master said Sikong Jia was in danger. But since you promised to treat them, he would accompany you today. Before Shang Zhen could speak, Shang Qingqing eagerly asked, Sister Pangjiuma, can I come too? Shang Zhen smiled. Shang Qingqing, why do you always want to follow when you hear about Fung Xingye? Before, whenever Aunt asked me to go to the Fung family, you had to follow. What are you after? Shang Zhen smiled mischievously with implied meaning. Fung Xingye is my fiancé. He doesn't have any brothers. Lin Shuihan interjected from the side. Junzhen, aren't you usually not social? Qingqing accompanying you is just to help warm up the atmosphere. Otherwise, people might think our family has no manners. Right, Beiki? Shang Zhen couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, Dad, when I'm dating my future husband, having my little sister selfishly tag along, even if Shang Qingqing doesn't mean anything by it, what will others think? That you're offering both your daughters for him to choose from, or perhaps to share? Just as Shang Beiki was about to speak, he was choked by Shang Zhen's blunt words. Thinking that she would no longer be able to properly approach Fung Xingye, Shang Qingqing said resentfully, Sister doesn't want me to come along. Probably because she wants to do something private. She pretended to suddenly realize and giggled coyly. Oh right, I almost forgot. Sister is already Fung Xingye's woman. You're right. A cold, proud voice suddenly rang out. Fung Xingye strode in with an imposing manner. Junzhen is my woman. Do you have a problem with that? As he spoke, he walked directly to Shang Zhen and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His ice-cold demeanor instantly changed to gentle words. Why didn't you answer my calls? Are you still angry? Fung Xingye's intimate behavior, ignoring everyone else, left the whole room stunned. Shang Qingqing watched with trembling anger. Since when had Fung Xingye become so close with Shang Zhen? Didn't he used to hate her? However, Shang Zhen firmly pushed against Fung Xingye, her attitude cold. Let's go. Weren't you going to invite me for wine tasting? In front of Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing? He didn't directly refuse. Seeing them about to leave, Shang Qingqing suddenly felt malicious. Oh, Young Master Fung and sister are so close now. That's wonderful. Oh right, does Sister Mengru know? She'll be so happy when she finds out. The mention of Mengru instantly made Fung Xingyi's face turn cold. His sharp gaze shot toward Shang Qingqing, who glared back in disgust. What is Yu Mengru to me? Do I need to report my relationship with Junzhen to her? His voice was faint but carried an icy chill. Shang Zhen laughed coldly and sighed. Her gaze quickly swept over Fung Xingye. What is Yu Mengru to you? The whole city knows. Why make things difficult for others? Her look made Fung Xingye's heart skip a beat. Great. Junzhen was angry, watching Fung Xingye chase after Shang Zhen as they left. Shang Qingqing's face became extremely distorted. She quickly typed out a message on her phone and sent it to Yu Mengru. She refused to believe she couldn't defeat Shang Zhen. Even Yu Mengru wasn't good enough. A coward wanting to rise up? She would completely destroy her. After arriving at the Sikong house, Sikong Jin had been waiting for a long time. My father is in the backyard. Miss Shang, young Master Fung, please come this way. To kill Shang Zhen, they had conspired with others to secretly change the drug composition. Fung Xingye accompanied Shang Zhen to treat Sikong Jin's brother. Because of the previous Li Jingming incident, Sikong Jin hadn't tried his best, so Shang Zhen's attitude towards Sikong Jin was cold and distant. Leading Shang Zhen into the backyard, among layers of flowers, a clean but frail young man was painting under a flower trellis. Sikong Jin introduced, "This is my brother, Sikong Chongsheng." Shang Zhen carefully observed him. Then she said to them, "Please leave first. People will interfere with my treatment of him." Sikong Jin hesitated. After all, he had just offended Shang Zhen. If he left his brother alone with her, he was still worried. Just as he was about to speak, Fung Xingye interrupted him. "Don't you have questions about the last contract? Let's discuss it elsewhere." Fung Xingye's attitude was extremely arrogant, making it impossible for Sikong Jin to refuse. He turned and seriously instructed the bodyguard nearby, "Take good care of the young master." The bodyguard nodded very seriously. "Yes, don't worry." When Wang Chen heard the voice, he suddenly turned around, his eyes full of hatred. It was this man. Shang Zhen remembered clearly. In her previous life, it was him. Wang Chen said he was following Sikong Jin's orders when he intercepted her at the airport and handed her over to Shang Qingqing. It was also him who, listening to Shang Qingqing, stole her research results, and even broke her drawing hand. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ended up being falsely accused by Shang Qingqing without being able to prove her innocence. Wang Chen, it's time for you to pay for what you did back then. Shang Zhen suppressed the fury in her eyes and walked towards Sikong Chongsheng. Hearing footsteps, the young man immersed in his painting slightly raised his head. His azure eyes showed confusion. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Shang Zhen's brilliant star-like eyes sparkled slightly as she said gently, "Sikong Chongsheng, I'm Shang Zhen. I'm here to cure you." Hearing this, Sikong Chongsheng smiled slightly. "Thank you for your concern, but no one can cure me." Shang Zhen also smiled, very confidently. "No one could cure you before because you hadn't met me yet." Her confident attitude made Sikong Chongsheng's eyes brighten as he looked at her carefully. She tied up her hair and said softly to Sikong Chongsheng, "Come lie down. I'll help you with acupuncture first to boost your energy." She had treated Sikong Chongsheng's illness in her previous life. He was born with deficiencies and incomplete heart meridians. While ordinary doctors might be helpless, this was just a minor illness to her. As long as she regularly increased the moisture in his heart meridians and supplemented with medicine, his body would recover to normal within half a year. Looking at Shang Zhen's expressionless face, Sikong Chongsheng thought she was also at a loss and quickly tried to comfort her. "Did my brother force you to come? Don't worry, even if you can't cure me, I won't let my brother blame you." Mentioning his brother, Sikong Chongsheng's eyes lit up, the radiance seeming able to dispel all darkness. "My brother might seem scary on the surface, but he's actually a good person. When we were young and our uncle drove us out of the house, when we had nowhere to go, mother told brother to abandon me, but he never gave up on me. During the day he dropped out of school to work, and at night he carried cargo at the docks. If it weren't for him, I would have died from illness back then. He's the best brother in the world." Shang Zhen hadn't expected Sikong Jin to have such a past. She patted Sikong Chongsheng's head. She said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll cure you. The acupuncture will hurt a little, Please bear with it. Sikong Chongsheng nodded vigorously. Alright, I'll fully cooperate with you. As she finished speaking, a silver flash appeared, and a silver needle suddenly appeared in Shang Zhen's hand. She quickly inserted it into Sikong Chongsheng's chest. He couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Hearing the sound, Wang Chen immediately rushed over, anxiously calling out, "Young master." Then he looked at Shang Zhen with an inscrutable expression and asked, "Miss Shang, what did you do to the young master?" Shang Zhen glanced at Wang Chen and said coldly, "Nothing. I just saw that his energy was low, and I'm afraid he won't be able to handle the strong medicine I'll prescribe, so I'm boosting his energy first. Follow the prescription to get the medicine. Boil it over high heat for half an hour, then bring it here." When Wang Chen heard that Shang Zhen would prescribe powerful medicine later, a flash of calculation crossed his face. He deliberately said, "Miss Shang, you were brought here by young Master Fung. I shouldn't doubt you, but please make sure the prescription is correct. Don't make any mistakes that might harm the young master." Shang Zhen knew what he was thinking and coldly interrupted, "I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Now hurry up and go." This was exactly what Wang Chen was waiting for. He walked to a secluded spot and called Shang Qingqing. "Miss Qingqing, Fung Xingye brought his sister to the Sikong house. She's here to treat Sikong Chongsheng. What's her background? Can she really cure that sickly boy?" Hearing this, Shang Qingqing felt intense jealousy and quickly thought of a poisonous scheme. "Tell me, if Shang Zhen harms Sikong Chongsheng, will Sikong Jin just report it to the Shang family?" Wang Chen seemed to guess Shang Qingqing's meaning and sneered. "No, Shang Zhen was brought here by Fung Xingye, so she represents the Fung family. Besides, don't you have me? I won't let anyone hurt you." Hearing Wang Chen say this, Shang Qingqing felt relieved. She laughed darkly. "Then what are we waiting for? My dear sister studied traditional Chinese medicine. I don't understand those herbs, but who can tell if there's a little more or less of something? Don't you agree?" Wang Chen laughed along. "Qingqing, you're so clever. Let's meet tonight. I'll book a room at our usual place and wait for you." Shang Qingqing's coquettish voice came through. "You're naughty, but I miss you too." Meeting her tonight, no one knew that Wang Chen had secretly pledged allegiance to Sikong Jin's uncle. Given how much Sikong Jin valued Sikong Chongsheng, this was the perfect opportunity to severely wound Sikong Jin. When Sikong Jin and the Fung family fight, wouldn't they be the ones to benefit? Soon, Wang Chen returned with the medicine and said in a composed voice, "Miss Shang, the medicine is ready." Shang Zhen took the medicine and smelled it, discovering that Wang Chen had indeed increased the dosage. Suddenly her eyes flickered. The dosage was increased. It seemed Wang Chen wasn't Sikong Jin's man. Did this mean that in her previous life when Wang Chen caught her, it wasn't because Sikong Jin went back on his word, but because he was following someone else's orders? Had she hated the wrong person? She turned and helped Sikong Chongsheng up, handed him the medicine, and said sympathetically, "The medicine is not only bitter but also smells bad." Fortunately, Sikong Chongsheng was very obedient. He drank the whole bowl of medicine in one go, then made a bitter face. Shang Zhen smiled. "Sleep now. You'll feel better after a nap." Sikong Chongsheng suddenly grabbed Shang Zhen's sleeve and looked at her earnestly. "If I really get better, can I go to school? I've never been to school before." The longing for life in his eyes was touching. Shang Zhen nodded. "Yes, you can." Sikong Chongsheng smiled when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he started coughing violently. Then he coughed up a large amount of blood and collapsed on the recliner. He lost consciousness. Shang Qingqing and Wang Chen had framed Shang Zhen, but were directly countered by Shang Zhen. After drinking the overdosed medicine, Sikong Chongsheng coughed blood and fainted. Wang Chen, having anticipated this, shouted loudly, "Young master is coughing blood. Quick, call the elder young master." But Shang Zhen remained as calm as ever, coldly looking at Wang Chen. "What are you panicking about? It's just a bit of blood." Her calm voice showed no trace of fear. Wang Chen looked at Shang Zhen in surprise. "Do you know what the young master means to the elder young master?" Shang Zhen snorted coldly, the meaning in her eyes chilling to the bone. "Of course I know how important Sikong Chongsheng is to Sikong Jin." She immediately pulled out a gun. She aimed at Wang Chen's leg and fired a shot. Wang Chen immediately let out a scream. Clutching his leg while lying on the ground, he stared at Shang Zhen in disbelief and said through gritted teeth, "Shang Zhen, just you wait. The elder young master will tear you to pieces." Shang Zhen coldly looked at Wang Chen, thinking to herself that this gun was given to her by Fung Xingye when they got out of the car. Although the Sikong house was more strict than the Wan family, It wasn't an impenetrable place. And now the gun had already come in handy. Shang Zhen waved the gun, calmly pointing at Wang Chen, and smiled. Do you know why I shot you? You increased the medicine dosage without permission, which shows you have ulterior motives, and you wanted to use me to commit murder. This proves you're disloyal to Sikong Jin and have unknown schemes. Wang Chen suppressed his panic and said through gritted teeth, "Stop slandering me. I never increased any dosage. What happened? What's wrong with Chongsheng?" Sikong Jin's urgent voice suddenly came from afar. Sikong Jin rushed over with a doctor. The doctor quickly examined Sikong Chongsheng. After a few minutes, he trembled and said, "It's no use. The young master, he's dying." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Before he could finish, Sikong Jin suddenly roared. The doctor trembled and said fearfully, "The young master's body is weak. Medicine must be used with extreme caution. But this woman gave him such strong tonic medicine. His weak body couldn't handle it. And now his vital organs are damaged. Even the gods can't save him now." Seeing Sikong Chongsheng's dying state made Sikong Jin's heart feel like it had a huge hole, bleeding continuously. The doctor turned and pointed at Shang Zhen, shouting viciously, "This woman harmed the young master." Murderous intent filled Sikong Jin's eyes, and the surrounding temperature seemed to freeze. "Don't touch him." Shang Zhen suddenly spoke, giving the doctor a meaningful look. She continued, "He's not dead yet, but if you touch him, he might die." Sikong Jin's body tensed. Hearing Shang Zhen's words, he instantly lost control. He grabbed her collar fiercely and demanded, "It was you. Why did you harm him? Is it because I didn't help you against the Wan family last time? So you killed him to get revenge on me? You vicious woman." Sikong Jin's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having lost all reason. Shang Zhen frowned. "I didn't. Your doctor is suspicious." "He hasn't." Before she could finish, a cold gun barrel was pressed against her forehead. "You dare harm Chongsheng, then you can die." A gunshot rang out the next second as Sikong Jin fired. But at the crucial moment, Fung Xingye arrived just in time to stop him. Redirecting the shot into the air, Fung Xingye stood in front of Shang Zhen, glaring angrily at Sikong Jin. "Have you lost your mind? You dare touch my woman?" Sikong Jin's bloodshot eyes stared at Shang Zhen with hatred. "Shang Zhen, my biggest regret in life is trusting you and letting you treat Chongsheng. If Chongsheng dies, I'll make the entire Shang family pay with their lives." Fung Xingye coldly rebuked him, putting an arm around Shang Zhen's shoulders. He coldly looked at Sikong Jin. "Based on just a mediocre doctor's words, you've already condemned Jun Zhen? If anything happens to Sikong Chongsheng, the Fung family will take full responsibility. Can you calm down now?" Seeing the opportunity, Wang Chen dragged his injured leg to Sikong Jin and instigated, "Young master, you must seek justice for the young master. I'm really going crazy from this injury." Strange. He even said they'd take responsibility. But then he shot again. Before Wang Chen could finish, Sikong Jin's anger flared up again. He kicked Wang Chen away and roared, "If you thought there was a problem with the medicine, why didn't you come ask me? Why didn't you ask the doctor?" Wang Chen clutched his painful chest, secretly harboring hatred, but said fearfully, "No, young master. You said Miss Zhang's acupuncture was special and told us not to question it, and it seemed urgent, so I didn't ask the doctor." Shang Zhen suddenly let out a cold laugh. Though her emotions were complex, her face remained very calm. She raised an eyebrow at the doctor. "Are you sure you don't need to examine him again?" The doctor glanced at Sikong Chongsheng and stated more firmly, "No need. I'm certain of my diagnosis. The young master took too strong a tonic medicine. His weak body couldn't handle it, and he'll die from internal bleeding." "Miss Shang, you've killed him. Why aren't you afraid at all?" Hearing the doctor's words, Shang Zhen confirmed her suspicions. She smiled and nodded. "Interesting. The Sikong house is truly full of evil spirits." Wang Chen said he didn't consult the doctor and just brewed the medicine as I said, but he doubled the dosage I prescribed. The medicine dregs must have been disposed of by now, right? Wang Chen, kneeling on the ground, trembled. He had indeed doubled the dosage and disposed of the dregs. But how did Shang Zhen know? Could she tell the dosage just by smell? That seemed impossible. Then Shang Zhen turned to the uncertain doctor. "After your examination, you said Sikong Chongsheng was beyond help because his body was too weak to handle the tonic, which proves you're also suspicious." "You're talking nonsense. You killed someone and want to blame it on me?" The doctor reflexively spoke up, but was sweating profusely. "Am I talking nonsense?" Shang Zhen looked at Sikong Jin's confused expression and said seriously. Sikong Chongsheng clearly vomited blood and fainted while his body was processing the medicine. Yet you insist his body couldn't handle the tonic. This only proves you had seen the prescription beforehand and already reached your conclusion. And Wang Chen never consulted you. Which proves you're both lying. If you still insist, I'll make everything clear to you before you die. Shang Zhen slowly approached Sikong Chongsheng. Without thinking, Sikong Jin blocked her path. What are you doing? Shang Zhen snorted. I'm going to show you how I can bring someone back from death, and how cruel a reborn woman's revenge can be. Just because Sikong Jin pointed a gun at Shang Zhen's forehead, Fung Xingye mercilessly disabled his arm. Shang Zhen coldly pushed Sikong Jin aside, her eyes full of indifference. She walked to Sikong Chongsheng's bedside and raised her hand again. Suddenly, Sikong Chongsheng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing his brother come back to life, the tense Sikong Jin almost cried with joy. He held Sikong Chongsheng tightly in his arms, repeatedly saying, "Chongsheng, you're okay. I'm so glad you're okay." Wang Chen, panicked, tried to escape on his broken leg but was spotted by the sharp-eyed Sikong Jin. "Bring him to me," Sikong Jin ordered. The bodyguards immediately seized Wang Chen. They brought him before Sikong Jin. Wang Chen was now completely terrified. He kept trying to defend himself. Fung Xingye stepped forward with a stern expression, looking at Wang Chen, and said to Sikong Jin, "This person deliberately increased the dosage, trying to kill through deception. He was clearly targeting me. Can you let me handle him?" His words seemed natural and righteous. Sikong Jin, feeling guilty for wrongly accusing Shang Zhen, heard his words. He nodded instinctively. Shang Zhen smiled faintly, but murderous intent surged within her. She walked step by step toward Wang Chen. In both past and present lives, she had never harmed this person, yet he repeatedly tried to harm her for his own benefit. Wang Chen was now pale with fear. He lay on the ground, begging for mercy. "Miss Shang, please spare me. This wasn't my idea. It was Shang Qingqing. He ordered me to do this. He wanted you dead." Wang Chen thought this would divert her attention, but the next second, Shang Zhen stomped hard on Wang Chen's hand. He screamed in pain but couldn't pull his hand away. Shang Zhen's strength was immense. The sound of breaking bones made everyone's scalp tingle. She looked at Wang Chen and sneered, "I don't care who ordered you. I only know that at our first meeting, you conspired with others to harm me. If Sikong Jin had killed me just now, you would have been very happy, right?" With each word, she increased the pressure of her foot. She grabbed Wang Chen's hair, her eyes fierce. "Wang Chen, do you feel my pain now? Enjoy it." In her previous life, this was how Wang Chen had broken her fingers. This life, she would return the favor. Wang Chen was now pale, every part of his body trembling, wishing he could faint. But suddenly, he had a moment of clarity. How do you know my name?" He had given Shang Zhen a fake name and never mentioned his real one in front of her. How could she know? Shang Zhen let out a delighted laugh, her face showing undisguised viciousness. "Because I'm a vengeful ghost who crawled out of hell to take revenge on you." Her expression was wild and demon-like. Her laughter made Wang Chen actually believe her words for a moment. Seeing Shang Zhen like this, Fung Xingye felt a sudden pain in his heart. "Shang Zhen, what exactly have you been through? Why have you become so forceful? So forceful it hurts to watch." "Enough." Sikong Jin stepped forward and grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. "Stop. He's suspicious. I will investigate and give you an explanation." Shang Zhen turned to look at Sikong Jin, her eyes still wild with uncontrolled madness. "Sikong Jin, you don't think I'll let you off so easily, do you?" With a loud bang, Sikong Jin stumbled back in shock, clutching his arm. The bodyguards were stunned and quickly surrounded Shang Zhen, guns aimed at her. One word from Sikong Jin, and she would be riddled with bullets. Shang Zhen showed no fear, still pointing the gun at him, her gaze unwavering. Her voice was ice cold. "I told you if you point a gun at me again, I'll disable one of your hands. If hands are gone, feet will do. I always keep my word." She was like a sharp knife now. Whoever provoked her should be prepared for retaliation. Looking at Sikong Jin's complex expression as he clutched his arm, she tilted her head and smiled. "Sikong Jin, I saved your brother and helped you expose 2 traitors. Are you sure you want to continue treating me this way?" Sikong Jin closed his eyes and, knowing he was in the wrong, called out, "Let them go." After leaving the Sikong residence, Shang Zhen was in a gloomy mood. Fung Xingye took her hand, gently massaging her palm. "Silly girl, you haven't fired a gun before. Your hands must hurt. Next time if you want to hit someone, tell me. I'll do it for you." "No need." Shang Zhen's eyes narrowed as she instinctively said, "I'll take my own revenge." Fung Xingye looked directly into her sharp eyes and said gently, "Junzhen, You can be strong alone, but you can't be stronger than an entire family. When you previously mentioned making a deal with me to become Fung family's adopted daughter, it was to borrow our power, right? Now you don't need to give anything in return, and I'm still willing to help you. Why do you refuse? Because you want emotions from me. Shang Zhen suddenly pulled her hand away, a mocking smile on her lips. What good are emotions? Transactions are more reliable. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze alluring. If you don't talk about like or dislike, I'd be very willing to be your family. Your body is very strong, and very warm. After speaking, Shang Zhen closed her eyes tiredly. Hearing his strong heartbeat, she suddenly retracted all her sharp edges, inexplicably feeling safe. The shocking part was just her sudden whim. Actually, all she really wanted was a hug. Feng Xingye stroked her hair, his heart bitter. Just now at the Sikong house, she had been so sharp, directly taking revenge on her enemy. But in her heart, she must have been scared too. Seeing Shang Zhen sleeping soundly, Feng Xingye quietly instructed, take a drive around the outskirts. Use the national highway. Drive slowly and steadily. When Shang Zhen woke up and returned home, Lin Shuihan enthusiastically greeted her. Zhen, in a few days it's my nephew's full-month celebration. Let's go together. Your father has already agreed. You'll come too, right? Though Shang Zhen knew Lin Shuihan had ulterior motives, she still agreed. It was time to eliminate Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing's support. On the day of Yunzhao's full-month celebration, Lin Shuihan came over, took Shang Zhen's hand, and said with a friendly smile, Zhen, I discussed with your father last night. We decided to have you stay at the Lin family for a month. Let your uncle teach you properly. Shang Zhen gave a cold laugh. Wanting her to stay at the Lin family? In her previous life, Lin Shuihan had also sent her to stay at the Lin family for a month. During that month, the Lin family had locked her in a damp, dark basement, fed her spoiled food and dirty water, and whipped her frequently, all to make her never dare defy Lin Shuihan again. Such humiliating memories, such a degraded self. Lin Shuihan, don't even think about it. Shang Zhen's eyes flashed with ferocity as she violently shook off Lin Shuihan's hand. Lin Shuihan fell to the ground with the momentum. She cried out pitifully, saying with grievance, ouch, Zhen, hasn't mom always treated you well? Wanting you to stay at the Lin family is just to help you become better. The guests at the scene were all attracted by Lin Shuihan's cry. Seeing Shang Zhen's behavior, there was immediate uproar. Many people who didn't understand the situation cast malicious glances at Shang Zhen. My goodness, Lin Shuihan's adopted daughter is so ill-mannered. She's really not biological after all. I heard Lin Shuihan gives her adopted daughter 50,000 in pocket money every month, while her biological daughter only gets 5,000. This Shang Zhen is so ungrateful. Hearing about the 50,000 pocket money, Shang Zhen smiled. She looked at Lin Shuihan on the ground as if watching a clown, finding it both amusing and hateful. Lin Shuihan, since you want to act, don't blame me for showing no mercy. She stepped closer and asked with a puzzled expression, Aunt Lin, how did you give me the 50,000 pocket money? I never received any cash. Was it transferred to my card? With all eyes on her, Lin Shuihan had nowhere to hide. She stammered, yes, I transferred it to your card. Didn't you receive it? The confusion on Shang Zhen's face deepened. She continued asking, all these years, I've never received a penny. But have you ever asked for my bank account number? Or did my father tell you? Then you must know which bank my card is with? Lin Shuihan's face turned pale. She had never transferred any money, so how could she know? She stammered for a long time without giving a proper answer. Shang Zhen straightened up and sighed helplessly. Auntie, I really can't keep acting along with you like this. Do you remember what you told me? You said you were the one supporting the Shang family, that I ate your food and lived in your house, and that you wouldn't give me a single penny. No, it's not like that. Shang Zhen, you're slandering me. The more Lin Shuihan tried to explain, the weaker her words became. The spectating crowd's gazes were about to pierce her like a sieve. Insolent, a deep, authoritative voice rang out. The Lin family patriarch, Li Ming, and Lin Ming's eldest son, Lin Hanqi, stepped forward. The old master Lin glared at Shang Zhen with an unfriendly expression and spoke coldly. Who dares to cause trouble at our Lin family's banquet? Upon seeing them, Lin Shuihan quickly ran behind them, acting like she had been wronged. Ah, big brother, I'm fine. It's just a small disagreement with Zhen. Sorry for making everyone uncomfortable. Zhang Beiki walked behind Shang Zhen and patted her shoulder kindly. Zhen, if you have any grievances, you can tell Dad. If Lin Shuihan dares to bully you again, I'll divorce her. Zhang Beiqi's face was terrible as he finally saw the truth. He gave Lin Shuihan lots of money for household expenses every month, and she always claimed it was spent on Junzhen. He never expected she was lying. You dare mention divorce? Li Ming tensed up, his cane tapping the ground. Beiqi, don't forget who helped the Shang family in times of crisis. If not for Shuihan, your Shang family would have collapsed. All these years, Shuihan has worked hard and worried much. Yet you dare speak of divorce? If it weren't for your drunken state back then, Shuihan wouldn't have married you when you were down and out. Are you finished? A cold voice suddenly interrupted the passionate accusations. The hall immediately fell silent. An angry smile appeared on Shang Zhen's face. Word by word, you Lin family members are the most shameless and disgusting people I've ever met. Shang Zhen secretly mocked in her heart. Zhang Beiqi's drunken incident was clearly Lin Shuihan's way to cover up her pregnancy. The turmoil in the Shang family business was caused by the Lin and Wan families. To consolidate Lin Shuihan's position in the Shang family, they would stop at nothing. Shang Zhen, what kind of attitude is this? Ming Ming shouted angrily, his cane striking thunderously. It seems without proper discipline. You don't understand what gratitude means. His fierce eyes glared at Shang Zhen, almost boring holes through her. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, we'll withdraw our investment and let the Shang family go bankrupt. Let my family go bankrupt? I didn't want to tear off the facade, but the Lin family is truly too much. Shang Zhen raised her delicate chin and countered coldly. When the Shang family overcame its crisis and my father went to repay the money, why did you leave? Half of my father's shares, not contributing anything but getting half the profits. The Lin family is clearly an opportunistic vampire. In front of all the Lin family's relatives and friends, Lin nearly coughed up blood. No one expected that the Lin family's help back then had such a story, bestowing favors and demanding returns, asking for an outrageous price, half the shares. Only Zhang Beiqi could be bullied like this. Nothing to say? About the Shang family's medicine incident 18 years ago. It seems necessary to have my fiancé investigate it. Shang Zhen smiled maliciously, then threw out the threat that made the Lin family members' faces change dramatically. Seeing the hostile gazes from everyone, Lin Ming quickly made a decision and said, go get the partnership contract with the Shang family. Lin Ming glared at Shang Zhen, secretly furious. He hadn't expected that Shang Zhen's apparent impulsiveness was actually a calculated move. He had underestimated her intelligence. Lin Ming handed the contract to Shang Zhen. He announced loudly, our Lin family had good intentions. With these shares, we would have reason to help the Shang family fully if anything happened. We didn't expect you to wrongly accuse our family like this. Since that's the case, take it. After receiving the contract, Shang Zhen took out another contract from her bag. She had come prepared. In that case, I ask everyone present to witness. She tore up both share contracts on the spot. The agreement was void, but that wasn't all. After tearing up the contracts, Shang Zhen took out another agreement. Also, to avoid future disputes, please, Master Lin, sign this share transfer agreement. Lin Ming's face turned ashen with rage. His small eyes narrowed with murderous intent as he said, young lady, you've just gained power and you're already showing no mercy. Aren't you afraid it will all be for nothing? And worse, turn our families from in-laws to enemies? Shang Zhen smiled faintly and said forcefully, who knows what the future holds? Shang Zhen was forcibly detained by the Lin family. Fung Xingyan came to her rescue dramatically. Shang Zhen had severely humiliated the Lin family in front of everyone. They had made up their minds today to suppress Shang Zhen's sharp edge. Lin Hanqi glared viciously at Shang Zhen, with daggers in his eyes. What I did was minor, but you publicly humiliated your stepmother. We need to settle this. You're not leaving today. Stay at the Lin house for a month, and we'll properly educate you. Shang Zhen stood straight, her gloomy gaze sweeping over the two of them. What if I say no? A fierce light flashed in Lin Hanqi's eyes. He recklessly shouted, come here. Seize Shang Zhen. For such an unruly youngster, only family punishment will do. Let's see who dares touch my woman. The door was pushed open with a bang, and a figure appeared against the light. His black trench coat billowed in the wind. Fung Xingyan emanated a murderous aura, his black eyes showing contempt for everyone. He walked to Shang Zhen's side, forcefully stepping between them, protecting her behind him while glaring hostilely at Lin Hanqi. How dare you try to detain my treasure just because of an illegitimate daughter? Such audacity. Lin Ming no longer maintained his superior attitude, his face pale. He bowed respectfully and approached. Oh, young Master Fung has arrived. We should have welcomed you. It's all a misunderstanding. Junjen and my daughter Shuihan just had an argument, and my son spoke in anger. Turning slightly to scold Lin Hanqi, he said, "How many times have I said that the Lin family is righteous and reasonable, no matter what? Junjen is still young. How can you, an elder, quarrel with a junior? Aren't you ashamed?" Quickly apologized to Junjen. Shang Zhen coldly watched them both, touching her face. In her previous life, Lin Han had feared she would use her looks to rise up, so he had someone slash her face repeatedly. Though it healed later, her face was still covered with crisscrossing scars. The pain and despair of being disfigured would stay with her for life. Though Lin Hanqi was angry enough to vomit blood, he had to swallow it. He painfully shuffled to Shang Zhen and said through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry, Shang Junjen. Uncle was wrong." Shang Zhen tilted her head, putting her hand to her ear, asking cruelly, "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Lin Hanqi looked up, his fists cracking. If not for Feng's presence, he would have taught Shang Zhen a lesson. Fung Xingyan pulled Shang Zhen close, giving Lin Hanqi a meaningful glance. "Seems you have quite an issue with my woman." His casual words made Lin Ming's face change drastically. He patted Lin Hanqi's shoulder and quickly apologized sincerely. "It's all a misunderstanding. Hanqi has always been like this since childhood, unable to control his temper. I'll discipline him later. Please don't take offense." Young Master Fung. Shang Zhen laughed coldly. "The next head of the Lin family can't even control his own temper, yet wants to educate me and enforce family punishment?" Lin Hanqi's body trembled, forcing a smile. "No, we were just joking earlier. I just wanted to invite you to Linjiang to play and build relationships, since our families are in-laws." Fung Xingyan's cold brows raised slightly as he spoke coldly. "Enough. Let's end today's matter here. But remember one thing. Everyone present should remember clearly that Shang Zhen is my woman. Anyone who wants to cross her should first consider their own worth." As Fung Xingyan said this, his cold eyes swept across everyone with killing intent. Only after seeing that everyone had taken it to heart did he grunt in satisfaction and leave with Shang Zhen. After Fung Xingyan left, frost seemed to fill the hall. The Lin family members' faces were uglier than ever. This was probably the most humiliating day for the Lin family in years. After leaving the Lin house, Shang Zhen sincerely thanked Fung Xingyan. She had been prepared to stay at the Lin house for a month but hadn't expected Fung Xingyan to come. A warm feeling suddenly filled her heart. Fung Xingyan couldn't help but smile, feeling very pleased. "You're my future wife. Don't say thank you." Just as Shang Zhen was about to say something, Fung Xingyan suddenly took her hand. "If you really want to thank me, come with me somewhere." Inside Fung Xingyan's villa, they sat silently on the sofa watching television. Shang Zhen stiffened. "Did you bring me here just to watch TV? You said Yu Mengru stole Su Xuan's ideas?" "I found Su Xuan," Fung Xingyan said seriously, his voice cold, looking at her with complex emotions. "Perhaps you were right. Yu Mengru personally drugged Su Xuan mute and stole his ideas. How could such a ruthless woman sacrifice herself to save me? Thank you all for your support." A familiar voice came from the TV, their gazes fixed on the L. "Thank you all for your support. Today's finale dance, Phoenix Rising from the Water, will still be performed by me." Her soft, sweet voice through the screen irritated every nerve in Shang Zhen's body. "This is my signature piece. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Mengru, do you think I can win the award?" Suddenly, a voice came from the big screen behind Yu Mengru. Yu Mengru was shocked and quickly turned around. This voice was all too familiar to her. "Mengru, I've been polishing Phoenix Rising from the Water for 5 or 6 years. It feels perfect, but I'm afraid I might be overestimating myself." On screen, Yu Mengru showed a cold smile. "Su Xuan, this dance will definitely be a huge hit, but I have one condition. I don't know if you'll agree." Yu Mengru was stunned. Wasn't this the scene when she threatened Su Xuan? How could there be a video of it? "Turn it off. Turn it off." The audience was confused, hearing Yu Mengru's sharp voice, unlike her usual tone, coming from the speakers. "Love makes one wish for life. Hate makes one wish for death." Dongxing showed no mercy to her former lover. Yu Mengru watched the scenes on the big screen, almost going insane. She wondered how Su Xuan's creative video could have leaked out. The backstage staff was also sweating profusely with anxiety. "It's no use. The mainframe has been hacked. They couldn't turn it off." And the two people on the big screen continued. "Su Xuan, I hope you can sell Phoenix Rising from the Water to me." Su Xuan showed a shocked expression. "No, this is my life's work. I want to use it to achieve my dreams. I can't agree." Yu Mengru's expression turned gloomy. "HMPH, you think you have a choice?" On screen, before Su Xuan could finish speaking, With a loud crash, Yu Mengru lifted a speaker and smashed the main screen. The image instantly disappeared. The crucial dialogue that followed wasn't played, though it was just a few sentences. The audience below had already started discussing. Strange. Wasn't Phoenix Rising from the Water supposed to be Yu Mengru's original creation? Yu Mengru wanted to buy it, but the other party wouldn't sell. So how did she get this dance? Who is this Su Xuan? Have him come out and confront her. The questioning voices grew louder and louder. In the noisy crowd, seeing Yu Mengru's pale, helpless face, Shang Zhen's tightly clenched hands gradually loosened. Did you bring me here just to see this? Fung Xingyan couldn't figure out Shang Zhen's thoughts. He asked softly, Zhen, are you happy or unhappy now? Because her reaction wasn't what he expected. He was happy to have avenged Shang Zhen, so she couldn't possibly be angry. Shang Zhen pondered for a moment, then stood up. Does it matter if I'm happy? But the show was good. Thank you for the entertainment. Young Master Fung, I'm leaving. Zhen. Fung Xingyan quickly stood up and grabbed her hand. Are you angry? Fung Xingyan's brows furrowed. His thin lips tightened then relaxed. Your eyes tell me you're resisting. Shang Zhen violently shook off his hand and said coldly, actually, I enjoyed what I just saw, but I think you're frightening. Love makes one wish for life. Hate makes one wish for death. If one day you lose interest in me, would you also easily cast me into hell? You know I would never do that to you. Fung Xingyan blurted out instinctively. His chest felt like it had been struck by an arrow. Dull and painful. He wanted to be angry but could only suppress it. If one day you discover that I'm the one who's been deceiving you, what would you do? Her gaze suddenly turned sharp, anger lurking in her eyes. You would be furious and humiliated. You would make me wish I was dead. Young Master Fung, everything is too easy for you. Staying by your side is too dangerous. After saying this, she turned to leave immediately. No, Fung Xingyan suddenly shouted, rushing forward to hold her tightly. No. Even if you deceive me or use me, even if you're a ruthless woman who commits all kinds of evil, I still like you. You know I won't hurt you. What are you really running from? I've never liked anyone before, and I don't know what's the right thing to do, but now I only like you. You don't have to accept me, but you shouldn't doubt me. Shang Zhen remained silent. Give me one chance, Fung Xingyan said, almost pleading. I'm your best marriage option. You have so many enemies. Only I can protect you. Fung Xingyan was speaking the absolute truth. Without him, what could she do? Shang Zhen gradually calmed down and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, even if I use you, you're still willing? Fung Xingyan was overjoyed and answered without hesitation, yes, I'm willing. I'm willing. Shang Zhen helplessly closed her eyes. At that moment, she couldn't understand why Fung Xingyan had fallen for her so quickly. I need to think about it. Fung Xingyan hadn't expected Shang Zhen to give in. It was an unexpected joy. He turned her around to face him. With bright eyes, he said, I can give you time to think. I have a business trip coming up. When I return, give me good news. Okay. Shang Zhen swatted his hand away and turned her head. We'll talk when you get back. Soon. The video of Yu Mengru threatening Su Xuan was leaked online. Yu Mengru immediately came forward to clarify and apologize. She said that although she had said those things to Su Xuan, she hadn't done anything herself. It was her longtime assistant Aunt Han who had misunderstood her intentions. It was Han Yi who had taken the dance and lied to her, saying Su Xuan had changed his mind. Shang Zhen put down her phone and scoffed coldly. In her previous life, this Han Yi had done many things for Yu Mengru. She hadn't expected her to be discarded so easily. How interesting, Shang Zhen thought. Looking out the window, she pursed her lips, thinking how Fung Xingyan seemed to have disappeared lately. It had been 10 days since he left, and he hadn't called once. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Fung Xingyan. This time she didn't hang up. Do you need something? Fung Xingyan? She spoke first. No, I just miss you terribly. Fung Xingyan's somewhat hoarse voice came through. Very gentle. These days I've been thinking about the past. You were right. I was too extreme. You were so good to me, but I couldn't see it at all before. Shang Zhen's brows furrowed. She couldn't help asking, did something happen? Fung Xingyan chuckled lightly, trying to sound casual. That's a silly question. How could anything happen to me? Suddenly turning serious, he said with some firmness, there seems to be some movement at Wanzhong. I'm not in the country. Take care of yourself. If necessary, go to the Fung family's old mansion. Understood? Just as Shang Zhen was about to speak, she heard a loud crash in the background. Her expression changed. Where are you now? Before Fung Xingyan could answer, Kong Jushi rushed in urgently from outside. Young master, we need to retreat. There was some static from Fung Xingyan's end, his words coming quickly. Zhen, there's a small problem here, but it's nothing. I have to go. I'll call you later. Shang Zhen frowned, wanting to ask more, but only heard intermittent static. Wait, Fung Xingyan. Fung Xingyan's situation made Shang Zhen very anxious. She immediately rushed to the Fung family home and found Mrs. Fung to inquire about the situation. Mrs. Fung was emotional, her voice still tearful. Xingyan went to Country L. It's very chaotic there now. Who knows when he'll return, or if something might happen. Shang Zhen suddenly remembered that at this time in her previous life, Fung Xingyan had also disappeared for several months. So that's where he had gone, Country L. Auntie, he'll be fine. I promise. Shang Zhen held Mrs. Feng's hand, reassuring her firmly, because in her previous life, though Fung Xingyan had been bedridden for months after returning from there, his life hadn't been in danger. Surely this life too. After leaving the Fung house, she looked up at the sky, frowning deeply. Was it really certain? A sudden unease welled up in her heart. Would everything really follow the path of her previous life? Since all flights to Country L were suspended, she had no choice but to ask Sikong Jing for help. Since she treated Sikong Chongsheng monthly anyway, she didn't feel guilty about asking Sikong Jing for favors. When Sikong Jing learned that Shang Zhen wanted to borrow a plane alone, he sensed something was wrong, but Shang Zhen didn't give him a chance to doubt. She directly said, I need to go to the F country border for treatment. There's a medicine that can only be found there, and only I can find it. Seeing Sikong Jing about to speak, she quickly interrupted. Hurry and arrange it, otherwise it will soon be past the flowering season. Don't you want Sikong Chongsheng to? Finally, Sikong Jing compromised. Fine, but I'll send people with you. Country L had an outbreak of T-flu. She had dealt with T-flu before and possessed knowledge decades ahead of this era. She could go save those people. When Fung Xingyan in Country L learned that Shang Zhen had borrowed Sikong Jing's plane to leave the country, it was already several days later. His heart tightened anxiously, wondering if Shang Zhen had come to find him in this no-fly zone. But so many days had passed. She must have arrived by now. Zuo Qi, he called out urgently. A man in black walked in. Young master. Zuo Qi responded in a muffled voice. Fung Xingyan's expression was grave, his temples slightly twitching. Take some men to guard the Mohe primitive forest. If you see my wife, you must ensure she returns to the country safely and unharmed. Zuo Qi was startled and quickly said, Young master, Hang Qi has already been sent out. For your safety, I cannot leave you. Zuo Qi, Pang Qi, and Pang Ju, they were all elite guards selected from among 10 protectors, specifically responsible for protecting Fung Xingyan, sworn to guard him until death. I'm ordering you to go. This is a command, Fung Xingyan said angrily, his refined face bearing an irresistible authority. Zuo Qi had no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, he had no good feelings toward this woman who wasn't staying safely at home but coming out to cause trouble at such a crucial time. Please don't let anything go wrong. Fung Xingyan held his forehead, worried amidst the explosions. Suddenly, Pang Ju rushed in urgently. Young master, enemies are charging this way. About 500 people, and they're well equipped. Fung Xingyan's spirit tensed, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shang Zhen led Sikong Jing's men to the border between Country F and Country L. She tricked them into drinking mushroom soup laced with poison. Shang Zhen had carefully controlled the dose to ensure they would only be unconscious for half an hour, not fatally poisoned. Shang Zhen apologetically told the two men that the blue flower for treating Sikong Chongsheng was real, just very rare. After you recover in half an hour, continue searching. I must go save people. I have no choice. Shang Zhen studied the map while walking toward her destination. It shouldn't be far now. In her previous life, they had built a level 4 virus research station at this location. That was her destination. Only there could she be of maximum value. The closer she got to her destination, the more intense the fighting became. She could even clearly hear bloodthirsty battle cries. Shang Zhen nimbly moved through the ruins. Suddenly she realized these people were likely heading for the hospital. If the hospital was bombed, her trip would have been in vain. The fighting ahead was fierce. Shang Zhen carefully observed from the shadows. At this time, Fung Xingyan was leading his men in a fierce counterattack. Through the spreading gun smoke, Shang Zhen suddenly saw someone, standing at the front, wielding a machine gun, was a commanding figure radiating an intense killing aura. She knew Fung Xingyan, but this was the first time she had seen him like this. He was from a noble family, who should have been sitting in an elegant concert hall drinking wine, adored by all. Yet here he was, fighting desperately against enemies in such brutal combat. At this moment, she spotted someone aiming from a window. They were targeting Fung Xingyan, who was about to be hit. Without thinking, she rushed over and tackled him by the waist. They narrowly avoided the gunfire. Luo Ji reacted quickly, turning to eliminate the threat. Fung Xingyan, are you alright? Amidst the explosions, Shang Zhen called out anxiously. Fung Xingyan stared at Shang Zhen with wide eyes, both delighted and shocked. Happy to see me? Shang Zhen's radiant smile instantly dispelled all gloom. Zhen. Fung Xingyan stood up and tightly embraced the small woman in his arms. After returning to base, Shang Zhen treated Fung Xingyan's wounds. A tender look flashed in Fung Xingyan's eyes, but quickly turned sharp again. This is no place for fun. I don't want you getting hurt at all. You're leaving this afternoon. I'll arrange a plane right now. Shang Zhen suddenly stood up and said seriously, I'm staying. I can overcome the T-flu. These days I've come step by step from the infection zone. No doctor understands T-flu better than I do. My medical knowledge and skills exceed those of the specialists sent here. Fung Xingyan didn't hear the latter part, focusing only on her first statement. What? You came from the infection zone? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? He gripped Shang Zhen's shoulders, examining her up and down. Some people have long virus incubation periods. This place is too dangerous. I can't bear you staying here another second. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand to take her for a complete examination. Shang Zhen stood firm. I'm fine. It's getting late. Quick, take me to the research station. Return to the country immediately. Fung Xingyan firmly refused, his face so dark it could squeeze out water. Shang Zhen's face also turned cold. Even my father doesn't dare control me like this. Fung Xingyan retorted, I'm your future husband. If he won't manage you, I will. Shang Zhen saw Fung Xingyan's resolute attitude. Listen to me. You know only by conquering the T-flu can we end all this. Give me 1 day. If after 1 day you still think I'm useless here, I'll leave without argument. Fung Xingyan looked at her and nodded helplessly. He then called out to Pang Qi, asking him to take Shang Zhen to the laboratory. Shortly after, Shang Zhen changed into protective gear and arrived at the laboratory. Pang Qi gathered everyone together. He introduced Shang Zhen and explained her purpose. Shang Zhen didn't beat around the bush. She directly took out several bags of herbs. I came from the heavily infected flu area. Along the way, I discovered these 3 herbs, when used together, can have a controlling effect. Although there may still be relapses, if we add some other medicines, we might be able to overcome the flu. Everyone looked at Shang Zhen with skepticism, but they still took the herbs to analyze their properties. Seeing no one raised objections, Shang Zhen felt relieved. While they were analyzing the herbs, she decided to go rest and freshen up first. Just as she came out, she saw 2 girls staring at her with hostility. They mockingly said, we thought it was some important person. Turns out it's just a little girl. She must be here to gain fame. If the professors succeed, she'll go back with a golden reputation and her career will definitely advance. That's probably not her only intention. The other girl sharply added, she's quite pretty. Probably came specifically to seduce young Master Fung. Zhang Zhen originally didn't want to respond, but their detailed accusations were too much, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 2 girls were surprised to see Zhang Zhen laughing instead of getting angry. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Zhang Zhen turned around, her eyes glancing sideways with a mocking smile. I just find it amusing how you gossip about others behind their backs. You say I'm here for fame and to seduce Fung Xingyan. Aren't you the ones who want to do these things? Please don't project your own thoughts onto others. One of the girls said with contained anger. Stop acting so high and mighty. You're just trying to fool everyone with some herbs. Who knows where you came from? Looking at you, you probably haven't even graduated from university. Shang Zhen grabbed the girl's neck and pressed her against the door, coldly smirking. Next time, bring your brain when you go out. Who says herbs can't cure people? If you're ignorant, don't make a fool of yourself in public. Even your teacher wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? Bai Fucheng was wise his whole life, yet he accepted disciples like you. I worry about his reputation. The girl's legs went weak from Shang Zhen's intimidating presence, tears welling up in her eyes. She said, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you know who I am? Shang Zhen crossed her arms and looked down at her. Please enlighten me. The girl stood up and stepped forward arrogantly. I'm from the Hua family in the capital. Young Master Fung is actually my cousin. Don't think you can act superior just because you came with the Fung family. You're just a doctor. After hearing this, Zhang Zhen laughed even louder, her eyes carrying a cold mockery. What a coincidence. You're Fung Xingyan's cousin? Then I'm your sister-in-law. Come on, call me sister-in-law. You're dreaming. Young Master Fung is mine. The girl shouted angrily. He's never met someone as shameless as you. I even bandaged his wounds before. Who do you think you are to deserve him? Young Master Fung doesn't belong to you. He belongs to me. Fung Xingyan's cold voice came through. He coldly glanced at the two shocked women. Putting his arm around Shang Zhen's shoulders, he said deeply, "Send them back. We don't need young ladies here." Hang Ju respectfully acknowledged and had security forcefully remove the two girls. Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen, his lips curving into a slight smile. "Just now you said you were their sister-in-law, which means you admit you're my woman." He smiled triumphantly, brighter than sunshine. Shang Zhen was speechless. Is this the time and place to worry about such things? Move aside. I need to freshen up and rest. Fung Xingyan grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. I'll take you there. Shang Zhen lay down on the bed to rest, while Fung Xingyan sat by the bed, staring at her intensely, lost in thought. Although Shang Zhen was very tired, she couldn't sleep with Fung Xingyan staring at her like that. Fung Xingyan, why are you still here? Why are you staring at me? Fung Xingyan's dark eyes looked at Shang Zhen's beautiful face. I've been thinking carefully, and your coming here seems suspicious. Why did you come? Did you come for me? And at such a dangerous moment, you rushed out to save me. Fung Xingyan's lips curved into a smile, his handsome face suddenly drawing closer as he lowered his voice. Have you fallen for me again? Shang Zhen felt the intensity of Fung Xingyan's gaze and became conflicted. She was certain she came to save people, but whether there were some personal feelings mixed in, she couldn't even answer this question herself. I just didn't want Auntie to worry. Shang Zhen finally found a reasonable excuse and blurted out, she was crying so much because of you. Shang Zhen's answer made Fung Xingyan pause. Then he stared at her disapprovingly. Uncle already told her I was safe. You little liar. Tell me the truth. Shang Zhen clutched the blanket and glared at him. I've seen similar cases before, so I came to save people. I have the ability. Is it wrong that I want to make a name for myself? Fung Xingyan was exasperated by this stubborn woman. Was it so hard to admit she came for him? He bit Shang Zhen out of frustration. Zhen, I missed you so much. Shang Zhen wanted to resist, but his overwhelming warmth made her tremble. His long-held yearning for Shang Zhen made him want to possess her right now. But just then, the door burst open with a bang. The 3 herbs Shang Zhen brought had shown major progress against the flu. Pang Qi excitedly pushed open the door, not realizing he was interrupting his young master's moment. Get out! Fung Xingyan gritted his teeth. His unsatisfied anger was no less intense than the bombardment outside. In the cafeteria, Bai Fucheng looked at Shang Zhen with joy. He was extremely excited. They had all been researching for a year without progress. Yet the 3 herbs Shang Zhen brought had made a breakthrough. He couldn't help but marvel that this young woman not only had solid fundamentals but also very advanced concepts. At just over 20, her potential was limitless. Shang Zhen kept writing and drawing on paper. She was just one step away from recreating the detox capsules from her previous life. What ingredient was still missing? Eat. In front of everyone, Fung Xingyan directly fed food to Shang Zhen's mouth. The food here isn't as good as home. Make do with this for now. Later I'll have someone hunt in the forest and roast meat for you tonight. The tender moment was interrupted by an urgent shout from outside. The words, not good, here usually meant death. A troop is advancing towards us. Well equipped. Estimated 1,000 men. We only have 80 people. Fung Xingyan's expression suddenly turned severe, his killing intent rising. If they dare come, we dare to kill. His sharp gaze locked onto Bai Fucheng, saying, Professor Bai, take the other experts and retreat south immediately. I'll notify you when it's safe to return. Lei, you must protect yourselves. After giving a series of battle preparations, Fung Xingyan finally looked at Shang Zhen. His determined back suddenly showed fear. Zhen, go with Professor Bai. I'll have Pang Qi protect you. Shang Zhen pressed her lips together, then nodded. Take care. Her decisive departure left Fung Xingyan both relieved and somewhat lost. He wasn't sure if he could make it out alive this time. He feared this parting might be forever. Outside the building, facing Pang Qi's hesitant look, Shang Zhen smiled slightly. You want to ask why I didn't stay? Pang Qi nodded. Shang Zhen sighed. You don't understand, Fung Xingyan. If I had said I wanted to stay, we wouldn't have been able to leave, or he might have tied me to the car. He's busy now, and I don't want to argue with him, but I'm definitely staying. Now Pang Qi, take 10 men and come with me. The others escort Professor Bai and his team away. Pang Qi stared at Shang Zhen blankly, wanting to say something. Shang Zhen pushed him to start walking. I'm doing this for your young master's good. Are you sure you want to tattle? Pang Qi shuddered. Madam is scary. She can read minds. The base quickly erupted in gunfire. bullets sprayed frantically. At this time, Fung Xingyan was in a very gloomy mood. When he wasn't being careful, his entire face was dark. Luo Qi said disapprovingly from the side, "Young master, that cowardly woman isn't worth you treating her this way." Fung Xingyan immediately gave him a dark look. "Go receive family punishment when we return home. I don't need subordinates who question their master." Luo Qi immediately responded with a hurt yes, thinking the young master was truly bewitched. Suddenly, liquid sprayed out from buildings on both sides. The enemy troops who were drenched were initially confused, but they quickly realized its potency. The wet areas immediately began to sting and burn. They hurriedly began intense attacks on all the windows above. The enemy's sudden change in attack points gave Fung Xingyan an opening. "Someone is helping us cover those people," he shouted and led Zuo Qi to begin breaking through. Shang Zhen watched from afar. Watching Fung Xingyan from afar, she smiled slightly. "Fung Xingyan, we will definitely win." Then she picked up the walkie-talkie. "Long-term plan 2. Activate." After receiving the order, Chang Chi quickly lit the prepared woodpile. As the fire burned, the medicinal powder in the woodpile created rolling black smoke that drifted towards the battlefield. As the smoke grew thicker, the enemy troops began to emit piercing screams. The smoke seemed to react with something in the water from earlier. Though Fung Xingyan was somewhat surprised, he had no time to think about it. He pressed on with the attack. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, with screams continuing endlessly. Seeing the enemy retreat step by step, Fung Xingyan felt relieved yet unsatisfied. Suddenly his gaze focused. "Why is Tang Qi here?" After safely returning to the base, Tang Qi followed closely behind Fung Xingyan, talking non-stop with bright eyes. "Young master, Madam is amazing." The medicine water and poison smoke were all arranged by her. Madam only pretended to agree to leave because she didn't want to disturb you. She never intended to leave you. Madam really likes you. Fung Xingyan felt warmth in his heart. Even his eyes were hot. This stubborn woman never listens. She's too fearless. After the battle, Shang Zhen moved through the hospital, bandaging the wounded. Her expression was focused, all previous tension gone from her face. Fung Xingyan strode in, immediately spotting Shang Zhen in the crowd. Disregarding his image, he shouted, "Shang Zhen." Shang Zhen turned, her cold gaze falling on Fung Xingyan and pausing slightly. Before she could react, Fung Xingyan took a big step forward and directly wrapped his arm around her waist. Somewhat angry, he said, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you come back? Is it that you don't have confidence in yourself? Or you don't have confidence in me?" Shang Zhen gently interrupted him, resting her chin on his shoulder tenderly. "Where could I run to? Or did you think I'm still that coward from before?" Fung Xingyan frowned, but quickly relaxed. Looking seriously into Shang Zhen's eyes, he said shockingly, "Let's get married when we return." "What are you saying?" Shang Zhen's pupils dilated slightly, clearly surprised. "Let's get married." Fung Xingyan's eyes sparkled slightly, his fingers tracing Shang Zhen's delicate face. "You just need to cooperate. Leave everything else to me. I've even thought about what to name our children and where they'll go to school." Shang Zhen was speechless. How could Fung Xingyan be so extreme? But undeniably, deep inside, Shang Zhen felt a hint of joy. "We'll see," Shang Zhen said calmly. "I haven't said I'll definitely marry you." "Won't marry me?" Fung Xingyan raised an eyebrow, his face suddenly clouding over. Shang Zhen let out a light hum and turned away. "Your childhood sweetheart is about to return. You should deal with that first." Fung Xingyan wanted to explain more, but Shang Zhen quickly ran away, leaving Fung Xingyan alone and dejected. Back in the laboratory, Shang Zhen suddenly dropped a bombshell. "Everyone, I think I have the solution to overcome the T-flu virus." "Are you sure?" Professor Bai adjusted his glasses in shock, carefully examining the girl before him, trying to see through her. It had only been a few days, yet this girl had conquered a flu that had swept through all of L City. This was practically a miracle. Shang Zhen smiled slightly, taking out a package of plants. "Our formula was always missing one thing to make it complete. Today I finally thought of the solution. This plant called independent flower produces special toxins when purified. It can secrete foreign substances and make them its own. Its strong toxicity can instantly enhance other medicinal properties. I'm sorry we can't rest yet. We'll meet in the lab in half an hour." Everyone was excited. Being able to personally overcome this terrible flu was their greatest meaning. 4 days passed in a flash. No one noticed. They had all been quietly working. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the lab. As Shang Zhen predicted, adding the independent flower detox capsule had succeeded. Everyone hugged each other, crying with joy. Soon, The news of conquering the T-flu virus spread throughout L country. The enemy forces immediately fell into chaos. The civilians finally realized who was truly helping them. With this turning point, the battle that would have lasted 1 or 2 years would likely end soon. But none of this mattered to Shang Zhen anymore. She was preparing to return home. School had already started, and if she didn't return soon, she would miss her exams. Before leaving, Shang Zhen asked Professor Bai not to reveal that she had conquered the virus. She just wanted to study quietly now. Professor Bai grew increasingly fond of Shang Zhen. Someone so young yet uninterested in fame would surely achieve greatness. To prevent those desperate people from going crazy, Fung Xingyan had to stay behind to maintain order. Just as Shang Zhen turned to leave, Fung Xingyan hugged her tightly from behind. Zhen, you know what? I'm so grateful to my mother now. I truly am her son. She always chose the best for me. Wait for me at home. Zhen. Though reluctant, he knew Shang Zhen had to return home. It was too dangerous here. As the helicopter started up, Shang Zhen looked back at Fung Xingyan reluctantly. Fung Xingyan, I'll wait for you to return. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. With a loud bang, a bullet shattered the helicopter's rotor blade. The helicopter immediately emitted a sharp warning alarm indicating malfunction. The helicopter's failing. The pilot shouted, "We're under attack. Jump now." At the same time, Fung Xingyan was also ambushed. As Shang Zhen's helicopter was crashing, Fung Xingyan was ambushed while transporting equipment. This attack was extremely frenzied. The enemy's goal was clear. They wanted Fung Xingyan dead. They sent their elite forces to surround him. Fung Xingyan used the terrain to hold them off for a while but was eventually cornered. The leader shouted threateningly, "Fung Xingyan, if you want Shang Zhen to live, surrender and hand over all the equipment." Hearing Shang Zhen's name, Fung Xingyan's heart trembled. He quickly checked his communicator but received no response. "We've intercepted Shang Zhen's helicopter. She's in our hands now. We have plenty of ways to make her wish she were dead." "Where is she?" Fung Xingyan stepped out anxiously, pressing his gun against the man's head. Suddenly, the man's face twisted into a distorted smile. He shouted, "Fung Xingyan, let's go to hell together." The man unexpectedly turned the gun against his own chest and pulled the trigger. Though the bullet didn't hit Fung Xingyan, the man's blood splattered across his face. As he fell, he mumbled, "Mission accomplished." Fung Xingyan's eyes narrowed, sensing something was wrong. Soon, reinforcements arrived. Though all enemies were eliminated, inexplicably, 4 or 5 team members suddenly developed high fevers. At this moment, Fung Xingyan suddenly coughed. His body rapidly heated up, the fever coming on fast and strong. He suddenly coughed up blood. "Young master, what's wrong?" Tang Chi quickly supported him. "Young master, you're burning up. Are you running a fever too? We might have fallen into their trap," Fung Xingyan said painfully, then added gravely, "The attackers were carriers of the pathogen." Tang Chi's face changed, his voice urgent. "Young master, you mean the rapid fever after infection? Could it be the K-virus? Isn't that virus incurable? How could they release it?" A flash of fear crossed Tang Chi's mind. Somewhat panicked, he said, "Young master, we need to get to the hospital immediately for antibody injections. There's a 1% survival rate if we inject within 2 hours. We still have a chance if we go now." Just then, Fung Xingyan's communicator suddenly rang. A sharp voice came through when he answered, "Young Master Fung, I've heard so much about you. You've caused me such misery." Sensing danger, Fung Xingyan forced himself to stay alert. "Who are you?" The other party replied unhurriedly, "Young Master Fung, if not for you, this country would have fallen to me easily. We prepared so long for this plan, but you ruined everything." The man spoke through gritted teeth, clearly full of hatred. Fung Xingyan suddenly realized who it was, Ulrich, the ambitious mastermind behind L country's chaos. Red-eyed, Fung Xingyan growled, "Where's Shang Zhen?" Ulrich laughed darkly. He quickly held the phone in front of Shang Zhen. "Come on, little girl, tell him who you are." Shang Zhen clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound. She knew clearly that Fung Xingyan already carried too heavy a burden. She couldn't let him be threatened again. If her thigh hadn't been injured by helicopter debris during the parachute jump, she would never have been captured. Seeing Shang Zhen's silence, Ulrich pulled out a knife and stabbed it into her wound. Shang Zhen trembled in pain, curling up on the floor, but still made no sound. But Fung Xingyan was now certain that Shang Zhen had been captured. A murderous glint flashed in Fung Xingyan's eyes. Suppressing his rage, he spoke word by word. "Ulrich, where is Shang Zhen now? You dare touch her?" Ulrich stared at Shang Zhen's face and coldly smiled. "We're at Fuding Mountain. If you want to save this woman, trade your equipment and your life for her. If you don't come within 2 hours, I'll kill her. You can only bring 4 people and the equipment. He wanted Fung Xingyan's life to satisfy his hatred. Shang Zhen suddenly straightened up and shouted, Fung Xingyan, if you come to save me, I'll kill myself first. Be a man. Don't forget your responsibilities. After the call, Fung Xingyan ordered Zuo Qi to burn the bodies. He told Tang Qi to accompany him to Wujin Mountain with the equipment. Zuo Qi panicked and immediately stopped him. Young master, you must go to the hospital now for the antibody injection. We can send our elite team to rescue Miss Shang. You don't need to risk yourself. Besides, Miss Shang is just an ordinary noble lady. Her life isn't worth as much as yours. Think about Mr. Shaw and Madam, you're their only son. This time, Fung Xingyan hesitated. He closed his eyes, torn between his parents and Shang Zhen. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm and bright. Finally, he decisively said, go to Fujing Mountain. If I go to the hospital now, I only have a 1% chance of survival. But if I don't save her, she'll definitely die. His strong will to save her seemed to reduce the burning sensation in his body. He had never been so calm, never so clear about gains and losses. He looked at Zuo Qi seriously. I'm willing to trade my 1% chance of survival for her 100% chance to live. Shang Zhen was locked in a thatched hut, listening to 2 people talking outside. Ulrich had already released the embryo virus and was about to destroy all of Elalab. While listening, she calmly analyzed her situation. She used broken bricks on the ground to untie her ropes. When the 2 outside weren't paying attention, she barely managed to escape. As she fled into a grove of trees, she suddenly heard several dog barks. Her body froze, and she immediately hid behind a large tree. She saw 2 fierce hunting dogs crouching behind Ulrich. He stroked the dogs' heads, his eyes wild. My children, I must leave here and start anew. You'll stay in this forest. Just then, one of Ulrich's subordinates came to report. Leader, we haven't intercepted the equipment Fung Xingyan is transporting. He's already entered enemy territory. What? He widened his eyes in surprise, his pale face almost spitting fire. Seems he doesn't care about that woman at all. He didn't even come. Bring that woman to me. Hearing Ulrich's words, Shang Zhen felt conflicted. It was good that Fung Xingyan hadn't come. She didn't want to be his burden, but she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Ulrich, furious, ranted madly. Since Fung Xingyan won't cooperate, let's initiate Plan B. They've gathered all the refugees together, haven't they? Then I'll blow them all up. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he patted his subordinate's shoulder, ordering, L, you'll be my avenger. Just input the password, and the explosive system will activate. The password is. He leaned close to L and lowered his voice. From afar, Shang Zhen watched his mouth movements carefully. As Ulrich's lips moved, Shang Zhen's lips mimicked the movements. 4379. The password is 4379. She had to get this information out immediately, or her mission would be wasted. Just as Shang Zhen was planning her escape, a man rushed over from the distance holding the ropes that had bound Shang Zhen. Leader, terrible news. The woman we captured today has disappeared. Useless fools. Ulrich gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenching audibly. Can't even watch one woman, since she has no more value. We don't need her alive. Taking the rope with Shang Zhen's blood, he held it up. Children, remember this scent. Find this woman. Tear her apart. Then he barked at the 2 men behind him. You too. Follow. Find that woman. Leave no survivors. Soon, the 2 hunting dogs barked furiously and started tracking in Shang Zhen's direction. Shang Zhen's entire body tensed up. The feeling of death being so close was particularly clear. She pressed her body tightly against the big tree, even holding her breath from nervousness. This was trouble. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from afar. Ulrich's smiling eyes suddenly narrowed, instantly clouding over. Broken voices came through the walkie-talkie. Leader, someone has infiltrated Wujin Mountain, but we're not sure which force they're from. But there are many of them. Our men can't hold on. The plane coming to pick us up was shot down too. Before the message finished, a scream came through the walkie-talkie. Ulrich's face darkened. Among all the people who wanted him dead, who could it be now? Fung Xingyan's people were all transporting equipment. They couldn't possibly have enough manpower to surround him. So who was it? Regardless, he couldn't just wait for death. Meanwhile, Fung Xingyan had finally found the cave at Fuding Mountain, and had arrived ahead of Ulrich. By now, victory was certain. Most of Ulrich's men had been killed. Fung Xingyan decided to personally handle the final task of finishing him off. The cave contained many supplies, besides weapons, food, and medicine. There were piles of gold bars. Such abundant resources must have been Ulrich's capital for making a comeback. But Fung Xingyan wouldn't give him the chance, for hurting his woman. Today he must die. After speaking, he coughed again. Although he had received the antibody injection on the way, it could only barely keep him going. Suddenly, Ulrich's cursing voice came from outside the cave. Which bastard is hunting me down? The communication system is broken. Can't contact anyone outside either. Fung Xingyan waved his hand, and his men immediately found places to hide, waiting until Ulrich walked deeper into the cave. Suddenly over a dozen gun barrels were aimed at him. Fung Xingyan, Ulrich exclaimed in disbelief. Weren't you transporting equipment? The moment Fung Xingyan saw him, he aimed his gun, showing unconcealed killing intent. About Shang Zhen, Ulrich looked at Fung Xingyan cunningly, lying without hesitation. If you want to know, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill that woman. Fung Xingyan's eyes narrowed as he sized him up. Suddenly he smiled. Seems she's not in your hands. Then there's no reason to keep you alive. Ulrich finally felt afraid, his voice trembling as he quickly shrieked. No, you can't kill me. I planted bombs with Mingming. Only I know the password. If I die, 10,000 people will die too. Fung Xingyan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly walked to his side. He ordered, send a message to L country. Tell them about the bombs. Arrange evacuation within half an hour. He kicked Ulrich hard in the stomach. This man is yours to handle. If he doesn't reveal the password, he won't need to live after the bombs explode. The remaining people felt their body temperature rising higher and higher. Neither the earlier fever medicine nor the later antibodies had any effect. Fung Xingyan knew clearly that he would certainly die. Since he must die, no matter what, Shang Zhen must live. Zhen, wait for me. I'm coming. Just as the two hunting dogs were closing in on Shang Zhen, she made a quick decision, tearing off the bandage from her wound and throwing it on the ground. When the men followed the dogs, the two hounds were fighting over the blood-stained bandage. The man picked up the bandage, looked at it, and told them to continue searching. At this moment, Shang Zhen nimbly climbed down from the tree behind them. She picked up a stone and slowly approached the man. She suddenly leapt up, killing him with one strike, while she managed to take down the man with one hit. The two beasts gave her quite a bit of trouble. After dealing with all three, she took the gun from the man and quickly hid, because the earlier dog barking had attracted another man. Seeing the bodies on the ground, he immediately became alert. He didn't believe Shang Zhen, a girl, could have such strong fighting abilities. It must be enemies from downhill who had sneaked up. He held his gun tensely, his fierce eyes scanning the surroundings. Shang Zhen remembered how he had taken advantage of her earlier when tying her up, even in front of Ulrich, showing he was a reckless, lustful person who didn't value his life. Shang Zhen tightened her fingers, thinking carefully. In terms of marksmanship, she definitely couldn't match them in her injured state. Moreover, she was wounded. If she couldn't strike decisively, death would be her only outcome. After careful consideration, she decided to use that method. In the quiet forest, suddenly came a woman's soft moan. Hearing the sound, the man carefully walked towards its source. Going around a large tree, he saw an incredibly seductive scene. A woman with skin as white as snow sat there in apparent distress. Even though she was covered in mud and blood, her exposed shoulders and frightened eyes made one's heart tremble. Covering her chest with her hands, she pleaded with a delicate voice, "Please, I'll do anything you want if you don't kill me." As she spoke, her fingers loosened slightly, revealing more skin. The man drooled, smiling greedily. "You're quite sensible. Since this woman's going to die anyway, might as well have some fun first." Dropping his guard, he strode towards Shang Zhen, who maintained her terrified expression. Suddenly, a silver needle flashed. Just as the man embraced her, she seized the opportunity. She forcefully jabbed the silver needle into the man's neck. Though not lethal, the needle quickly caused paralysis. The man soon lost his ability to resist and was knocked out by a punch to his head. She raised the gun and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the man's head. Throughout the process, she showed no fear, terror, or guilt. The gunshot made Fung Xingyan, who was searching everywhere for her, stop in his tracks. Having been injected with a weakening agent by Ulrich earlier, it was remarkable he had held on until now, but it seemed to be taking effect. But he had to leave quickly and send out the password. Suddenly, his body went limp and he collapsed, feeling cold all over, unable to control himself. Looking into the distance, he smiled bitterly, feeling a surge of sorrow. Love indeed meant nothing when faced with duty and righteousness. Was he destined to die with regrets in this life too? No, I can't die. I still have so much to do. He bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to stay conscious. He staggered to his feet. Suddenly, his strength gave out completely. His legs weakened and he fell forward, landing in a sturdy embrace. Who was it? He couldn't even open his eyes. But this embrace was so warm, so familiar. His voice was barely audible. Intermittently, he muttered, "Explosion, 4379, before passing out. When Shang Zhen woke up, she was already back in China. Zhen, you're finally awake." Shang Beiki sat beside her excitedly. "You've been unconscious for 6 days." Looking at her surroundings, Shang Zhen was confused. How did she get back? Was the bomb defused? Who saved her at the last moment? Before she could speak, Lin Shuihan started her performance. "Zhen, really? If you're going traveling, just travel normally. How did this happen? Your father has been so worried he couldn't eat or sleep." She fell off a cliff. Apparently no one knew about what happened in El country. But what had happened during the days she was unconscious? Shang Qingqing snorted, saying sourly, "You finally woke up. Any longer and young Master Fung would have become someone else's." "Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. Your sister just woke up," Zhang Beiki reproached with concern. But Shang Qingqing was clearly agitated and didn't hold back. Instead, she said spitefully, "I'm not talking nonsense. Everyone's talking about how devoted Yi Mengru is, risking her life to find young Master Fung in El country. And when young Master Fung was injured, he only allowed her to take care of him, refusing anyone else to get close." Suddenly sitting up, eyes focused, Shang Zhen stared intensely at Shang Qingqing, asking in a hoarse voice, word by word, "You say Yi Mengru went to El country?" "Yes. She returned with young Master Fung a week ago. Now they're together day and night. I think your title of fiancé will soon be passed to someone else." Shang Zhen's heart suddenly ached. Fung Xingyan had abandoned her, letting her face death multiple times, while turning to romance with Yu Mengru. Fung Xingyan had betrayed her. As this thought flashed through her mind, Shang Zhen suddenly coughed up blood. "Zhen." Shang Beiki cried out in alarm and quickly called for a doctor. The doctor rushed over, made everyone leave, and began examining Shang Zhen. As Shang Zhen lay in bed being examined, her rationality slowly returned. Calming down, she realized Fung Xingyan wasn't that kind of person. His personality had always been direct and persistent, with clear likes and dislikes. He couldn't possibly change his heart so suddenly. Seeing is believing. She had to see for herself what was happening with Fung Xingyan. Heavy rain poured down. Shang Zhen came alone to the Fung family mansion. Under the gloomy sky, her face was pale. The cold of the rainy day seeped into her bones. As she walked, she found it strange. The usually bustling Fung mansion was eerily quiet now. Something seemed off. Had something happened to the Fung family? With various doubts in mind, she arrived at Fung Xingyan's bedroom door. Just as she was about to knock, she heard a familiar woman's voice. "Brother Yan, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Shang Zhen's raised hand froze in midair. Then came Fung Xingyan's deep, magnetic voice, speaking somewhat stiffly. "Mengru, I heard you like me very much." Shang Zhen's expression remained unchanged, but her fingers gradually tightened, trembling slightly. Inside the room, Yu Mengru sat by the bed, shyly looking at Fung Xingyan. "Brother Yan, Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but quickly dimmed. She spoke softly. "What does it matter if I like you or not? You're Zhen's fiancé. Zhen is my good friend. I won't interfere. I'll give you my blessings." The last few words were particularly bitter, perfectly portraying her unwillingness to hurt a friend. Her act of suppressing her feelings for friendship's sake was performed flawlessly. Any other man might have felt pity for her, but Fung Xingyan only felt disgust. However, at this moment, he had to play along. Suppressing his violence, he smiled deeply, his eyes showing no emotion, speaking with a hint of frivolity. "Love is selfish. If you like me, you should fight for it. If you're willing to give up your friendship with Shang Zhen, then the title of Fung family's young mistress." Before he could finish, the door was kicked open with a bang. Shang Zhen stood there, soaking wet, her long hair dripping, eyes blazing with cold fury. She walked slowly into the bedroom, her red lips curving into a smile. "What were you just saying?" "Sorry to interrupt. Please continue. You may go on." When Fung Xingyan met Shang Zhen's gaze, it felt like being cut by something sharp. His heart aching, The new butler had informed him of her arrival, which was why he deliberately said those disgusting things to provoke her. Only this way would she stay away from him and avoid infection. Even if she hated him, at least she could live on with that hatred. Seeing Shang Zhen's disheveled state, Yu Mengru hurriedly pretended nothing had happened and walked over anxiously. Zhen, are you alright? You'll get sick in the rain. She reached out to touch Shang Zhen. Without hesitation, Shang Zhen slapped her hand away, not using much force, but Yu Mengru fell to the ground like a piece of paper. She stared in disbelief, saying, Zhen, why did you push me? Seeing Shang Zhen's silence, Yu Mengru looked hurt. I understand now. You heard everything at the door, didn't you? Yes. I've liked Brother Yan for a very long time. If you're angry, you can hit me or scold me, but please don't be angry with him. Fung Xingyan watched Yu Mengru with disgust. If he hadn't been infected with the K-virus, he would never have let this woman get close. You're asking me to hit you? Shang Zhen suddenly grabbed Yu Mengru's collar. She delivered a resounding slap. As you wish. She kept holding Yu Mengru's collar. After being slapped, Yu Mengru was immediately pulled back by Shang Zhen. She laughed mockingly. You call yourself my best friend, yet you fall for my fiancé, and you want me to forgive your uncontrollable feelings. How shameless can you be? She threw Yu Mengru to the ground, her demeanor cold as ice. You like this man, yet to make him hate me, you try to send him to my bed? Yu Mengru, are you so sure that a man who's been with me could easily escape? Hatred flashed in Yu Mengru's eyes. She never expected Shang Zhen to treat her this way, each statement more shocking than the last. Not only was Yu Mengru speechless, but even Fung Xingyan couldn't find words. He looked deeply at Shang Zhen, his Adam's apple bobbing, joy and pain churning inside him. Yet he couldn't express these emotions. As she approached the bed, Fung Xingyan swallowed all his sweetness and bitterness, trying to maintain a disgusted expression. Before he could speak, Shang Zhen spoke first, looking down at him with a cold, examining gaze. So what about you? Shang Zhen's eyes fixed intensely on Fung Xingyan, trying to see into his deepest thoughts. Fung Xingyan, what are you hiding? She lifted his chin, speaking seductively yet menacingly. Anyone who's touched my body belongs to me. Are you trying to escape? Fung Xingyan's voice was completely choked off. He felt his entire being, including his soul, was under the control of this bewitchingly beautiful woman before him. You said you liked me before. What about now? Shang Zhen's voice was low and elegant, her smile tightening, with a hint of bitterness at the corners of her mouth. Fung Xingyan, are you still not going to tell the truth, after receiving no response for a long time? Shang Zhen lowered her head. She would verify it in the most direct way. In the next moment, Fung Xingyan suddenly pushed Shang Zhen away forcefully, turning his head away, refusing to look at her. Shang Zhen's already weakened body stumbled backward from his push. All the bitterness, grievance, and confusion in her heart exploded instantly. Fung Xingyan, not only are you hiding something from me, but you even dare to push me away. Very well. Very good. You once promised me you wouldn't disappoint me again, but clearly, you failed to keep that promise. As she spoke, she removed the ring from her finger and sneered. Since this is what you want. The next second, Shang Zhen violently smashed it to the ground. The ring shattered instantly. From now on, let's go our separate ways, she said harshly, leaving without looking back. Fung Xingyan hadn't expected Shang Zhen to break the ring. He had originally planned to give her the ring to make her the Fung family's Jade Lady, ensuring her lifelong security, but she had destroyed it. This meant Shang Zhen completely despised him now. This was what he had hoped for, but suddenly his throat constricted, as if his heart had been torn open, making it impossible to die in peace. The heavy rain poured down. Dull thunder rumbled like cannon fire. Shang Zhen, pale-faced, strode toward the mansion's exit. Pang Qi rushed after her with clothes in hand. Miss Shang, you're soaked through. Please change clothes before leaving. Shang Zhen ignored him. With a gloomy expression, she asked directly, what injury did Master Fung sustain? Pang Qi was startled at first, then with shifting eyes replied, it's just an ordinary gunshot wound. Gunshot wound? Shang Zhen laughed coldly. Do you think such an excuse can fool me? Master Fung really underestimates me. After all we've been through, he puts on another act. Clearly, his illness has become unsolvable. Thinking of this, Shang Zhen's brows furrowed tightly, her heart trembling. She had just returned from Country L, and the most troublesome black virus there. Her heart sank. She turned and left quickly. Although Fung Xingyan was hiding it to protect her, he had indeed disappointed her. Now that the paper was torn and their contract broken, she wouldn't save him for nothing this time. The Fung mansion was in chaos. After Shang Zhen left, Fung Xingyan began coughing blood continuously. He was rushed to the emergency room. In his confused state, he heard Pang Qi return. Fung Xingyan struggled to open his eyes and speak. Tang Qi held his hand sympathetically. "Young master, don't worry. I had the driver take madam to the hospital." Fung Xingyan's eyes darkened, losing focus for a moment before fixing intently on Tang Qi. His voice was hoarse. "You're still trying to hide it from me?" Seeing he couldn't conceal it anymore, Tang Qi admitted chokingly. "He wouldn't let me take him. He wouldn't even take the umbrella. He left in the rain." Before Tang Qi could finish, Fung Xingyan began coughing violently again. The color drained from his face, giving the impression of a dying flame. "What are you saying, old Yuan?" Hu Yijing angrily rebuked. "The master and madam are out looking for spiritual doctors. If anything happens to the young master before they return, can you bear the responsibility?" Fung Xingyan fell into a confused state, unconsciously calling Shang Zhen's name. The doctor beside him held his hand, lying. "Young master, don't worry. Miss Shang still cares for you. Once you recover, you can be together." But Fung Xingyan's heart seemed to have fallen into the deepest darkness. "It's impossible now. Even if I tell him the truth, he won't come back. He's that kind of resolute person. He even broke the ring." At this moment, an alarm sounded. Fung Xingyan's heartbeat was dropping rapidly. The doctors became anxious. At this rate, Fung Xingyan would surely die. Tang Qi frantically searched Fung Xingyan's pocket, pulling out a dove egg-sized pink diamond and placing it firmly in Fung Xingyan's hand. He kept saying, "The ring is gone, but this one remains. This pink diamond ring is the perfect wedding ring you found in Country L. Weren't you planning to propose to madam with it? Only by staying alive can you be with madam." Seeing Fung Xingyan's heart rate rise, the doctor excitedly continued, "Young master, Wu Nuke's kidnapping of madam was partly the Wan family's doing. If you die, madam will surely be bullied by the Wan family. Can you bear to let madam suffer? Who else but you can protect her?" Fung Xingyan's consciousness was gradually pulled back. With each word Tang Qi spoke, Fung Xingyan's heartbeat increased with each word. Eventually, his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Early the next morning, when Pang Qi reported to the company that Shang Zhen wanted to see him, his first reaction was impatience. However, thinking about her relationship with Fung Xingyan, he frowned but agreed to meet. When she entered the Fung mansion again, Shang Zhen's mindset was much calmer. The sharp aura around her made Feng Sahai's initial contempt diminish considerably. Feng Sahai scrutinized the girl before him. She seemed different from before. Though her face was the same, her demeanor was completely different. Unconsciously, Feng Sahai's attitude became more serious. He asked gravely, "Are you here to see Xingyan?" Shang Zhen shook her head, serious and direct. "Fung Xingyan has contracted the black virus, hasn't he?" These words were like a thunderbolt. Feng Sahai's eyes flickered. A man emerged from the shadows. Clearly, if necessary, he would silence Shang Zhen. "Who else knows about this?" Feng Sahai asked quickly. Instinctively, Shang Zhen smiled, her eyes sparkling, speaking unhurriedly. "Currently, only I know. As for how I found out, when Fung Xingyan went to Country L, I was there too. I came specifically for his illness. I want to make a deal with Mr. Fung, a win-win deal." Feng Sahai narrowed his eyes, emanating a murderous aura, but Shang Zhen remained unfazed, staring steadily at Feng Sahai. "I can extend Fung Xingyan's life. In my previous life, the K-virus serum was developed using his blood over 3 years of research at the institute. Therefore, in this world, only he can save Fung Xingyan." Feng Sahai was momentarily shocked but quickly regained composure, his expression growing darker. "Little girl, who gave you the audacity to speak such nonsense? The black virus is a global challenge that stumps even experts." Shang Zhen, "You're barely in your 20s. Shang Zhen smiled maturely. "Those infected with the black virus immediately develop fever. Due to different constitutions, they show various complications, but they all share one thing in common. None survive beyond a month. If I can extend Fung Xingyan's life, naturally I'll find a way to cure him completely. Why not give it a try?" Shang Zhen's calmness gave Feng Sahai a glimmer of hope. Surely no one would joke about their own life without certainty. "What do you want?" Shang Zhen smiled slightly, her eyes determined. "If I can extend his life and achieve some therapeutic effect, I hope the Fung family will adopt me as a goddaughter, treating me as half a daughter." Feng Sahai was shocked, his eyes widening in anger. He barked at Shang Zhen, Your intentions are clear. He hadn't expected this girl was after the Fung family's status. Shang Zhen had anticipated Fung Sahai's reaction and directly placed a contract on the table. I've merely made enemies and need the Fung family's protection. This is my virgin agreement. You announce me as the Fung family's goddaughter, but I won't have inheritance rights. If Fung Xingyan dies, the agreement is void. I'll submit to the Fung family's disposal. Then, Shang Zhen dropped another bombshell. By the way, I also conquered the electric shock syndrome. No one in this world is more qualified than me to treat Fung Xingyan. This deal has no downside for the Fung family, doesn't it? Fung Xingyan was pale, lost in troubled thoughts. He heard Shang Zhen had gone to see his father. Was it to break off the engagement? A bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This was exactly what he had wanted. At this thought, his chest hurt and he began coughing violently again. Tang Lu quickly ran out to find a doctor. At that moment, the door opened. Shang Zhen walked in. When Fung Xingyan saw Shang Zhen, he instinctively held his breath. Shang Zhen's eyes were sharp as she asked coldly, "Fung Xingyan, don't you have something to tell me?" Fung Xingyan pressed his lips together. He couldn't understand why Shang Zhen would still come to see him. Shang Zhen approached step by step, her cold fingers touching his pale face. She softly asked, "Tell me, why did you suddenly change your heart?" Fung Xingyan's brows furrowed, his eyes complex as he said contemptuously, "Does changing one's heart need a reason? If you don't pursue me, I can have the Fung family accept you as their jade lady. Make your dream come true." Shang Zhen hadn't expected that even on his deathbed, Fung Xingyan would arrange such an exit for her. She lowered her eyes, thinking briefly. Suddenly she looked at him with a charming smile, speaking softly, "How about this? Just give me one last kiss, and we'll call everything even. Unless, you've grown to despise me so much that you'd begrudge even a kiss?" Shang Zhen's proposal made Fung Xingyan's barely calmed heart start beating uncontrollably again. Looking at her tempting red lips, he swallowed, unable to refuse. "Don't move," Shang Zhen whispered. Fung Xingyan suddenly made up his mind. He had taken a large dose of inhibitors. As long as there was no direct contact, the chance of transmission was very low. Just one last time, just a light touch. It won't infect Junzhen. Bitterness welled up in Fung Xingyan's eyes as he leaned forward bit by bit. He placed his final kiss gently on Shang Zhen's forehead, breaking away immediately. "Satisfied with just the forehead? You must have taken inhibitors, right? As long as it's not, how did you know?" Before he could finish, Fung Xingyan interrupted her. "Did father tell you?" "No. If news of the black virus leaked out, it would severely impact the Fung family. Father wouldn't tell anyone. I figured it out myself," Shang Zhen said slowly. Fung Xingyan's pale face instantly turned red. This woman had just been teasing him. Shang Zhen smiled mischievously, with a hint of determination. "You dared to deceive me, so why can't I tease you?" "Fung Xingyan, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay away from you as you wished. I've made a deal with your father. I'm staying to treat you, and I'll become the Fung family's goddaughter." "You're being ridiculous," Fung Xingyan shouted, looking at Shang Zhen very sternly. "The black virus isn't just the flu. It's a global challenge. If you want to be the Fung family's goddaughter, I'll help you. Why go to such lengths?" Shang Zhen grew slightly angry, looking at the man before her with misty eyes. "I won't accept your gifts anymore. I want to earn it myself. You just need to trust me and cooperate. Don't interfere with anything else." Fung Xingyan wanted to say more. When Mrs. Fung walked in, she looked at Shang Zhen with tears in her eyes and carefully asked, "Junzhen, I heard from Sahai that you have a way to extend Xingyan's life." Shang Zhen nodded seriously. "Yes, I've practiced a special technique since childhood. Using special acupuncture, I can inject qi energy from objects into patients, and use needle techniques to merge the qi with the patient's body to extend life. The troublesome part is that treatment needs to be done every 3 days. However, this method treats the symptoms, not the cause. While extending life, we need to find a permanent cure quickly." Seeing her confidence, the doctor excitedly said, "We've already assembled a research team to tackle the black virus, gathering many experts. Given enough time, we'll definitely find a treatment method." At this moment, Mrs. Fung grabbed Shang Zhen's hand worriedly. "You mean you can extend the life of anyone near death? That's too miraculous. If this gets out, it could put you in danger. And won't this harm you?" Shang Zhen patted her hand reassuringly. "There will be some damage, but I can recover with rest." Mrs. Fung was both relieved and moved, saying seriously, "Junzhen, don't worry. No one will spread word of this miraculous medical technique. The entire Fung family will protect you." After Mrs. Fung left, Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and asked Fung Xingyan, I've explained everything I can do for you. She leaned forward, lifting Fung Xingyan's chin. Now can you tell me how you got infected? When she learned that Fung Xingyan was infected because he delayed getting the antibody injection to save her, Shang Zhen was stunned. Fung Xingyan's eyes wandered as he said carelessly, "It's not a big deal. With K-virus infection, the antibody injection only gives a 1% chance of survival. Even if I had gotten it, I'd probably die anyway. It would have wasted time saving you. Of course I chose you." Shang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. She sighed deeply. "You really, whether it's 1% or 0.1%, as long as there's a chance of survival, wouldn't most people prioritize their own life?" Shang Zhen remembered her previous life, where Fung Xingyan recovered after 2 months of rest at home. In this life, he was near death. These completely different outcomes were indeed because of him. Fung Xingyan noticed Shang Zhen's silence. He smiled comfortingly. "You don't need to feel guilty. This was my choice." Holding Shang Zhen's hand, his eyes bright, he encouraged, "I'm not that fragile, so treat me without hesitation." Shang Zhen also gripped his hand tightly, saying seriously and firmly, "Let's work hard together. I will definitely cure you." To monitor Fung Xingyan's condition at all times, Shang Zhen moved into the Fung house. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fung Xingyan's condition gradually stabilized. After his last critical condition, he had only a week to live. Now he had not only survived, but his pulse was much stronger than before. He drew a vial of his blood and gave it to Dr. Yan for the team to research. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, plus medicinal baths, his blood had strong resistance to toxins. Perhaps it could be useful. Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen with tender concern. "I've discussed with father. We decided to hold a banquet next month to announce your status as our goddaughter." Shang Zhen merely nodded slightly. Then she got up to leave. As she was leaving, Fung Xingyan called out to her. He handed her an elegantly wrapped box. In the university classroom, Shang Zhen looked at the textbook in her hands with difficulty. Though she was confident in medical courses, she had long forgotten advanced mathematics and physics. Even though she couldn't understand much, she still maintained her previous top student demeanor. Actually quite unsociable. "Have you noticed how Shang Zhen has changed? She used to be introverted but gentle. Now I'm afraid to approach her." Several female classmates whispered behind her. "But she's become so much prettier. I barely recognized her. I heard the art department's most popular guy fell in love with her at first sight." While they were chattering, a discordant voice came from the doorway. "Where's Shang Zhen? Get out here." Shang Zhen's eyes flickered as she looked toward the door. The girl looked familiar. Looking carefully, it was Yu Mengru's friend, Han Wan. Seeing Shang Zhen not responding, Han Wan strode directly toward Shang Zhen. Without thinking, she tried to slap her. "Shang Zhen, you shameless woman." As the slap came down, Shang Zhen dodged nimbly. Han Wan's hand hit the desk hard instead, making her grimace in pain. Shang Zhen stood aside, examining this woman who was being used by Yu Mengru, and sneered. "What mad dog came biting?" Han Wan's eyes widened, her face pale with anger. "You dare insult me? You seduced Mengru's man, became a homewrecker, and still act so arrogant. Have you no shame, Wan Wan? I told you it's a misunderstanding." After Han Wan finished speaking, Yu Mengru appeared right on cue. She wore a white dress, hurriedly running over to grab Han Wan's arm, pretending to be in a difficult position of trying to cover for Shang Zhen. "With so many people here, if this gets out, how can Zhen continue studying?" Yu Mengru glanced at Shang Zhen, suppressing her resentment, and continued pitifully. "Zhen, don't be angry. I'll take her away now. I don't blame you for that incident." Her words were clearly meant to ruin Shang Zhen's reputation, but Han Wan didn't cooperate. "Why should we leave? Mengru, you're too soft-hearted. That's why people take advantage of you. Everyone in Heizhong City knows young Master Fung likes you. Yet some people delude themselves, breaking up other people's relationships." More and more onlookers gathered. With Yu Mengru's tireless promotion, everyone started criticizing Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen curled her lips in mockery. "Done acting? Since when did Fung Xingyan become your man?" "Yu Mengru, he never agreed. Yet you throw yourself at him. Is this what your Yu family teaches? Besides, Fung Xingyan already has a fiancé. Isn't it obvious who's really the third wheel?" Yu Mengru couldn't maintain her composure. She gritted her teeth and deliberately provoked. "Brother Yan doesn't have a fiancé. Unless someone has the Fung family's heirloom ring. Without the ring, there's no engagement. Last time he almost made me his fiancé. but you came barging in and interrupted us. She was there when Shang Zhen broke the ring last time. She was counting on Shang Zhen not being able to produce it. He just hasn't agreed yet. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. She sneered. You Mengru. I slapped you in front of Fung Xingyan, and he didn't stop me. Do you know why? Shang Zhen's eyes sharpened as she suddenly declared. Because I have the right. Third wheel you. Look carefully. The Fung family's heirloom ring is in my hand. The ring she had supposedly smashed appeared intact in her hand. How is this possible? I clearly saw you break it. Yu Mengru blurted out in shock. Realizing she had slipped up, she quickly covered her mouth. Shang Zhen smiled triumphantly. So, you admit this ring was mine all along. She stepped forward, looking down at them. I did break the ring, but Fung Xingyan had it repaired and returned it to me. Feeling the complex gazes around her, Yu Mengru took a deep breath. That's impossible. When Brother Yan was injured before, he wouldn't see anyone except me. Junjin, I've always treated you like a good sister, but this is how you treat me. I'm so heartbroken. After speaking, she ran away wiping tears, appearing deeply hurt. The crowd finally realized that Yu Mengru was actually the third wheel. This attempt to confront had backfired spectacularly. It felt satisfying. That evening, back at the Fung house, Fung Xingyan was reading documents. Shang Zhen brought soup made by Mrs. Fung, handing it to Fung Xingyan with a gloomy face. He immediately put down his documents. Noticing her extremely unpleasant expression, Fung Xingyan quickly figured out she must have encountered something unpleasant at school, and the fact that Shang Zhen was showing her displeasure to him meant it must be related to him. He slowly walked behind Shang Zhen. Seeing her struggling with a problem, Fung Xingyan pointed at a question, slowly saying, you got this coordinate wrong. It should be like this. He directly held Shang Zhen's hand and began analyzing the problem on the paper. Shang Zhen was slightly stunned. She never could have imagined Fung Xingyan tutoring her in the past. Junjin, why is your face so red? Are you shy? Fung Xingyan raised his eyebrows, his eyes unable to hide his happiness. Shang Zhen came to her senses and pushed his face away. She coldly said, you're too close. I'm hot. Fung Xingyan's eyes held a trace of amusement as he ruffled her hair, asking gently, can you tell me who made our Junjin unhappy? Who else but you? Shang Zhen raised her delicate chin, looking extremely cold. Today Yu Mengru came saying I was the third wheel. She blamed me for keeping you away. Haven't you not seen her for a long time? She must have been desperate. Fung Xingyan's expression darkened with hatred, staring at her intensely. I won't see her in the future either. If you find her annoying, I'll deal with her personally. Shang Zhen quickly interrupted. I'll say it again. My enemies. I'll handle them one by one myself. Honestly, I quite enjoy suppressing them like this. The feeling when they can't stand it but can't do anything about it. It's quite satisfying. At the Wan family's recognition banquet. How are things with the Wan family? Fung Xingyan stood before the mirror and suddenly asked. The Wan family's funding chain has been broken for a long time. With the several failed collaborations we deliberately created, their problems are getting worse. Tang Qi reported seriously from the side. They plan to have Wan Shaowen marry the daughter of Sheng Jingyun Wei Bank's president. Though Wan Shaowen's background isn't good, the bank president's daughter fell in love with him at first sight. Fung Xingyan gave a cold laugh, his eyes showing a hint of ruthlessness. Young girls always have a thing for pretty faces. Arrange for Donatis to meet her by chance. She'll surely fall for Donatis instead. Tang Qi nodded, but asked confusedly, young master, since we already have evidence of the Wan family's smuggling and their dealings with enemies in Country L, why don't we just take them down all at once? Fung Xingyan's eyes showed helplessness and indulgence. It's not enough. If we strike now, the Wan family might still have a chance to recover. Since they wanted Junjin dead, I want them to fall into despair and never rise again. Plus, Junjin doesn't want me interfering in her affairs, so I can only weaken the enemy first, then provide suitable opportunities for Junjin to deliver the fatal blow herself. Meanwhile, Shang Zhen was trying on the dress Fung Xingyan had specially prepared for her in front of the mirror. The gradient dark blue skirt was studded with diamonds, sparkling brilliantly. Fung Xingyan waved his hand, and everyone else immediately left. He stepped forward to zip up Shang Zhen's dress. His movements were slow, with a hint of composure and intimacy. He wrapped his arms around Shang Zhen's waist, resting his head on her shoulder. The scene was harmonious, like a match made in heaven. The woman in the mirror looked cold and noble. The diamond starry dress made her look like a goddess of the night, unreachable. Fung Xingyan gazed deeply, praising, Junjin, You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fung Xingyan escorted Shang Zhen in, making a stunning entrance. Many were stunned, captivated by the handsome man and beautiful woman. All the previous negative talk about Fung Xingyan disliking Shang Zhen dissolved instantly. Isn't this supposed to be a recognition ceremony? Why do they look like they're at an engagement party? They really match perfectly. In a corner, someone was fuming. "Mom, what makes that bitch worthy of becoming a Fung family member?" Seeing Shang Zhen's glory, Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger and envy. Being the Fung family's goddaughter was far more prestigious than being a Shang family young lady. Lin Shuihan glared at Shang Zhen and said spitefully, "It's all because her birth mother was close to Li Weiniang." Lin Shuihan suddenly smiled again. "But this is good too. Now that Shang Zhen has become part of the Fung family, you, as Shang Zhen's sister, have more opportunities to visit the Fung house. Now that young Master Fung is free from his engagement, if you can win him over, what does Shang Zhen matter?" The Yu family shared similar thoughts. Yu Mengru looked upset, but her mother remained optimistic. "It's good now. That cursed engagement is finally over. Mengru, don't worry about the misunderstanding. You can ask young Master Fung to dance. You haven't seen him for so long. Someone must have caused trouble between you. You need to find a chance to explain." Yu Mengru nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. I won't let Shang Zhen succeed." At this moment, the dance music changed. Fung Xingyan bowed slightly. Amid the envious gazes of many women, he made a gentlemanly inviting gesture to Shang Zhen. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor? Brother Yan, are you feeling better?" Before Fung Xingyan could finish his invitation, Yu Loru appeared gracefully. Her purple bun hairstyle accentuated her beautiful almond eyes. Yu Mengrong glanced at Shang Zhen, suppressing the hatred in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Junzhen, you look beautiful tonight, but since you were previously Brother Yan's fiancé, it wouldn't be appropriate to dance the opening dance with him now. After all, your status is different now. What a pity. I was really looking forward to seeing Junzhen and Brother Yan dance together." Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Looking forward to it, are you?" She decisively took Fung Xingyan's hand. "Since others are so eager, let's not disappoint them. Let's do the opening dance." Yu Mengru's eyes widened, and she quickly forced a smile. "Junzhen, although I was looking forward to it, you're now the Fung family's goddaughter, and given your previous relationship with Brother Yan, dancing together wouldn't be appropriate. Why don't you dance with my cousin instead?" Fung Xingyan coldly interrupted Yu Mengru. His brows furrowed as he shot her a sharp glance. "Since when do I need your approval for what I do? And who gave you permission to call me Brother Yan? You're not worthy." Yu Mengru's face instantly turned pale. She looked at him with grievance. "Yan, you never used to treat me like this." She couldn't understand why young Master Fung would treat her this way. Though he had been cold before, he had always granted her requests. Shang Zhen was in a good mood. Her lips curled up in a smile. She said pleasantly, "Yu Mengru, did you think you could hide what happened in childhood forever? Fung Xingyan was only nice to you because he thought you were his lifesaver. But after learning the truth, you're just a fraud." Ignoring Yu Mengru's expression, the couple entered the dance floor hand in hand. They began the first opening dance. Shang Zhen had specially learned some dance moves to prepare for tonight's dance, but she still struggled to keep up with Fung Xingyan. "Focus." Fung Xingyan looked down at her, smiling as he agreed, saying, "Keep your mind on the dance." Suddenly, she stepped on Fung Xingyan's foot. Startled, she quickly stepped back, lost her balance, and was about to fall backward. At the crucial moment, Fung Xingyan wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. The height difference made the woman who looked like a goddess of the stars suddenly appear delicate and dependent. Shang Zhen's blushing face was buried in Fung Xingyan's arms, her waist locked by his strong hands as she felt the warmth and rapid heartbeat in his embrace. "Junzhen, aren't you going to stand up? How long do you plan to stay in brother's arms?" Shang Zhen immediately straightened up and pushed Fung Xingyan away forcefully. "I'm done dancing." With that, she coldly lifted her dress and turned to leave. Seeing Shang Zhen leave like that, Fung Xingyan slowly curved his lips, thinking Shang Zhen was fleeing in embarrassment. He probably hadn't hidden his desire well enough and had scared his little one. The green tea tried to ambush Shang Zhen, but was kicked into the water by Fung Xingyan. After Shang Zhen hurriedly left the ball, Yu Mengru followed her out. "Shang Zhen, what did you do to make Brother Yan change his attitude towards me?" Yu Mengru's face twisted with hatred as she shouted, "I've always been so good to you. Why did you hurt me?" Shang Zhen gave a cold laugh, looking at Yu Mengru with contempt. "You were good to me? Back then you had me buy medicine. but you used it on Fung Xingyan instead, and then suggested he investigate me. Is that what you call being good to me? Shang Zhen spoke with a slight smile, but her anger and resentment hadn't diminished at all. When we were young, you were the only one who didn't mind my introversion and played with me. So when you said you wanted to get close to Aunt Fung and wanted a brother, I foolishly introduced you to them and spoke well of you. When you broke Aunt Feng's jewelry box, I took the blame. When your grades were poor, I took the exams for you. Yu Mengru stepped back, her anger uncontrollable yet unwilling to admit it. She was actually frightened by Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen stepped forward, questioning her one after another. All these years, I believed I was good to you. But why did you hurt me like this? And repeatedly, each time more vicious than the last. Under Shang Zhen's piercing gaze, Yu Mengru felt a bone-chilling coldness. She finally broke down. Who do you think you are, Shang Zhen? What right do you have to be engaged to Brother Yan, the man I want from the streets? Why is he tied to you? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with resentment, her expression full of disdain and hatred. You worthless piece of trash. What right do you have to step on my head? Shang Zhen coldly snorted, saying sarcastically, just because you steal others' achievements and have almost zero judgment to climb up? The governor incident was your doing. Yu Mengru's expression twisted as she glared at Shang Zhen. You bitch, she suddenly screamed, raising her hand to slap Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen caught her hand, her gaze ice cold, humiliated and enraged. Yu Mengru was beside herself. How rare. I never thought I'd see such an expression on your face, though it's a shame that even looking at you makes me sick. After speaking, she threw Yu Mengru's hand aside, enjoying her pathetic state. As she turned to leave, Yu Mengru was severely provoked by Shang Zhen's words. Watching Shang Zhen's retreating figure, she suddenly grabbed a stone. Without you, Feng Yan will be mine. If only you would disappear forever. Yu Mengru leapt up, raising the stone to strike Shang Zhen. Watch out. Fung Xingyan rushed over with lightning speed. He held Shang Zhen in his arms and quickly turned around. She opened her eyes in true terror. She absolutely couldn't let Fung Xingyan bleed. The lung virus was highly contagious. If someone got infected through his blood, everything would be exposed. In the second before the stone fell, she suddenly burst into action. She turned and pushed Fung Xingyan away. The stone struck heavily on her exposed shoulder. Shang Zhen groaned in pain as blood began to flow. Fung Xingyan's pupils constricted, and he immediately held Shang Zhen in his arms. A terrifying murderous aura and anger suddenly erupted from his body. He turned and viciously kicked Yu Mengru into the water. Being a woman, Yu Mengru could do nothing but struggle and cry out, "Help! Help! I can't swim." The guests in the banquet hall heard the commotion and came out, preparing to reach in and pull her out. "Don't anyone dare move," Fung Xingyan roared. His suppressed anger made it seem as if his worst enemy was in the water. Fung Xingyan didn't dare touch Shang Zhen's wound and directly handed her to Pang Qi, telling him to take her away for treatment. After Pang Qi left, he stayed. He needed to vent his rage now. Yu Mengru's mother fell to her knees with a thud, pleading with hands clasped. "Young Master Fung, my daughter can't swim. Someone will die if this continues." "Yes, Xingyan." Mrs. Fung also came over anxiously to persuade him. "Let's pull her up first and talk later." Fung Xingyan suddenly laughed coldly. "Fine." Finally relenting, everyone quickly pulled Yu Mengru out. Yu Mengru lay on the ground, gasping and crying, completely disheveled. Fung Xingyan looked at her, his eyes gleaming coldly, and finally smiled mockingly. "Now, Miss Yu, can you tell me how someone who can't swim managed to save me from drowning 9 years ago?" Yu Mengru's face instantly turned pale white. She lay trembling on the ground, pleading softly, "I'm sorry, young Master Fung. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just liked you too much. I won't dare do it again, for the sake of our childhood friendship." Yu Loru looked up at the man before her, her heart filled with fear. This man was too frightening. After knowing him for so many years, he could watch her die with his own eyes. Fung Xingyan laughed coldly, his smile terrifying. His sharp, intimidating aura raged around him, making everyone tremble like cicadas in winter. "Very well. For the sake of our childhood friendship, I'll decide to let you spend fewer days in jail. You just attempted to murder my sister in front of me. That's attempted murder. Wait for the lawyer's letter." After speaking, he gave Yu Mengru one last contemptuous look and strode away. Yu Mengru seemed to lose her soul, collapsing on the ground. Going to jail, was this how her life would end? After attacking Shang Zhen, She was afraid of being sent to jail. She even knelt down publicly at school begging for forgiveness. While Shang Zhen was eating in the cafeteria, two female students came to warn her. Yu Mengru is looking for you in the square. Be careful. I think she might have bad intentions. Ever since they learned about Shang Zhen's background, they had all started approaching her intentionally or unintentionally. The square was already crowded with onlookers. As Yu Mengru was kneeling on the ground, she was indeed a clever woman. Knowing that without making some sacrifices now, there would be no chance for redemption, she kept her head down, giving off an impression of vulnerability and pitifulness. On the white paper in front of her were written large characters, Shang Zhen, I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Just from the literal meaning. Among the crowd of onlookers, more than half had already sided with Yu Mengru. They started pointing fingers at Shang Zhen. Who is this Shang Zhen to push Senior Yu to this point? Those who knew the inside story explained. Shang Zhen is the Fung family's goddaughter. Yu Mengru offended her. Hearing this, the discussions grew louder, with many starting to despise Shang Zhen, using status to humiliate others. This Shang Zhen is too narrow-minded. Shang Zhen heard these comments as soon as she arrived and frowned. So Yu Mengru did wrong, yet she was the narrow-minded one? How interesting. Even coming to apologize was meant to set her up. She walked calmly to Yu Mengru and asked coolly, Senior, were you looking for me? Yu Mengru slowly raised her head, tears in her eyes. Zhen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. The fact that you can come to school today shows the injury wasn't serious. Can you forgive me? Please don't make me go to jail. I'm willing to compensate any amount. Her words were pitiful, her body trembling slightly, completely giving the impression that Shang Zhen was bullying her using her power. Before Shang Zhen could speak, a male student nearby couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Shang Zhen angrily. Enough. I see you're fine. Is it necessary to send someone to jail? What's the point of being so aggressive? As he tried to help Yu Mengru up, she acted as if frightened, remaining kneeling on the ground, tears falling one by one, appearing confused and helpless. No, I won't get up. If Zhen doesn't forgive me, I can't get up. I don't want to go to jail. Yu Mengru pushed away the boy trying to help her, looking at Shang Zhen with tear-filled eyes. She even shuffled forward on her knees. Zhen, please, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. I'll never appear before Fung Yan again. Please give me a way out. I'm being aggressive? Shang Zhen curled her lips, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. You all think I'm being unreasonable, right? Fine. I am being unreasonable. Though the crowd didn't speak, they all cast malicious glances. Shang Zhen raised her chin and declared, forgiving her would be my mercy. Not forgiving her is also my choice. Since she dared to hurt me, she must pay the price. Can everything be forgotten just by apologizing? Sending her to jail is my right. She tried to kill me with a stone. If attempted murder can be resolved with just an apology, what's the point of having laws to restrict good people and indulge bad ones? After hearing this, the crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak anymore. Seeing the tide turning towards Shang Zhen, Yu Mengru gritted her teeth and gave Shang Zhen a deep kowtow. She knew clearly that if Fung Yan was involved, it was already set in stone. Zhen, I'm not trying to escape punishment. I was confused and angry then, acting wrongly in the heat of the moment. But wrong is wrong. I sincerely apologize to you. If you don't forgive me, I'll keep kneeling here. Shang Zhen remained unmoved. Yu Mengru was so hateful she could spit blood, cursing frantically in her heart. Shang Zhen, who do you think you are? Later I'll sell you to the poorest country to be the lowest prostitute. I'll inject you with poison, make you suffer humiliation for life. Watching Yu Mengru kowtowing and apologizing, many people showed sympathetic expressions. That's enough, right? Shang Zhen, just forgive her. Maybe let her pay compensation. You're still classmates after all. Such voices grew more numerous. Most people would have given in to the pressure by now, but not Shang Zhen. She watched Yu Mengru kowtowing without any ripple in her heart. In her previous life, when she contracted the black virus and sought Yu Mengru's help for survival, Yu Mengru agreed on the surface but immediately betrayed her. She still remembered when she was sent to the research institute. Yu Mengru's victorious posture. At that time, Yu Mengru had looked down at her and said smugly, blame yourself for being stupid. Who am I? You're not worthy of being my friend. If it weren't for the Fung family, I would have killed you long ago. You lowly fool. Coming back to her senses, Shang Zhen walked step by step towards Yu Mengru. By now, Yu Mengru's hatred had reached its peak, but seeing Shang Zhen approach, she still showed a hopeful expression, having humbled herself to the extreme. Zhen, Have you forgiven me? She thought Shang Zhen would help her up and tell her she was forgiven, but unexpectedly, Shang Zhen merely bent down, looking at her with deep eyes, and spoke calmly and coldly. I won't forgive someone who tried to kill me, nor will I give that person another chance to harm me. I just came to watch you beg like a dog, and you didn't disappoint. Seeing you gritting your teeth while begging, your hatred while kowtowing to me, makes me happy. I feel thoroughly refreshed. Thank you for the excellent performance. Here's 1 yuan. Consider it a tip for your performance. Saying this, she really took out a coin and threw it on the ground. She turned and left. Keep going, Zhang Qitong. I need to prepare for exams, so I won't play along anymore. Shang Zhen hadn't walked far. Yu Mengru suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't an act. She was truly so angry that she coughed up blood. Yu Mengru glared hatefully at Shang Zhen's retreating figure. Hysterically, she squeezed out words through gritted teeth. Shang Zhen, how dare you treat me like this? Shang Zhen, I want you to die. 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 The people around were frightened by Yu Mengru's behavior. They vaguely felt that Yu Mengru wasn't as sincere as she had appeared earlier. Did she truly want forgiveness? How terrifying. When Shang Zhen left the school gates, it was already dark. Tang Qi saw Shang Zhen and excitedly shouted, "Miss, over here." Hadn't Shang Zhen been staying by Fung Xingyan's side for a long time? Could it be that she went out? She got into the car in shock. Sure enough, it was Fung Xingyan. With gentle eyes, he asked concernedly, I heard Yu Mengru caused you trouble again today. I came to check on you. Shang Zhen settled in her seat, tilted her head and smiled. Are you worried about me? Of course. Fung Xingyan blurted out seriously. You're the only one worth me making this trip for. Shang Zhen remained calm. What can a mere Yu Meng do to me? Suddenly raising her eyebrows to examine Fung Xingyan. But how have you been feeling lately? Does it hurt? She understood the embryo virus too well. In her previous life, after being infected with the embryo virus, the more medicine she took, the more her body hurt. In the later stages, even the slightest touch felt like being carved by knives. Fung Xingyan stared at Shang Zhen with deep eyes, showing a mischievous smile. It's bearable. I remember last time when you were injured in the chest but refused anesthesia. You told me a kiss would make it stop hurting. If you're willing to kiss me once, perhaps I won't hurt either. Shang Zhen was speechless, with black lines appearing over her head. Fung Xingyan suppressed the bitterness in his eyes and slightly curved his lips. Don't worry. With my current condition, you don't need to worry about me doing anything to you. It's just that when everyone else avoids me, I especially hope there could be someone who doesn't mind my condition and stays close to me. Hearing this, Shang Zhen's vigilant expression gradually relaxed. She never expected that Fung Xingyan, who always seemed indifferent to life and death, would have such a vulnerable side. Shang Zhen suddenly smiled and teased. Fung Xingyan, you're just missing women, aren't you? You're 23 now, right at the age when men are most impulsive. Now your activities are restricted, and you can't get close to people. You must feel frustrated. Maybe you're right. Fung Xingyan suddenly pulled Shang Zhen close. He embraced her, his smiling voice carrying a hint of indifference. I do want a woman, but I've never thought about anyone else. From beginning to end, I've only thought about Shang Zhen. The car cabin fell quiet for a moment. Fung Xingyan closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from her body. Zhen, actually, after our accidental intimacy initially, I wanted to take responsibility and fulfill our engagement, but Yu Mengru said everything was orchestrated by you. Even those drugs were made by you. He opened his eyes, filled with guilt and self-blame. I investigated and found it was really you. That's why I became angry and disgusted with you even more. I'm telling you this not to shirk responsibility or seek forgiveness. I just want to say, from now on, I will always believe in you. As long as I'm alive, I'll stand by your side. His hoarse voice and ambiguous words had already lulled Shang Zhen to sleep. Fung Xingyan was startled at first, then tightened his embrace, inhaling her unique cold fragrance. His lips curved up. Zhen, what am I going to do with you? The next morning when Shang Zhen woke up, she felt the warmth of the bed. She unconsciously snuggled closer, then belatedly realized she was in someone's arms. She looked up and saw Fung Xingyan's face. That face so beautiful it could make heaven jealous. She was speechless. Fung Xingyan was also awake but kept his eyes half closed, pretending to know nothing. Why are you in my bed? Shang Zhen poked Fung Xingyan with a cold face. Fung Xingyan finally opened one eye, his voice low and hoarse. Isn't it comfortable sleeping together? Shang Zhen said coldly. It's comfortable, but that's not the point, okay? Her current identity was his sister, How could they sleep together? Then let's keep sleeping. Fung Xingyan pulled back Shang Zhen, who was about to get up. It's still early, and the bed is just getting warm. Really don't want to sleep with me a bit longer? Fung Xingyan's beautiful smiling face. Even his thick eyebrows rippled with gentleness. His slightly tight black clothes perfectly displayed his flawless figure. Zhang Zhengwei was about to agree with a reddened face. She hit the brakes just in time and jumped out of bed. No, I need to go to school for exams. That was close. She almost fell for his handsome trap. After a full day of exams at school, her head was spinning. Just as she was about to go rest, she received a call from Professor Li. Junjun, why haven't you submitted your research assignment yet? You need to hurry. Tomorrow is the deadline. Without the research grade, even excellent written exam scores won't get you into the master doctoral program. You must hurry. Shang Zhen was shocked. She had clearly asked the group leader to submit the research assignment to Professor Li. A bad feeling crept up. She immediately found the group leader, who also widened his eyes in surprise. Shang Zhen, I really did send your research assignment. He suddenly remembered something and his face darkened. But on the way, I met your sister Shang Qingqing. She said she was going to see Professor Li anyway and could take it there for me, so I gave it to her. Shang Qingqing, it seems whether in past life or present, you've always coveted what's mine. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Shang Qingqing not only stole Shang Zhen's research assignment and claimed it as her own, but also called her parents to back her up. In the classroom, Shang Qingqing was basking in her classmates' flattery. After submitting the stolen work, she indeed received high praise from the professors. Moreover, the famous Professor Luo was interested in taking her as a student. Just as Shang Qingqing was lost in her beautiful fantasy, Shang Zhen appeared in the classroom with an unreadable expression. Qingqing, I heard Professor Luo really appreciates your work and is looking for you. Shall I go with you? No. Without thinking, Shang Qingqing immediately stood up and slammed the table in refusal. Shang Zhen smiled and approached step by step. That's not up to you. I'm giving you one last chance. Admit your mistake now and return the research assignment, and I can pretend nothing happened. But if you remain stubborn, I won't hold back. I'll deal with this decisively. I don't know what you're talking about. Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth emotionally. Determined to deny everything, she secretly called Lin Shuihan and told him about the situation. In the school's reception room, Shang Qingqing ran in breathlessly. Professor Luo, I heard you were looking for me. Professor Luo smiled gently. Yes, but you didn't need to rush. I called you because I have some questions about your assignment. At this moment, Shang Zhen walked in calmly, interrupting them. She introduced herself confidently. Professor Luo, I'm Qingqing's sister, Shang Zhen. I heard Qingqing's recent research work has earned your recognition. I came specially to sit in. I want to see how much my sister has improved. Professor Luo was stunned for a moment, then nodded approvingly at both of them. The Shang family truly has good education. The elder daughter is the school's famous genius student, and the younger daughter is also so talented. Professor Luo smiled and said kindly, very well. Student Shang can stay and listen. No, before Professor Luo could finish, Shang Qingqing firmly refused. She nervously looked at Professor Luo, her eyes darting around before quickly saying, Professor, although we're family, we have a tradition of healthy competition. I don't want my sister to see my research results. She might get jealous. Shang Zhen looked at the thick-skinned Shang Qingqing and sneered. Sister, don't worry. I never steal from others. After all, I'm not that shameless. I'm just here on behalf of father to listen in. I know your capabilities very well. Oh really? A girl's voice cut in, though smiling. Her tone was full of meaning. Qingqing's parents are still alive. No need for you to interfere. Lin Shuihan and Zhang Beiki arrived just in time. Shang Zhen's eyes narrowed, flashing with icy anger. Shang Qingqing calling Lin Shuihan was within expectations, but she hadn't anticipated Zhang Beiki getting involved. Was she defending Shang Qingqing who had done wrong? Zhang Beiki looked uncomfortable and said with difficulty, Junjun, you should go to class first. Shang Zhen's smile stiffened. She immediately smiled brightly and said, it's break time now. I want to stay and hear my sister's research work. After all, her grades have always been poor. If I discover any issues, I can help point them out and prevent her from going astray. Zhang Beiqi's expression grew even more uncomfortable. She understood that Shang Zhen was implying she had caught Shang Qingqing cheating. Lin Shuihan hurriedly said, we're all here now. What are you worried about? Or is it that after entering the school, you no longer listen to your father? That would be unfilial. Professor Luo finally sensed something was amiss and looked at Shang Zhen. Student Shang, why do you insist on staying? Is there something wrong with that research assignment? That one sentence shocked all three of them, their expressions changing instantly. There's no problem. Absolutely no problem. Professor Luo, our Junjen has some mental issues. Lin Shuihan quickly waved his hands, showing an embarrassed smile. But don't worry, I'll take her away immediately. Please take care of our Qingqing. Lin Shuihan knew clearly that if Qingqing became Professor Luo's student, her future would be bright. They couldn't let Shang Zhen ruin Qingqing's opportunity. Shang Beiqi sighed. Although he disapproved of his younger daughter's actions, both children were equally dear to him. Being in public, family reputation was more important. He simply grabbed Shang Zhen directly. Junjen, let's go home, please. Dad is begging you. Shang Zhen shook her head with a bitter smile. These people, if she hadn't been reborn, she would have given in for the family's face. But giving in once would lead to second and third times. Shang Qingqing would never know when to stop. Shang Zhen pushed Shang Beiqi away firmly. Professor Luo, let me be direct. I suspect Shang Qingqing stole my research assignment. That's why I insist on sitting in. I want to see if I'm wrongly accusing her or if she's really that shameless. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Shang Qingqing's face turned pale, completely panicked. Don't like what I'm saying? Shang Zhen sneered, hatred flashing in her eyes. If I back down this time, some people will think I'm easy to bully. They'll keep pushing me again and again. Her sharp gaze swept towards Shang Beiqi. Dad, the research assignment Qingqing stole affects my exam. Why should I give up my master doctoral program spot for such a waste? Seeing Shang Beiqi's silence, Lin Shuihan became anxious. He reflexively argued, if you don't pass this year, you can try next year. You're smart anyway. Why harm our Qingqing? Or is it that you couldn't produce good work yourself? So you deliberately targeted Qingqing's work? How can you be so evil? Qingqing, now in a difficult position, chimed in. Sister, you can't do this to me. This research assignment took me several years to complete. You can't ruin me just for your own future. Seeing Shang Zhen's firm attitude, Shang Beiqi felt terrible and blurted out, Junjen, can we discuss everything at home? If such news gets out in front of outsiders, how embarrassing would it be for the Shang family? Seeing Shang Beiqi's distress, Shang Zhen sighed. Why go home? From just now until now, I've given Shang Qingqing countless chances. This is all her own doing. I'm just protecting my own interests. Shang Zhen didn't look at Shang Beiqi's troubled face anymore. Instead, she smiled coldly at Shang Qingqing, her gaze sharp and piercing. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want me to make this a big deal? At this point, Shang Qingqing still held onto false hope. After all, she had memorized Shang Zhen's work thoroughly. As long as Shang Zhen couldn't produce evidence, nothing would go wrong. She could even accuse Shang Zhen of stealing her work content. So she gritted her teeth and said, go ahead and make it big. I won't admit to something I didn't do. Besides, you're just making baseless accusations. Show some evidence if you can. You're just slandering me. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking Shang Qingqing really wouldn't give up until forced to. She suddenly raised her voice. Want evidence? Sure, I have plenty. The conflict between the Shang sisters quickly became known throughout the school. The project director quickly arrived. He first scanned everyone, finally looking at Shang Zhen, forcing a smile. Yes, student Shang Zhen, I heard you want to expose Shang Qingqing because she stole your work. Since Shang Zhen was the Fung family's adopted daughter, the school leaders were already aware of this. So after arriving, their attitude was very good. Shang Zhen had clearly anticipated this situation. She nodded. Yes, today I want to make everything clear in front of you. The school cannot tolerate such vermin. Lin Shuihan nervously stared at Shang Zhen, shouting with implied threats. Shang Zhen, do you really want to fall out with your family over a misunderstanding? You may have married up now, but blood is thicker than water. If you recklessly damage the family's reputation like this, aren't you afraid your father won't let you come home anymore? Shang Zhen spoke slowly with a meaningful smile, glancing at Shang Beiqi's ashen face. Shang Qingqing's grades are poor, and she has absolutely no talent in medical research. If she gets away with it this time and tastes success, she'll only become more emboldened and keep making mistakes. Shang Qingqing's face turned pale, ready to take a risk. She suddenly shouted, Sister, you keep saying I stole your work, then let's have a confrontation. Whether it's the concept or specific content, we'll know who the real author is after comparing. Shang Zhen coldly glanced at Shang Qingqing, confront you? Do you think I have that much free time? She then turned to Professor Luo and said, Professor, actually, the part Shang Qingqing stole was just a semi-finished Western medicine that only works on women over 25, and only has 80% preventive effect. As she spoke, she opened a document on her phone and handed it over. You can look at this document. This is the finished medicine. The assignment I submitted was a byproduct derived from the finished product. It can effectively prevent ovarian cancer. This is my next major research topic. Because it's a trade secret, I only submitted the semi-finished product for the assignment. I never expected something like this would happen. Every word Shang Zhen said shocked everyone. She had actually developed an anti-cancer agent. Professor Luo was particularly astounded. He finally understood why Shang Zhen didn't want to openly confront earlier but wanted to force Qingqing to back down. Because this assignment wasn't just homework, it contained enormous commercial value with immeasurable potential. Shang Zhen turned her head, looking disappointedly at the completely stunned Shang Qingqing. This research, I originally planned to give it to Dad after completely mastering it. It could bring huge profits and prestige. A great opportunity to revitalize our family. She calmly and sharply pointed out the consequences. And these consequences were absolutely unbearable for Shang Beiki. Shang Beiki was drenched in cold sweat, filled with guilt. Junzhen had always been thinking about the family. Professor Luo was completely absorbed in the report. The director of education turned and asked the professor, "Can we now prove who's lying?" Shang Qingqing wanted to struggle a bit more, but was directly stopped by Professor Luo. He reluctantly returned the phone to Shang Zhen, sincerely praising, "Student Shang, please rest assured, I absolutely won't disclose your research content. I suggest you apply for a patent before finding a supervisor. This is truly remarkable research." After speaking, he turned and gave Shang Qingqing a disappointed glare, saying gravely, "Today's students are too crafty. If only they'd put that cleverness to good use." Shang Qingqing's face turned pale. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. The pessimistic students criticized Shang Qingqing. How ridiculous. Stealing from her sister and still acting like a victim. So young yet so two-faced. A girl nearby added, "I heard she was previously with Shang Zhen's psychiatrist at home." As the discussions grew louder, while Shang Zhen gained tremendous recognition, Shang Qingqing was completely discredited. Being despised by Professor Luo was bad enough, and now her reputation was ruined too. Seeing Shang Qingqing's reputation completely destroyed, Lin Shuihan lost all restraint and pointed at Shang Zhen, cursing, "Shang Zhen, you ungrateful wretch. All these years I've fed and clothed you, and this is how you treat your sister? It was just a semi-finished product. What's the big deal? You just can't stand seeing her succeed. Destroying family bonds over an exam. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? That's enough? Stop making a scene." Shang Beiki shouted angrily, trying to pull Lin Shuihan away. But concerning her precious daughter, Lin Shuihan couldn't hold back. "Shang Beiki, you coward. You just let Shang Zhen bully Qingqing like this? Shang Zhen is your daughter. But isn't Qingqing too? What Shang Zhen did today shows she doesn't consider us family at all. If she wanted to continue this research, there was no need to expose Qingqing. When the finished product came out, she could have just said it was their joint research, couldn't she? But Shang Zhen is too selfish. She ruined Qingqing just for fame." "Madam." Before Lin Shuihan could finish ranting, the academic director couldn't take it anymore. Her plump face darkened. "How you educate your children is your business, but the school must discipline theft. Moreover, Shang Zhen's exam is crucial. She skipped several grades at 18 to directly apply for the master doctoral program. The school only gives one chance. If she doesn't pass this time, there won't be another." Shang Zhen, who had been calmly observing, couldn't help but ask with a smirk, "Director, how will the school discipline Shang Qingqing for such an offense?" "Shang Zhen, you dare?" Lin Shuihan suddenly took several steps toward Shang Zhen, as if about to hit her, her eyes blazing with fury. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Shang Zhen's eyes grew sharp, her words cutting like knives. "Just based on the value of what Shang Qingqing stole, reporting to the police could put her in jail for life. But for Dad's sake, I'll drop it if Shang Qingqing withdraws from school. Then I won't call the police." The academic director quickly weighed the pros and cons and announced the final conclusion. "That's right. Our school can't keep someone like this, not only stealing but also falsely accusing others. This is already a serious character issue." Hearing this, Qingqing broke down completely. She leaned weakly against a pillar, her downcast eyes filled with deep hatred. "Shang Zhen, how can you be so cruel? I'm your sister. What's wrong with taking a bit of your work? You have to crush me completely? If I ever get the chance, I'll make sure you suffer. Neither living nor dying. The director's words dealt Lin Shuihan a fatal blow. This university had the best medical faculty in the country. If Shang Qingqing was expelled, no medical school would accept her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly she screamed and lunged at Shang Zhen. You heartless creature, why don't you just die? The stepmother charged at her stepdaughter with flailing arms. Shang Zhen simply stepped aside, easily dodging. Shang Beiki quickly stepped forward and pulled Lin Shuihan back. He immediately slapped her across the face. Wake up! The slap was so hard it sent Lin Shuihan flying. Seeing this, Shang Qingqing rushed over, hugging Lin Shuihan and crying pitifully. Dad, this is all my fault. Don't blame Mom. Shang Qingqing knew clearly that in the Shang family, only Lin Shuihan would wholeheartedly work for her benefit. At appropriate times, she still needed to perform in front of him. Lin Shuihan covered her face, looking at Shang Beiki with tearful eyes, angrily saying, You actually hit me. I know you don't like me. You only married me out of responsibility back then. My Qingqing shouldn't have even existed in this world. Why don't you just kill us both? The confused villain, Junzhen, had already moved to his stomach. This had always been a point of guilt for Shang Beiki towards Lin Shuihan. Now that she mentioned it, Shang Beiki felt both embarrassed and headached. Shang Zhen watched the two crying and holding their heads, feeling only satisfaction. She walked over step by step, arms crossed, looking down at them. Lin Shuihan, what I did today was for Shang Qingqing's own good. Looking at how Shang Qingqing inherited your acting skills, it's a waste to be in medical school. Send her to drama school instead. That way she won't waste her talent. Shang Zhen was like a victorious ruler standing high above, mercilessly trampling the two. Her smile and gaze gave people a sense of dominance. Shang Zhen glanced at Shang Beiki and said to the academic director, I see their emotions are very unstable. Why don't you take them to the office for tea to calm down? I have class now, so I'll go first. Thank you for your trouble. The academic director nodded repeatedly. No trouble at all. This is what I should do. Shang Zhen was very arrogant today, but everyone around was impressed by her dominance, becoming her fans one after another. Fung Chi pushed open the door excitedly and reported the school events to young master Fung Xingye. Quick, look at the school forum. Xiao Feng has become a campus celebrity. Lots of people are praising her. Her popularity is soaring. Hearing this, Fung Xingye immediately dropped his work and clicked into the campus network. Shang Zhen's post was the first one. The original poster not only posted the shocking news but also posted about the previous time when Shang Zhen made Yu Mengru cough blood. The post talked about how the deception was exposed and the White Lotus coughed blood. The stepmother Zhang Meisho went offline. Watch Queen Shang dominate the scene. Fung Xingye opened the video, watching with a slight smile. However, how can I let my wife handle such tiring matters? I should be the one to show off. Fung Xingye was reading the comments below the post with great interest. When he saw the content inside, his smile suddenly straightened. These comments kept appearing, making Fung Xingye's face grow darker. What are these students thinking about all day? Not studying properly, just wasting time. How dare they fantasize about my Junzhen? Fung Xingye coldly looked at those comments. Suddenly he smiled leisurely. He looked up and said to Peng Qi, Haibo University students are future social elites. How can they waste their talents like this? I think this campus forum is very unhealthy. Better shut it down. Peng Qi broke into a cold sweat. If only he had known, he wouldn't have told young master about the forum. When Shang Zhen returned in the evening, she saw Fung Xingye seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing her return, Fung Xingye quickly served tea and snacks. Shang Zhen flopped onto the sofa, with a smiling face, sighed comfortably, showing a slight smile, proudly announcing, Fung Xingye, I got into the master doctoral program. Fung Xingye poured a cup of tea, looking very proud. I knew you could do it. Shang Zhen smiled. I didn't know you trusted me so much. Fung Xingye brought a perfectly temperatured cup of tea to her lips, speaking in a very intimate tone. No matter what you do, I'll always believe in you. Here, have some tea. Shang Zhen took a sip from his hand. She teased. It's really good. Brother is really good at serving people. Fung Xingye gently pressed against her forehead, saying intimately, yes, brother loves serving sister the most, and only serves sister. He rubbed her hair, his voice even more doting. You are my one and only treasure. Fung Xingye's intimate attitude made Shang Zhen's cheeks flush red. That aggressive gaze made her tremble slightly. She bit her lip. She simply stood up. I'm going to take a bath. Fung Xingye nodded with a smile. Go ahead. I've already had someone prepare hot water. Take your time. No rush. Shang Zhen looked back at Fung Xingye, feeling he was acting strange today. After finishing her bath, Shang Zhen immediately noticed the folded pajamas on the bed. Shang Zhen picked them up to look. Her previous pajamas were all very conservative styles, but this one, the butler wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Thinking of Fung Xingye's meaningful expression, she instantly understood. She raised her eyebrows, changed into the new pajamas. She wanted to see what Fung Xingye was planning. When she came out, Fung Xingye's gaze immediately fixed on her. Shang Zhen was very satisfied with his reaction. She sat down gently on the bed edge, eyes full of smiles. These clothes were your idea. What are you planning? Fung Xingye's breathing quickened, his Adam's apple bobbing. He gazed at Shang Zhen with fascination. I just thought you'd look good in them. Originally, Fung Xingye just wanted to feast his eyes. He wanted to comfort himself in a different way, but he forgot that he had no self-control in front of Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen's fair skin was tinged with a blush. Her wet hair clung to the silk pajamas, which were perfectly tailored to her measurements, showing off her figure. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow. She gripped his chin with an unfriendly expression. Since you can't touch, you just want to look? Brother, are you that desperate? The upward tone of her made Fung Xingye's ears burn. Especially when Shang Zhen called him brother. He felt a strange excitement. He tried hard to look away, but it felt like someone was gently gripping his heart. Stop it. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. His blood seemed to be burning. Fung Xingye closed his eyes in frustration, bending down to kiss her. Her cool fragrance filled his nose. Looks like you really are desperate. She finally laughed. Sure enough, the next second, she was pulled into the desperate man's embrace. His rapid breathing hit her ear as Fung Xingye said almost pathetically, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a while." His arms tightened and tightened again, voice low and hoarse, as if burning with fire. Just let me hold you for a moment. If he wasn't afraid of infecting Shang Zhen with the virus, he would have taken her right there. The Fung family was warm and sweet, but the Shang family was in turmoil. Shang Qingqing was frantically smashing things at home. Why was I expelled from school while Shang Zhen can go straight to graduate school? Shang Beiqi helps Shang Zhen, and even Lin Ling doesn't help her. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. The mocking looks from people at school were still vivid. She was simply a joke. What was the point of living? Lin Shuihan, afraid her precious daughter would be traumatized, comforted her lovingly. Qingqing, don't be angry. You still have me. How about this? You can study abroad. Now that Shang Zhen has the Fung family's support, it's her time to be smug. Let's not confront her directly. After Fung Xingyue gets tired of her, we can deal with her then. You'd rather I go abroad? Shang Qingqing pushed Lin Shuihan away, her voice full of disbelief. Seeing her agitation, Lin Shuihan had to tell her about the Lin family's plans. It's not hiding. It's furthering your education. Don't worry. Your grandfather was humiliated by Shang Zhen. How could he let her off? It's just not the right time to deal with her yet. When the time comes, I'll call you back immediately. Hearing that Shang Zhen would suffer, Shang Qingqing finally calmed down. She gritted her teeth with a twisted expression. Fine, I'll go abroad. Mommy, make sure grandfather deals with Shang Zhen harshly. Really harshly. Mom knows. Lin Shuihan promised, but deep inside, she was worried. Upon returning to Beijing, she only hoped Qingqing would succeed abroad. If that man still had no children, perhaps he would accept Qingqing back. A plane took off with a roar. Shang Qingqing left with Lin Shuihan's instructions and her hatred for Shang Zhen. Learning of Shang Qingqing's departure abroad, Shang Zhen showed little reaction. She looked at the sky, suddenly showing a cold smile. Very well then. Let's slowly enjoy this cat and mouse game. A year later, when Shang Zhen came out, the group of reporters at the school gate swarmed like bees to honey, rushing over immediately. After a year, Shang Zhen had become even more cold and determined, more strikingly beautiful, unstoppable. Shang Zhen, did you really develop the Maid 39? We hear you're only 19. How did you do it? Who helped and inspired you? Shang Zhen, with such achievements, will you become the next Shang family heir? Shang Zhen, would you be interested in an interview for People in Focus? The public is very interested in you. As soon as Shang Zhen was surrounded by reporters, 2 bodyguards rushed over to break through the crowd and escort her to the car. Once in the car, Shang Zhen sighed in relief. These reporters are really enthusiastic. Peng Qi reported. Miss, young master is waiting for you at Haixin Villa. Today is the big day for the drug launch, and young master wants to celebrate with you. Shang Zhen was puzzled why they had to go to Haixin Villa specifically. His health had only just improved. Why make unnecessary trouble? Over this year, with her efforts and the expert team's work, they finally developed a drug to suppress the embryo virus. Though it couldn't cure it completely, it could eliminate the pain caused by the virus. Except for blood, it was no longer contagious. Now Fung Xingye was almost the same as before. However, as long as the embryo virus wasn't completely eliminated, they couldn't let their guard down. Arriving at the villa, when Shang Zhen pushed open the door, she saw the entire house decorated in dreamy pink. Colorful balloons floated in the hall, and the table was set with food and wine. She walked around but couldn't see Fung Xingye anywhere. Are you looking for me? A male voice suddenly came from behind. Turning around, she saw Fung Xingye in a well-fitted casual suit, smiling at her. Dear sister, I've been waiting for you. Shang Zhen frowned, speechless. He actually called her dear. Wasn't this supposed to be a celebration? Why are you alone? Fung Xingye raised his eyebrows slightly, his smile freezing. His deep eyes contained danger. Who else did you want to be here? Shang Zhen trembled slightly but maintained composure, saying, Sikong Chongsheng said he wanted to celebrate with me too. Oh really? Fung Xingye suddenly moved closer, his expression carrying a hint of frost. He pressed her against the table, looking down at her domineeringly. You want Sikong Chongsheng here too? Fung Xingye's smile seemed to twist for a moment, then returned to normal. Shang Zhen maintained her cold expression but felt she couldn't control him. Fung Xingye stood up, tugged at his tie, and suddenly smiled. Don't be so nervous. He's your first cured patient, so naturally he feels differently about you. Shang Zhen had just started to relax. Then she saw Fung Xingye pick up a glass of wine, his eyes complex. Speaking slowly, he raised the wine glass, took a sip while squinting, his gaze sharp. The way Sikong Jin looks at you makes me want to shoot him. Though the last part wasn't spoken, the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Shang Zhen sighed at the two men. Just the two of us then. But, she reached over and took the wine glass from Fung Xingye's hand. The virus isn't completely conquered yet. Don't drink too much. Fung Xingye's eyes swept over her, and he softly replied obediently. As you say. He gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Shang Zhen to sit, then handed her a glass of properly decanted red wine. This is better. Crown vodka is strong, but it suits you. Thank you. Shang Zhen took the glass and drank it all in one go. Just as she finished, Fung Xingye picked out another glass from the various options. With elegant movements, he lifted it and smelled it. Finney Walker Red Label whiskey, fragrant and mellow. Would you like to try? Shang Zhen unconsciously took the glass and asked, Are these all from your private collection? Fung Xingye shook his head. No, I don't usually drink, but many people send wine every year. And since the Fung family owns a winery, the cellar is never short of good wine. After speaking, he drained his glass. Under the alcohol's stimulation, Fung Xingye's tense body gradually relaxed. He stood up, his long fingers pressing on the table. Looking at Shang Zhen intently, he said, Junzhen, sometimes you're like vodka, seeming to want to hurt people. Falling into Shang Zhen's slightly drunk gaze, he suddenly kissed her lips. It was still a gentle touch, but his breath was hotter than the wine, perhaps numbed by alcohol. She didn't even dodge. Fung Xingye raised an eyebrow, his fingertips lightly brushing her lips. He spoke slowly, but sometimes you're also rich and lingering, making people unable to forget after one taste. Shang Zhen's face was slightly red, feeling that today's Fung Xingye was different from usual. But suddenly she remembered something and exclaimed, Today is your birthday. Shang Zhen's face showed obvious regret. She had forgotten to prepare a gift for Fung Xingye. In her previous life, she had heard from Feng's mother that because he was too busy, he generally didn't celebrate birthdays. But he had one habit, tasting different wines on his birthday. She used to remember this date very clearly. Seeing Shang Zhen like this, Fung Xingye felt joy overflowing in his heart. He happily took Shang Zhen's hand and said very seriously, You are the best gift. Having you by my side is enough. By now, Shang Zhen was quite dizzy from drinking. Hearing Fung Xingye's words, she showed a brilliant smile. I'll take you somewhere. She pulled Fung Xingye outside, heading to the bamboo garden at the old residence. Hearing bamboo garden, Fung Xingye found it strange. The bamboo garden was where Shang Zhen's grandparents had lived. Later, it was said to have been burned down by someone. Since it had been burned down, Why go there? Perhaps Junjen was drunk and forgot it had been burned. The alcohol had gone to Shangzhen's head, and her limbs weren't quite following her commands. Her eyes were bright and sparkling, looking at the bamboo one moment and Fung Xingye the next, her little head full of unknown thoughts. Fung Xingye suddenly had a feeling. It was just like when Shang Zhen was drugged last time. Could it be that when she's drunk, her strong personality disappears and returns to her original nature? Fung Xingye was suddenly very delighted. Seeing Shang Zhen's reaction, she clearly still liked him. Shang Zhen led him to the back mountain, where surprisingly there was a small cave. This was Shang Zhen's childhood secret base. After they both went inside, Shang Zhen crouched down in one spot and started digging. Soon, she dug out a cloth-wrapped doll with a slightly red face. Shang Zhen said shyly, "Grandfather didn't like me playing with dolls, nor wearing those short dresses." Fung Xingye stepped forward, tenderly stroking her head, asking, "Do you still like them now?" Fung Xingye thought, if Junjen still liked these things, he could prepare a room full of dolls and princess dresses for her. "No, I never liked them, but they were the perfect cover." Before Fung Xingye could ask why, Shang Zhen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ah, found it." What the dolls were hiding were actually jars of wine buried underground. Shang Zhen pulled out a jar, smiling contentedly. "I heard from Aunt Fung that you take time off on your birthday to drink alone, so my birthday gift to you is wine." Fung Xingye was deeply moved. He stared at the jar in Shang Zhen's hands, licking his dry lips, unable to speak. Shang Zhen's happy face suddenly turned sad. "But every time on your birthday when I tried to find you, you wouldn't see me. I could only bury one bottle each year, waiting for a chance. I've been burying wine jars since I was 9. Fung Xingye's heart ached sharply. He reached out and pulled Shang Zhen into a tight embrace, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, my Junjen. I was such a jerk before. You were so good to me, but I didn't know to cherish you." Shang Zhen showed a satisfied expression, saying mysteriously, "Do you know what risk I took? In our family, grandfather had bad experiences with wine when he was young. My father also made mistakes because of drinking and married Lin Shuihan." She moved closer to Fung Xingye, looking careful with a hint of pride in her eyes. "So I used these dolls and clothes as cover. Last time grandfather found out, he only scolded me a bit and didn't check further. I successfully kept the wine safe. Brother, aren't I clever?" Fung Xingye stroked her cheek, humming in agreement. "My Junjen is the cleverest." Shang Zhen carefully opened a jar, showing off. "This is wine I made from mountain fruits." She shook the jar. "It must taste good after being buried for so long. Let me taste it, don't drink it." Fung Xingye quickly stopped her. Though these wines were well sealed, fruit wine shouldn't be stored too long. This wine must have gone bad. I kept it for so long. Why won't you let me drink it? Shang Zhen tilted her head, looking at him unhappily. Fung Xingye paused, kissed her forehead, and said, "Be good, and I'll tell you a secret, okay?" Hearing secret, Shang Zhen immediately brightened up, eyes sparkling. "Brother's secret? You're only telling me? You didn't tell Yu Mengru?" Shang Zhen's questioning tone made Fung Xingye's heart ache. If he had fallen in love with this girl who loved him wholeheartedly earlier, how happy they could have been. He smiled bitterly, hugging her back. "My grandfather was very strict with me since childhood. Whenever I made mistakes, he would scold me as useless in front of the whole family. I hated him then and didn't want to talk to him, until his deathbed, when he held my hand, entrusting his life's work to me, smiling and comforting me, telling me not to be afraid." Fung Xingye's elegant voice echoed in the small cave, carrying a hint of smile and warmth. "Only after grandfather passed away and I grew up did I understand his good intentions. My birthday happens to be grandfather's death anniversary, so I never celebrate it. In earlier years, I would think of him on my birthday, and only alcohol could help me get through that day. Gradually, it became a habit to drink on my birthday." Shang Zhen suddenly touched Fung Xingye's face, pouting her lips. She comforted him. Don't be sad. I'll spend every birthday with you from now on." Fung Xingye instantly broke free from that melancholy, looking at her. "Not just birthdays. You'll spend every day with me from now on." "Okay." Shang Zhen smiled brightly, saying loudly, "Okay, let's pinky promise." Fung Xingye played along, smiling and extending his finger to hook with hers. After drinking Shang Zhen's homemade wine, Fung Xingye was actually poisoned. Shang Zhen picked up a jar of fruit wine, shyly saying in a low voice, "Brother, I've always wanted you to drink the wine I brewed." Fung Xingye paused. He knew very well the wine must have gone bad. but seeing Shang Zhen's hopeful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. He couldn't let down Jun Zhen's thoughtfulness, so he nodded. All right, I'll try it. After saying this, he took the jar and gulped down several mouthfuls, though he almost instinctively wanted to spit it out. Under Shang Zhen's expectant gaze, he forced himself to swallow that strange liquid. His expression twisted. It's good, Shang Zhen asked carefully, her face bright red and eyes sparkling. Fung Xingye maintained his expression and finally showed a brilliant smile. Of course, it's better than any famous wine I've ever had. Receiving Fung Xingye's praise, Shang Zhen showed a satisfied smile. Fung Xingye's gaze shifted, noticing the small wooden box in his hand. What's this? Shang Zhen carefully opened the box, eyes sparkling. This is what father gave me before. He said since the Fung family gave us valuable tokens, our family should return one too. Even though we're not as wealthy as others, we can't let people look down on us. The difference was, while the Fung family's ring was emerald green, this one was blood jade. She carefully touched it twice, her voice carrying some loneliness. But I knew brother Yan wouldn't accept it, so I hid it away and never took it out. Who says I won't accept it? Fung Xingye suddenly interrupted, raising his voice, eyes slightly red as he stared at her. Anything from you, no matter what it is, I'll love it all. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Shang Zhen, his tone firm and somewhat commanding. Put it on for me. Shang Zhen happily put the blood jade ring on his thumb. Now we've exchanged betrothal gifts. I can finally marry brother Yan. Seeing Shang Zhen who loved him so much, his will to live grew infinitely stronger. Jun Zhen, I will definitely try my best to survive, and then marry you. I will also try hard to live. Shang Zhen rested her head on his shoulder, her voice suddenly lowered. Those who wanted me dead will all die miserably, because I've returned. Fung Xingye didn't hear the latter words clearly. Looking down, he saw Shang Zhen had already closed her eyes. She was frowning, as if remembering something unpleasant, leaving Fung Xingye puzzled. Jun Zhen, what secrets are you hiding in your heart? The next day, when Shang Zhen came out yawning, Fung Xingye had already had his stomach pumped. After a night of ordeal, his face looked terrible. When Shang Zhen saw this, she immediately frowned. Fung Xingye, what's wrong? Where are you feeling unwell? Seeing that she seemed to have no memory of it, Fung Xingye replied with some regret. It's nothing. Just had some wine yesterday. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Shang Zhen didn't believe it. She tilted her head to look at Pang Qi. Is it really just because of the wine? Pang Qi was quite speechless. He couldn't tell the truth that the young master had his stomach pumped because of the spoiled wine she gave him. He could only stiffly reply, yes, the young master's condition is special now. Dr. Yan just said the young master isn't allowed to drink anymore. Shang Zhen skeptically examined Fung Xingye. Suddenly she noticed the blood jade ring on his hand. In an instant, memories of last night flooded her mind. Heavens, what had she done last night? She remembered saying she wanted to marry Fung Xingye, but couldn't recall giving him the fruit wine. She awkwardly tried to maintain composure. Fung Xingye, you rest well first. I need to go to the research lab. I'll check on you later. For now, she really couldn't face Fung Xingye alone. Arriving at the research lab, the experts were discussing something together. A female expert came over to Shang Zhen and said, Miss Shang, our research direction is correct. This past year, using Ming's blood, we've achieved some results, but now we seem to have hit a bottleneck. Without live test subjects, our future research will become very difficult. Shang Zhen understood this problem, but bringing an infected person back to the country was not only difficult but also impractical. So Shang Zhen moved each marker to certain locations on the map. She slowly said, next, we will go directly to England, where the black virus patients are mainly concentrated. Fung Xingye drank Shang Zhen's wine and was actually poisoned. Shang Zhen picked up a jar of fruit wine, shyly saying in a low voice, Brother Yan, I've always wanted you to drink my wine. Fung Xingye paused. He knew very well the wine must have gone bad, but seeing Shang Zhen's hopeful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. He couldn't let down Jun Zhen's thoughtfulness, so he nodded. All right, I'll try it. After saying this, he took the jar and gulped down several mouthfuls, though he almost instinctively wanted to spit it out. Under Shang Zhen's expectant gaze, he forced himself to swallow that strange liquid. His expression twisted. Shang Zhen asked carefully, her face bright red and eyes sparkling. Fung Xingye maintained his expression and finally showed a brilliant smile. Of course, it's better than any famous wine I've ever had. Receiving Fung Xingye's praise, Shang Zhen showed a satisfied smile. Fung Xingye's gaze shifted, noticing the small wooden box in his hand. What's this? Shang Zhen carefully opened the box, eyes sparkling. This is what father gave me before. He said since the Fung family gave us valuable tokens, our family should return one too. Even though we're not as wealthy as others, we can't let people look down on us. The difference was, while the Fung family's ring was emerald green, this one was blood jade. She carefully touched it twice, her voice carrying some loneliness. But I knew brother Yan wouldn't accept it, so I hid it away and never took it out. Who says I won't accept it? Fung Xingyan suddenly interrupted, raising his voice, eyes slightly red as he stared at her. Anything from you, no matter what it is, I'll love it all. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Shang Zhen, his tone firm and somewhat commanding. Put it on for me. Shang Zhen happily put the blood jade ring on his thumb. Now we've exchanged betrothal gifts. I can finally marry brother Yan. Seeing Shang Zhen, who loved him so much, his will to live grew infinitely stronger. Zhen, I will definitely try my best to survive, and then marry you. I will also try hard to live. Shang Zhen rested her head on his shoulder. Her voice suddenly lowered. Those who wanted me dead will all die miserably. Because I've returned. Fung Xingyan didn't hear the latter words clearly. Looking down, he saw Shang Zhen had already closed her eyes. She was frowning, as if remembering something unpleasant, leaving Fung Xingyan puzzled. Zhen, what secrets are you hiding in your heart? The next day, when Shang Zhen came out yawning, Fung Xingyan had already had his stomach pumped. After a night of ordeal, his face looked terrible. When Shang Zhen saw this, she immediately frowned. Fung Xingyan, what's wrong? Where are you feeling unwell? Seeing that she seemed to have no memory of it, Fung Xingyan replied with some regret. It's nothing. Just had some wine yesterday. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Shang Zhen didn't believe it. She tilted her head to look at Tang Qi. Is it really just because of the wine? Tang Qi was quite speechless. He couldn't tell the truth that the young master had his stomach pumped because of the spoiled wine she gave him. He could only stiffly reply, yes, the young master's condition is special now. Dr. Yan just said the young master isn't allowed to drink anymore. Shang Zhen skeptically examined Fung Xingyan. Suddenly she noticed the blood jade ring on his hand. In an instant, memories of last night flooded her mind. Heavens, what had she done last night? She remembered saying she wanted to marry Fung Xingyan, but couldn't recall giving him the fruit wine. She awkwardly tried to maintain composure. You rest well first. I need to go to the research lab. I'll check on you later. For now, she really couldn't face Fung Xingyan alone. Arriving at the research lab, the experts were discussing something together. A female expert came over to Shang Zhen and said, Miss Shang, our research direction is correct. This past year, using your blood, we've achieved some results, but now we seem to have hit a bottleneck. Without live test subjects, our future research will become very difficult. Shang Zhen understood this problem, but bringing an infected person back to the country was not only difficult but also impractical. So Shang Zhen moved a marker to a certain location on the map. She slowly said, next, we will go directly to N country, where the K-virus patients are mainly concentrated. To quickly overcome the K-virus and cure Fung Xingyan, Shang Zhen decided to take the research team to N country, where the virus was mainly concentrated. But as soon as she proposed this idea, someone jumped out to strongly oppose it. No, I won't go. A young assistant named Li Wenxian exclaimed emotionally. Why should we go to such a dangerous place? I want to stay here. Shang Zhen's gaze instantly turned cold as she swept over the crowd with their varied expressions. With an undeniable authority, she said, not going? Don't forget you all signed life and death contracts. The Fung family paid a high price to hire you, not for you to hide behind the lines. The Fung family will also do their utmost to protect your safety. Even if something happens, your families will be taken care of for life. Her gaze was sharp, with a hint of coldness in her expression as she walked toward Li Wenxian. So what exactly are you afraid of? Li Wenxian was sweating profusely. He stepped back, suppressing his fear and shouted, I'd rather give up the benefits than go to that place to die. Our current research results are already enough to make us worth 100 times more. Why should we take such risks? Shang Zhen's brows furrowed, her face gradually turning cold. You can quit if you want, but you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Don't think you can leave and be the first to publish everyone's research results. Li Wenxian's face tensed, his eyes full of unwillingness. This research includes my contributions too. Why can't it be published? Shang Zhen's aura suddenly turned frightening. Because I am the decision maker here, and I led this research. Li Wenxian felt scared but tried to maintain composure. You're abusing your power. Some people showed dissatisfied expressions, unhappy with Shang Zhen's dominance. Shang Zhen clearly understood the great risks of going to N country. Resistance and doubts were inevitable, but to cure Fung Xingyan, she had to take this risk with the team. Lan Ni was very dissatisfied. She sat cross-armed in her chair, lifting her delicate chin and staring at everyone. You take the benefits but forget the contracts you signed? You're just assistants hired by the Fung family to help me research the K-virus. It's your duty. If you perform well, I can give you extra rewards. But even if I don't, so what? You think I'm abusing power, but I think you're just greedy. If you won't listen, then get out. Those who obey will naturally get the best. I promise in Miss Gong's name. Everyone's faces change. Shang Zhen's words reminded them of the contracts they had signed. As assistants, they really couldn't demand much more. After understanding the situation, a female assistant quickly spoke up. No success comes without risk. I'll go with you. Others were suddenly inspired and also expressed their support. This left Li Wenxian isolated. You. He gritted his teeth and glared at those people but dared not say more. Seeing them finally behaving properly, Shang Zhen nodded with satisfaction. She said leisurely, don't be so short-sighted. Being the savior of the Fung family heir is more valuable than your current worth multiplied. Fung Xingyan stood at the door without entering, observing everything, thinking about Shang Zhen willing to take such risks for him. He felt he couldn't bear this heavy sacrifice. He couldn't let her take risks. He turned and ordered, my condition must be kept secret. Since he won't cooperate, he'll have to suffer a bit. Lang Shi nodded. Yes, I'll handle it right away. In the dimly lit room, Fung Xingyan looked at the documents in his hand while Shang Zhen watched him with concern. He knew what Shang Zhen was thinking, so he didn't ask. Fung Xingyan. Shang Zhen suddenly spoke, with a slight smile. I need to go to N country. No, it's too dangerous. Before Shang Zhen could finish, Fung Xingyan coldly interrupted. Let Zuo Qi and Yu Hang take the expert team. I'm doing fine now. There's no rush. His gaze was intense as he looked at her, his tone firm and resolute. Even if I might get worse, as long as you're here, I'll definitely survive. He looked down at the documents, no longer meeting her eyes. Shang Zhen's smile froze. She took his hand and said teasingly, don't you want to get better quickly, and be with me? You. Fung Xingyan was speechless, his chest heaving. Shang Zhen touched the blood jade ring on his hand. She said seriously, I remember what happened yesterday. After all, the blood jade ring on your hand is so obvious. I remember saying I wanted to marry you. She wrapped her arms around Fung Xingyan's neck, looking lovingly at him. They say drunk words are honest words. Do you think I really can't live without you? The last few words were lost in their passionate kiss. Fung Xingyan felt his whole body burning, completely immersed in the moment. But the next second, he felt a numbing sensation at the back of his neck. He quickly collapsed. The last thing he remembered was Shang Zhen smiling and saying 4 words, think of me. Then he fell into sleep with deep regret. She had to get far away before Fung Xingyan woke up. The next day, Shang Zhen boarded a flight with her team to N country. In first class, Pang Qi asked worriedly, Miss, you secretly left young master. He'll be very angry when he wakes up. Shang Zhen turned her head, showing a meaningful smile. Lu Heng is already unconscious. Do you want to go back now and face his anger? Pang Qi shook his head frantically. He definitely didn't want to go back. But miss, are we going to Gilmore? N country has K-virus cases not just in Gilmore. Why did you specifically choose that place? It's so remote. Shang Zhen frowned at the documents in her hand and said, I've researched the information. Gilmore was originally an ordinary small town until someone suddenly died vomiting blood in the street. The K-virus spread, and within 2 months, 1,000 people died. I want to go there to investigate. Most importantly, Wan Shengguan found a great fortune in Gilmore. This not only made him prominent but also helped shape Shang Qingqing into a top socialite. If the timing Shang Qingqing bragged about was correct, soon after, Wan Shaolun would find that fortune in Gilmore, the border town of N country. Last time when he was captured by Ulrich's son, it was said that Wan Shaolun leaked the information. Shang Zhen guessed that the fortune Wan Shaolun found must be Ulrich's inheritance. Looking out the window, she smiled mysteriously. I believe we'll soon meet Wan Shaolun in Gilmore. Then we can settle both old and new scores slowly. Though it was a beautiful morning, the Fung household was shrouded in gloom. Fung Xingyan's expression was calm, but his eyes were like frost. Zhen left. These 4 short words carried a visible cold aura around him. The bodyguards knelt together, trembling. They weren't afraid of the young master's anger, they were afraid of his silence. Young master, please calm down. We were incompetent and couldn't stop the young madam. Couldn't stop her, Fung Xingyan coldly uttered. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They were done for. The young madam would be their death, and the young master wouldn't spare them. His piercing eyes swept over everyone. Just as he was about to speak, Fung Xingyan's phone rang. Fung Xingyan stared at the phone for a while, his thin lips pressed together. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to reject the call. Awake, Shang Zhen's cheerful voice came through, carrying a hint of pride. Fung Xingyan remained silent, and Shang Zhen continued, "Don't punish them. They had no choice. Why don't you wait until I return to punish me instead? You think you can escape?" Fung Xingyan faced the phone and cursed angrily. "I'm telling you, I won't let you off. If you know what's good for you, come back now." Shang Zhen frowned and sighed deeply, sounding hurt. "Fung Xingyan, you're actually scolding me. How heartbreaking. I've only been gone for a moment, and I've already fallen out of favor. I didn't." Fung Xingyan forgot his anger and quickly explained. He swept an angry glance around, and everyone in the room immediately left. Once everyone was gone, Fung Xingyan softened. Zhen, don't play around. I really want to lock you up so you can't go anywhere. Only stay by my side. I'd rather die than let you take risks. It's precisely so I can stay by your side forever that I must go." Shang Zhen became serious. "I even gave you grandmother's ring. If you die, who else could I marry? You." Fung Xingyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Hearing Shang Zhen had him in her heart. He couldn't stay angry. "Don't worry, dear brother. I'll take good care of myself and return soon. Be good and wait at home. Don't follow me." "Well, my phone's about to die. Got to go." She hung up, holding the disconnected phone. Fung Xingyan was clearly angry, but his lips couldn't help curling up. This little troublemaker. For all this time, it was the first time Zhen had mentioned anything about feelings and given him a response. Fung Xingyan was secretly delighted. She clearly had feelings for him. He stood up. He ordered towards the door. "Zuo Qi, prepare the plane. I'm going to end country." Just then, the bedroom door was thrown open. Mother Ou rushed in anxiously. "Xingyan, you want to go to end country? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Fung Xingyan's body stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. Zhen, you really thought of everything, even calling my mother." In a declining hospital in end country, Pang Chi ran urgently. He reported breathlessly, "Miss, as you instructed, I investigated the first K-virus patient here. He fell ill after hunting in the forest. I sent people to check the forest, and they indeed found a suspicious location. In the dense forest, Shang Zhen led a group of people searching. Passing through a dense area, Pang Chi used a stick to clear the way and said, "Miss, it's here." They saw a downward sloping black hole that seemed bottomless, with visible thick gas continuously flowing out. Shang Zhen and several others quickly put on their equipment. After ordering 2 people to stay guard outside, she led the group into the cave. The cave was deep and appeared to be a modified natural cave. After walking in the cave for about 15 minutes, strange fluctuations appeared on the detector. After walking for a few more minutes, they saw a modified laboratory. Inside were many pieces of equipment, various liquid reagents in test tubes, and various documents. At this time, someone discovered strange moss growing on a glass wall, glowing in the fluorescent light. Just as someone reached out to touch it, Shang Zhen immediately stopped them, saying, "Don't move. That's the crystallized K-virus." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone tensed up and moved several meters away from those blue substances. For it to accumulate into crystals, how concentrated must the K-virus be here? Everyone felt fortunate they had worn protective suits beforehand. Shang Zhen carefully observed these crystals and said, "This place must have been abandoned after the K-virus cultivation device burst. If excessive virus is inhaled, it can cause death by fever within 10 minutes. In such a concentrated viral environment, it probably spreads through both breathing and contact." Shang Zhen speculated that this was where Ulrich's son researched the K-virus, and his wealth was probably still here because the toxicity was too concentrated to move it. Before exploring the cave, Shang Zhen had notified Si Kong Jin, who acted quickly and was already there when they returned. Upon seeing Shang Zhen return, his eyes flashed behind his glasses as he stood up straight. When Shang Zhen saw Si Kong Jin, she immediately sent Pang Chi away. Pang Chi gave Shang Zhen a puzzled look, wondering if Madam had called Si Kong Jin. If young master knew about this, he would be jealous again. Slender fingers lit a cigarette, gently blowing out a smoke ring, with narrow eyes showing a hint of charm. His gaze fell on Shang Zhen. "It's really not easy to meet you, having to come all the way to end country." He flicked away the cigarette he'd just taken a drag from and walked up to Shang Zhen with a meaningful smile, saying, Not finding Fung Xingyan but calling me here instead. What's the matter? Suddenly leaning close to Shang Zhen, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Could it be you want to find some excitement with me behind his back? Shang Zhen smiled slightly. That's right. I called you here to do something exciting together. You'll cooperate with me well, won't you? Behind Fung Xingyan's back, Shang Zhen and Si Kong Jin were planning to eliminate Wan Shaolun. This time, she wanted Wan Shaolun's life, while Si Kong Jin wanted the entire Southeast Asian market in Wan Shaolun's hands. Upon hearing Shang Zhen's plan, Si Kong Jin was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that girl who was once bold but naive would grow into such a formidable character in just 1 year. Si Kong Jin lit another cigarette and asked probingly, "Why didn't you ask Fung Xingyan about this? He would definitely help if you asked." According to his information, Fung Xingyan had already obtained evidence of Wan Shaolun's collusion with Ulrich, but hadn't acted because of Shang Zhen, probably wanting to give her the chance to deal with Wan Shaolun herself. Shang Zhen shook her head. Although Fung Xingyan is special to me and would grant my every request now, who knows about the future? I need to keep an escape route for myself. Si Kong Jin was somewhat confused but understood the last part. He looked at Shang Zhen with a half smile. So you're helping me to make me your escape route? Shang Zhen nodded solemnly. If something happens to me, it would be best if you could provide me an escape route. If all goes well, consider it your gain. The Fung family is already at its peak. Wan Shaolun is just icing on the cake for Fung Xingyan. But for you, this is the perfect opportunity. Si Kong Jin narrowed his eyes, his long eyes showing a flirtatious glance at Shang Zhen. Can I ask you a question? He took a deep drag and blew out a smoke ring, his eyes complex. You say Fung Xingyan is special. What's so special about him? If we don't consider wealth, I believe I'm not inferior to him in looks or age. Why is Fung Xingyan special? Even if I lose, I want a reason. Shang Zhen was stunned at first, then said calmly, perhaps because he was my first love, and I've loved him for so many years. Loving someone becomes a habit. Having spent all my courage, I'm afraid I neither can nor have the strength to accept anyone else. Hearing this, Si Kong Jin's eyes quickly flashed with loneliness. Is that so? Seeing Si Kong Jin's smile gradually fade, Shang Zhen suddenly changed the subject. Didn't you not smoke before? Why did you start? Si Kong Jin gave Shang Zhen a deep look and said self-mockingly, probably because of someone unattainable. Meanwhile, in a villa in Gilmore, Wan Shaolun listened to his subordinate's report that Shang Zhen had come to Gilmore alone and often went to the forest, reportedly discovering a strange cave. Wan Shaolun's expression suddenly changed. Could Shang Zhen also be after that treasure? That was the wealth he needed to appease Wan Heng. Ever since Wan Heng learned that he had offended Fung Xingyan and lost several billion, his attitude changed. If he couldn't see the money this week, then his chance of becoming the Wan family heir would be completely over. Having finally found out where the treasure was, he absolutely couldn't let Shang Zhen get there first. He had to eliminate her quickly. Wan Shaolun thought hard about it. Finally, he coldly called out, "It's good that in this virus-ridden place, Shang Zhen, your time has come." The next day, Shang Zhen lingered alone at the cave entrance. After carefully looking around, she walked into the cave. Wan Shaolun hid in the bushes nearby. At his command, he had brought over 20 men. From his observation, Shang Zhen only had a few people. Dealing with her would be as easy as turning over his palm. Inside the cave, Si Kong Jin had already set up an ambush. Shortly after Shang Zhen entered, she heard footsteps approaching. Everyone quickly hid. Soon, Wan Shaolun rushed in with his men. He raised his voice triumphantly, shouting, "Shang Zhen, I know you're here. My men have controlled the only exit. You can't escape. If you come out obediently, I might spare your life." Seeing no response from Shang Zhen, Wan Shaolun grew anxious. With a twisted expression, he threatened, "Shang Zhen, if you don't come out, I'll blow this place up. You'll die without a burial place. The one who'll die without a burial place might be you." A cold voice filled with killing intent echoed through the cave. Suddenly, dozens of people wearing protective suits rushed out from various cave intersections, surrounding Wan Shaolun. What's going on? Wan Shaolun's face changed. He was terrified. He had carefully confirmed earlier that Shang Zhen only had about a dozen people, but there were at least 30 here. Both sides instantly engaged in combat. The entire cave was filled with dense gunfire that made one's scalp tingle. The smell of blood gradually grew stronger. Few of Wan Shaolun's men remained, and even the exit was blocked by Shang Zhen. Wan Shaolun's face darkened. One misstep leads to eternal regret. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by Shang Zhen. A deathly silence fell around, with only fearful breathing making people suffocate. In this critical moment, they had no choice but to retreat deeper inside. Suddenly a bullet grazed past, hitting Wan Shaolun's right arm. He screamed in pain. Then a sinister voice came. How pitiful. Want to live? Si Kongjin's evil face appeared before him. Though smiling, his eyes couldn't hide their murderous intent. Perhaps I could spare your life. Veins popping on his forehead, Wan Shaolun exclaimed in shock, somewhat losing control. Si Kongjin? How are you here? Long time no see. Young Master Wan. Shang Zhen smiled coldly. With a subtle but unmistakable killing intent, she stepped out. Wan Shaolun never expected that Shang Zhen could get Si Kongjin to help deal with him. His face twisted, eyes bloodshot. He glared at Shang Zhen angrily. I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to me? No grudge. Are you sure? Shang Zhen laughed coldly, her gaze looking like she wanted to tear him apart. She raised one finger and counted. When we first met, you threatened to send me to prison. Later, you had Ulrich's son kidnap me. And just now, you wanted to kill me. At this moment, a bald man behind Wan Shaolun slowly reached for his gun. I advise you not to make any rash moves. Shang Zhen noticed keenly. She said to the bald man, do you think Wan Shaolun is still worth dying for? If you put down your gun and come over, I can spare you. After hearing this, the bald man indeed put his gun on the ground, completely ignoring Wan Shaolun's furious gaze. Boss, I don't want to die. After the bald man came over, two people directly pressed Wan Shaolun down to kneel on the ground. Wan Shaolun completely panicked. He glared at Shang Zhen, gritting his teeth. Shang Zhen, Si Kongjin, you dare? If I die, the Wan family won't let you go. The next second, a gun was cocked and pressed against his forehead. You think I dare not? Shang Zhen looked down, enjoying the fear in Wan Shaolun's eyes. Please, I'll never dare to move against you again. Don't kill me. Wan Shaolun's voice was hoarse, no longer carrying the arrogance from their first meeting. As he knelt on the ground begging like a dragon brought low, you can use anything. Just please don't kill me. His current state was extremely pathetic, but Shang Zhen remained unmoved. Shang Zhen just bent down slightly and whispered, I once begged you like this too. In his previous life, when captured by Wan Shaolun, he thought death awaited him, but unexpectedly, Wan and Shang Qingqing made him wish for death instead of living. Zhang Zhen, you've caused us so much trouble. Killing you would be too easy. Wan Shaolun pulled his hair. He took out a blue syringe and waved it, saying, that person's son got infected with the K virus from his reckless behavior. There aren't any such cases in the country yet. Using you as a test subject would be perfect. Shang Qingqing got excited upon hearing this. K virus? Great. I heard those infected with K virus suffer terribly every day and won't live past a month. Sounds interesting. Zhang Zhen knelt on the ground, hands tied behind his back, overwhelmed by fear. He lowered his head, constantly begging, please, I'm useful. Keep me alive. I can create more value. Please don't kill me. Please. Tears fell silently as his pleas became increasingly bitter. Haha. Brother, did you hear that? He's begging. Shang Qingqing looked down at Shang Wan with mockery and disdain. So, our proud Miss Shang Wan can beg too? After speaking, she laughed coldly with a twisted expression and kicked over the syringe. Weren't you so tough? Show some courage. Making trouble again. You wretch. Wan Shaolun watched Shang Qingqing vent and said calmly, seeing you like this, I almost feel sorry for you. But then the blue drug was injected. Amidst Shang Zhen's screams, the needle was forcefully stuck into his arm. He couldn't resist, only watching as the liquid disappeared and his consciousness faded into despair. Wan Shaolun stared at Shang Zhen. When did you ever kneel and beg me? Zhang Zhen's smile remained unchanged. Perhaps in a dream. He stood up, pointing the gun at Wan Shaolun. Enough talk. Wan Shaolun. Shang Qingqing is next. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the bald man suddenly shouted, Boss, run. The sudden shout made Shang Zhen instinctively turn his head. He saw the explosive strapped to the bald man's body, fuse already lit. Before either could react, a huge explosion shook the entire cave. Explosion. Outside the cave, people shouted anxiously in the chaos. Someone help. The young master and miss are buried in the cave. What happened to Zhen Zhen? Si Kong Lord rushed over with a murderous aura. Seeing Pang Chi being carried out, he had a bad feeling. Pang Chi, hands trembling, pointed at the collapsed cave and cursed. Young master, Madam and Si Kong Jin are still in the cave. I couldn't protect Madam. Fang Jing didn't blame him. Go get treated first. I'll handle this. Looking at the cave with furrowed brows. Jen, please be safe. Wait for me. Among the cave's rubble, a man and woman were tightly embraced. Buried inside, Si Kong Jin coughed several times. Warm blood kept dripping onto his hands. He opened his eyes slightly, touched it, and immediately became tense. He tried to sit up but was firmly pinned down. Shang Zhen had shielded him from most of the rocks. She was injured. Why? Why did you come to save me? Si Kong Jin could hardly believe that at the last moment, Shang Zhen had recklessly jumped to save him. If not for Shang Zhen, he would have been killed by the explosion. Shang Zhen's phone kept ringing in her pocket. Si Kong Jin called out anxiously. Shang Zhen, how are you? Wake up, say something. A few light coughs sounded, and Shang Zhen said with effort, don't talk, noisy. Seeing Shang Zhen awake, Si Kong Jin calmed down. They had limited space to move, barely enough to breathe. The wounds weren't light. He lay powerlessly on Si Kong Jin's body, saying softly, my hand is stuck. Help me get my phone. The call should be from people outside. They needed to establish contact quickly to get rescue. Si Kong Jin's feelings were very complicated at this moment. In the darkness, he couldn't see, but his other senses became more intense. Because his hand was trapped by rocks, he could only feel his way down along their pressed together bodies. The lower he went, the redder his face became. This was his first time being so close to the woman he liked, and he felt somewhat nervous. Zhang Zhen felt his body's reaction and awkwardly asked, did you find it? Why are you so stiff? Si Kong Jin nervously reached down and successfully touched the phone, but taking it out proved difficult. It was a satellite phone, quite large, and stuck in the pocket. While fumbling around, Si Kong Jin accidentally pressed the answer button. Due to limited space and constant movement, he breathlessly said, it's stuck, it's so tight. These were the first words Fung Qingmian heard when the call connected, followed by a faint voice. Don't move, it hurts, it'll be over soon. Just bear with it, came Si Kong Jin's hoarse voice. The bodyguards behind Fung Qingmian exchanged shocked glances. If they didn't know the current situation, they might have thought they'd stumbled upon something intimate. What are you doing? Fung Qingmian raised her voice angrily at the phone. Si Kong Jin, don't you dare touch him. Her anger seemed to burn through the phone, even through the rocks. They could feel the volcanic rage from outside. Both froze, and Shang Zhen weakly leaned against Si Kong Jin's shoulder. Did we accidentally hit the answer button? Si Kong Jin heard Fung Qingmian's voice and felt instantly annoyed, but suddenly he smiled mischievously. HMPH. Jealous? He's in my arms right now because he saved me. Be careful moving the rocks. Don't hurt him. Then he hung up the phone. It's rare to have some alone time with Shang Zhen, and Feng Xinyan had to interrupt. Zhang Zhen rolled his eyes. You're so childish. Outside, Feng Xinyan was about to lose it. His long fingers gripped the phone, knuckles cracking. He wanted to drag Si Kong Jin out and beat him up. Damn it, how dare he hang up on me? Hurry up and move these rocks. Zhang Zhen, you annoying woman. I won't let you. Time ticked by slowly, and finally Si Kong Jin saw a glimmer of light. Found them. Came a sudden shout. Feng Xinyan rushed forward to find them lying awkwardly in the ruins. Once the rocks were moved, Feng Xinyan anxiously pulled Shang Zhen into his arms. Zhen, wake up. Seeing no response from Shang Zhen, Si Kong Jin panicked too and shouted, quick, get him to the hospital. He's lost too much blood. He's unconscious. Feng Xinyan didn't wait for a stretcher and carried Shang Zhen away quickly. Si Kong Jin watched helplessly as his person was carried away in Feng Xinyan's arms, his heart aching. He wanted to snatch Shang Zhen back from Feng Xinyan's arms, but Shang Zhen would probably prefer it to be Feng Xinyan anyway. Young master, are you alright? Si Kong Jin's subordinate's excited voice brought him back to reality. The subordinate pointed in a direction and reported, young master, I saw Wan Shaolun escape to the laboratory. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be infected with the virus. He's no longer a threat. After we return, we can make our move. However, he paused. The Fung family caused too much commotion today. Since we got what we wanted, perhaps we should leave first. The local government is watching this area. Si Kong Jin hesitated for a moment, then showed a self-mocking smile. Fine, let's go. Let Feng Xinyan clean up this mess himself. At the hospital in England, several days had passed, and Shang Zhen remained unconscious. Feng Xinyan stayed by his side day and night, holding his hand and talking to himself. Zhen, Do you know how afraid I am of losing you? Just as he was feeling down, a small hand stroked his hair. Jen, you're awake. Feng Xinyan's joyful voice rang out. He got up and hugged Shang Zhen tightly. You're finally awake. But suddenly he pushed Shang Zhen away gently, his joy turning to anger. Good. Don't think my concern means you're off the hook. You woman. Always trying to stop me from coming to England, saying you'd take care of yourself. Look what state you're in now. If I hadn't arrived in time. A series of accusations followed. Shang Zhen suddenly started coughing. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Feng Xinyan's voice immediately dropped several octaves. He turned to find a doctor. But, no need. Shang Zhen said softly. His eyes blinked at Feng Xinyan, almost melting his heart. Dear brother, I'll recover immediately if you're not angry with me, so please don't be mad anymore. Okay, Feng Xinyan's lips twitched upward, impossible to suppress, and he had to admit, I really can't win against you. Soon after, all previous unpleasantness was forgotten. So, Wan Shaolun escaped to the abandoned laboratory, but when Zuoji went in, he couldn't find him. Is that right? Shang Zhen asked with a gleam in his eyes and a smile. Feng Xinyan nodded. The explosion created several cracks in the cave. He must have escaped through those cracks. However, Zuoji found some blood inside. Tests confirmed it was Wan Shaolun's blood. We can be certain he's infected with the embryo virus. Then there's nothing to worry about. With the K virus infection, he's certainly doomed. Shang Zhen said cheerfully. The only concern now is that he might spread rumors about me getting the treasure. What should we do about that? Feng Xinyan smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Since we can't take it with us, we might as well sell it here. After Feng Xinyan sold the treasure from the cave on the spot, the local elite specially hosted a welcoming banquet for Feng Xinyan. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, they attracted everyone's attention. Just then, Shang Zhen's phone rang. It was Si Kong Jin calling. How's your recovery going? I've been too busy lately. Only got time to call you today. Shang Zhen found a private spot and teased. You've been busy taking over Wan Shaolun's market share, haven't you? Si Kong Jin paused, then couldn't help asking. Shang Zhen, why did you come to save me that day? It might make me think you've fallen for me. Fall for you because I risked death for you? Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and laughed. I'd rather like your brother than you. At least he's much cuter. Si Kong Jin laughed, feeling a hint of bitterness. Is it so hard to like me? Try leaving Feng Xinyan and be with me. You might find some unexpected surprises. Shang Zhen was momentarily stunned, with complex emotions. In the previous life, Si Kong Jin had always treated him as an enemy. Who would have thought he'd confess in this life? Looking towards Feng Xinyan, he smiled gently and declined politely. Even if I left Feng Xinyan, I probably wouldn't be with anyone else. Another graceful woman approached Feng Qingmian. He quickly hung up the phone. Si Kong Jin, I have something to attend to. Hearing the dial tone, Si Kong Jin felt lonely and unwilling. So he was completely rejected? Why was this woman so stubborn? A blonde, glamorous woman approached Feng Xinyan with a wine glass. Hello, young Master Feng. I'm Sophie. May I have the honor of having a drink with you? She had delicate features and a curvaceous figure. Everything from her gaze to her body language exuded seduction, and her face wore a confident smile. Feng Xinyan merely glanced at her before looking away. Sophie's smile instantly froze. Never having experienced such cold treatment, her eyes flashed with unwillingness. She pursued him again, directly linking arms with Feng Xinyan. Young Master Feng, won't you chat with me? Magic Corp has been looking to enter the Chinese market and needs a Chinese partner. Would you? Before she could finish, Feng Xinyan shook off her hand. With a disgusted and impatient expression, he said coldly, please show some self-respect. Sophie was stunned again, standing there indignantly. To prevent Feng Xinyan from offending people too severely, Shang Zhen immediately walked over and said gracefully with a smile, Miss Sophie, I'm sorry, but our young master already has a date tonight. Is it you? She looked Shang Zhen up and down critically, showing a flirtatious smile. Suddenly getting closer, she breathed softly, little girl, you're so thin. Can you really satisfy young Master Feng? Pulling Shang Zhen closer by the waist, she continued, there's a Chinese phrase, teaching the inexperienced. I don't mind. Big sister can teach you many things. Would you like to try? Seeing Sophie's ambiguous gaze toward Shang Zhen, Feng Xinyan worried this woman might be interested in both men and women. He quickly separated them, protecting Shang Zhen behind him. Miss Sophie, you should try a stronger perfume when going out. His eyes flashed with disgust, and his lips curled in mockery. Otherwise, you can't cover up your smell. Please stay away from me. You're making me nauseous. Sophie's face turned ashen with anger. She turned and left in a fury. Shang Zhen shook his head. Your mouth really is. Feng Xinyan possessively held Shang Zhen, clearly displeased. She dared to touch you. I was already being polite, then immediately softening. Who called you just now? Shang Zhen answered naturally. Si Kong Zhen. Feng Xinyan's expression changed again. What did he want? Block him immediately. At this moment, an elegantly dressed elderly black man approached them, praising, Mr. Fung, you're the youngest family head I've ever seen. The old man was Ren Luokash, the wealthiest person in England with a prestigious status. Without his support, Feng Xinyan wouldn't have been able to dispose of that batch of treasures so quickly. Because he had some connection with Feng Xinyan's grandfather, Feng Xinyan showed him great respect. Mr. Ren, it's been a long time. Ren Luokash patted Feng Xinyan's shoulder. After some small talk, he got straight to the point. I'd like to introduce you to someone. He turned and pointed to the girl behind him. Introducing. This is my granddaughter Shadiala. She's only a few years younger than you. Although Shadiala had coffee-colored skin, she was undeniably beautiful. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her body like a brown waterfall, flowing in waves. Her shy glance at Feng Xinyan made old Ren's intentions obvious. Shang Zhen scrutinized Shadiala and said teasingly, just got rid of one, and here comes another. Feng Xinyan sure is popular. Ren Luokash left his granddaughter there, making an excuse to leave. Shadiala wanted to start a conversation with Feng Xinyan, but saw him and Shang Zhen exchanging loving glances. She smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. It's all grandfather's presumption. I won't disturb you too. She ran away with a red face, not looking back. Ren Luokash was displeased seeing her return so quickly. Shadiala, what's wrong? Why didn't you chat with young Master Fung? Grandfather. Shadiala paused, her face still red. You saw it too. Mr. Fung has an excellent companion. They seem very much in love. I don't want to come between them. In love? Ren Luokash sneered with disdain. Child, they're not compatible. She's just a clever and greedy woman. Her family background is poor. She's already reached her limit. Only you are worthy of being Feng Xinyan's wife. He sighed. Grandfather has no choice. I'm old, and your father died early. Who will protect you after I'm gone? You have no choice but to find a powerful husband. Shadiala lowered her head. Grandfather, I understand. I'll do as you say. Ren Luokash smiled with satisfaction, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Tonight, I'll have them stay here. I'll make arrangements for you then. After the banquet ended smoothly, the servants led Feng Xinyan and Shang Zhen to their guest rooms. Since Shang Zhen was nominally Feng Xinyan's sister, they were assigned 2 separate rooms. Feng Xinyan was very dissatisfied. He didn't want to be separated from Shang Zhen and was clearly about to speak up. Shang Zhen quickly pulled him into the room. As soon as the door closed, Feng Xinyan pressed Shang Zhen against the wall. Zhen, I want to sleep with you. He lifted Shang Zhen's chin, his voice somewhat plaintive. You left without a word. I was so worried I couldn't sleep at all during that time. Now that I can finally sleep well, you won't stay with me. Stay with me. She sighed helplessly. Since I'm your sister, we shouldn't do anything inappropriate. If you really can't accept sleeping alone, I'll sneak over later. Feng Xinyan finally smiled happily. Come early then. I'll change your bandages. In the presidential suite, Feng Xinyan paced anxiously. He eagerly watched for that familiar figure. When there was a knock on the door, Feng Xinyan was overjoyed and quickly opened it. Seeing Shang Zhen, he pulled her into the room, eagerly embracing her waist. From the high-rise floor-to-ceiling windows, the brilliant starlit view outside was enchanting. They stood by the window, quietly embracing. The beautiful scenery was unobstructed. Shang Zhen's brilliant star-like eyes curved in happiness. I never thought it would be so beautiful here. I've never traveled before. This can count as my first overseas trip. Though she said it with a smile, it made Feng Xinyan's heart ache. He remembered how his mother used to say Zhen had a hard life with her stepmother. She often urged him to take Zhen out to play. He found it annoying then and never agreed. Looking back now, he realized if he had just casually taken Zhen out back then, she might have been much happier. Just then, the doorbell rang, breaking the beautiful atmosphere. Feng Xinyan walked to the door unhappily and looked through the peephole. When he saw who it was, his frown deepened. Luokash had actually sent his granddaughter to visit him at night. Clearly, he wanted to marry his granddaughter into the Fung family for protection. What's worse, Zhen witnessed this. Shang Zhen smiled and gave Feng Xinyan a push. Open the door. We're still on their territory. Don't offend them with just one word. Fung Xinyan sighed helplessly. He had to reject her properly. Shang Zhen smiled and pushed him forward again. Just make her give up gracefully. And don't let her know I'm here. We still need to consider appearances. Fung Xinyan grumbled inwardly about keeping appearances. He actually wanted everyone in the world to know that Shang Zhen was his woman. He unlocked the door with a cold snort. Shadiala came in, freshly bathed and wearing only a bathrobe. She looked at Fung Xinyan shyly and quickly glanced around the room. Do you need something? Fung Xinyan sat on the bed and asked coldly. The bulging blanket on the bed caught Shadiala's attention. Disappointment flashed in her eyes. Grandfather said he had arranged another room for Shang Zhen, so who could be in Fung Xinyan's bed? She had thought he was a faithful person, but he had already found someone else so quickly. Thinking this way, she no longer felt guilty about interfering and slowly straightened her back. Mr. Fung, may I spend the night with you? Fung Xinyan's lip curled slightly, disgust flashing in his eyes. Is this what the noble Pusaina family teaches? Shadiala stiffened, her face turning ugly, but she quickly recovered and dropped her pretense. Mr. Fung, let's be frank. In terms of family status and benefits, if you choose me, I'll bring 30% of grandfather's shares to the Fung family through marriage, not to mention other cooperation and benefits. And in terms of looks, I'm not bad with my mixed blood. Fung Xinyan laughed coldly. After your father's death, your uncles have been complaining about your grandfather's favoritism toward you. Marrying you means offending the future head of the Pusaina family. It's not worth it. Moreover, I know exactly how many shares your grandfather has secretly distributed over the years. The value he can bring me is debatable. Finally, I have no interest in you. Most importantly, my heart belongs to someone else. Shadiala was struck by Fung Xinyan's words. Losing all her previous confidence, she gritted her teeth and suddenly said, what if you don't have to marry me? I can be your mistress, give you shares, and you protect me. Fung Xinyan sighed impatiently and closed his eyes. Why must you sell your body? Can't it just be a simple business cooperation? Shadiala shook her head and sneered. I don't trust men's words. Her fingers touched the jade belt at her waist. I trust more in conquering through the body. A transaction bridge built through flesh. As she spoke, her hand released the jade robe, letting it slide down to reveal her seductive body. Mr. Fung, let me stay here tonight. The girl removed her robe, revealing her seductive body. She walked step by step toward Fung Xinyan. Tonight, she was determined to win Fung Xinyan over, even if as his mistress. But Fung Xinyan immediately turned his head away, saying coldly, what are you doing? Put your clothes back on. Shang Zhen, hiding under the covers and listening to their conversation, was so anxious she poked her head out for a quick look. But as soon as she raised her head, Fung Xinyan pushed her back down. What are you looking at? You can only look at me. Shadiala felt very awkward. She had been so forward, yet Fung Xinyan still rejected her. Mr. Fung, why are you pretending? Earlier you were intimate with Miss Shang. Now you're with another woman. I've offered myself to you, yet you act reserved. She laughed scornfully. Or do you have some kind of obsession? Only accepting one woman per night? Hearing Shadiala's sarcastic tone, Fung Xinyan couldn't hold back anymore. If not for Shang Zhen asking him to be patient, he would have thrown this annoying woman out long ago. Are you that desperate for a man? Fung Xinyan's lips curled, his words making Shadiala feel utterly humiliated. Seeing that Fung Xinyan was about to make another enemy, Shang Zhen immediately pushed aside Fung Xinyan's hand and emerged from under the covers, greeting with a gracious smile. When Shadiala saw it was Shang Zhen who emerged from the covers, her eyes widened immediately, followed by overwhelming shame and mortification. Trying to maintain composure, she picked up her clothes from the ground and put them on, awkwardly saying, oh, so that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood Mr. Fung. Shang Zhen also smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, yes, tonight was just a misunderstanding. Miss Shadiala, you haven't seen me tonight, and I haven't seen you either. Shadiala bit her lips, hesitating to speak. Grandfather had repeatedly insisted that she must succeed, but looking at Shang Zhen, she reluctantly asked another question. Are you two really in that kind of relationship? If so, why maintain the pretense of being siblings? Shang Zhen nodded and sighed helplessly. The reasons behind this can't be explained in just a few words. She suddenly stood up. She wrapped her arms around Feng Xinyan's neck and gave him a kiss. The moment she got close, Feng Xinyan instinctively dropped his usual cold demeanor. He held her in his arms and returned the kiss naturally yet dominantly. Though it was just a brief kiss, Shadiala could clearly see the desire and affection in their eyes. Do you understand now? Shang Zhen turned to look at Shadiala. Shadiala finally took a step back. She turned around, opened the door, and quickly left. The moment the door closed, Feng Xinyan swiftly flipped over, skillfully pinning Shang Zhen beneath him. What are you doing? Shang Zhen asked with slightly reddened cheeks. Feng Xinyan's body grew increasingly hot. Looking at Shang Zhen with eyes full of desire, he said, Zhen, I think I'm losing control. Is that so? Then I'll let you hold me for a while longer. Shang Zhen squinted her eyes, smiling sweetly. She knew Feng Xinyan wouldn't actually do anything more than hugging and kissing. She had gotten used to it over the past year. Feng Xinyan held her in his arms and carefully asked, Zhen, if I recover, will you really marry me? Shang Zhen chuckled. We'll talk about the future later. No. Feng Xinyan tickled her petulantly. I want you to promise now. If you don't say it, I'll keep kissing you until you do. With that, he pounced fiercely and started tickling her neck. Instantly, the room's atmosphere became intimate, with desire suppressed deep within reason. Early the next morning, a phone ring woke them both. After Feng Xinyan answered the phone, his brows furrowed and his expression changed. Are you sure there's no mistake? Feng Xinyan questioned his subordinate's competence for the first time. The butler in Country C reported confidently. Wan Shaolun has not only returned to the country but also personally delivered an invitation to the old mansion. He's invited you and Miss Shang to attend the Wan family banquet. The butler paused. Wan Shaolun appeared normal, not at all like someone infected with the K-virus. Shang Zhen, listening beside him, gradually darkened her expression. Wan Shaolun had contracted the K-virus yet became even more arrogant. In the Wan family's private hospital, Wan Shaolun grabbed a doctor with a twisted face, hysterically shouting, "Check again. You must have made a mistake." The doctor looked at him in terror, looking at the man more terrifying than a demon. The doctor trembled. "Young Master Wan, there's no mistake. You have indeed contracted the K-virus." The doctor was violently kicked to the ground by Wan Shaolun. How is this possible? Wan Shaolun found it absurd no matter how he thought about it. Although he had passed through the virus-contaminated laboratory, he had only coughed up blood twice. Everything else was normal. How could he be infected? He asked in disbelief. Aren't people infected with the K-virus supposed to have fever for 3 days and suffer from full body pain? Why don't I have these symptoms? The doctor's pale face was covered in cold sweat as he quickly replied, "Young master, you must have a special constitution that's immune to the K-virus. You're a carrier but not affected. You can infect others, but you won't be harmed by the virus yourself. If you're careful, you can still live a normal life." Hearing this, Wan Shaolun threw his head back and laughed maniacally, as if he'd heard some ridiculous fairy tale. In this condition, how can I live a normal life? Ridiculous. Seeing the bloodthirsty glint in Wan Shaolun's eyes, the doctor fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes full of pleading. "Young master, please don't kill me. I'll keep this absolutely secret." Suddenly raising his head, a figure suddenly lunged at the doctor. Before he could finish speaking, sharp teeth sank into his neck, drawing blood instantly. Covering his neck, he quickly backed away and stood there, pale as a ghost. Wan Shaolun felt slightly satisfied, laughing maniacally. "Now that's better. You're infected too. Come join me in living a normal life." The doctor fell into complete despair, screaming loudly, like a crazed beast. He charged at Wan Shaolun. "Why did you do this to me? I'll kill you." But when his fist was about to reach Wan Shaolun's face, it suddenly stopped. Then his entire body collapsed to the side. His body curled up, continuously emitting painful groans. Wan Shaolun suddenly felt a strange pleasure. Now, wasn't he just like death itself? In this world of viruses, he was the ruler. He could decide who lives and who dies. His eyes flashed with a murderous gleam, his face twisted with malice. "I'm not sick. I've just become the king of the virus world. I'm going to host a banquet in Haidong City. I want them all to know that I, Wan Shaolun, am still doing well." On the day of Wan Shaolun's banquet, the luxurious villa was deserted. With an eerie emptiness in the grand hall, Wan Shaolun stood on the second floor, angrily watching the entrance. He never expected that no one would attend. Even with poor connections, it was impossible for absolutely no one to show up. This made him realize he had become a target of public hatred. For the already insane Wan Shaolun, this was a crushing blow. And what the butler said next dealt him an even more fatal blow. Young master. I heard the master secretly contacted Lin Shuihan earlier, but no one knows what was discussed. Wan Xiaolun knew clearly that Wan Hang, seeing him as no longer useful, had remembered his previously unwanted daughter. Sure enough, Wan Hang called. Wan Xiaolun, you said you'd bring back money from England, but where is it? Wan Hang's voice was full of disgust as he berated him directly. Now you're still holding banquets? You've clearly lost your mind. The Wan family doesn't need an heir like you. Also, I just received news from the police. They've submitted evidence of your collusion with Ulrich in prison. Don't you dare say you're from the Wan family. His expression turned terribly dark, and his fingers whitened from gripping the phone. A cold smile appeared on his lips, his voice becoming even colder. Wan Hang, if it weren't for your old flame and that stupid daughter, I wouldn't have offended Shang Zhen and ended up like this. Why don't you just die? Hearing such words, Wan Hang's eyes widened in shock. You dare speak to me like this? Why wouldn't I dare? Wan Xiaolun's eyes showed signs of madness. All these years I've been your slave, and this is how you treat me? If you won't let me live well, I'll make sure your bloodline ends here. After saying this, he forcefully hung up the phone. Want to replace me with Shang Qingqing? Ridiculous. His face darkened as he dialed another number. Playtime is over. Now tie up Qingqing and do whatever you want. Then send me the video. Kill her when I give the order. Remember, don't let her die too comfortably. The butler listening to Wan Xiaolun's words trembled. Wan Xiaolun was actually going to kill the master's only daughter. What are you thinking? Wan Xiaolun's vicious gaze swept over. Are you thinking of betraying me? I wouldn't dare. Young master, I absolutely don't have such thoughts. The butler blurted out, his back turning cold. Wan Xiaolun coldly turned and walked down the stairs. Clear everything from the tables. Since they won't come for lunch, let's change it to dinner. Since you all want to drive me to death, let's all die together. To force Shang Zhen to attend the banquet, Wan Xiaolun had kidnapped Shang Beiki to threaten him. He used Shang Beiki's phone to call Shang Zhen. Laughing eerily, Shang Zhen, I sincerely invited you to the banquet, but you wouldn't come. I had no choice but to resort to this. Shang Zhen's face turned ice cold, his eyes flashing with fury. What do you want? Wan Xiaolun laughed freely, his tone composed. I just want to invite you to the banquet. I know the police will come to arrest me today, so before I go, I want one last moment of glory. If you don't come, it's fine to take someone down with me before I die. Although he seems completely clueless, pitifully stupid. Enough. Shang Zhen frowned and shouted coldly. But how can I ensure my father's safety? Wan Xiaolun gave a sinister laugh. Don't worry, as long as you show up, I'll release Shang Beiki in front of everyone. Also, you must bring Fung Xinyan. Those cowards are too scared. Not a single person from the Fung family has come. Once Fung Xinyan comes, I'm sure those small fry will appear too. 7 o'clock tonight. Don't miss it. After saying this, he hung up. Lin Shuihan glared at Wan Xiaolun hatefully and anxiously said, I've already helped you lure Shang Beiki here. When will you release my Qingqing? Wan Xiaolun smiled arrogantly. When everything is resolved. Looking at his phone, he pondered for a long time. I feel there's something strange about Wan Xiaolun. If he knows he's going to be arrested today, why is he still insisting on holding this banquet? Perhaps he's given up on living and wants to take me down before he dies. Feng Xinyan scoffed. Then you shouldn't go. I'll send people to rescue your father. He'll be fine. Shang Zhen shook his head. Wan Xiaolun is clearly not in his right mind. No matter how capable your people are, it would be difficult to ensure my father's safety. We might as well go. I'm also curious about how he returned from England. Wan Xiaolun's suburban villa was now crowded with guests. Originally, they had decided not to associate with Wan Xiaolun, but when they learned that Feng Xinyan would attend the banquet, they all showed up spontaneously. After all, there are no permanent enemies in business. When Shang Zhen and Feng Xinyan arrived, everyone finally felt relieved, but both their expressions were cold. Upon entering, Shang Zhen's icy gaze met Wan Xiaolun's, and he got straight to the point. Wan Xiaolun, I'm here. Release my father. These words startled everyone. From this stance, it was clear the Fung family wasn't here for the banquet but for revenge. Wan Xiaolun's smile didn't diminish. He waved his hand. Bring him over. Soon, someone brought out Shang Beiki. He didn't seem to have suffered much, just shocked and a bit dazed. When he saw Shang Zhen, he walked towards him like finding an anchor, but Feng Xinyan stepped forward to stop him. Two bodyguards immediately came forward and took Shang Beiki aside. Mr. Shang, we need to check you first. After checking, they nodded to Fung Xinyan. Only then did she grunt in acknowledgement. Take him and let's go, she said, pulling Shang Zhen to leave. Want to leave? Wan Shaolun suddenly spoke, holding a remote control. He smiled at Shang Zhen. I planted bombs here. He curved his lips, his eyes growing increasingly manic. Take one more step, and I'll press it. We'll all die together, at least with your company. I won't be lonely. His words caused an uproar. Everyone fearfully stepped back. Wan Shaolun actually intended to harm them. Quiet. Wan Shaolun raised the remote, his expression serious. Make another sound and I'll press it. Shang Zhen calmly stepped forward, his eyes flashing with cold light. What do you want? What do I want? I want money. Wan Shaolun shouted emotionally. Ulrich's inheritance was supposed to be mine, but you wretch, took it. With that money, the capital chain could have been fixed. Why did that bastard have to abandon me? I wouldn't have to go to jail. And all of this was ruined by you. By the end, Wan Shaolun's eyes grew increasingly fierce. You don't deserve to live. I'll tear you apart. Shang Zhen gave a light laugh, looking at him mockingly. Aren't you just like Wan Heng? Throwing away things that have no value. Isn't that your usual method too? Now that you're the one being thrown away, you can't accept it? Wan Shaolun calmed down slightly. Shang Zhen, you're deliberately provoking me. Do you think what I'm holding is a toy? If they die, it will all be your fault. The people behind them looked at Shang Zhen in terror, shouting, Shang Zhen, don't provoke Wan Shaolun. We don't want to die. Shang Zhen sneered. Expecting mercy from a madman is as ridiculous as asking a butcher to put down his knife. Wan Shaolun, even if I die, I won't beg you. Not even one word. Wan Shaolun's gaze swept over Shang Zhen, finally revealing a strange expression. How about this? Shang Zhen, if you come here, I'll give you the remote. I know Fung Xinyan's people are looking for the bomb's location, but that will take time. As Shang Zhen was about to step forward, Fung Xinyan grabbed him. Don't go. Even if it explodes, we'll be fine. They were both wearing bulletproof vests, and they had scanned the place before entering. The venue's detectors hadn't shown any alerts, meaning Wan Shaolun's explosives must be very small, too small to detect, unless he had strapped them to himself. Seeing Shang Zhen's hesitation, Wan Shaolun voluntarily took off his jacket. Don't worry, I have nothing on me. Come here. I just want to talk to you. Aren't you interested in the virus? Aren't you curious why I went through that laboratory but didn't get infected? I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, I'll press the switch. 1. Seeing that Wan Shaolun didn't appear to be hiding anything, Shang Zhen's determination wavered. 2. Seeing Shang Zhen wanting to go, Fung Xinyan wouldn't let go. She couldn't let Shang Zhen take risks right in front of her, and Wan Shaolun was already running out of patience. 3. Shang Zhen stepped forward. Fung Xinyan's heart felt like it was being squeezed as her eyes widened. Shang Zhen whispered in Fung Xinyan's ear, I want to know why he wasn't infected. He might be the key to conquering the virus. I don't want you to suffer from the virus anymore. After saying this, he broke free from Fung Xinyan's grip and walked straight over. Wan Shengwen not only detonated the explosives, but also bit Fung Xinyan. Shang Zhen walked step by step towards that terrifying man, his heart slightly racing. Wan Shengwen's gaze burned as he glanced at Shang Zhen's neck, thinking his taste must be much more delicious than that doctor's. Shang Zhen maintained a calm tone, showing no comfort as he reached out his hand. I'm here. Give me the remote. Wan Shengwen held the remote but didn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, before I give it to you, we can talk about the secrets of the K-virus. Would you like to hear about it? Shang Zhen's heart skipped a beat as he stared intensely at him, like sharp blades. Go ahead. Wan Shaolun stepped forward, suddenly leaning in, his eyes fixed on Shang Zhen. The reason I could come back alive is because, as he spoke, he suddenly pressed the button in his hand, the switch. With a ding-dong sound, the bomb on the crystal chandelier exploded instantly. The crystal chandelier crashed down violently. Screams erupted throughout the hall. People fled in terror in all directions. At the moment of the explosion, Wan Shaolun's smiling features suddenly twisted with hatred as he roared, because I'm a special carrier. He grabbed Shang Zhen's arm and lunged to bite his neck in the chaos. Shang Zhen kicked up, his knee striking hard into Wan Shaolun's abdomen, but Wan Shaolun pounced again, his near-death state unleashing terrible potential. He gripped Shang Zhen's throat, hysterical, wanting to tear him apart. Shang Zhen, I really regret not killing you when I first met you. He squeezed out between his teeth. He opened his mouth again to bite Shang Zhen's neck, as Shang Zhen was being choked to the point point of suffocation. That feeling was exactly the same as in his previous life. Back then, he could only watch helplessly as Wan Shaolun injected him with the virus. Wan Shaolun's face contorted as he roared like a beast and went for the bite. At the crucial moment, a large snake-like grip tightly wrapped around his mouth. With a whoosh, blood splattered. Fung Xinyan rushed forward without thinking, using his hand to block and delivering a powerful punch that sent Wan Shaolun flying. After touching Shang Zhen, he immediately separated and carefully checked him up and down. Fei Li kept asking, Zhen, are you okay? Are you hurt? But Shang Zhen stared blankly at his injured hand. Fung Xinyan saw he seemed fine, and shook his hand, self-deprecatingly saying, I'm fine. I'm already like that. He should be the one in trouble now. After being struck down, Wan Shaolun was controlled by Fung Xinyan's men. The butler, hiding in the shadows, saw Fung Xinyan's injured hand and suddenly rushed out, shouting, Don't get close to Wan Shaolun. He's infected with the black virus. The butler's words instantly threw the previously calm hall into chaos. Someone asked, how could he be infected with the black virus? It's impossible to have it in the country. Have you forgotten? He came back from England. Various questions left everyone unsettled. Suddenly someone realized, this madman, he didn't mix his blood into the food and drinks. Did he? Wait, young Master Fung was bitten by Wan Shaolun. Someone suddenly called out, and the noisy hall fell eerily quiet. Everyone turned to look at Fung Xinyan with various expressions. Young Master Fung was bitten by Wan Shaolun. The bound Wan Shaolun's face turned red. Seeing that he had ultimately bitten Fung Xinyan, he couldn't suppress his excited roar, although he couldn't take Shang Zhen with him. Getting Fung Xinyan was an unexpected bonus. The butler, seeing his goal achieved, pretended to be scared and said, what should we do? Young Master Fung must be infected. Our young master has already infected 2 people since his return. Unexpectedly, when everyone heard this, they instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Stepping back 2 paces, their faces showed expressions of terror, as if the next second, Fung Xinyan would turn into a demon and pounce on them. Fung Xinyan's face darkened, his eyes dimming. This was the first time he faced such rejection from people. Previously, though the experts at home were afraid, they didn't dare show it. But now, these people's discrimination and fear were naked and raw. The next moment, someone grabbed his injured hand. Shang Zhen pressed himself closely against Fung Xinyan, pretending to have a fever quickly. Fung Xinyan suddenly realized, people newly infected with the virus would quickly develop a fever. The next second, he collapsed to the ground, his whole body leaning into Shang Zhen's arms. He fainted. Everyone then remembered that people infected with the virus would quickly develop a fever. This made them secretly relieved, as none of them showed signs of fever. Shang Zhen, holding Fung Xinyan, raised his voice to tell Tang Qi, quick, take him back. We still have antibodies. There's still a 1% chance of survival. Tang Qi immediately understood Shang Zhen's meaning. They were covering up the condition. He quickly nodded. Later, he and Shang Zhen helped Fung Xinyan out. They left in a great hurry, as if truly rushing to inject antibodies. After getting in the car, he let Fung Xinyan lie on his lap. Seeing people occasionally looking at the windows, he cautioned, don't move yet. There are people outside. Wait until the car drives away. The car sped along the highway, leaving everyone behind. Only then did Shang Zhen smile, analyzing calmly, when we get back, we'll tell everyone you successfully received the antibodies. Usually, successful antibody treatment has a 1 to 3 month weakness period. People infected with the K virus don't survive past 1 month. After a month, when they see you're still alive and well, they'll believe you weren't infected. Fung Xinyan spoke worriedly, but many people want to bring me down. During this month, they won't stay quiet. They'll keep testing. Shang Zhen gave him a determined look. I'll stay by your side. With me here, no one will get a chance. His words were solemn. This deeply moved Fung Xinyan. He looked up at Shang Zhen, holding his hand, that feeling of attachment growing stronger. Zhen, aren't you afraid of me at all? Those people's reactions today were normal, but you've never shown any fear. Shang Zhen looked deeply at Fung Xinyan. How could he be afraid of him? Someone who had saved him twice from the virus. How could he have any right to fear him? Moreover, after Fung Xinyan became ill, he had always been good to him, never developing negative emotions towards him despite his condition. So Shang Zhen simply gave him a kiss. In this situation, nothing was more reassuring than intimate contact. Fung Xinyan suddenly sat up. He pressed Shang Zhen beneath him. In the slight jolting of the car, in the dim space, his deep eyes seemed to burn like two ghostly fires, his breathing becoming heavy. Are you really not afraid of me? Aren't you afraid I might take you right now? His voice was hoarse, his burning gaze roaming over her body before finally fixing on her eyes. Shang Zhen shivered under his aggressive gaze, but still smiled sweetly and said, I'm not afraid, even if you want to take me. Suppressing his desire, Fung Xinyan breathed in her ear, his voice both pained and pleased. You wicked woman. You're doing this on purpose. His tone was sweet, the darkness in his eyes completely dispersing. I thought I already loved you enough, but you forced me to love you more. I think even as a ghost, I couldn't let you go. After the news about Fung Xinyan spread, large numbers of reporters quickly gathered at the entrance of the Fung family mansion. According to reports, Wan Shaolun was confirmed infected, and Fung Xinyan was bitten by him in front of everyone. We are now at the family's gate, and the specific situation is still being verified. Now, Fung Xinyan had become the focus of the entire Heizhong city. Everyone was afraid. If the K-virus spread domestically, they would all be in danger. Shang Zhen calmly told Fung Xinyan, don't worry, just act weak for now. They just need to see your fever break. We can tell everyone you received the antibodies and successfully pulled through. Fung Xinyan waved his hand and smiled with raised eyebrows. I'm not worried. As soon as Fung Xinyan appeared, reporters swarmed forward. Countless camera flashes brazenly captured his face. Fung Xinyan appeared somewhat weak, but it didn't affect his imposing presence. Reporters eagerly asked, Young Master Fung, was the antibody injection successful? How do you feel now? Will you still be contagious, young Master Fung? Would you consider taking a public blood test to reassure everyone? Fung Xinyan remained silent, not paying any attention to these people. He walked straight to the car door and gentlemanly gestured to Shang Zhen. As soon as Shang Zhen stepped out, her cold demeanor immediately silenced the reporters. In her black fitted dress, her gaze was sharp. She lifted her chin slightly, speaking loudly. I know what you want to ask. Yes, my brother was bitten by that madman, but just now in the car, he received the antibody injection, and clearly, his fever has broken. He's become one of the 1% lucky ones. A reporter stepped forward. This is a major issue. Would you consider holding a press conference and taking a public blood test to reassure everyone? Shang Zhen frowned, her expression clearly angry, and coldly said, after successful antibody treatment, there's a 1 to 3 month recovery period. During this time, my brother won't be going out. What do you have to worry about? Besides, infected people only live for a month at most. When my brother recovers and emerges, any speculation and rumors will naturally collapse. So why should we make him hold meaningless press conferences while he's unwell? But when the reporters tried to object, Fung Xinyan stepped forward, placing Shang Zhen behind him. His aura gradually intensified. Zhen's words are my words. You know I'm unwell, yet you persist in making trouble. Should I sue you for intentional harm? After speaking, he directly led Shang Zhen into the mansion. In the hall, Shang Beiki was anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room. Seeing Shang Zhen enter, he immediately rushed forward anxiously asking, Zhen, is young Master Fung really alright? I heard the K-virus is terrifying. Shang Zhen patted Shang Beiki's hand, comforting him. Dad, don't panic. He's fine. Shang Beiki lowered his head with guilt. It's all my fault for being so foolish. I was deceived by Wan Shaolun. If not for that, you and young Master Fung wouldn't have had to rescue me, and he wouldn't have been injured. Zhen sighed. She also felt responsible, having been so focused on revenge that she neglected the safety of those around her. Though Shang Beiki was somewhat confused, blood was thicker than water. Remembering how in her previous life, when the Shang family fell, Shang Beiki sold his kidney before death for 150 yuan and gave it all to her. That 150,000 was the most heartbreaking money she'd spent in both lifetimes. So in this life, she was determined to protect his peace. It was also a way to answer to her grandparents. Several days later in prison, Wan Shaolun was brought in for a private meeting. Separated by thick protective glass, Wan Heng sat opposite him, looking at Wan Shaolun with cold eyes, as if assessing his remaining value. I came to tell you that although Fung Xinyan was bitten, his fever broke after the antibody injection. Barring accidents, he should be one of the 1% lucky ones. Wan Shaolun, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly became terrifying. Impossible. He slammed his hands against the glass, his voice suddenly rising. Impossible. I died trying to take down an enemy. How can he be fine? In his rage, he suddenly coughed up blood. Though separated by glass, Wan Heng still instinctively leaned back, frowning. His expression changed, his voice growing colder. Wan Shaolun, where did you hide Qingqing? Hand her over, and I'll find a way to get you out. Give you a place to spend your final days. Wan Shaolun's expression turned strange, and he suddenly burst into mad laughter. Wan Heng, this is your real purpose in coming, isn't it? After all these years as father and son, Wan Heng didn't come to save him or comfort him, but for that foolish daughter. Wan Shaolun's eyes gradually reddened, his voice low and disappointed. I won't tell you. I said I would end your bloodline. Wan Heng's face changed as he abruptly stood up, his voice suddenly turning sinister. Since you refuse to cooperate, then stay here and wait for death. With that, he turned and left the interrogation room. Wan Shaolun's desolate face showed a bitter smile. Why had things turned out this way? Was he really going to spend the rest of his life in this place? At the Fung family mansion, visitors were increasing. Because Madame Feng's birthday was next month, many people used gift-giving as an excuse to probe the situation. After some thought, Shang Zhen suddenly came up with a good idea. The girl, in order to collect Feng Xinyan's blood sample, had hidden needles in her bag, but was caught red-handed by Shang Zhen. On the evening of Madame Feng's birthday party, guests gathered in crowds. Feng Xinyan's childhood friends had also made the rare effort to come. Xiao Yuran, seeing Feng Xinyan, affectionately hugged him like when they were young. You're really not considerate. Man, we agreed to go on vacation together, but I haven't seen even your shadow for a year. Seeing Feng Xinyan distracted, Xiao Yuran teased. Yan, don't tell me you're in love. Feng Xinyan boredly glared at him. Can't you all stop being so gossipy? But surprisingly, Feng Xinyan didn't deny it. While Xiao Yuran was shocked, he suddenly became interested. No way. Really? Yan, are you really in love? Who is it? The Hua family girl is too easy. The Li family girl is too proud. You definitely wouldn't like her. Zhang Qiu? Qi Shuxian? Could it be your former fiancé? Haha, that's too scary. In the end, she couldn't help but laugh at her own words. Hearing you talk about liking me seems so shameful, doesn't it? Shang Zhen, in a red dress, walked over unhurriedly. Her jade-like skin glowed luminously under the lights. A diamond anklet on her long legs gave her a noble and commanding presence. Feng Xinyan looked at her with a smile, his eyes bright. Oh my god, tell me this isn't real. Xiao Yuran pointed at Shang Zhen in shock, exclaiming, this woman is really that plain, ugly, and greedy fiancé of yours? Feng Xinyan, both embarrassed and angry, shot Xiao Yuran a warning look. Afraid of upsetting Shang Zhen, Feng Xinyan quickly changed the subject. By the way, Zhen, there's something I want to discuss with you. He stroked his chin, slowly saying, among the inheritance grandfather left me, there's a place meant for a sanatorium. I plan to renovate it into a level 4 research institute and give it to you. This way you can do your research domestically. Shang Zhen instantly became interested, forgetting about the previous matter. You're going to build a research institute just for me? One that belongs to me? Feng Xinyan nodded, speaking enthusiastically. Yes, building a research institute exclusively for you. And Wan Shaolun's special condition will be your first research subject. Shang Zhen couldn't help but smile. This was truly an interesting karmic cycle. In her previous life, Wan Shaolun and Shang Qingqing had made her suffer worse than death in the research institute. But in this life, Wan Shaolun had fallen into her hands. Should she take cruel revenge, or give him a quick end? Before she could finish her thought, a sharp female voice interrupted. The newcomer had purple short hair. Looking capable and elegant, she swept an unfriendly glance at the two and said, I hope you still remember me, your cousin. Feng Xinyan coldly glanced at the girl and whispered in Shang Zhen's ear, that's Li Cheng, a relative from my mother's side. Seeing Feng Xinyan's cold attitude, Li Cheng approached with her pretty bag. Young Master Feng, shall we go have a drink together? She reached to hold his arm, deliberately letting her bag bump against him. Just as it was about to touch Feng Xinyan's hand, Shang Zhen's eyes sharpened. She quickly grabbed the bag, its coldness instantly apparent. Shang Zhen held up the bag, examining it with a meaningful smile. Miss Li, would you care to explain why there are sharp objects attached to your bag? The needle was hidden so discreetly that most people would hardly notice it. If that needle had scratched Feng Xinyan's hand, it would have drawn blood instantly. Once the blood was tested, his condition couldn't be hidden. Li Cheng was instantly alarmed but forced a smile. You mean the pearls and gems on the bag? They're not sharp at all. I don't know what Miss Shang is talking about. As she spoke, she tried to pull her bag back with a stiff smile. but no matter how she pulled, Shang Zhen held firmly onto the bag. By now, Feng Xinyan's expression had become terrifying. He glared at Li Cheng with a cold fury, his voice chilling. Li Cheng, are you trying to get my blood sample? Are you all planning to prove our family ties through this method? No. Li Cheng's face turned pale at his words, and she reflexively defended herself. You must be misunderstanding. Young master, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Look carefully at my bag. Where is there anything inappropriate? She was certain the bag's design was discreet. Others definitely couldn't see the tiny needle less than half a centimeter long, and its sharp glint was hidden by the jewel's brilliance. Shang Zhen couldn't possibly have seen the needle. She must be testing them. She must be watching him closely. Whether there's a problem or not, let's test it. Shang Zhen suddenly grabbed the bag and turned it around, with the side containing the needle, forcefully smashing it against Li Cheng's arm. In the moment of her scream, where the needle tip touched the skin, blood immediately started flowing. But Shang Zhen didn't stop there. She directly yanked the bag hard, creating a bloody scratch across Li Cheng's fair arm. Li Cheng was about to go crazy. Let go, you bitch. Let go. She raised her hand to attack Shang Zhen, but Feng Xinyan grabbed her immediately. His embrace carried a surge of killing intent as he stared coldly at the blood on Li Cheng's arm. So how do you explain the wound on your arm? Making such an intricate design just to get my blood sample. Your family really went to great lengths. Li Cheng felt extremely guilty and terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat from panic. She looked at Feng Xinyan in confusion and whimpered pleadingly. Young Master Fung, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. I'm your cousin. I was just curious. This wasn't my family's idea. Feng Xinyan disgustedly pushed her away and ordered to nearby staff, throw her out, and everyone who came with her. Two bodyguards efficiently grabbed Li Cheng and headed towards the door. Li Cheng cried out tearfully. No, please, young Master Fung. We're relatives. Feng Xinyan coldly snorted. I don't need a relative who constantly schemes against me. Shang Zhen tilted her head with a mischievous smile. Tonight's banquet will surely be interesting. Just as Feng Xinyan had thrown out Li Cheng's family, another ill-intentioned man appeared. Feng Xinyan went on stage, swept a gloomy look across everyone, and announced, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my mother's birthday. As you all know, I had an accident recently, but now I've received the K-virus antibody and am recovering. After I fully recover in a month or two, I'll host another banquet to celebrate with everyone." Just as everyone believed that Feng Xinyan had successfully received the antibody treatment, a thin man suddenly stepped forward, smiling broadly and saying, "Young Master Fung, you won't mind my uninvited presence, will you?" People in the crowd quickly recognized the man and questioned, "Zhao Yaoan, what are you doing here?" Zhao Yaoan forced an unpleasant smile and said, "Well, I'm somewhat related to the Fung family. Since this is a family banquet, why can't I come?" Shang Zhen then remembered this person was previously expelled. He seemed to be a minor enemy of the Fung family, not worth much attention. Seeing Feng Xinyan about to leave without acknowledging him, Zhao Yaoan stepped forward and smiled. It's natural for young Master Fung to rest if he's unwell. I just want to ask Miss Shang a few questions in front of everyone today. Feng Xinyan finally turned to look at him properly, sneering. What right do you have to question her? If I remember correctly, you're just an unwanted illegitimate son from a fallen family. You have no place to speak here. Zhao Yaoan's face instantly darkened, but he still forced a smile. Young Master Fung really protects Miss Shang, doesn't he? It's strange though. Young Master Fung used to hate Miss Shang so much, but now treats her with such care. Why is that? Could Miss Shang explain? Seeing people around starting to discuss, Zhao Yaoan's pale face took on a cunning look as he continued. Could it be that Miss Shang can offer young Master Fung some extraordinary benefits? I heard Miss Shang is researching the K-virus, and seems to have made some progress. Perhaps Miss Shang has found a way to conceal K-virus symptoms, like making infected people's fever go down quickly, or even appear normal. His suggestive words almost directly implied that Feng Xinyan valued Shang Zhen because she had found a breakthrough with the K-virus, proving that Feng Xinyan was infected and could only keep up appearances because of Shang Zhen. Are you finished? Shang Zhen crossed her arms, showing no signs of being exposed or nervous. Instead, she smiled brilliantly. I must say, your speculation is quite interesting. Feng Xinyan frowned and said coldly, "Attention-seeking fool, get out." Immediately, two people walked over and restrained Zhao Yaoan on both sides. Zhao Yaoan hadn't expected Feng Xinyan to completely disregard others' suspicions and deal with him so hastily without any explanation. He shouted sharply, "Young Master Fung, You must explain to everyone, or we won't believe there's nothing suspicious between you two. Feng Xinyan found it extremely amusing. He swept his gaze across everyone and asked contemptuously, "So, do you all think I owe you an explanation?" Everyone quickly shook their heads. Although they thought differently inside, they all outwardly sided with Feng Xinyan. However, people's gazes kept darting towards Shang Zhen. Since Shang Zhen was a genius in medical research, handling young Master Feng's condition should be easy for her. If Feng Xinyan was infected and secretly concealing treatment, disregarding public safety, that would be quite frightening. Seeing the chaos caused by people's unrest, Shang Zhen and Feng Xinyan exchanged a glance. She suddenly took Feng Xinyan's hand and said with a gentle smile, "Since that's the case, I shouldn't hide it anymore. Originally, Yan didn't like me because of a misunderstanding. Later, I settled for becoming the Fung family's goddaughter, spending time together daily. We cleared up the misunderstanding." She smiled slightly, turning to look at Feng Xinyan. "Now he's finally been moved by my love and accepted me, but since I'm still young, we wanted to keep this secret for a couple more years. I didn't expect it would cause such misunderstandings. I am indeed interested in the K-virus and want to solve this global challenge, but I'm only human, with limited knowledge of the K-virus. That gentleman's speculation earlier demonized me too much. Yan did contract the virus, but thankfully received the antibody in time and became one of the 1% lucky ones. I'm even happier about this than he is." Feng Xinyan listened to her sincere confession, his heart racing. With a slight smile at the corners of his eyes, he proudly raised their interlocked hands and solemnly announced to the people with varying expressions, "Since you all want to know, I'll tell you. Once Junzhen reaches legal age, I will marry her. I love her, and that will never change." Shang Zhen added fuel to the fire. "I'll always love you too. For 10 years, 20 years, or even longer." The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, they're showing off their love. I want a romance like this too." Someone with ulterior motives couldn't help but ask, what if young Master Fung hadn't been among that lucky 1%? What would Miss Shang have done? This seemingly harmless joke carried malicious intent, which Shang Zhen sensed. She smiled, her eyes full of sincere love. "If Yan couldn't recover, I would only do one thing." As she finished speaking, suddenly, in front of everyone, she stood on tiptoes and kissed Feng Xinyan's thin lips. Feng Xinyan instinctively held Shang Zhen tight and passionately responded. After their lingering embrace, Shang Zhen, with a blushing face, said, "If Yan is well, I'll marry him and have a lovely child." Her eyes fixed steadily on Feng Xinyan, full of deep emotion. "And if he died, I would die with him. There would be no third option." Hearing these touching words, everyone finally showed kind smiles. "Young master must rest well. We're waiting for your wedding invitation." While last night's banquet ended happily, when the news reached Wan Heng's ears, it became bad news. He stroked his chin, muttering, "Wonder how much of last night's scene was real." His assistant behind him couldn't help saying, "At least I couldn't detect any signs of pretense." Wan Heng nodded absently. "I must say, that Fung boy is indeed tough to deal with. No wonder Xiaolong suffered such a loss against him. It's also my fault for being stuck in Beijing before. Now we can only accept our losses." Wan Heng suddenly remembered Shang Qingqing and asked, "How's Qingqing doing? Has her emotional state stabilized?" "Not yet. This near-death experience was quite traumatic. We've changed to a new psychologist." Wan Heng angrily slammed his palm on the table, saying with a headache, "Indeed, like mother, like daughter. Shang Qingqing really doesn't take after me at all. In the past, it was just because she wasn't grown up." The assistant made a non-committal response, but was full of contempt. According to investigations, Shang Qingqing's personality was exactly like Wan Heng's. Wan Heng frowned, his face full of disappointment. "Let's hope so. Now that Xiao Wen is ruined, I seem to have no other choice. It's time to let him return to the family." Meanwhile, Wan Xiaowen was blindfolded and taken to a place. In a dark room, he was tied to a chair. Blindfolded, he had become skeletal. In just over 10 days, he seemed to have aged decades. Each day was worse than death. When the blindfold was removed, he saw Shang Zhen's face full of mockery. "Brother, you look so pitiful. Wasn't the food good in the isolation ward?" "Shang Zhen, what do you want? Are you here to kill me?" Wan Shenglong glared at her with effort, his tone hopeful. "Don't waste your energy. The government came a few days ago, saying they would take me for research. You don't know, do you? Others infected with the K-virus die within a month, but I'm different. As long as I keep getting nutrients, I can stay alive. If you dare kill me, you'll face government sanctions." Shang Zhen laughed coldly with a wicked smile. Actually, I am the one who's going to take you for research. Wan Shenglong's body trembled, his heart instantly turning cold. He looked at Shang Zhen in fear. What? It's you? What are you going to do to me? What am I going to do? Shang Zhen crossed her legs, reclining on the sofa with a thoughtful expression. I originally planned to build a research institute to study the K-virus, and you will be my #1 test subject. What? Wan Shenglong despaired, but suddenly he felt relieved. As long as Shang Zhen didn't kill him directly, if the experiment succeeded, he still had a chance to survive. Isn't that right? You think becoming a test subject is better than death? Shang Zhen smiled cruelly, shattering his hope. Compared to ordinary patients, your biggest advantage is that you don't feel pain, right? You're not in pain now only because the virus has paralyzed your pain nerves. You will indeed live longer than others because many typical symptoms, like fever and other complications, won't affect you. But 4 months is your limit. You won't survive past 6 months. Impossible. Wan Shengwen firmly believed he was different from others and reacted violently. He suddenly had a realization and said through gritted teeth, I get it now. You're saying this on purpose, telling others this so you can kill me after 4 months. Then you can tell everyone I died naturally. Is that right? Keep dreaming. Shang Zhen laughed coldly, looking at him like a dead man, her voice pleasant. Whether you believe it or not, you only have 2 choices now. Die or become my test subject. Once you become a living test subject and enter the treatment phase, the virus's nerve-numbing effect will weaken. You'll soon experience the same pain as other patients. And because of your special constitution, I'll try to extend your life as long as possible for my research. I'll tie your limbs tightly, stuff your mouth with cloth, strap you to the hospital bed, and watch you struggle. Shang Zhen's words were filled with bloodthirst. Trust me, I'll make every day feel like a year. Her sinister voice echoed in the room. His whole body trembled like a sieve, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. His eyes showed only endless terror, chilling him to the bone. He was shocked to discover how much Shang Zhen hated him. Why? His expression turned sorrowful as he questioned hoarsely. I admit I ruined your plans when I appeared, and later tried to hurt you, but I never succeeded in harming you. Why do you hate me so much that you want to torture me? Wan Shaowen couldn't understand where this deep hatred came from. Why? Shang Zhen laughed silently. Her eyes and smile carried an unshakable hatred. Because you made me taste such suffering. How could I not hate you? Wan Shaowen thought Shang Zhen had gone mad. She was cherished by Fung Xinyan, and when someone bit her, she immediately returned it tenfold. How could she have experienced the suffering she just described? Shang Zhen slowly stood up and said, let me tell you a story. She approached step by step, looking at his defeated face with dreamy eyes, and asked ominously, do you believe in reincarnation? In the shabby room under dim lights, Shang Zhen gradually told her story. Wan Shaowen's expression changed from initial disbelief to final silence and madness, ending in hysteria. So that's it. That's it. He glared at Shang Zhen with rage-filled eyes, crying and laughing as he shouted, his mouth twisted grotesquely. This is why you changed overnight. No wonder you're so different from Lin Shuihan. No wonder you can predict things. No wonder you're so mysterious. Shang Zhen nodded affirmatively, her voice ethereal. Wan Shengwen, let me tell you another secret. Wan Shengwen shook his head frantically. No, don't say any more. He fearfully turned away, refusing to look at her. After Shang Zhen revealed all her secrets, she would surely silence him permanently. You won't listen? Shang Zhen grabbed his hair. She forced him to look into her eyes. You have to listen. Do you know why I'm researching the K-virus in this life? Because I need to save Fung Xinyan. She released her grip, her eyes full of determination. Yes, he's already infected with the K-virus. The revelation hit Wan Shengwen like thunder, his face more terrified than when facing death. He asked bitterly, you just said he treated you badly in your past life, so why do you still want to save him? Why save him but not spare me? Shang Zhen smiled coldly. How dare you compare yourself to Fung Xinyan? You're just a supporting character. I'll use your suffering to save Fung Xinyan. In her past life, Wan Shaowen had used her as an experiment. She had wanted to make him taste the same medicine, but she hated those who experimented on her the most. Why should she become what she hated most just for Wan Shaowen? Moreover, the research in this country wasn't advanced enough, so making Wan Shaowen a test subject wouldn't be very meaningful. Better to drive him to death. Wan Shaowen's mental state was already crumbling, needing just one final blow. She continued to provoke him sarcastically. Wan Shaowen, you were an orphan from birth, always trying to climb higher. You pride yourself on your wit and ruthlessness, thinking you can manipulate others at will. But in reality, You're just meant to crawl on the ground at others' mercy. You're completely worthless. Stop it. Stop it. Wan Xiaowin's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze wild as he howled like a madman. You're just relying on your better birth. I'm the most capable one. You think I'll obediently let you experiment on me? Let you use me for that damn Fung Xinyan? In your dreams. After saying this, he violently bit off his own tongue. Thick blood dripped from his mouth corners as he committed suicide with mad stubbornness and despair. Shang Zhen turned away, feeling numb. Being persistent isn't wrong. Striving to climb higher isn't wrong. Fighting for a future despite a poor birth isn't wrong. But you treated me that way before. What did I do wrong? When Shang Zhen walked out tiredly, Pang Qing had been waiting outside. Wan Xiaowin feared becoming a test subject and bit off his tongue. His corpse is dangerous. Burn it. When Feng Xinyan learned that Li Cheng and Zhao Yaowen's disruption at the banquet was instigated by the Wan family, he prepared to strike back using Shang Qingqing's background. In Feng Xinyan's study, Chang Qi reported the investigation results to Feng Xinyan. Wen Heng was now trying to fill the void left by Wan Xiaolun, recruiting his brother to help fill the vacancy, offering his nephew the position of heir as leverage. Feng Xinyan snorted disdainfully, smiling wickedly. Wan Heng can barely protect himself, yet he dares to extend his reach to the Fung family. As someone who always returned slights, he had to give Wan Heng a grand gift. Since learning about Wan Xiaowin kidnapping Shang Qingqing, he had secretly investigated the matter. As expected, Shang Zhen walked in cheerfully. Dear brother, I heard you have something important to tell me about Shang Qingqing? Feng Xinyan nodded, his expression cold. He passed over the paternity test results. Though it's absurd, this matter concerns you and your father, so I must tell you. He paused before continuing. Shang Qingqing isn't your sister, nor is she from your family. Her father is Wan Heng. As he spoke, he observed Shang Zhen's expression, but saw that after reading it, she didn't even raise an eyebrow. Feng Xinyan suppressed his strange feeling and continued. Although we don't know yet why Wan Heng didn't acknowledge Shang Qingqing, Zhuo Qi is investigating. We should have answers soon. No need. Shang Zhen suddenly interrupted, eyes flashing. I know the reason. How do you know? Feng Xinyan's voice rose slightly, expression surprised. Did you already know Shang Qingqing was Wan Heng's daughter? Yet you didn't tell your father? Shang Zhen grabbed Feng Xinyan's tie and pulled gently, leaning close to his ear. She whispered, this matter is interesting. I'll tell you secretly. Shang Zhen's cool breath on Feng Xinyan's ear made his heart race, causing a tingling sensation. He unconsciously swallowed. Chang Qi awkwardly wiped his sweat, silently praying for the young master to dismiss him. Shang Zhen's voice was soft yet clear, seemingly teasing Feng Xinyan, making his heart feel like it was being scratched by a cat. As his breathing suddenly quickened and the room's temperature rose, his Adam's apple bobbed continuously. Suddenly he shouted, Heng Qi, get out. Heng Qi quickly responded, showing a relieved expression as he rushed out the door. When only the two remained, Feng Xinyan turned and cornered Shang Zhen against the desk. Shang Zhen immediately returned to normal, saying in shock, what's wrong? Don't you want to hear Shang Qingqing's secret? Feng Xinyan embraced her tightly, saying in a muffled voice, right now, I most want to explore your secrets. After Shang Zhen finished telling Shang Qingqing's secret, Feng Xinyan had calmed down. No wonder Wan Heng wouldn't acknowledge Shang Qingqing. This is truly absurd. Shang Zhen looked at Feng Xinyan knowingly. So you plan to use Shang Qingqing's background to strike back at Wan Heng? But now that she's left the Shang family, it won't be as convenient to deal with him. Feng Xinyan said, if you want her to stay, I'll find another way. There are many ways to deal with Wan Heng. Shang Zhen suddenly smiled. She had changed her mind. This way of playing seemed not bad either. No longer having to call Shang Qingqing's sister would be a relief. Feng Xinyan couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her hair, saying indulgently, everything will be according to your wishes. That evening at the hotel, Wan Heng and his brother Wan Kai had finally agreed on terms and were having a friendly dinner after their deal. Brother, then this matter is settled. Wan Kai raised his wine glass, looking serious. I've given you both money and people, so you must take good care of Xiao Ke. Wan Heng clinked glasses cheerfully, speaking in a heartfelt tone. You know my situation. I have no children. I'll definitely treat Xiao Ke as my own son, even if by chance I have a child later. Wan Kai heard this and laughed generously. If you could have your own child, I'd certainly be happy for you. Of course your child would come first then. Just don't forget about Xiao Ke. Though Wan Kai's words were courteous, he secretly mocked him. Everyone knew Wan Heng's treatments had been ineffective, and last year doctors declared he had lost his ability to reproduce. So everything of Wan Heng's would belong to his son. A dark light flashed in Wan Heng's eyes as he smiled. Among all brothers, you're the most humane. Father chose Xiao Ke as heir, hoping he'd be like you. This way I'll have someone to rely on when I'm old. But this harmonious father-son act didn't last long. Wan Kai's assistant handed over a test report. When Wan Kai saw its contents, his smiling face instantly darkened. Wan Heng, you dared deceive me. Give me back my money. Wan Heng broke into a cold sweat but tried to stay calm. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wan Kai slammed the paternity test on the table, roaring. The evidence is conclusive. How dare you deny it? Can you say you have no connection to this Shang Qingqing? Wan Heng's face changed, his heart sinking. How could Shang Qingqing's secret be exposed? After hiding abroad for a year, Shang Qingqing had returned at the most crucial moment for the Wan family. Hearing of Shang Qingqing's return, Shang Zhen had gone back to the Shang family early. Seeing her return, Shang Beiqi's attitude was both reserved and warm, quickly welcoming Shang Zhen in. Zhen, come in and sit. Qingqing just returned last night. I'll go get her down. You sisters can catch up. Seeing Shang Beiqi so polite, Shang Zhen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Since being forced to acknowledge her relationship with Fung Xinyan at the banquet, Zhang Beiqi's attitude toward her had changed, now treating her like royalty. Soon Shang Qingqing came downstairs, looking very unwilling. After not seeing each other for a year, Shang Qingqing had changed greatly. The once lively and lovely girl now completely lacked the vitality an 18-year-old should have. Seeing Shang Qingqing's gloomy face, Shang Zhen offered a sweet smile naturally. Long time no see. Shang Qingqing's mood was terrible. Her eyes were full of anger and jealousy. She had suffered so much abroad, while Shang Zhen had flourished at home. When she was kidnapped, Shang Zhen had received a public proposal from young Master Fung. Why did she deserve this? How was she worthy? Though they were sisters, why were their fates so different? Shang Qingqing took a deep breath, suppressing the hatred in her eyes. She put on a smile. Sister, I was recently kidnapped abroad. I'm not in a good mood. I hope you won't mind. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems Shang Qingqing has grown quite a bit. How could I mind? Shang Zhen smiled. Actually, I came to give you a big gift. Shang Qingqing doubted Shang Zhen would be so kind as to give her a gift. Shang Zhen first said to Shang Beiqi, Father, I have some private matters to discuss with Qingqing. I promise it will be a pleasant conversation. Could you and Auntie give us some space? Lin Shuihan felt inexplicably uneasy and quickly stepped forward. We're family. What can't be said in front of everyone? Shang Zhen smiled mysteriously. What I want to tell Shang Qingqing is absolutely good news for her. If you really don't want to hear it, then forget it. Shang Qingqing and Lin Shuihan exchanged glances, their interest piqued by Shang Zhen's words. All right then. Let's talk in the living room. Shang Qingqing agreed hesitantly. Lin Shuihan looked back worriedly several times. Qingqing, be careful of this devious Shang Zhen. After Shang Beiqi disappeared from view, Shang Qingqing sat cross-legged on the sofa, immediately reverting to her usual demeanor. Say what you want to say. Shang Zhen smiled calmly. Actually, I understand how you feel right now. You must think everyone revolves around me, that all good things fall into my lap. We both have the Shang surname, yet our circumstances are worlds apart. Shang Qingqing's expression grew increasingly suppressed, glaring at her like a venomous snake. So you came to gloat? You bitch. You stole everything from me. You caused my reputation to be ruined, got me expelled from school, and now you've successfully gotten Fung Shang, becoming the most noble woman in all of Heizhong. Are you satisfied? But Shang Zhen shook her head and sneered. You look down on the title of Miss Shang, thinking it's cheap. You look down on Shang Beiqi, yet you have to flatter her. Without her, you wouldn't even have this cheap identity. Shang Zhen looked at her with pity as she stepped closer. You even look down on Lin Shuihan. Despite her devotion to you, and everything you wanted is now in my hands, you envy me, wishing you could take my place. Shang Qingqing was so angered by Shang Zhen's words she could barely breathe, her eyes seemingly dripping with venom. If you're just here to humiliate me, then we have nothing more to say. You bitch. Hope you can stay smug forever. Shang Qingqing tried to leave. Shang Zhen grabbed her chin, Smirking slightly, she said leisurely, "This big gift I want to give you is exactly what you want, a noble identity, a powerful father, and a unique position." Shang Qingqing paused. "What do you mean?" Shang Zhen released her hand and stood straight, speaking mysteriously. "Haven't you ever wondered if you have a wealthier father, and that you're his only daughter?" Shang Zhen looked at Shang Qingqing seriously and revealed, "Your true identity is that you're the only daughter of Wan Heng, the current head of the Wan family. Wan Heng was born with a defect and wasn't supposed to have children, but you were an accident." "The Wan family? I'm the only daughter of the Wan family head?" Shang Qingqing's voice suddenly rose, her eyes full of disbelief. "That's impossible. The Wan family is a giant that 10 Shang families combined couldn't match." Her expression was shocked, but her eyes held a hint of desire as she looked at Shang Zhen. "If what you're saying is true, Mom wouldn't have kept it from me. From what I know of Lin Shuihan, she's not the type to give up wealth and status." Shang Zhen smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. "Lin Shuihan didn't tell you not because she didn't want to, but because Wan Heng forbade it. Since Wan Heng didn't like Lin Shuihan, he naturally had no expectations for you. And since Lin Shuihan didn't dare defy him, she married Shang Beiki instead. Otherwise, with Lin Shuihan's ambitious personality, why do you think she would have chosen someone like Shang Beiki?" Shang Qingqing's initially bright eyes suddenly became calm. Her thoughts were chaotic as she stammered, "Shang Zhen, you're lying to me, right? Why? Why are you telling me all this? Because I want you all out of the Shang family." She looked down condescendingly, her purple eyes flickering with hatred, her brow wrapped in frost. Shang Qingqing trembled at the sight. "Tell Lin Shuihan to divorce my father within 10 days, or I'll hand over the evidence to him." Shang Zhen suddenly leaned in close. "Let me mercifully tell you one last piece of news. Wan Heng is planning to secretly adopt a nephew as his heir. If you don't hurry to curry favor with Wan Heng, you'll have no claim to his inheritance in the future." Shang Qingqing felt a crisis brewing within her. No, I can't let Wan Heng's fortune fall into someone else's hands." Shang Zhen caught every bit of Shang Qingqing's discontent, a satisfied smile breaking across her face. "Wan Heng, since you want to use the heir position to exchange for money from Wan Kai to get through this crisis, I'll now send Shang Qingqing to your doorstep. Let's see how you explain this to Wan Kai." After learning she was the Wan family's only daughter, Shang Qingqing unhesitatingly abandoned her adoptive father, Shang Beiki, and urged Lin Shuihan to go to the Wan mansion. In front of the Wan mansion, Lin Shuihan looked worried. How did they discover Qingqing's true identity, and why deliberately tell Qingqing about it? "I don't know what scheme they're plotting." Seeing Lin Shuihan's hesitation, Shang Qingqing shouted angrily, "We're already at the Wan family's door. What are you still hesitating about? We have no choice. If Shang Beiki finds out I'm not his biological child, he'll definitely throw us out. Now we can only fight for the Wan family." Lin Shuihan felt bitter and sighed. She knew very well why Wan Heng had refused to acknowledge Shang Qingqing. "But brother Wan Heng," Shang Qingqing cut Lin Shuihan off, analyzing the pros and cons. "Wan Heng is about to adopt an heir. If we don't act now, we'll never have a chance to return to the Wan family." "Mom, stop hesitating." Shang Beiki had been very good to Qingqing, but now Qingqing only showed excitement, without any sadness or reluctance. Somehow, this version of Qingqing frightened her, but Shang Qingqing's words moved her. She gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll take you to see brother Heng now. Then divorce Shang Beiki." In Wan Heng's study, before he could catch his breath, his assistant brought in 2 people. Wan Heng's heart trembled, breaking into a cold sweat. If Wan Kai saw this, everything would be ruined. "Lin Shuihan, why are you here?" Wan Heng's face was extremely unpleasant. He looked at Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing with undisguised disgust. "Brother." Lin Shuihan fell to her knees before Wan Heng, tears streaming down. "This time I really have no choice. Shang Zhen knows about Qingqing's connection to you. She threatened me, saying if Qingqing and I don't move out of the Shang family, she'll expose Qingqing's relationship with you." Shang Qingqing also looked pitiful, her eyes red as she gazed at Wan Heng. "Uncle Wan, I never imagined you were my father. No wonder you were so good to me before, always sending people to take care of me abroad. No wonder I always felt so close to you whenever I saw you." The 2 women's emotional display gave Wan Heng a headache. He stared at Lin Shuihan with a livid face. He roared, "Do you know what time it is now? Due to a year of losses, I need a huge sum of money. That's why I must adopt Wan Kai to get money from Wan Kai. You're causing trouble at this time. Are you trying to bankrupt me?" On her way here, Shang Qingqing had already roughly understood Wan Heng's business empire. Even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Wan Heng went bankrupt, he'd still have more status than Shang Beiki. Considering Wan Heng's wealth, Shang Qingqing's eyes flickered as she obediently cried from the side. Uncle Wan, Mom and I have no choice. We didn't mean to do this. Mom will divorce Shang Beiki soon. I don't want to be homeless. As she spoke, she fell to her knees pitifully. She pleaded, Uncle Wan, please help us. Just give us a place to stay. That's all. We promise to keep a low profile and won't cause you any trouble. Uncle Wan, please, she sobbed. Shang Qingqing's pitiful appearance slightly moved Wan Heng. After all, she was his only daughter. After some thought, he surprisingly agreed at this crucial moment. He helped Lin Shuihan up, his voice softening. All right, get up. Since you've been forced to this point, I can't ignore you. Stay at the Lin family house for a few days. After I settle things, I'll give you a proper arrangement. Regarding Wan Ke, Wan Heng had already made plans. After all, Wan Ke wasn't his biological child, and he would never truly give him the heir position. Once he used Wan Ke to solve the urgent crisis, he would eliminate him without mercy. Then he would consider Shang Qingqing's matter. Getting Wan Heng's guarantee, Lin Shuihan excitedly expressed her true feelings. Brother Heng, I'm so happy. I never thought you'd accept me in this lifetime. Finally, I don't have to endure that wimp Shang Beiki anymore. Seeing Lin Shuihan's pitiful coquettish eyes and deep attachment, Wan Heng's mood improved considerably. Keep the divorce low-key. Just say you made a mistake. I'm sure once Shang Beiki knows Qingqing is my child, he won't dare to hold it against you. Days later, when Shang Zhen returned home after receiving the news, she found Shang Beiki sitting on the sofa, emotionally crying with his head in his hands. Because of Wan Heng's influence, he could only suppress this scandal and bear the loss alone. Why? Why would they do this to me? Shang Zhen approached to comfort him sympathetically. Father, don't be too sad. They're not worth it. Shang Beiki couldn't accept reality, his mood very low. Lin Shuihan said she made a mistake. Before being with me, she had one night with Wan Heng. She says she just discovered Qingqing is Wan Heng's daughter. She wants to divorce me. Shang Zhen gently patted his back. Father, although this might hurt you to hear, but Lin Shuihan's scheme against you back then was obvious. When Lin Shuihan discovered she was pregnant with Wan Heng's child, but Wan Heng wouldn't acknowledge it, so she got you drunk and deliberately set you up. Set me up? Shang Beiki's face turned pale, clearly shocked. She set me up back then. Why tell me now? Haven't I been good enough to her all these years? He became increasingly agitated, his pale face suddenly looking 10 years older. Where does this leave Qingqing and me? Does she want us to become laughingstocks? Father, haven't you faced reality yet? Shang Zhen gave an imperceptible cold laugh, her eyes full of disappointment. I can't believe at a time like this, you're still thinking about Shang Qingqing. Don't you know Lin Shuihan suddenly revealed the truth because she encouraged it? Her gaze grew sharp as she shouted at Shang Beiki. She learned she's the Wan family's only daughter and forced Lin Shuihan to take her back to her ancestral home. Since your divorce, has Shang Qingqing called you even once? Not even once, right? Shang Zhen painfully told him word by word. She doesn't care about you at all. You have no place in her heart. Shang Beiki finally despaired, unable to believe he could fail so completely as a person. But the facts were there, bloody and cruel. Shang Zhen's words finally made him calm down, and his spirit dimmed. He closed his eyes. He muttered with difficulty, I was too naive. I thought too well of people. But I'm not made of wood. It's hard to accept right now. It seems I've been caring for the wrong person all these years. Shang Qingqing and Lin Shuihan are exactly the same kind of person. After all her efforts to return to the Wan family, Shang Qingqing discovered she wasn't in Wan Heng's will at all. Wan Zhong regularly reported the information he gathered to Shang Zhen. Miss. When Wan Kai learned about Lin Shuihan's divorce, she insisted on withdrawing her investment. To stabilize her, Wan Heng agreed to hold a family meeting tomorrow. It said Wan Heng will make a will stating he'll never acknowledge Shang Qingqing, and Wan Kai, worried that Wan Heng might take the money and kill her son Wan Ke, demanded an additional clause. If anything happens to the heir Wan Ke, Wan Heng must give up his position as family head. This made her raise her eyebrows and give an interesting smirk. Interesting. Such amusing news must be told to Shang Qingqing. At this point, Shang Qingqing would stop at nothing to become the Wan family's young lady. Inside the Linjiang villa, Shang Qingqing received Shang Zhen's call, her tone very uneasy. Is what you're saying true? Wan Heng will sign an agreement tomorrow to never acknowledge me? I have no reason to lie to you. Shang Zhen's lips curled up. She deliberately said, but you're so understanding. Surely you won't trouble your father, right? After all, Even if you can't become Miss Wan Heng will still support you. Without changing her expression, her smile deepened as she said regretfully, but this means you'll never surpass me. If I were you, I'd make a huge scene before he signs the agreement, forcing him to acknowledge you. After all, you're his only daughter. She hung up the phone with a laugh. Shang Qingqing's fingers gripped the phone tightly, digging into her flesh. No, she couldn't let Wan Heng sign the agreement. He had hurriedly helped Lin Shuihan divorce, but not just to become an illegitimate daughter who couldn't show her face. Lin Shuihan was in a good mood initially, but when she called Shang Qingqing for dinner, she saw Shang Qingqing's face full of tears, looking pitiful. After Shang Qingqing told Lin Shuihan what had happened, Lin Shuihan also realized the situation was bad. Wan Heng signing such an agreement clearly meant he didn't care about their lives. Both mother and daughter were extremely unwilling. Having come this far from leaving the Shang family, they couldn't end up like this. In Lin Ming's study, his old face was very gloomy. No, we can't let Wan Heng sign this agreement. Though the Wan family has taken care of the Lin family all these years, we've also done much for them. If Wan Heng signs the agreement to never acknowledge Shang Qingqing, it's equivalent to cutting ties with the Lin family, so this agreement cannot be signed. Lin Shuihan anxiously asked, then what should we do to make Wan Heng acknowledge us? Lin Ming smiled sinisterly. Have Fan Liwei create another accident. We'll burn our bridges. In the Wan Group conference room, an agreement lay before Wan Heng. Wan Heng solemnly read its contents. As the head of the Wan family, I will sign this will and inheritance agreement today. I ask everyone present to witness. Family head. Emergency. Suddenly, Wan Heng's personal assistant Li Meng burst in, shouting anxiously, Shang Qingqing has been kidnapped at Haidong Bridge. The kidnapper demands to see you personally, or they'll kill her. Shang Qingqing revealed in panic that she's your daughter. Many reporters are waiting there for you to appear. Wan Kai exploded, slamming the table and roaring, Wan Heng, you did this on purpose, didn't you? If you don't want to sign, just say so. Creating such news to force our Wan family to acknowledge Shang Qingqing. Is this amusing? I didn't. Wan Heng's face changed dramatically. He was at his wit's end. In his heart, he hated Lin Shuihan and Shang Qingqing to death for causing such trouble at this crucial moment. Go explain to the reporters yourself. At this point, I'm withdrawing my investment no matter what. With that, she left angrily with Wan Kai, her face dark. Then, what should we do now? Family head? The reporters are still there. The assistant asked tremblingly. Wan Heng's eyes filled with hurt, then suddenly cleared. Take me to Haidong Bridge now. With so many reporters there, if I abandon my only daughter, how can I ever show my face again? At Haidong Bridge, torrential rain fell like broken pearls, pattering down. A man named Zhao Yang held a knife, restraining Shang Qingqing while shouting in the rain. He questioned if Wan Heng would abandon even his daughter. Shang Qingqing was crying uncontrollably, deeply regretful. Please, calm down. Don't kill me, I'm innocent. Many onlookers gathered on the bridge. Some recognized the man. That's Zhao Yang. He used to be a businessman with some assets, but they say Wan Heng ruined him, leaving him in debt and abandoned by his family. In a car at a distance, Shang Zhen watched the scene on the bridge through the window, full of smiles. This must be Lin Ming's idea. Wan Heng must be furious now. Fung Xingye took Shang Zhen's hand, smiling mysteriously. I guarantee after today, the Wan family will fall apart and their reputation will be ruined. Shang Zhen glanced at the bridge, her eyes sharp. Let's hope so. If necessary, I don't mind adding fuel to their fire. Shang Qingqing never imagined that the biological father she had desperately tried to please would use others to try to kill her. Wan Heng took heavy steps toward Shang Qingqing. Seeing so many reporters still present, Wan Heng, with an ugly expression, shouted at the police, "Are you Heizhong police just eating for free? So many reporters are blocking here, and you're not doing anything about it?" The responding officer replied with a subtle expression, "This is from above. Simply put, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Don't take it out on us." Wan Heng was stunned, feeling a sense of despair. He never thought the Fung family would go this far. If he had known, he should have taken the loss and rebuilt his relationship with Fung Xingye. Uncle Wan, save me. Qingqing's soft cry brought Wan Heng back to reality. The fear of death made her tears fall like rain. She originally thought Lin Ming was just putting on an act to threaten Wan Heng. She didn't expect Zhao Yang to hate Wan Heng so deeply that he wanted to kill her. She didn't want to die. No matter how angry and tired Wan Heng was inside, he couldn't show it now. Zhao Yang, I'm here. Whatever you want, come at me. Why trouble a young girl? If it's money you want, I can give it to you. Let go of my daughter. The last two words were especially bitter. His cold eyes looked at Shang Qingqing, though he really didn't want to acknowledge her. If the Fung family produced blood test reports, his situation would become even worse. Zhao Yang had waited long for Wan Heng to arrive. His body trembled in the strong wind, pressing the blade tighter against Qingqing's neck, his face full of hatred. You ruined my family. What use is money to me? I want you to kneel and apologize. All these reporters are here. I want to expose your crimes. Back then, you rented my ship, but when things went wrong, you pushed everything onto me. Luckily there wasn't enough evidence, so I escaped prison. After the police confiscated the weapons, the smugglers all came to collect debts from me. His voice was choked with emotion. My wife and child ran away. My parents died. It's all your fault. Wan Heng's face changed dramatically, feeling he had fallen into a trap-filled abyss. He hadn't expected Zhao Yang to blurt everything out like this. With so many reporters recording, he absolutely couldn't admit to these crimes. His brows furrowed, a cold ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He could only provoke Zhao Yang, hoping he would take Qingqing with him to death. Zhao Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Wan Heng suddenly changed his expression, looking innocent. You did bad things yourself and want to blame me? You were the cunning one, smuggling under my name. Your parents' death was entirely your own doing. Shut up, you're lying. Zhao Yang's eyes reddened from Wan Heng's provocation. He slowly backed away, his grip on Qingqing growing tighter in his manic state. Wan Heng stared intently at the dagger in Zhao Yang's hand, hoping he would just commit suicide. While thinking this frantically, he continued to provoke him. You don't even know, do you, why you can't find your runaway wife and child? Because the debt collectors who came to your house took a liking to them. Your wife now works in a pleasure house, and your son was probably killed by those people long ago. Wan Heng, Zhao Yang suddenly screamed, interrupting Wan Heng's words. His eyes widened in disbelief, on the verge of breakdown. What are you saying? It was all your doing. Under the fierce wind, even the fine rain became sharp. Qingqing was just one step away from being dragged into the rushing river by Zhao Yang. If you really jump, you'll be falling for his plan. A cool female voice came through, pulling back Zhao Yang's precarious sanity. Shang Zhen walked up from behind with an umbrella, smiling slightly. Zhao Yang, I'm here to help you. All these reporters are here because I called them. The reason you've been able to perform here so long without being taken away is also because of my arrangements. So you'd better calm down, or you won't get to see your enemies break down. Seeing this, Wan Heng couldn't help but step back, his face pale. He asked through gritted teeth, Miss Shang, are you saying you want to be enemies with the Wan family? What right do you have to say this? What right? Shang Zhen smiled coldly. I was Shang Qingqing's former sister, and I'm also the Fung family's adopted daughter. I wonder if these identities give me enough right to stand here. The cold aura around her instantly spread, making Wan Heng shiver. His face darkened, growing increasingly uncertain. With sharp eyes, he demanded threateningly, so your public provocation of the Wan family, is it the Shang family's intention? Or the Fung family's? Can you speak for both families? Shang Zhen gave a cold laugh, her gaze falling on him piece by piece, making people unable to stand straight. You're wrong. I'm not here on the Shang family's orders, nor the Fung family's. This is my own decision. I'm declaring war on you by my own will. Her smiling words immediately caused a stir. The reporters were in a frenzy. Shang Zhen openly challenging the Wan family? That's the Upper Gold District's Wan family. Though the Wan family couldn't compare to the Fung family, would young Master Fung really let her make enemies everywhere? But considering tonight's events, the Fung family's influence could be seen everywhere. It seems young Master Fung really dotes on her. Wan Heng suddenly felt panic. He had a feeling he would end up staying here today. Since Shang Zhen was here, Feng Xingye must be nearby too. He'd better be careful. He opened his mouth, suddenly losing his previous arrogance. Miss Shang, I believe we have no grievances between us. No grievances? Shang Zhen sneered, suddenly interrupting him. You and Lin Shuihan deceived my father for 18 years. Should we just let that go? Wan Heng suddenly felt weak, hurriedly explaining. Miss Shang, there must be a misunderstanding. You know my situation. I can hardly have children. If I had known back then that Lin Shuihan was carrying my child, I would have been overjoyed. How could I not acknowledge them? Before Wan Heng could finish, Lin Shuihan burst out from the crowd. He had been here all along. Earlier, when he saw Zhao Yang threatening to hurt Qingqing, he wanted to rush out, but some bastard had tied him up, forcing him to watch how Wan Heng would gradually sacrifice Qingqing. Only now was he freed. Seeing Qingqing's pitiful state, Lin Shuihan could no longer contain his anger. He slapped Wan Heng hard, roaring, "Wan Heng, what are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to kill Qingqing? She's your only daughter. How can you be so heartless?" Lin Shuihan never imagined that the man he had loved for years could be so cruel to his only daughter. He roared and gave Wan Heng a resounding slap. "Woman, who gave you the courage to hit me?" Wan Heng covered his right cheek, gritting his teeth in anger. In front of so many media outlets, he had completely lost face. Shang Zhen glanced at Lin Shuihan, showing a mischievous smile. "Lin Shuihan, you came at the right time. I have something to verify with you. Just now, Mr. Wan said he didn't intentionally refuse to acknowledge Shang Qingqing, but that you made a mistake. But regarding Shang Qingqing's background, I've heard another version." Wan Heng's fleshy face trembled slightly. Shang Zhen's words made both of them startled. Shang Zhen caught their expressions and began narrating in a casual tone, revealing a scandal that would destroy their reputations. Lin Yi was an ambitious woman who wanted to climb the social ladder, but her identity as an illegitimate child meant she couldn't aim high. Seeing her daughter had some beauty, she decided to use it. She sent her to the Star International nightclub. That night at the club, Lin Yi recognized Wan Heng's identity and entered his private room. To please Wan Heng, she used every trick she knew. She even attracted the attention of others in the room. There were 7 men in that room, all Wan Heng's uncles and friends. It was truly a crazy night. That was the night Lin Shuihan conceived Qingqing. Hearing such explosive revelations, the reporters were shocked and increasingly uneasy. This was Beijing's biggest scandal. "Stop, you're talking nonsense," Lin Shuihan suddenly screamed. She was nearly mad. At this moment, she wasn't concerned with confronting Wan Heng. Instead, she rushed forward, wanting to tear Shang Zhen's mouth. But before she could get close, 2 bodyguards restrained her. Shang Zhen didn't look at Lin Shuihan. Instead, she turned to Wan Heng with a smile. "Wan Heng, no wonder you wouldn't acknowledge Qingqing. If those who shared that night with you remembered her, how could you continue to live in Beijing? Nonsense." Wan Heng's gaze sank, gradually becoming fierce and bloodthirsty. Since Shang Zhen wanted to take things to the extreme, he had no choice but to strike first. With one glance, his bodyguards all drew their guns, aiming at Shang Zhen. On the bridge in the cold wind and drizzle, both sides were at a standoff. Shang Zhen's expression didn't change at all. She looked at Wan Heng with disdain. "What, embarrassed and angry? Want to silence us?" Shang Zhen waved her hand. The police behind her quickly raised their guns, aiming at Wan Heng. "Don't move, Mr. Wan. Please put down your guns. This is domestic territory. Are you trying to challenge us single-handedly?" Wan Heng looked around, feeling increasingly uneasy, finally giving way to despair. Caught between 2 forces, he had no advantage in either numbers or position. Suddenly, with a roar, a group of people hurriedly arrived. It was Wan Pai. In front of everyone, he pointed at Wan Heng and said, "You've ruined the Wan family's reputation. Let's split the family." How could this happen? Hearing this, Wan Heng suddenly stepped back, his face pale. Everything was over. After splitting the family and dividing the assets, he would be powerless alone. In the future, if Fung Xingye wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Just thinking about it made Wan Heng's chest tighten, almost making him cough blood. Shang Zhen casually said, "If you're planning to split the family, you'd better hurry, because I'm planning to sue Wan Heng and Lin Shuihan." She smiled at Zhao Yang. "And he, Wan Heng, destroyed his family. We need to settle this score too. Not just that, anyone who's been wronged by Wan Heng can now seek revenge." These words served as a signal, announcing that Wan Heng's era had come to an end. From now on, everyone could settle their grievances and seek revenge. Wan Heng finally couldn't take the shock. His eyes rolled back, his legs gave way, and he collapsed. From afar, Fung Xingyan and Peng Qi witnessed everything, their eyes shining with admiration for Shang Zhen. They sighed. The young madam is truly impressive. She handled the massive Wan family with such ease. She's really extraordinary. Fung Xingyan looked through the clouds with pride. My woman is naturally the best. After everyone left, Shang Qingqing leaned against the bridge, her eyes lifeless. Shang Zhen's words had dealt her a devastating blow. She had asked Lin Shuihan before why Wan Heng wouldn't acknowledge her, but Lin Shuihan never told her. To think it was for this reason. She wished she had jumped into the sea earlier. When Lin Shuihan tried to check her wounds, she pushed her away. Get away from me. Don't touch me, she screamed, her eyes full of disgust and revulsion. How could you live on normally after experiencing something like that? And you even gave birth to me. You're disgusting. Lin Shuihan collapsed to the ground, her eyes full of hurt. Shang Qingqing stumbled towards Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen, you devil. This is all because of you. Why did you have to announce it publicly? Her gaze was like a venomous snake, glaring at Shang Zhen. If looks could kill, Shang Zhen would have died 100 times. As the bodyguards moved to intervene, Shang Zhen waved them back. Shang Qingqing grabbed Shang Zhen's collar. Shang Zhen, don't you know how much this affects me? I couldn't choose my birth. I knew nothing about any of this. We grew up together. Why would you do this to me? Shang Zhen dropped her umbrella. She grabbed Shang Qingqing's wrist with her left hand and twisted it hard, making her gasp. You think you're innocent? Yes. Your parents' sins shouldn't be your burden. Her lips curved into a sinister smile. But so what? Her eyes flashed with a cold light, saying in a deep voice, when you hurt me in the past, wasn't I innocent too? I will return everything I suffered back to you all. With that, she threw off Shang Qingqing and turned to leave. Shang Zhen called out as she strode forward. If you hadn't nearly killed me before, how would I have returned with such hatred? Since the incident at Hanzong Bridge, Wang Heng had been bedridden in the hospital. When his assistant reported that the Fung family was hosting a banquet next week and would conduct a blood test on the spot, after his recovery, he couldn't lie still anymore. His fat face twisted in rage. He couldn't believe Fung Xingyan was fine after being bitten by Wan Shaolun. He couldn't accept that fate could be so unfair. A cunning look flashed in his eyes as he instructed his assistant, go get Bai Chain. They want to do a blood test on the spot? Let's see if Fung Xingyan is really that lucky. He stroked his beard, his eyes full of malice. Now only the K-virus was his last hope to completely defeat Fung Xingyan. Days later at the Fung family mansion, people from all walks of life, even competitors, were invited. The purpose was to prove that Fung Xingyan had recovered from the K-virus and was healthy, warning others not to try any underhanded moves. People gathered in small groups, all curious about Fung Xingyan. Young Master Fung is here, someone shouted, and Fung Xingyan entered confidently, looking energetic and spirited. Reporters rushed forward, competing to interview him. Young Master Fung, have you really fully recovered? We heard you're going to take a blood test on the spot. Questions came from all directions. Fung Xingyan swept his sharp gaze across the reporters, making them instantly fall silent. Then he strode to the center of the banquet hall, chin slightly raised. He declared proudly, I know why everyone's here. You all want to know if I, Fung Xingyan, am still alive. He laughed coldly, eyebrows raised. As you can see, I'm doing very well. The K-virus is nothing to fear. Suddenly, his piercing gaze swept across the crowd. To put an end to these annoying rumors once and for all, I'll take a blood test here publicly today. Let's settle this K-virus matter for good. Dr. Kong came forward, imposing in his black formal suit. Someone brought a glass of liquid and a virus detector. Placing them on the table, taking the virus detector in hand, he announced to everyone, this is a contagious virus detector. You're all familiar with it. Just insert its tip into the blood, and it will diagnose whether the blood contains any infectious viruses. A red light means the blood is infectious. Green means it's normal. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took a drop of Fung Xingyan's blood, then dropped it into the water glass. He put the virus detector in. After a few seconds, the detector showed a green light. Seeing this, Shang Zhen silently breathed a sigh of relief. The guests below had varying expressions. He smiled and asked, the results are out. Does anyone still have doubts? Of course not. I knew young Master Fung wouldn't be standing here if he hadn't recovered. Someone quickly flattered. Those doubters clearly had ill intentions. Many others hurried to agree. Seeing no more objections, Shang Zhen had the table removed. Just as two people were carrying it away, a woman was suddenly pushed forward. She crashed hard into the table, instantly getting soaked with the water. As others watched coldly, Bai Qing stepped forward to help her up. Shang Zhen's pupils contracted slightly as she exchanged a subtle glance with Gong Jingyan. That glass of water was trouble. Minutes later, Tang Ji came to report, young master, "Miss, the carpet has been cleaned. The lady who fell said someone pushed her. She's changed out of her wet clothes." But Tang Ji's expression suddenly turned serious. "However, we just discovered that a small piece of fabric was cut from her dress hem. She wasn't aware of it." Shang Zhen's face darkened as she said quietly, "Looks like we've been targeted. Who was the first to help when that woman fell? That bowl of blood water, she tampered with it. If someone analyzes it, things could get complicated." Tang Qi recalled and said confidently, "It was Madame Yu." The meaning in Bai Cheng and Fung Xingyan's eyes instantly exploded. "Bring her here immediately." Tang Qi rushed to comply. Meanwhile, Wan Heng in the hospital had received Bai Cheng's call. "Bai Cheng, are you sure? Fung Xingyan really tampered with it?" In a deserted corner, Bai Cheng nervously looked around while whispering, "Absolutely certain. I tested the water on the clothes with test paper. It wasn't pure water. Fung Xingyan must be hiding something. His blood might be fine. But that bowl of water. But I've destroyed both the medical supplies and test papers. None of this evidence can leave here. I can't let the Fung family know about this." "I did it," Wan Heng muttered. Fung Xingyan survived a month, yet needed to tamper with the on-site blood test. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Earlier, Wai Shaowen mentioned that Mulek had engineered the black virus infection in L country, and for the following year, Fung Xingyan rarely appeared in public. Could it be Bai Cheng secretly tested the water Fung Xingyan had used? Soon she was brought before Shang Zhen by Pang Qi, but nothing was found after a body search. Having escaped danger, Bai Cheng angrily said, "I am the Yu family matriarch. How dare you be so disrespectful? What do you think you're doing?" Shang Zhen let out a cold laugh. "Bai Cheng, you know very well what you did. Given the long-standing relationship between the Fung and Yu families, we'll let this incident pass. But if there's a next time," her eyes suddenly flashed with coldness, "your Yu family won't be so lucky." Yu Ji stepped forward, patted Bai Cheng's shoulder, and tilted her head with a smile. "All right, mister. Yu is here to pick you up. Go with him quickly." As long as there was no direct evidence, everything could be resolved. Rashly dealing with the Yu family would only raise suspicions. Soon, Bai Cheng was taken away by Yu Gutang. What Bai Cheng did tonight effectively put the entire Yu family in opposition to the Fung family. Years of carefully maintained relationships were instantly destroyed. Yu Gutang reprimanded with a gloomy face. "Bai Cheng, you're truly foolish. Wan Heng is someone everyone avoids, yet you dare to collaborate with him. Do you want the Yu family to end up like the Wan family?" Bai Cheng sobbed grievously. "I just wanted to avenge Mengyu. Fung Xingyan and Shang Zhen made my daughter suffer in prison. How could I let them off?" At this moment, Wan Heng called. After connecting, he got straight to the point. "Yu Gutang, do you want to see the Fung family's downfall? The Fung family imprisoned your daughter, and now Bai Cheng has offended them. If you don't strike first, they absolutely won't spare you. We're in the same boat now. If the Fung family remains unscathed, we'll be the ones in trouble. I'm now 80% certain that Gong Qingyan is infected. I have an idea." Wan Heng smiled mysteriously, his eyes gleaming. "If you help me contact some people who attended tonight's banquet, the Fung family will surely fall." 2 days later, a news story shattered the peace. K-virus patients suddenly appeared in Heizhong City, causing panic. As soon as several K-virus patients were discovered, they were immediately quarantined. Surprisingly, all of them had attended the Fung family banquet a few days ago. The news spread through Heizhong City like a virus, causing widespread panic. Outside the Fung family mansion, protesters blocked the entrance, angrily shouting, "The Fung family must give us an explanation. They can't disregard our lives just because they're the premier family. My son is only 27. In the prime of his life," a man joined in. "My daughter just got into a good university. If the Fung family doesn't explain this, we won't rest even if we die." Such complaints were endless. Since the infected were all prominent figures, they couldn't be easily dismissed. "We can guarantee that the black virus didn't originate from the Fung family. They tried to pacify the crowd while standing among them, but they faced stronger opposition. Where's the proof? Unless Fung Xingyan gets tested at the hospital, we won't believe you." Inside the mansion, Gong's furrowed brow hadn't relaxed. If this matter wasn't resolved quickly, the impact on the group would be enormous. The mastermind was truly ruthless, willing to release the K-virus just to bring down the Fung family. The mastermind must be Wan Heng, he analyzed calmly. Back then, when Wan Shaowen tested himself for infection, he provided blood samples. Those infected blood samples might still be preserved. Fung Xingyan's expression was complex. After a moment, he said, I must hold a press conference quickly to clear our name. If the state gets involved, things will only become more complicated. On the day of the press conference, due to Wan Heng's extensive publicity, the situation had become uncontrollable. The Fung family now faced countless opponents. Between the victims' families, state prosecutors, and opportunistic reporters, the venue was packed within half an hour. Fung Xingyan looked at the dense crowd and sighed, his expression heavy and cold. Trust me. Shang Zhen appeared beside Fung Xingyan in red attire, reassuring him casually. We're well prepared. There won't be any mistakes. And even if there are unexpected issues, Shang Zhen smiled mysteriously, winking playfully. I still have a secret weapon. Fung Xingyan asked, puzzled. Secret weapon? What is it? Shang Zhen made a vague gesture, her eyes twinkling strangely. You'll know when the time comes. Fung Xingyan wrote the second character. Wan Heng also arrived at the scene in a wheelchair. His appearance caused more commotion in the hall. In just a few days, Wan Heng had lost considerable weight. Looking pale and weak, his spirit greatly diminished. People sighed in dismay. Who could have imagined that the once powerful head of the Wan family would end up in such a state? Gong Xingyan coldly observed everything below. HMPH. Wan Heng truly never gives up, going to such lengths to frame you. Now he's here to gain sympathy. At this moment, Pang Chi came to report. The state prosecutor sent by the Poison Control Bureau has arrived. They held hands, exchanged glances, giving each other a determined look, then went downstairs together. The prosecutor was quite polite to Fung Xingyan. After exchanging courteous greetings, he explained, the Bureau sent me here to calm public opinion and reassure citizens. I hope you understand. I understand. Fung Xingyan replied amicably. This incident was deliberately orchestrated against me. I already have some evidence. After the press conference, we can discuss it in detail. Prosecutor Zhou seemed pleased. That's excellent. Such selfish actions cannot be tolerated. The higher-ups have instructed that the mastermind must be severely punished. Fung Xingyan nodded. It's getting late. Let's begin. Prosecutor Zhou walked to the center of the hall and addressed the media seriously. Due to recent rumors spreading in Haidong City, the Bureau has sent me, Zhou Hao, to investigate this matter. I will ensure fairness and justice. We won't wrong the innocent, nor will we let any wrongdoer escape. Wait, an elderly voice called out. Wan Heng, in his wheelchair, hurriedly came forward. Prosecutor, last time at Dongxing Hospital, they used virus detection through blood test to get away with it in front of everyone. Are you going to use the same method this time? Zhou Hao frowned at these assertive words. Are you suggesting that I'm protecting a suspect? Wan Heng waved his hand, his eyes unfriendly. I just fear that Prosecutor Zhou might be deceived by Fung Xingyan. Besides, equipment can malfunction. Why not try a different testing method? Fung Xingyan snorted. The atmosphere instantly became tense. HMPH. Seems like you won't rest until you find something wrong with me. Since you're questioning this, you must have something prepared. Tell me, how do you want to test? I'll gladly comply, but I warn you, I'll only play this silly game once. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. If you continue to harass me after this, don't blame me, just dare to do it. Wan Heng's expression immediately twisted with hatred, as if he wanted to bite him. Electronic devices can be interfered with. For the test results, let's use the most primitive method, test paper. He firmly believed Fung Xingyan was just bluffing. Fung Xingyan calmly looked at Zhou Hao. Let's do as he says. Soon, someone brought the test paper. Zhou Hao held up the paper and announced, the test paper will turn red with normal blood. If the blood is infected with the K virus, it will turn blue. After speaking, he pricked Fung Xingyan's finger with a needle. As the blood dripped, Wan Heng held his breath, his heart in his throat. He kept praying silently. It must change color. Change. But the blood on the test paper remained red. Zhou Hao held up the test paper. This is the test result. Fung Xingyan's blood is normal. He's not infected. This is impossible. Wan Heng's face changed drastically. Tears welled up in his eyes. His voice of disbelief echoed through the hall. The surrounding people's gazes carried hints of disdain. Yet still, some raised doubts. A woman spoke up. Even if the Fung family didn't do it, all the infected people have one thing in common. They all attended the Fung family banquet. How can this be unrelated to the Fung family? Not only these few people attended the Fung family banquet. A cold, slightly mocking voice came as Shang Zhen strode to Fung Xingyan's side. Why were only these few infected while others were fine? Because they share another commonality. Shang Zhen continued. After leaving the banquet, none of them went straight home. They all went somewhere else. Fung Xingyan's expression grew cold as he looked at Wan Hang. Initially, it was Wan Xiaowen who brought the K-virus to Haidong City, and there's one person who was closest to Wan Xiaowen. Getting Wan Xiaowen's blood and doing such a heinous act would have been child's play for them. Given their constant targeting of the Fung family, such a frame-up isn't surprising. Fung Xingyan's pointed words caused all cameras to immediately turn toward Wan Hang. Wan Hang turned pale, his limbs weak, especially under the piercing gazes of the victims' families. Their stares were particularly sharp and chilling. Wan Hang swallowed hard and said, "It wasn't me. Haven't you ruined me enough, Fung Xingyan? Now you want to make me a scapegoat?" Wan Hang, like a dying beast in its final struggle, desperately tried to defend himself. Fung Xingyan looked down at him with contempt and announced, "Still trying to deny it? Your subordinate, Wan Xiaowen's former butler, has confessed everything. You took Wan Xiaowen's blood samples and secretly tracked the movements of the Fung family banquet guests." His voice was calm but emanated killing intent. "Wan Hang, you spread the virus for your own selfish reasons. You're truly insane. Murderer." A victim's family member grabbed Wan Hang's collar. "What did my son ever do to you? Why did you hurt him like this?" Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Wan Hang's face turned deathly pale, showing fear for the first time. "No, I didn't do it. I never did such things." But no one believed him anymore. The victims' families were burning with rage, ready to tear him apart. Then, an unexpected voice suddenly interrupted. Li Wenxian, who had been under the Fung family's control, suddenly rushed forward. He had managed to slip through their guard. He publicly consumed Fung Xingyan's blood. Just as everyone was focused on Wan Hang, Li Wenxian, who had been researching the K-virus with Zhang Zhen, quietly entered. He nervously glanced at Fung Xingyan on the stage, speaking rapidly. "I'm Professor Li Wenxian from Colin University, an S-level expert at the Virus Center, to cure Fung Xingyan's K-virus. I was part of the expert team Zhang Zhen assembled a year ago, but because I refused to risk going to England, I was placed under house arrest." He glanced at Fung Xingyan. Fung Xingyan's face turned grave as he looked at Peng Qi, who quickly responded, "I'll investigate right away." His words caused an uproar. All reporters and guests instantly became agitated. Reporters surrounded Li Wenxian, photographing him continuously. Young Master Fung passed blood tests twice in public without issues. "Do you have evidence for your claims?" Li Wenxian said passionately. "I can explain why both of Fung Xingyan's blood tests showed no problems. First, virus detection equipment can be interfered with, and the test paper must have been treated with a specially developed drug." Li Wenxian suddenly stared at Shang Zhen and said triumphantly, "Shang Zhen was developing a masking agent last year. It must be complete now. When patients take it, their blood won't change color on the test paper. In fact, Fung Xingyan hasn't recovered at all. His blood is still infectious." As soon as he finished speaking, people reflexively began backing away, leaving a large empty space around them. Looking at Fung Xingyan's still bleeding hand, they all felt uncomfortable. "This is terrible. Is what he's saying true? So was Heizhong affected by a virus leak or because of the Fung family?" Li Wenxian's words were like an injection of energy to the dying Wan Hang, who suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Now you know who the real mastermind is. The virus wasn't released by me. Fung Xingyan wanted to pin everything on me. I'm innocent." Fung Xingyan clenched his fists, a cold aura emanating from him. Even the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Shang Zhen's eyes flashed with a dark light. "Looks like we'll have to use that last move." He held Fung Xingyan's hand, gradually transferring his warmth. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, Fung Xingyan regained focus, his sharp gaze gradually turning sorrowful. Even in death, he never thought he'd drag Shang Zhen down. And now, even with problems arising, he absolutely wouldn't fall, facing the accusations, anger, and cold stares of suspicion from everyone. Before emotions could explode again, Fung Xingyan spoke firmly. "You're all ready to condemn the Fung family based on Li Wenxian's one-sided words?" His calm voice silenced the crowd for a moment. Li Wenxian quickly responded, saying sharply, "Fung Xingyan, at this point, you still won't admit it? You are infected with the K-virus. You assembled the expert team to cure yourself. Shang Zhen sneered. Fung Xingyan gathered experts and formed a team simply because I was interested in the K-virus. But she says he formed the team because he was infected. Where's your evidence? Li Wenxian was suddenly speechless, his mouth opening and closing without words. His escape alone had been a miracle. He truly had no evidence to prove Fung Xingyan was infected. Not even the special employment contract could bind him. Seeing Li Wenxian's silence, Wan Heng became desperate. With a twisted expression, he snarled at Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen, Li Wenxian has no evidence to prove what he's saying. But what about you? You also have no evidence to prove what you're saying. Isn't that right? Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Of course I do. He turned and wrapped his arm around Fung Xingyan's neck, giving him a deep kiss. Fung Xingyan suddenly felt his heart jump. An inexplicable unease instantly surged in his heart. Shang Zhen's star-like eyes locked onto Fung Xingyan as he softly said, I once said if anything happened to you, I wouldn't live alone. So if anything happened to me, would you let me down? A terrifying thought flashed through Fung Xingyan's mind. What was Shang Zhen planning to do? Before he could react, under everyone's intense gaze, Shang Zhen firmly grabbed Fung Xingyan's hand. Without hesitation, he put the bleeding finger in his mouth. At that moment, Fung Xingyan's heart felt like it had been struck by a boulder. As if electrocuted, he yanked his finger back, but it was too late. A trace of blood stained Shang Zhen's lips. It looked particularly shocking when magnified by the cameras. The scene erupted in chaos. Shang Zhen had consumed Fung Xingyan's blood. The blood of K-virus patients was infectious. If Shang Zhen developed a fever, it would prove young Master Fung was infected. This would be the strongest evidence. Fung Xingyan pulled Shang Zhen close, his expression tense. I'm taking you to the hospital. Shang Zhen smiled mischievously. Touching his finger to Feng's lips, he whispered, so many eyes are watching below. We can't panic, or everything I've done will be wasted. Regardless of Fung Xingyan's feelings, he playfully poked his head out and said to Zhou Hao, Inspector Zhou, you should have a thermometer in your equipment case. Could I borrow it? Yes, I have an ear thermometer here. Before Zhou Hao could speak, someone behind him reacted and handed over the thermometer. Under everyone's gaze, Shang Zhen unhesitatingly took his temperature. Without looking at it, he handed it to Zhou Hao. Inspector Zhou, please check if I have a fever. Zhou Hao snapped out of his daze and took it. He looked at the reading. With a complex expression, he announced, 36.8 degrees. Shang Zhen has no fever. These words shattered everyone's expectations. Zhou Hao let out a long breath and patted Fung Xingyan, finally saying, this was just a misunderstanding. I will report the situation. As for Wan Heng, leave him to me. Otherwise, I can't explain this to my superiors. After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to take Wan Heng away and hurriedly left. After Zhou Hao left, the entire venue fell silent, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Fung Xingyan tensely said in a cold voice, Luo Ji, I leave this to you. Handle these people as you see fit. Then he anxiously left with Shang Zhen. This wasn't just about rushing back for an examination. He wouldn't let any of these people off. Those present were startled by Fung Xingyan's expression. Young Master Fung left in such a hurry. He must have developed a hatred for them. Today's entertainment had come at too high a cost. After the car drove away, cold sweat began to form on Shang Zhen's forehead. Fung Xingyan held him helplessly, wanting to ask but not daring to. Seeing Fung Xingyan anxiously watching him, Shang Zhen smiled lightly and nodded self-mockingly. Fung Xingyan, I'm infected with the K-virus too. Now we're truly inseparable. Shang Zhen. Fung Xingyan's eyes widened, his tone nervous and filled with panic. Don't joke about this. He pressed both hands on Shang Zhen's shoulders, looking at him almost pleadingly. You didn't have a fever. You can't be infected. Shang Zhen smiled and shook his head, curling into his embrace. He said softly, my body is special. My reaction to viruses and harmful substances is slower than normal people's, including viruses. After speaking, he let out a painful groan and fell directly into sleep. Fung Xingye felt his forehead. At this moment, immense fear overwhelmed him. He ordered the driver to return home at maximum speed. He needed to quickly give Junzhen the antibody injection. Maybe he would be among the lucky 1%. Fung Xingyan carried Shang Zhen, rushing into the laboratory frantically. With bloodshot eyes, he urgently called out to Dr. Yan, save him. You must save him. Junjen can't be in danger. Dr. Yan looked at him with difficulty. Young master. Aye. After doing their best to inject Shang Zhen with antibodies, the doctors quickly discovered they had no effect. His temperature instead rose to 42 degrees. Dr. Qian furrowed his brows and quickly ordered, "Give him an IV drip. Use alcohol to reduce the fever. Xiao Ru, go to the lab and bring Miss Shang's modified K-virus inhibitor." Fung Xingyan stood helplessly watching as a group of people surrounded Shang Zhen. That heart-wrenching feeling brought him close to breakdown. At that moment, his first thought was that if Shang Zhen died, he wouldn't want to live either. Lin Weiniang leaned against Fang Sahai's chest, crying uncontrollably. "I didn't take good care of Junjen. I failed Junjen's mother. I failed him." To Fang Sahai, Shang Zhen's actions today made him extremely grateful. If not for his final effort to turn the tide, who knows what chaos the Fung family would be in now. After enduring a long night, Shang Zhen finally woke up. Feeling the familiar body aches, he knew that even after the antibody injection, he couldn't escape infection. The lucky ones were indeed rare. "Junjen, how are you?" Fung Xingyan's hoarse voice came through. Shang Zhen turned to see Fung Xingyan's extremely haggard face bearing a bitter smile. He choked up as he kissed Shang Zhen's hand. "How could you do such a thing without my permission?" Though his body was in pain, Shang Zhen managed a smile and comforted him. "Don't worry, I won't die so easily. I promised to cure you. And I'll keep that promise." Fung Xingyan shook his head with guilt. "If I had known you would be so foolish, I would never have taken you to the reception." Shang Zhen sat up and kissed his forehead. "Don't blame yourself. This was my choice. Trust me, we'll both survive." Looking into Fung Xingyan's eyes, he said very calmly, "Now that I'm also infected with the K-virus, no one is more suitable than me to be a live test subject. Perhaps I can successfully develop an antiserum through drug trials." Before he could finish speaking, Fung Xingyan held him tightly in his arms. His words nearly suffocated Fung Xingyan. "Junjen, you still have me. Can't you rely on me more?" Feeling Fung Xingyan's confusion and pain, Shang Zhen patted his back and softly said, "Thank you." 7 days passed quickly. The virus incident at the reception gradually settled down. Wan Heng was executed, and Li Wenxian was imprisoned. The quarantined infected patient's conditions stabilized temporarily after taking the medicine Shang Zhen sent. Luo Ji, who had long followed Fung Xingyan, reported recent events. Fung Xingyan paused his steps and looked sharply at Pang Qi. "Is the Yu family matter settled? They dared to collaborate with Wan Heng. They should pay the price." Pang Qi nodded heavily. "It's done. The Yu family faces bankruptcy due to this failed major investment. However, Yu Mengru has been released from prison. She seems to be seeking help from Shang Qingqing. Now Shang Qingqing has inherited Wan Heng's assets and changed her name to Wan Qingqing." Before Pang Qi could finish, painful groans came from the room. Through the glass, they could see Shang Zhen on the hospital bed, making muffled sounds through the gauze in his mouth. The excruciating pain made his whole body convulse. Dr. Yuan anxiously recorded Shang Zhen's reactions while instructing nurses to inject another drug. "What are you doing?" Fung Xingyan burst through the door, shouting at everyone. "Dr. Yuan, can't you see Junjen is suffering?" Ever since Shang Zhen insisted on testing drugs on himself against his wishes, such scenes occurred almost daily. According to Dr. Yuan, the pain after injection would reach human limits. Dr. Yuan shrank under Fung Xingyan's gaze, but at this crucial moment, he had to steel himself to reply. "Only at these times can we test the effectiveness of the injection. Otherwise, all the previous pain would be wasted. This is all according to young master's arrangements." Fung Xingyan knew this was Shang Zhen's arrangement, but he just couldn't bear it. Watching Shang Zhen being tortured to the point of preferring death, with extreme guilt in his heart. Why must it be him? "I'm also infected with the K-virus. I could be the test subject too." Dr. Yuan, under pressure, explained carefully. "Young master, your constitution differs from Miss Shang's. She's a special carrier who can't infect others. Moreover, her body's vitality is 10 times that of normal people, with exceptional resilience." Just then, a nearby nurse excitedly announced, "Dr. Yuan, Miss Shang's heartbeat and blood pressure have returned to normal." Shang Zhen sat up, looking surprisingly energetic and less in pain. "Record the effects of COD2 plus FQ3. They're quite evident. I can feel the virus retreating significantly, and there are no adverse reactions." Fung Xingyan stepped forward to feel Shang Zhen's forehead. Everyone else quickly left the room. Shang Zhen held his face, looking directly into his eyes with a sweet smile. "Don't worry, I won't play with my life. Everything is still under my control." At the current pace, we should conquer the K-virus in about 3 months. I'll use this as my first step. His eyes suddenly became sharp, his tone filled with strong confidence. In his previous life, he never proved himself until death. This life, he was determined to solve the world's most challenging problem and make the whole world remember his name. Who would have thought that the once proud Yu Mengru would end up begging Shang Qingqing? In the Wan family villa, Shang Qingqing had transformed into Wan Heng's heir, changing her name to Wan Qingqing. Though the Wan family had fallen to third-tier status, their assets still exceeded the Shang family's. They just lacked backing. Yu Mengru knelt pathetically before Wan Qingqing, utterly humbled. Qingqing, you must help me. My family has offended the Fung family, and my father's investment failed. If we don't get funding within 3 days, our family will be finished. So you've come to borrow money from me. Wan Qingqing instantly resumed her arrogant demeanor, mockingly saying, "How unexpected. The once mighty Miss Yu, fresh out of prison, coming to beg me for money." Yu Mengru suppressed her indignation and said through gritted teeth, "Please, you've inherited Wan Heng's fortune. This small loan means nothing to you. Besides, we share a common enemy. Helping me is helping yourself." At the mention of their common enemy, Wan Qingqing threw her nail file to the ground with a clang. "How dare you mention him in front of me?" Shang Zhen's name was absolutely taboo for Wan Qingqing. Just thinking about Shang Zhen brought rage surging to her heart, a chest full of resentment with nowhere to vent. Her chest felt like it would burst. She would never forget how Shang Zhen had pushed her to this point. "I'll help you." Wan Qingqing suddenly changed her tone, lifting Yu Mengru's face. She sneered, "Go make yourself presentable. I'll take you to meet someone. Serve him well, and I'll definitely help you." Late at night, the Fung mansion was plunged into deep nightmares. In the dream, a kind elderly couple appeared. An elegant old lady adjusted her glasses. "Love comes from truth. Let's use the character Zhen for truth." Zhen sounds pleasant to the ear. Shang Zhen is a good name. The old grandfather rubbed the little girl in his arms. "Little dumpling, this will be your formal name from now on." Grandmother smiled. "I hope that Fung family boy will treat our little dumpling with the same sincerity as your name suggests." The scenes kept changing, from warm childhood to adolescence, showing Lin Shuahan, Nanny Shu. Zhen is 12 now. She should be independent. Watch the young miss do laundry. Don't let her develop lazy habits. The laundry room's heating was broken. There was no hot water, and the power was out, so the washing machine couldn't be used. Nanny Shu hurriedly nodded. "Madam, I understand what to do." That winter was bone-chillingly cold. The servant's eyes flashed with cruelty as she pointed at the little girl doing laundry, speaking viciously. "Hurry up and wash those dirty clothes clean, or you won't eat today. Know your place? Expecting me to wash your clothes?" "Bah!" Shang Zhen crouched trembling before the huge wash basin. The scene shifted again to her adulthood. Zhang Jingjing maliciously bullied her, even preparing a new research institute to study her. The scenes became increasingly terrifying. She began to fear, cry, and run away. Why was this happening? What had she done wrong? Zhen, wake up. Suddenly, a familiar and warm voice came through. "You've done nothing wrong. You're just having a nightmare. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Shang Zhen suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Fung Xingyan's smiling face. "Thank goodness. Zhen, you're finally awake. I couldn't wake you up just now." Seeing a tear slide down her temple, Fung Xingyan's heart tightened. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. People feel insecure when they're suffering. Zhen must be having nightmares because of this. He had planned to give Zhen a grand proposal once everything settled down, but now seemed like the right time. With this thought, he turned and opened the bedside drawer. He took out an exquisite red box. Opening the box, he knelt on one knee on the bed, with a serious expression and determination in his eyes. "Zhen, will you marry me?" "Why so sudden?" Shang Zhen was stunned, her eyes flashing with joy. Fung Xingyan took out the pink diamond he had prepared long ago. "I've been thinking a lot lately. I planned to propose after we both recovered, with everyone as witnesses, but I don't want to wait anymore." Fung Xingyan was nervous, afraid Shang Zhen would be upset at his casual proposal. He quickly added, "Of course, I'll still give you a grand proposal later, but the next moment, I do." Shang Zhen looked at him steadily, her reddened eyes reflecting his image. Fung Xingyan's heart beat violently. After coming to his senses, he placed the pink diamond on Shang Zhen's finger. He hugged Shang Zhen contentedly, devoutly kissing her. "Zhen, I won't disappoint you." Shang Zhen nestled happily in his embrace, slightly curling her lips. "Remember your promise today." Fung Xingyan's eyes were filled with determined smile. I'll always keep it in my heart. Suddenly, the beautiful moment was interrupted by a phone call. Shang Zhen frowned at the number. It was Yu Mengru. Her sudden appearance couldn't mean anything good. The sweet proposal atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by Yu Mengru's call. Yu Mengru's tone was ominously calm. Junjin, we haven't been in touch for a year. Have you heard? Qingqing's met someone important recently. Shang Zhen and Fung Xingyan exchanged glances. She replied irritably. Did you call just to tell me this? Yu Mengru didn't answer directly, instead building suspense. Aren't you curious who Qingqing met? He asked me to tell you that you must attend the Wan family banquet in 3 days. Fearing Shang Zhen wouldn't take it seriously, she suddenly said harshly. Otherwise, something unfortunate might happen to Shang Beiki. Shang Zhen scoffed disdainfully. Are you threatening me? Yu Mengru, did you enjoy prison so much that you're eager to go back? Yu Mengru's expression changed as she snarled through gritted teeth. What are you so proud of, Shang Zhen? You're just relying on Fung Xingyan's love. Without the Gong family, the Wan family would have finished you off long ago. Fung Xingyan's cold voice thundered through, making Yu Mengru freeze. It seems the Yu family is too comfortable lately, letting you run around barking nonsense. Shang Zhen laughed lightly, saying calmly, Xingyan, there's no need to get angry at someone like her. Yu Mengru, for the sake of Shang Qingqing once being my sister, I'll come in 3 days. I'm looking forward to seeing what show you'll put on. She hung up immediately after speaking. In her previous life, Shang Qingqing had attached herself to the young master Yi Mang. He might be invited to this Wan family banquet too. Back then, Yi Mang had contracted the K-virus due to his promiscuous lifestyle. It was to save him that she had been forced to become an experimental subject, enduring endless torture. 3 days later at the Wan family banquet, originally, Fung Xingyan didn't want Shang Zhen to go, but besides Shang Beiqi's matter, Shang Zhen wanted to confirm whether Qingqing's backer was the Yi family. However, Shang Zhen didn't want Fung Xingyan to come along, trying to persuade him gently. I have a special constitution and won't infect others, but you're different. Please wait here for me, okay? Fung Xingyan sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll wait in the car. When Shang Zhen entered the banquet hall, the party had been going on for a while. Looking around, she noticed it was all young men and women. As Shang Zhen entered, Wan Qingqing immediately came forward smiling. Though only 17 or 18, she was dressed provocatively like a 30-year-old woman. Sister, I thought you wouldn't come. I really need to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living such a good life. I have so much money now I can spend freely. It's much better than being some merchant's daughter. Shang Zhen didn't miss her meaning. Qingqing smiled, malice in her eyes. She got straight to the point. I heard you found a powerful backer. Qingqing laughed softly. Since he's a backer, of course it has to be mysterious. She leaned in closer with a seductive smile. Sister, why don't you come upstairs to join our private party? He's up there. Shang Zhen suddenly realized this was a trap for her, but knowing Fung Xingyan and bodyguards were outside, she wasn't afraid. Is that so? Then lead the way. Wan Qingqing smiled mysteriously. You'll definitely like it. With that, she led Shang Zhen through a maze of corridors to a room. When the door opened, a strange sour smell wafted out. The whole room was filled with smoke, making Shang Zhen frown. After entering, the scene inside shocked her even more. Several couples were in the room, half-dressed and smoking. Shang Zhen suddenly understood what kind of party this was. How dare Wan Qingqing openly host this at home? Was she tired of living? Shang Zhen suddenly stepped back, wanting to leave quickly, but 2 men quickly appeared behind her, blocking her way. Miss Shang, this is a private party. To prevent accidents, no one who enters can leave before the party ends. Shang Zhen sneered. Wan Qingqing, you really will stop at nothing to keep me here. Don't say that. Wan Qingqing smiled ambiguously. I just want to test your husband's true feelings. What would young Master Fung think if he knew you spent an hour or 2 here? She looked calculatingly at Shang Zhen, laughing shrilly. Will he remain faithful, or will he be furious? As she spoke, a man poked his head in. Is Shang Zhen here? The moment he saw Shang Zhen, his eyes lit up. Such a rare beauty, truly exquisite. It wasn't in vain that I went to such lengths to have Qingqing bring you here. He reached out his hand, looking greedily at Shang Zhen. Baby, come play with us. I'll make you feel heavenly. Shang Zhen slapped his hand away. Her face suddenly darkened. It was indeed him, Wen Ji, Wan Qingqing's backer. He was a complete madman. Though they had little interaction in her previous life, it seemed her earlier actions had changed the course of history. It appeared the memories from her previous life couldn't be fully trusted anymore. Wen Ji narrowed his eyes, examining Shang Zhen's ice-cold face, and smirked. You know me? I'm so happy. I didn't know I was this famous in Haicheng. Wan Qingqing, seeing Wen Ji's interest in Shang Zhen, pretended to be distressed and said, Young Master Wen, be careful. She's young Master Gong's beloved. Beloved? Haha, she's just a woman. I can give Fung Xingyan 10 or 8 more like her. But this one, I want her. Shang Zhen's heart sank. She looked around at the door position. She secretly checked her phone but found there was no signal, which meant if anything happened here tonight, no one would know. To destroy Shang Zhen, Wan Qingqing had someone made up to look like Shang Zhen, performing indecent acts to be exposed to the public. At the Wan family's entrance, Fung Xingyan sat in the car, anxiously dialing Shang Zhen's phone. She'd been inside for an hour, and her phone wasn't connecting. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. His expression instantly changed as he coldly ordered, Zhang Qi, have everyone surround the villa. No one leaves until I find Junzhen. Yes, sir. At Fung Xingyan's command, people from several cars sprang into action. They rushed into the banquet hall in full force. The people inside had no idea what was happening. Seeing Fung Xingyan's murderous aura and aggressive approach, they quickly backed away. Who is that? He looks dangerous. Is he here for revenge? You don't know him? A man whispered cautiously. That's the one who became the Fung family's leader at such a young age, young Master Fung Xingyan. The music stopped instantly. Everyone froze like cicadas in winter. Yu Mengru forced herself to step forward. Trembling, she said, Young Master Fung, why are you here? Didn't Junzhen already leave? Did she forget something? Fung Xingyan frowned helplessly, glaring at Yu Mengru with disgust. Putting on an act in front of me. He pulled out his gun, his sharp eyes fixed on her. If you don't want to die, tell me quickly where Junzhen is. The half-dead Yu family and the powerless Wan family. How dare you lay hands on my Junzhen? Yu Mengru didn't dare delay. She ran ahead, leading Fung Xingyan to the second floor. Though terrified, Yu Mengru still boldly risked saying, Junzhen should be in here. I saw her go in with a man. Fung Xingyan, tired of her nonsense, darkly waved his hand. His men immediately kicked the door open. An unpleasant smell wafted out. Looking in, he saw a scene that made his head spin. Zhang Zhen was doing something unspeakable. Seeing the scene before her, Yu Mengru screamed as if frightened. All the guests who heard the screams rushed over. The Wan family anxiously approached. Young Master Fung, this is where our distinguished guests stay. You can't just. Before finishing, they saw the chaotic scene in the room. Everyone behind him also saw those figures. Someone exclaimed, My God, isn't that Fung family's daughter-in-law? The words caused a sensation, and many people instinctively looked. It was indeed Shang Zhen's face. Yu Mengru was stunned. Wan Qingqing said she'd give Shang Zhen a big gift, but she didn't expect it to be this extreme. And the butler's timing was perfect. Shang Zhen was finished now. She quickly sat before Fung Xingyan, pretending to be kind, saying anxiously, Young Master Fung, don't be rash. I believe Junzhen didn't mean to. These obvious attempts at cover-up made everyone laugh coldly inside. The feared and respected young Master Fung was being publicly cuckolded. This would be quite a show. Unable to bear it anymore, Fung Xingyan fired 3 shots at the ceiling. The scene instantly fell silent. His eyes, full of dignity, swept across everyone before landing on Yu Mengru. All of you shut up. That's not Junzhen. He coldly ordered Zhang Qi. Arrest everyone here for questioning. No one leaves until we find Junzhen. Everyone turned pale with fear, panicking to escape, but several bodyguards blocked their way. A piercing scream came from the butler outside. Fung Xingyan looked disgustedly at the woman on the bed, his eyes full of murderous intent. Wan Qingqing must be tired of living, daring to use Junzhen's face to ruin her reputation. In the second floor's secret room, hearing the gunshots, Wan Qingqing smiled. Perfect. Fung Xingyan couldn't handle the shock. Shang Zhen, who had been tense, heard Wan Qingqing's words and asked, What did you do? Wan Qingqing leaned against Wen Ji, laughing through tears. I had someone get plastic surgery to look like you and injected them with drugs. Fung Xingyan must have seen his beloved fiancé fooling around with someone else by now. At this, Wan Qingqing's eyes turned manic. I even called many people to watch. Tomorrow, all of Haicheng will know how shameless you are. Let's see how you can marry into the Fung family then. Wen Ji laughed approvingly. Idealism is always so interesting. I can't wait to see Fung Xingyan's reaction. Once this scandal breaks, public opinion alone will severely damage the Fung family. Shang Zhen maintained her composure, snorting, Wan Qingqing, I'm impressed you could devise such a thorough plan. You must have spent all this time plotting against me. Wen Ji excitedly wiped his mouth corner, slowly approaching Shang Zhen. Enough talk. I've long wanted to taste Fung Xingyan's woman. At his command, 2 bodyguards lunged at Shang Zhen, but in the next second, Shang Zhen's figure flashed. The 2 men screamed and fell to their knees. Silver needles suddenly stuck in their thighs. Seizing this opportunity, Shang Zhen quickly drew the knife from one guard's waist. Taking a defensive stance, she knew if she appeared before everyone now, this scheme would fall apart on its own. Wen Qi's eyes flashed dangerously, his face full of anger. What are you standing there for? Grab Shang Zhen. If she tries to run, shoot her legs. While searching for Shang Zhen, Fung Xingyan set fire to the Wan family's left wing. After searching the entire building, they still couldn't find Shang Zhen. The building's design was strange. There must be secret rooms, but they couldn't determine which floor they were on. Then we'll stop searching, Fung Xingyan suddenly said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold, emanating an ancient dangerous aura. Everyone was too afraid to speak. Sensing the murderous energy around him, he turned and ordered everyone to leave. I'll burn this place down. You took my person and still hide in the shadows. I'll force you out no matter what. His words terrified the butler. If we burn this place, what about the people in the secret rooms? In a second-floor secret room, several bodyguards fired multiple shots at Shang Zhen. With lightning speed, Shang Zhen immediately took cover behind a nearby sofa. She had been to this villa before. If she remembered correctly, this secret room was converted from Wan Seng's study. Just then, the building's alarm suddenly went off. Water suddenly sprayed from the ceiling. Wan Qingqing and the others had no idea what was happening. Looking confused as the alarm blared, they finally realized what the alarm meant. Could there be a fire? At this moment, a bodyguard pointed at a wall and shouted, Young Master Ji, look how thin that wall is. We can see the fire outside. Wen Ji looked where the bodyguard pointed and was shocked. It must be a glass soundproof wall. He suddenly realized why Shang Zhen had been leading the bodyguards to shoot at that wall. She knew it was fake. Wan Qingqing grabbed a gun from a bodyguard. We can't let Shang Zhen escape, otherwise we're all dead. Her gaze was vicious and sinister. The wall in front of them now showed flames through the bullet holes. Wan Qingqing loaded her gun and slowly approached. Shang Zhen pressed against the wall, trying to stay calm. The soundproof wall was mostly destroyed. Now was her only chance. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Fung Xingyan watched the flames, his heart tense, his vision highly focused. Suddenly, he saw a section of wall melting on the second floor. With a huge crash, a figure burst through the wall. Fung Xingyan instinctively looked up, though he couldn't see clearly in that moment. His instincts drove him to rush forward at top speed. He caught the person in his arms, holding them tightly. He let out a long sigh of relief. His trembling voice was both joyful and fearful. Finally found you. At the hole in the second floor, a figure appeared quietly, eyes flashing dangerously, face twisted with malice. Like a venomous snake, Wan Qingqing pulled the trigger, but Fung Xingyan was faster. The shot hit his arm, his eyes fierce like a wolf's. He glanced upstairs like a dagger. Holding Shang Zhen, he turned and ordered, Left wing, send people to fight the fire. Remember, Wan Qingqing and others were illegally gathering in the secret room and set the fire. Collect evidence during the firefighting and give it to the police. Yes, Left wing replied promptly, while others broke into a cold sweat. The fire was clearly set by Fung Xingyan, but if he said it was Wan Qingqing, then that's what it was. Even knowing the truth, who would dare say otherwise? Fung Xingyan carried Shang Zhen in his arms and said softly, Zhen, let's go home. On the way back, Shang Zhen was still a bit dazed. She wrapped her arms around Fung Xingyan's tense body, finally relaxing. Fung Xingyan, thank you for saving me. I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have made such a mistake. Shang Zhen's voice was a bit low. She had trusted her past life's memories too much, putting herself in danger and even risking her life. Sensing Shang Zhen's self-blame and deep affection, he called out softly and kissed her forehead. Silly girl. Everyone makes mistakes. This wasn't your fault. Zhang Zhen frowned. She wasn't silly. This was just her first miscalculation since being reborn. She wouldn't act so rashly in the future. When Fung Xingyan heard that Wan Qingqing and Wen Ji had plotted against her, his face darkened. So it was that bastard. 2 years ago, a woman Wen Ji was pursuing publicly said she liked me. Since then, she's been causing trouble. I thought she was harmless, so I ignored it, but she dared to harm you. The more Fung Xingyan thought about it, the angrier he became. His deep eyes flashed with cruelty. Wait, Junjin, I'll make them pay. Shang Zhen nodded, leaning on Fung Xingyan's shoulder. I'm so lucky to have you. Fung Xingyan was pleasantly surprised. His gloomy face instantly lit up. Of course, he suddenly remembered the gift he'd promised Junjin. It should be finished soon. Perhaps he could surprise her before the wedding. How cruel could Shang Zhen be to her enemies? Early one morning in Fung Xingyan's office, Shang Zhen leisurely sipped morning tea while reading the newspaper. Illegal gathering at Wan family villa. Wan Qingqing sentenced to 1 year in prison. Fung Xingyan wasn't satisfied with this result, especially knowing that Wen Ji had threatened Shang Zhen with a gun to play games and almost ruined her reputation. He found it unforgivable. Soon, Wen Ji's family came to apologize. Mr. Wen looked worried as he spoke to Fung Xingyan. For Uncle Wen's sake, could you forgive Xiao Ji this time? He was misled by Wan Qingqing into doing such foolish things. I've already punished him at home. He truly knows his mistake. Shang Zhen sat to the side and spoke sharply. Mr. Wen, do you know what your son did to me? My reputation was almost completely ruined. You think a family punishment is enough, Miss Shang? I'm truly sorry. Shang Zhen's words startled Mr. Wen. Looking guilty, he quickly apologized. My son was foolish. Please don't hold it against him. Our family will take responsibility. I have some rare jade from Heizhong City. The Fung family doesn't need money. Fung Xingyan coldly interrupted, his face full of anger. He said, Wen Ji almost killed my future wife. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Young Master Fung. Mr. Wen's face turned ashen, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He pleaded with clasped hands. Young Master Fung, I was 40 when I had this son. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow, smirking coldly. His life won't be necessary. But last night, Wen Ji wanted to break my legs. If you'll break his legs right now, Mr. Wen, we can consider this matter settled. Break my legs? The previously expressionless Wen Ji couldn't hold back anymore. You're just a fake phoenix from a third-rate family. Fung Xingyan's face turned cold, murderous intent surging. Without another word, he waved his hand. Left 7 and Peng 7 immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wen Ji. Now panicked, Wen Ji shouted, Fung Xingyan, this is assault. I'll report you. Mr. Wen turned pale, sweating profusely. He trembled as he looked at Fung Xingyan. Young Master Fung, must it be this way? Everyone knew Fung Xingyan was decisive. Once decided, he never went back. The Wen family couldn't end up like the Wan family. Just then, Shang Zhen walked over with an iron rod, speaking casually. Mr. Wen, if you can't do it, let me. As a woman, I won't hit too hard. Besides, this is between me and Wen Ji. Mr. Wen steeled himself and turned away, no longer looking at Wen Ji. Through gritted teeth, he said, then I'll trouble Miss Shang to discipline him. Ah! Wen Ji cried out in protest. Shang Zhen held the iron rod, her eyes flashing with cruel, strange light. Wen Ji, now it's your turn to be at my mercy. She swung the iron rod hard against Wen Ji's knee. A cracking sound rang out. Wen Ji collapsed, his teeth chattering, mixed with piercing screams. Father, save me. Shang Zhen looked down at Wen Ji contemptuously. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to seek revenge. I too can show cruel and triumphant light in my eyes. But the difference is, you're just a disgusting waste. Wen Ji was furious, his eyes full of hatred. He stood up and swung a fist at Shang Zhen. But before he could get close, Fung Xingyan grabbed him. Try touching him and see what happens. His usually calm eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent. When their eyes met, Wen Ji felt a chill down his spine. Trembling involuntarily, Shang Zhen waved dismissively, saying calmly, enough, no more beating. Mr. Wen, take your son home. Fung Xingyan viciously released Wen Ji, his eyes sharp. He warned, keep him in check. Next time, it won't be just broken limbs. Mr. Wen nodded solemnly, his tone placating. There won't be a next time. Absolutely no next time. After dealing with the Wen family, Shang Zhen wasn't particularly happy. Instead, she said to Fung Xingyan with some conflict, I suddenly feel I'm terrifying. Though I only hit Wen Ji twice, I deliberately used medical knowledge. It was actually more painful than breaking his legs, and the more pain he felt, the happier I became. She looked at Fung Xingyan with complex emotions. I don't understand why you would like me, someone so cruel and ruthless. I'm neither kind nor innocent. Before Shang Zhen could finish, Fung Xingyan burst out laughing, covering his mouth. Looking at Shang Zhen, he said seriously, Zhen, you are indeed terrifying. You're too hard on yourself. You unhesitatingly saved my life from bullets. You stayed by my side knowing I was a dangerous infected person, when everyone wanted me dead. You defended me time and time again. Fung Xingyan's lips curved up, his eyes filled with bright laughter. I never knew being protected could feel so wonderful. His voice grew increasingly gentle, his eyes full of guilty remorse. But in the end, I couldn't protect you. I even let you get infected with the K-virus because of me. How could I not love someone like you? If you weren't kind, why would you try so hard to save more people? Under his gaze, Shang Zhen's earlier gloom disappeared, her eyes regaining their brightness. He gently stroked Shang Zhen's head, his face full of affection. The research institute I promised you has been renovated. The weather's nice today. Want to see the finished product? Shang Zhen's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. The car drove further and further away. Fung Xingyan took out a silk scarf and covered Shang Zhen's eyes, saying mysteriously, for a surprise, I'll blindfold you first. Rest a bit. We're almost there. Soon the car arrived at their destination. Fung Xingyan helped Shang Zhen walk forward slowly, but suddenly her slight smile twisted, and she stopped. She seemed to smell something familiar. That scent was identical to what she smelled in her previous life when she was kept as a test subject in the research facility. The exact same smell she encountered every day then. Fung Xingyan never imagined that his gift to Shang Zhen would be the research institute where she suffered endless torment in her previous life. Fung Xingyan supported Shang Zhen as they walked, happily introducing the flower field before them. Zhen, can you smell that? We planted a large patch of rosemary here. This place is one of the Fung family properties, surrounded by valleys on 3 sides, isolated from the world. It's perfect for retirement. Grandfather wanted to build a sanatorium here before. Since rosemary helps clear the mind, he planted a field outside. Suddenly Shang Zhen stopped, instinctively looking up, asking in a heavy, hoarse voice, and this is the gift you wanted to give me? My very own research institute? Yes. You'll be the master of this place from now on. Fung Xingyan happily removed the silk scarf from Shang Zhen's eyes. Without special search warrants, no one is allowed to enter, so you won't have to worry about being disturbed. You can do anything you like here. As the last word fell, Shang Zhen slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly her pupils constricted, and rage erupted from within. Every part of her body began to tremble. It really was this place, the research facility where she was forced to be a test subject in her previous life. Long-buried memories suddenly burst forth. She suddenly screamed like a madwoman, collapsing to the ground. The blood vessels in her brain felt ready to burst. So this was it. No wonder in her previous life, no one intervened when illegal human experiments were conducted here, because without special search warrants, no one could enter to investigate. Fung Xingyan anxiously stepped forward. Zhen, what's wrong? Just as he was about to help, Shang Zhen violently pushed him away. Don't touch me. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. With a roar, she used all her strength to ask Fung Xingyan repeatedly, what is Yi Hong to you? Watching Shang Zhen cry, Fung Xingyan was bewildered that Zhen was actually crying. He crouched down helplessly, caressing her face, carefully asking, tell me, what's wrong? Did Yi Hong do something to hurt you? He held Shang Zhen tightly in his arms, explaining, Yi Hong was my grandfather's brother in arms. Like an adopted brother, he took care of me a lot when I was young. But if he hurt you, I absolutely won't let him off. His face was serious, his eyes showing determination. Because I'm your husband, I'll always stand by your side. I won't let you suffer any grievances. Shang Zhen remained unmoved, her voice like ice. She slowly said, what if I tell you the one who hurt me was you? Fung Xingyan stared at her in disbelief, speechless. Shang Zhen's body was tense like a hunting leopard ready to attack, her fists tightly clenched. You've always been curious about what I've been through, right? Today I'll tell you everything. They hurriedly walked through the rosemary field and entered the fortress-like building. All the decorations inside were personally arranged by Fung Xingyan. Shang Zhen coldly looked at everything and suddenly laughed. Fung Xingyan, this place is beautiful. I can see you put a lot of thought into it. I know your intention was to make me happy. Shang Zhen's words gave Fung Xingyan an uncertain feeling. But obviously I failed. Shang Zhen narrowed her eyes, suddenly turning forward. Follow me. She walked through several twists and turns until stopping in front of a statue. She skillfully found a switch, gently turned it. With a clicking sound, a very hidden door slowly opened. Fung Xingyan quickly recalled that he had indeed asked Pang Qi to build an underground chamber, but he hadn't even had time to check it. How did Zhen know about it? When the door opened, Shang Zhen smiled coldly at Fung Xingyan and said, Fung Xingyan, I was imprisoned here for 3 years, forced to be infected with the K-virus, forced to become a living test subject. Though she was smiling, her eyes were full of sorrow. Her cold voice echoed through the corridor, carrying an ethereal quality. In my previous life, though you didn't love me, I loved you for over 20 years. All this is in the past. I just never thought. She looked at everything with a sarcastic smile. Her originally gentle expression changed, becoming gloomy. I suffered endless torment in your facility, yet you never once offered help. Her body trembling, the coldness in her heart growing stronger. Back then, did you really not know it was me suffering here? Zhen. Fung Xingyan grabbed her hand. Everything Shang Zhen said was incredible to him. Shang Zhen stared at his expression and smiled, shaking her head. The reason I can always predict things is because I've lived through them. I died once, but heaven gave me a chance to be reborn. What I'm saying might sound unbelievable, but this is the truth you wanted to know. As she walked towards the completely abandoned corridor, she said, now, let me show you the underground world. Fung Xingyan couldn't accept that the person he had painstakingly loved had been tortured like that in her previous life, especially in his own facility. He stopped in his tracks. He held onto Shang Wan's hand. His eyes were filled with grief and confusion. He believed her now. There was no other way to explain everything. Zhen, although I don't know what happened between us in the previous life, or why you went through all that, but you don't need to force yourself to remember those painful memories. He held her tightly with regret, wishing he could turn back time. Besides, you said those things happened in the previous life. In this life, I will never let such things happen. His heart tightened. The fear of losing Shang Zhen made his chest ache. If I hurt you in the previous life, you can punish me, take revenge on me, but please don't hurt yourself, and don't leave me. Feeling Fung Xingyan's warmth and the pleading in his voice, her rationality returned slightly. I know those things have nothing to do with who you are now, but you are still him. I just can't get over that mental barrier. Fung Xingyan suddenly turned around, pulling Shang Zhen's hand and quickly walking towards the exit. If you hate this place, then I'll make it disappear forever. His eyes were determined, his voice carrying an unshakable resolve. He practically ran, taking her away from that building full of painful memories. After finding a safe spot, he took out a fingerprint device switch and resolutely pressed it. When the square panel displayed a 4-digit code, the entire building's self-destruct system activated. Shang Zhen paused. Isn't this the casino your grandfather left you? Why did you? Before she could finish trying to stop him, it was too late. Suddenly, there was a boom. Huge explosions continued to ring out. The entire building was instantly reduced to ruins, collapsing inward. The scene was filled with paint spray and thick smoke hundreds of meters high. Dust flew everywhere. With the destruction of the research institute, their anxious feelings gradually disappeared. Fung Xingyan protected Shang Zhen in his arms, covering her ears, his tone firm. Zhen, anything is worth doing for you. Shang Zhen was deeply shocked. Finally, she closed her eyes painfully. Fung Xingyan had really destroyed everything for her. Fung Xingyan looked down at her, his handsome face full of bitterness and self-blame. Zhen, I'm not asking for your forgiveness, but please don't leave me. If there are 100 or 1,000 steps between us, just stay where you are. I will approach you step by step. Her body trembled slightly. Her heart, which had been racing since earlier, gradually calmed down, leaving her feeling dizzy. Fang Qi and Zuo Qi hurriedly ran over, confused. Seeing the place that cost over $1 billion to renovate reduced to ruins, they were too shocked to speak. Both looked somewhat grave as they turned their heads numbly. The research institute. How? Fung Xingyan, expressionless, held Shang Zhen and turned to leave, casually replying, it's nothing. We don't need the research institute anymore. Let's go back. That night at the Fung residence, after returning, Shang Zhen felt very conflicted. She lay exhausted in the bathtub, thinking about past events. She had thought he hadn't truly hurt her in her previous life, but now the truth was like a thorn. Could she and Fung Xingyan continue forward together? Just then, the water suddenly stopped, covered in soap bubbles. She wrapped herself in a towel and got out of the bathtub. Outside the bathroom, Fung Xingyan was leaning against the wall, lost in thought. He never imagined Junjen was a reborn person. Damn it. He grabbed his head in frustration and stomped his feet. Now he wanted nothing more than to beat up his past self who had hurt Junjen. The bathroom door opened, and Shang Zhen walked out. She happened to catch Fung Xingyan in his moment of frustration. They both froze, each lost in their own thoughts. They exchanged an awkward glance. Shang Zhen tucked her hair behind her ear and said somewhat embarrassedly, the water suddenly stopped. I still have soap bubbles all over. How could that be? Fung Xingyan's first reaction was that the water shouldn't stop. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Li Wanying's apologetic voice came from outside. Xingyan, don't take baths for now. There's an issue with the water circulation system's pressure. It needs to be manually pressurized to work. Shang Zhen awkwardly stretched her neck and asked, Godmother, how do we manually pressurize it? Li Wenying secretly rejoiced but maintained composure as she called out. Xingyan should know where the pressure gauge is. I have things to do. You two get some rest early. After speaking, she excitedly made an okay gesture to Pang Shi. Chong Qi wiped his sweat. Young master, this is all we can do to help, though we don't know what happened. Young master destroyed the carefully prepared research institute. He must have had a conflict with young madam. Hope they make up soon. With Li Wanying's assistance, the atmosphere between them eased considerably. In the bathroom, Fung Xingyan pressed the switch, listening to the running water, his ears gradually turning red. No partition, no cover. If he turned around, he could see her completely. Countless complex emotions surged in his heart, like two little demons fighting within. Should he take a peek? No. Not without Junjen's consent. He couldn't do that. As the curtain was pulled back, Shang Zhen, face flushed, poked her head out. Xingyan, wait a bit while I go change clothes. She quickly left, wrapped in a towel, having just learned the truth about the research institute. That mental barrier hadn't been crossed yet. Now, she had to share such an awkward moment with Fung Xingyan. Suddenly, her calf cramped and she let out a muffled groan. Just as she was about to fall, Fung Xingyan quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms. Junjen, what's wrong? Shang Zhen's body trembled slightly, cold sweat flowing. The virus suddenly acted up. It'll be fine in a moment. She grabbed Fung Xingyan's arm, speaking softly. Don't move. Stay like this. Let me recover for a bit. Fung Xingyan held her tightly, his voice gentle. Don't force yourself. If it's too painful, you must tell me. I'll have Yuan Lao come check on you. Shang Zhen let out a soft groan. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of Fung Xingyan's embrace. She reached up to cover his face. After such suffering in her previous life, now reborn, she really wanted to hold on to this warmth. This life's Fung Xingyan was so considerate of her. His kindness to her was genuine. If she remained stuck on the past, she would never move forward. She really didn't want to give up. He didn't know how long passed without feeling Shang Zhen move. Looking over, Shang Zhen had fallen into deep sleep. He lowered his gaze and gently kissed her forehead. Junjen, I'm so glad you came back. I'm glad I didn't miss you in this life. For all the pain you suffered, I will seek justice for you one by one. The next day when Shang Wan woke up, Fung Xingyan was no longer in the room. She composed herself and went downstairs. Li Wenying warmly greeted her. Junjen, you're awake. She led Shang Zhen to the dining table, eyes smiling. Come eat something. Shang Zhen sat down woodenly, looking around but not seeing Fung Xingyan. Seeing her listless state, Li Wenying immediately understood. She paused, then said casually, Xingyan destroyed a family property yesterday and said he wanted to sell it. Early this morning, other members of the Fung family came over. They're discussing matters in the study now. Shang Zhen sighed. Yesterday when Fung Xingyan suddenly destroyed that place, it wasn't just a financial loss. It also made other Fung family members uncomfortable. After all, ancestral property has a different significance. Moreover, now Fung Xingyan wants to sell it. Shang Zhen lowered her head guiltily, saying softly, I'm sorry. That Fung family property was because of me, Junjen. No need to apologize. Li Wenying gently interrupted. Xingyan had his reasons for doing that. She took Shang Zhen's hand, holding it tight. You are our priceless treasure, worth more than anything. Li Wanying's eyes were full of affection. I've watched you grow up. I've always loved you like my own daughter. You can tell me about any grievances. Don't keep them bottled up inside. Understand? Li Wanying's words warmed Shang Zhen's heart. She nodded slightly. Thank you, Godmother. She thought perhaps she could try opening up to people who truly cared about her. She turned to face Li Wanying and began to speak. I did go through some bad experiences before, but now, thinking about it, it wasn't really such a big deal. When I was little, I could only wear Qingxin's hand-me-downs. This made me yearn for pretty dresses. Once, the school held an evening party that required girls to wear beautiful dresses. But Lin Shuihan wouldn't buy me new clothes, so I lied about the event's prize money, adding 35 yuan extra to rent a dress. But this lie was quickly exposed. That day, Lin Shuihan angrily rushed to school and severely scolded me in front of everyone. She accused me of having no sense of propriety or shame, and threatened to tell the teacher to make me self-criticize in front of the whole school. After that, no one dared to come near me. She even threw money at my face, making me pick up each bill one by one. Shang Zhen's face wore a smile, a bitter, mocking one. Back then, I didn't understand. Our family wasn't short of money, so why did I have to live so humbly? This was my home. Yet why did I feel like an unwelcome guest? She suddenly laughed again, with undisguised sadness in her eyes. But later I understood. Some things just can't be forced. Li Wanying trembled with heartache, tears welling up in her eyes. You should have told me about these things back then. She hugged Shang Zhen tightly, finally breaking into sobs. I always knew Lin Shuihan wasn't a good person, but I never imagined she would treat you like this. Shang Zhen gently patted Li Wanying's trembling back, comforting her. It's all in the past. Living with you all now makes me very happy. As Shang Zhen spoke calmly, she didn't notice a tall figure already standing there. When the demon of vengeance learned how his beloved woman had suffered inhuman treatment from her stepmother, what kind of crazy revenge would he take? Fung Xingyan stood behind the door, listening to Shang Zhen's tragic childhood, his fists clenched, a cold aura emanating from him. His dark eyes were covered in frost, like stone. Lin Shuihan, I'll make you pay for what you did. Suddenly Tang Qi appeared and patted Fung Xingyan. Young master, weren't you going to eat? Why are you standing here? Fung Xingyan's face first turned slightly red. Then he immediately turned to Pang Qi with a gloomy look, his eyes cold as if saying, don't you have any sense? Want me to send you to the border? Li Wanying gave a light laugh and found an excuse to leave. Shang Zhen quickly glanced at Fung Xingyan, then awkwardly turned her head away. How long had Fung Xingyan been standing there? Although she decided not to dwell on the past life's matters, having just vented her anger at him, she didn't know how to face him now. Fung Xingyan came closer, carefully pulled out a chair beside her and sat down, nervously forcing a smile. He asked, Junzhen, are you free tonight? Shang Zhen picked up her teacup, pretending to be calm as she took a sip. What for? She asked flatly. Fung Xingyan scratched his head, making an excuse. Come out with me? I want to take you somewhere. Shang Zhen couldn't meet his eyes. She took another sip and hummed, I should be free. That evening, Fung Xingyan brought Shang Zhen to the Lin family mansion. Shang Zhen hesitated. What did Fung Xingyan want to do by bringing her here? Before she could ask, Fung Xingyan directly took her hand and walked inside. The show was about to begin. Following the layout from the ancestral records, he led Shang Zhen in secretly. Halfway through, Shang Zhen stopped. In a lowered voice, she asked, Fung Xingyan, the Lin family no longer poses a threat to me. What show did you bring me here to see? Fung Xingyan didn't answer directly, instead asking with interest, don't you want revenge? You couldn't find Lin Shuihan at the Wan family before because Wan Qingqing didn't want to acknowledge her. She could only stay awkwardly at the Lin house, living with servants in the attic. But yesterday, Wan Qingqing managed to contact Lin Shuihan, hoping she could get her out of prison. What do you think Lin Shuihan will do? Hearing this, Shang Zhen suddenly showed interest. She has no value to the Lin family anymore. Lin Ming won't care about her fate. The only one who would help her. A faint light came through a door at the end of the corridor. Before they got closer, they could hear breathing sounds from the room. When they heard that man's voice, Shang Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Shuihan and Lin Hanqi, they were actually in the room. Fung Xingyan whispered, so, Junzhen, what do you want to do now? Whatever you decide, I'll help you. Shang Zhen hesitated only for a moment. Then, with determined eyes, she said, I want Lin Shuihan to lose everything, her reputation and her place in this family. Fung Xingyan took Shang Zhen's hand, gently kissed it, and said pleasantly, whatever you wish. He then took out his phone and called Tang Qi. Tang Qi led all the servants from the side building upstairs. Tang Qi gave a mischievous smile, his eyes gleaming. Then he rushed to the side building, stood in the middle of the corridor, and shouted loudly, "Help! There's a thief upstairs." Soon many doors opened, with servants poking their heads out to check. "A thief upstairs? Lin Shuihan lives up there. Let's go check." By the time Lin Shuihan heard the commotion, it was too late. Many servants had rushed up, trapping the two people in the room. Zhao Jane, who came running at the news, immediately slapped her without a word. "You even seduced your own elder brother." Lin Shuihan trembled as she looked at Zhao Jane, speechless. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, but unexpectedly." Lin Hanqi stepped forward to protect Lin Shuihan, shouting at Zhao Jane, "Enough, stop making a scene like a shrew. Look how you've drawn all the servants here." As more servants rushed up, there was no way to keep it secret anymore. "Oh my god, this is the scandal of the century. Lin Shuihan and her half-brother, get out. All of you," Lin Hanqi shouted at the servants, his face ashen. "If anyone dares to speak about tonight's events, I'll destroy you and your families." Just then, a guard rushed in. "Emergency. The elder master has fainted. Master, please come quickly." Lin Hanqi was shocked. Forgetting about Lin Shuihan, he hurried away. Zhao Jing glared with fury. "Look what you've done. You stay here. I'll deal with you when I return." Then she had the servants lock Lin Shuihan in the room before hurrying away. After Lin Shuihan was caught in the act, the sharp whispers and gossip spread like wildfire. She collapsed on the table, on the verge of breakdown, grinding her teeth in hatred. Why did it turn out like this? She was the Lin family's young lady, the mother of the Wan family's heir. How dare they treat her this way? Looking up, she saw two figures approaching and tensed up, slowly raising her gaze. When she recognized Shang Zhen, her heart clenched, her face showing a horrified expression. "Shang Zhen, it's you." Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow mockingly. "Lin Shuihan, long time no see. How have you been? Why are you here?" She suddenly realized. "I know now. You were behind this. You deliberately led everyone up here. You planned this whole thing." She glared at Shang Zhen with venomous eyes. "Shang Zhen, why are you still trying to hurt me? Haven't you ruined me enough?" Lin Shuihan screamed in fear and desperation. "Are you trying to kill me? To inherit my wealth? You vicious woman. How can you be so cruel?" Listening to her hysterical screams, Shang Zhen's lips curved coldly. "I'm cruel? Have you forgotten how you treated me before? Now you're dependent on others. Your reputation in tatters. Living like a street rat. You brought this on yourself." No, I did nothing wrong." Lin Shuiyan's expression suddenly changed as she backed away, clutching her head. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have left the Shang family, and Qingqing wouldn't have abandoned me." Seeing her pitiful state, Shang Zhen shook her head and laughed coldly. "Even now, you still won't admit your wrongs. How ridiculous." Hearing voices from outside, Shang Zhen looked at Fung Xingyan. "The Lin family is back. I don't want to deal with them." Fung Xingyan held Shang Zhen's hand, his lips curving upward. He said casually, "I'm prepared." He took Shang Zhen's hand and walked straight ahead. Lin Shuihan went to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the hidden door. The sound of a helicopter grew louder as it approached, stirring up fallen leaves. Shang Zhen gazed at the sky, her eyes sparkling with crystalline light. He stood there with his mouth open, completely shocked. Fung Xingyan had even arranged for a helicopter. Before leaving, she turned and gave Lin Shuihan a warning look. "You can tell others about tonight if you want, but Wan Qingqing won't have an easy time in prison." Lin Shuiyan's face went pale, quickly promising, "I won't say anything. Please don't harm my Qingqing." Regardless of Lin Shuiyan's expression, Fung Xingyan left with Shang Zhen. With a roaring sound, the helicopter gradually departed. The sun slowly rose, showing its red round head. Shang Zhen looked at the golden rays through the glass, feeling content, slowly closing her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. "This is the first time someone has watched the sunrise with me." Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen tenderly, saying with certainty, "If you want, I'll watch the sunrise with you every day from now on." In a breakfast shop early morning, Shang Zhen smiled curiously. "Fung Xingyan, why did you bring me here for breakfast? Isn't Heizhong University just a bit further ahead?" Fung Xingyan coughed slightly in embarrassment. He laughed. "They say college couples always eat breakfast together near campus." Shang Zhen replied helplessly. "How childish. We're not college sweethearts." Right. We're husband and wife." Fung Xingyan happily touched the diamond ring on Shang Zhen's hand. He said seriously, "You've accepted my proposal. No backing out." Shang Zhen looked at Fung Xingyan thoughtfully. He must be worried about the research institute. "Since I've made my decision." Just as she was about to speak, Tang Qi's phone call suddenly interrupted. Fung Xingyan answered the phone. His gentle eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression darkening. "What? Wan Qingqing was bailed out by Yi Mang? and he's going to announce her as his fiancée the day after tomorrow? Yi Mang frowned slightly. After Wan Qingqing's biggest supporter was bound to appear sooner or later. Fung Xingyan coldly snorted. Although Yi's family is on good terms with the Fung family, if you want revenge, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. I'll stand by your side, because everything else combined is not as important as you. Shang Zhen touched his tense face, smiled and nodded. I'll go with you to Wan Qingqing and Yi Mang's engagement party the day after tomorrow. But since we're out today, let's enjoy ourselves. Fung Xingyan brightened up. Alright, wherever you want to go. Shang Zhen winked playfully. First, we need to change clothes. Who would have thought that the cold, domineering CEO Fung Xingyan would appear at an amusement park wearing matching couple outfits? They immediately attracted countless stares. So lovely. What a perfect couple. Fung Xingyan tugged at his clothes, feeling uncomfortable, but seeing Shang Zhen's happy expression, he didn't show it. Since Zhen liked it, he'd wear it with her. Shang Zhen took a pink cotton candy, and Fung Xingyan happily took a bite. They calmly got on the roller coaster. Fung Xingyan's face turned pale with fear, but he maintained his smile as the happy time flew by. In the evening, they sat on a bench like many other couples, sharing a bubble tea. A huge firework suddenly bloomed in the sky, illuminating the entire horizon brilliantly. Beautiful and magnificent, just like their fleeting feelings for each other. A lifetime's promise to protect, with their hearts determined. 1,000 years meaning within reach. 2 days later at a family banquet, a luxury car slowly stopped at the entrance. Fung Xingyan gentlemanly opened the car door. Shang Zhen wore an off-shoulder cream-colored long dress, her collarbone subtly visible. The dress slit was perfectly placed, revealing her jade-like long legs. She exuded a cold, mysterious, and noble aura, appearing utterly enchanting. After walking a few steps, they were stopped by Sikong Jane. With his usual mischievous smile, he waved at Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen, long time no see. Fung Xingyan's expression instantly changed from sunny to cloudy, wishing he could kill her with his glare. Sikong Jing completely ignored Fung Xingyan's burning gaze. He spoke directly to Shang Zhen. Chongqing's health has improved well. When will you come to check on him? He's been thinking about you and says he wants to apply to your university. Shang Zhen counted the days. After thinking for a moment, it is time for the final checkup. I'll come next Friday. Before Shang Zhen could finish, Fung Xingyan grabbed her shoulder. Radiating jealousy, he said forcefully, "It's getting late. We should go in." When the two rivals' eyes met, sparks flew between them, thick with tension. As Fung Xingyan led Shang Zhen away, he turned back with a smug look. Inside a magnificent hall, Fung Xingyan, holding Shang Zhen's slender waist, walked in imposingly. They immediately became the center of attention. The combination of a handsome man and beautiful woman was always pleasing to the eye. However, what sparked more gossip was their relationship. A cheerful voice called out, "Young Master Fung." The Yi family head rushed forward. "Young Master Fung, your presence truly honors us." Fung Xingyan's face remained expressionless, formally replying, "How could I not come when invited?" When Shang Zhen saw her enemy, her demeanor changed instantly. Fung Xingyan glanced around and said coolly, "But where are the two main characters of this engagement party?" From afar, a sinister woman walked quickly towards them, grabbing a wine glass as she passed a table. When she raised her head, they saw it was Wan Qingqing. Her eyes glowed with a green light, and she gritted her teeth so hard they might bleed. "Die, you bitch!" she suddenly screamed. She raised the wine glass to strike. Sikong Jing shouted, "Shang Zhen, watch out!" But Fung Xingyan reacted faster. He quickly turned, holding Shang Zhen tightly in his arms. The wine glass smashed against the back of Fung Xingyan's head. Blood appeared instantly. Shang Zhen's face changed dramatically. Worried. "Oh no, Fung Xingyan is bleeding." Sikong Jing ran several steps forward before stopping abruptly, clenching his fists. Too late again. Yi Mang rushed forward and grabbed Wan Qingqing, feigning anxiety. "Qingqing, why did you come here? And you've hurt young Master Fung. You even injured young Master Fung." Wan Qingqing was hysterical, her eyes blazing with uncontrollable fire, screaming, "Let me go. I want to kill Shang Zhen." Yi Hong signaled to Yi Mang. He scolded, "How did this mad woman get out? Quick, take her away." Turning around, he apologetically said to Fung Xingyan, "Young Master Fung, I'm sorry. Qingqing went mad after becoming pregnant. We've kept her confined, but somehow she escaped." At Yi Hong's words, Everyone present was shocked. Wan Qingqing was pregnant? Had the Yi family lost their minds? The young Master Yi was marrying a madwoman? Shang Zhen paid no attention to others' comments, staring gravely at Fung Xingyan's blood on the floor. Fung Xingyan hadn't fully recovered, and bleeding in public could easily lead to infection. Yi Hong came forward apologetically, trying to make amends. Young Master Fung, this is all my father's fault. We will make this right. Please, let us tend to your wound first. Fung Xingyan's face darkened, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He said deeply, Yi Hong, I don't care what you're plotting, but targeting me will have consequences. Just then, Yi Meng rushed back in panic, shouting, Father, something terrible happened. When I was taking Qingqing back, she accidentally cut someone's arm with the glass that hurt young Master Fung. That person now has a fever. Fung Xingyan was forced to have his blood tested at the banquet. When Yi Meng anxiously announced that someone who touched Fung Xingyan's blood had developed a fever, Yi Hong first put on a show of scolding. What nonsense are you talking about? How could that person suddenly get a fever? Then he immediately pulled out a testing device from his pocket, with an air of righteousness. This surely has nothing to do with young Master Fung. His blood is right here on the floor. I'll test it right now for everyone to see. As he stepped forward, Fung Xingyan grabbed his collar and kicked him up. What do you mean? Yi Hong? He lowered his voice, his eyes concealing blade-like sharpness. You're plotting against me. What exactly do you want? The master's bodyguards tried to rush forward. Yi Hong waved them off, his old face twisting into a sinister smile. I want you to hand over the person who's helping you stay alive. I've been watching you for over a year. That researcher Li Wenxian was released by me. I'm absolutely certain you're infected. K-virus carriers can't survive beyond a month, yet you're still alive. Someone must be helping you. Suddenly, his tense body relaxed, his tone shifting to an almost helpless plea. Let them help me too. My heart is failing. I could die any moment before finding a suitable heart. He gripped Fung Xingyan's arm, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a desperate desire to live. If I die, all the empire I've built will be handed over to others. I can't let that happen. His face suddenly contorted as he shouted impatiently, Tell me who it is. Fung Xingyan's expression turned mocking, his hands slowly forming a fist. Want to know? Maybe in your next life? With that, he threw a fierce punch at Yi Hong's face, knocking him to the ground. The old master and bodyguards quickly surrounded them, but Fung Xingyan immediately grabbed Shang Zhen's hand. Junzhen, let's go. Stop. Several bodyguards stepped forward to block their path. Yi Hong dropped all pretense. Fung Xingyan, you're not leaving until you hand over that person. As the argument suddenly escalated to physical confrontation, the guests' expressions turned displeased. Mr. Yi, we're here for an engagement party. What are you trying to do? Yi Hong's eyes flashed with madness. Ignoring others, he stared fixedly at Fung Xingyan. Young Master Fung, that person didn't lose anything by helping you. Why won't you agree? Is your life worth more than mine? We can negotiate the terms. You can have anything you want. Fung Xingyan tightened his grip on Shang Zhen's hand, his cold eyes narrowing with sharp intensity. You're delusional. Seeing that Fung Xingyan wouldn't yield to either soft or hard approaches, Yi Hong gave a malicious cold laugh. Then don't blame your uncle for forgetting old friendships. Shang Zhen's eyes flickered slightly. There was no avoiding the blood test now, although the research was almost successful, and Fung Xingyan could be released quickly even if quarantined. Everything they'd done would be exposed. They couldn't explain deceiving the Fung family. He gave Fung Xingyan a complex look. There was only one way out. He stepped forward to block Yi Hong, announcing, We'll do the test, but your repeated provocations over baseless accusations are intolerable. Yi Hong, if Fung Xingyan is clean, give me your Tianli hospital. How about that? His cold eyes fixed on Yi Hong, flashing with determination. If you agree, we'll test immediately. No delays. In his previous life, Yi Hong had survived by finding a suitable heart through Tianli Hospital. Getting control of Tianli Hospital first might indirectly lead to Yi Hong's death. Yi Hong gritted his teeth and agreed without hesitation. Fine, it's yours. Let's do the test now. Shang Zhen slowly wrapped his arm around Fung Xingyan's waist, looking at him calmly with a slight smile. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He slowly took out a syringe and suddenly injected something into Feng's back. Fung Xingyan felt a slight sting and was startled, suddenly feeling dizzy. A phlebotomist came forward with a glass slide, carefully placed a drop of Fung Xingyan's blood on it, took out a testing device and pressed the switch. After several beeping sounds, all the indicator lights showed green. How is this possible? Yi Hong screamed, staring at the test results in disbelief, his whole body trembling. The person who touched the wine glass definitely had a fever. Shang Zhen smiled. That person might indeed have the K-virus. He gave Yi Hong a meaningful look. But whether that's because of Fung Xingyan or your family, only Mr. Yi would know. Your family attacked first and coerced later. What exactly are you trying to do? I'm completely baffled. Yi Hong, still in shock, suddenly realized upon hearing Shang Zhen's words. It's you. You must be behind this. What did you just do? Injection effects? You think too highly of me. I'm just a weak girl under 20. What could I possibly do? But Mr. Yi, don't forget, Tianli Hospital is mine now. Yi Hong collapsed, fainting immediately. The scene descended into chaos. Fung Xingyan left quickly, holding Shang Zhen's hand. Once outside, he could no longer hold on. His face turned pale. His entire body collapsed heavily. Carrying the unconscious Fung Xingyan, they rushed back to the laboratory. When Dr. Yuan heard that Shang Zhen had injected Fung Xingyan with serum number 3, he was shocked. That serum is still in the experimental stage. It hasn't been validated yet. Shang Zhen tiredly rubbed her brow. I know, but the situation was special. Anyway, please check Fung Xingyan's condition first. The blood test showed normal results, so this shouldn't be happening. The K-virus serum research was in its final stage. She trusted her judgment. Fung Xingyan would recover soon. After the examination, Dr. Yan looked at the report data, his brow relaxing slightly. Initially, young Master Feng's bodily functions are normal. The fainting is likely a side effect of the serum. We may need to adjust the dosage. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes lit up with joy. This means our antidote serum research is successful. However, for safety, you should wait a month before the next injection. The hand holding Fung Xingyan subtly relaxed. They needed to expedite follow-up experiments, using Fung Xingyan's clinical data as reference, aiming to complete all research within a month. Looking at Fung Xingyan on the hospital bed, her lips curved slightly. The K-virus isn't so formidable after all. Pang Qi was driving Shang Zhen to check on Sikong Chongsheng when they were suddenly attacked. After jumping from the car, they quickly ran into the deep forest. Zhuo Zhan received a call and rushed into the conference room. He informed Fung Xingyan about Shang Zhen's situation. Fung Xingyan's face changed as he quickly led people to the scene. Gunshots continuously rang through the forest. Shang Zhen and Pang Qi kept running, dodging their pursuers. These attackers were ruthless, seemingly intent on eliminating Shang Zhen completely. Pang Qi handed his only weapon to Shang Zhen, saying, "Young mistress, there are too many of them. We can't break through together. I'll hold them off. Run and don't look back." Shang Zhen took it without hesitation. "All right, be careful." Then she ran in the opposite direction without looking back. She knew she was their target, and splitting up might divide their forces. Then she could find chances to defeat them one by one. Seeing them separate, the pursuers indeed split into two groups. After running some distance, Shang Zhen's strength began to fail. Due to the K-virus, her vision became blurry and breathing became difficult. She shook her head hard, forcing herself to stay conscious. She had to persist. She couldn't let her attackers succeed. Soon two men caught up. The thin man crouched, examining Shang Zhen's footprints. "Boss, Shang Zhen must be just ahead." The scarred man's eyes were fierce. He snorted coldly. "I heard Feng's people are coming. We must find her before they do." As he stepped forward, his foot suddenly caught on something. Before the scarred man could react, two silver needles shot toward his face. With a scream, the scarred man clutched his eyes in agony. Blood flowed from his left eye. His whole body trembled, teeth grinding audibly, clearly in extreme pain. "Damn you, Shang Zhen, I'll kill you." His agonized roar echoed through the forest. At this time, Fung Xingyan arrived with his men. After giving his orders, Zhuo Zhan came carrying the injured and unconscious Pang Qi. "Young master, I found Pang Chi on the hillside. Fortunately, the bullet didn't hit any vital spots. His life isn't in immediate danger. However, we haven't found any trace of the young mistress. Fung Xingyan's brows furrowed. He ordered Zhu Ji to quickly take Pang Chi to the hospital and call Dr. Yuan to treat him. After speaking, he turned and walked deeper into the forest. Shang Zhen kept walking towards the mountain peak, her blurry vision making her steps unsteady. By now, she could barely see anything. Everything before her eyes was like patches of white mist, indistinct. A strong gust of wind made her stop. Hearing falling rocks, she sensed danger. But at that moment, an even colder sense of danger approached. Finally found you. A vicious voice came. The scarred man had caught up again. Keep running. Let's see you run now. Shang Zhen turned her head consciously, but she could only see a tall human silhouette. To her horror, Shang Zhen realized there was a cliff behind her. No way to escape. The man suddenly felt elated, as if his eye didn't hurt as much. He approached step by step with an evil smile, his remaining eye gleaming with malice. Shang Zhen, die. Just as he was about to pull the trigger. Stop. The walkie-talkie at the scarred man's waist emitted an urgent command. The terms have changed. Yi Hong's voice came through the walkie-talkie, carrying a hint of threat. You must not harm Shang Zhen. Bring her back to me unharmed. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny. Understood? The scarred man sneered. Yi Hong, you want me to deliver her back to you, completely unharmed? In your dreams, he roared with his bloodshot eye. She dared to hurt my eye. I want her dead. He smashed the walkie-talkie. On the other end, Yi Hong gripped his walkie-talkie tightly, speaking urgently. Don't hurt Shang Zhen. I need her to extend my life. The signal cut off. His face grew paler. He regretted deeply, having just learned that Shang Zhen was the one extending Fung Xingyan's life. Taking advantage of the scarred man's speech, Shang Zhen fired at the blurry figure, but she only hit his arm. From the pain, the scarred man's expression twisted, completely losing his sanity. Shang Zhen, I'll tear you to pieces. He pulled out a dagger and lunged at Shang Zhen. Just as the blade was about to strike, Shang Zhen stumbled backward in panic. The next moment, the hillside couldn't bear their weight and broke away. Shang Zhen was startled. Her feet lost their ground, and she fell. Halfway down the cliff face, Shang Zhen and the scarred man hung precariously. When Shang Zhen woke up, she felt her wrist was broken and her body ached, but her eyes lit up with joy. Surprisingly, she had survived the fall, and her vision had returned to normal. Looking at the scarred man below, there was blood beneath his head. She checked his breathing. Shang Zhen realized that this man had broken her fall, saving her life. Suddenly, a radio broadcast sounded from the man's body. Welcome to Listen to New Life program. Shang Zhen was startled at first, until she found an old cell phone on the man's body. Her eyes lit up with joy. Great, his phone wasn't broken and even had signal. Heaven hadn't abandoned her after all. But a minute later, reality struck another heavy blow. The phone couldn't make calls or send messages. She was about to go crazy. Why would someone carry such a useless phone? Suddenly, she remembered something. She had just heard a radio program. It seemed the phone wasn't completely dead. Perhaps she could try. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully typed a message on the channel and sent it out. In the dense forest, a large group of people were conducting a thorough search. Fung Xingyan was extremely anxious. Damn it, we've searched everywhere up and down the mountain. Why haven't we found Junzhen? Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed over, shouting excitedly, Young master, look at this. We have news of young mistress. Fung Xingyan was overjoyed. He almost snatched the phone from his hand. The radio station message read, Fung Xingyan, I'm halfway up the cliff. Don't know exact location, but my position is very unstable. Could fall at any moment. Fung Xingyan's eyes filled with excitement. Junzhen was alive, but quickly, his heart tensed again. He rapidly told his subordinates, Junzhen's position is unstable. We must find her quickly. His subordinates looked troubled. Young master, the location shows she's on the cliff, but we don't know exactly where. Fung Xingyan frowned and made a quick decision. Contact the radio station. I need to use their channel to talk to Junzhen. In the radio station studio, male host Bai Zi turned off the speaker, looking shocked. What? That Shang Zhen who just sent the message is really the fiancé of Fung Group's CEO? The station director nodded solemnly. Just give the channel to young master Fung for now. Help him rescue his fiancé. Bai Zi responded. Alright, I know what to do. On the cliff face, barely 6 square meters wide, Shang Zhen pressed herself against the rock wall, her whole body tense, barely daring to breathe. The strong cold mountain wind made her shiver. For a moment, she felt completely trapped. Breaking news suddenly came from the phone Shang Zhen was holding tightly. Her eyes lit up. We have a friend whose fiancé is trapped on the mountain. We'll be dedicating our airtime to them and won't be taking other calls. Please understand. The call connected quickly. An urgent but familiar male voice came through. Junzhen, can you hear me? It's Fung Xingyan. Fung Xingyan had come to find her. Shang Zhen suppressed her racing heart. Eyes full of joy, she forcefully typed 2 words on the phone. I'm here. At that moment, Fung Xingyan's eyes instantly turned red, as if crying with joy. Junzhen. His voice was hoarse. Do you remember where you fell from? Another message came through. Only know it's a cliff, on a protruding rock halfway up, but the rock is loose and could fall any time. Fung Xingyan's heart tightened seeing her message. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Trust me. I'll find you very soon. Shang Zhen held the phone tightly to her chest like a lifeline. Officer Sikong had also come to the mountain to search after Shang Zhen's accident. Upon hearing the radio station's news, he rushed over immediately. He was worried, unsure how to proceed. Although Shang Zhen was nearby, the mountain crevices were extremely narrow. Helicopters couldn't get in. How could they determine her location? We'll use the most basic method, Fung Xingyan said firmly. Did you bring the sonic detector? We'll go down the mountain and use sound wave reflection to locate her. Listening to their conversation, Shang Zhen felt inexplicably calmer. People were working hard to save her. She just needed to wait a little longer. But just then, the rock beneath her suddenly shifted. Small stones rolled down again. She sat on the rock, instantly turning pale. Covered in sweat. Was the rock finally giving way? She took a long breath. She picked up the gun beside her. Her eyes were determined. She made a decision. Time was running out. To help them find her faster, perhaps that was the only way. As the two were rushing to the cliff edge, Sikong suddenly startled. Fung Xingyan, he said, there's one way to find her fastest. He paused, then nervously said, she's going to fire the gun. Fung Xingyan instinctively blurted out, his voice hoarse and tense. Junzhen can't shoot. The gunshot will make the rocks loose. Sikong said gravely, the rock under her feet is already loose. Might as well take the risk. Making such a decision showed she believed we could find her in the shortest possible time. Fung Xingyan hesitated for a moment. He agreed with Shang Zhen's approach. He quickly turned and ordered his subordinates to adjust the sonic detector to receiving mode and lock onto the gunshot location. A gunshot echoed through the mountain valley like a signal. Mobilizing everyone. We've got it. 70 meters southeast. 1.700 meters above ground. Helicopter rescue from above would be fastest. Fung Xingyan took the helicopter to the position directly above Shang Zhen. Wearing a parachute and secured with safety hooks, he stood at the cabin door, focusing intently on Shang Zhen's position. Hong Kixin anxiously shouted at maximum volume to Fung Xingyan, young master, the rope length has been calculated precisely. Once you reach the rope's end, you'll see young mistress. The descent must be steady, or the strong winds might throw the helicopter off course. Fung Xingyan showed no fear. With a grave expression, he spoke one last time through the radio. Junzhen, don't be afraid. I'm coming down now. In the howling wind, Shang Zhen was completely rigid, her back against the cliff wall. She moved inch by inch with extreme caution, but with each movement, countless small rocks kept falling below. Amidst the rumbling of falling rocks, Shang Zhen heard Fung Xingyan's voice. The slope was continuing to tilt, and she suddenly felt despair. The rocks were about to fall, even with Fung Xingyan right above her. If he descended now, it would be too late. In her daze, Shang Zhen heard Fung Xingyan's voice. She looked up with joy. Fung Xingyan had really come to save her. Fung Xingyan reached out his hand, shouting urgently, Junzhen, jump towards me. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Shang Zhen leapt up with all her might, reaching for his outstretched hand. As Shang Zhen jumped, the ledge beneath her feet collapsed completely, rolling down with the scarred man's corpse. Finally, Fung Xingyan firmly grasped Shang Zhen's hand, but suddenly, the helicopter was thrown off balance by their combined weight, shaking violently. It traced a large semicircle in midair. The pilot was trying his best to maintain balance. At this point, any small deviation would cause the two people hanging at the rope's end to crash into the cliff wall. In the strong wind, the pilot could only try to raise the helicopter higher as the two dangled from the rope, swinging back and forth between the cliff faces. Shang Zhen felt like her arm was about to break. Fung Xingyan, we need to think of something quick. If the helicopter loses control, we're all finished. Fung Xingyan focused intently on Shang Zhen, asking seriously, Junzhen, do you trust me? Dare to take one more chance with me? Shang Zhen met Fung Xingyan's gaze seriously, saying solemnly, "Of course I trust you. What's your plan?" The next second, Fung Xingyan released the safety rope. As the rope detached from his waist, both hands gripped Shang Zhen's and pulled her forcefully into his embrace. As they fell rapidly, he held Shang Zhen tightly in his arms. In that moment, both seemed to forget to breathe. Holding each other tight, he deployed the parachute. The canopy instantly filled with wind, carrying them down slowly. Finally, they landed safely. Fung Xingyan joyfully held Shang Zhen, saying, "Junzhen, we're on the ground." After such a heart-stopping moment, Shang Zhen had actually fallen asleep. Sikong Jin and others came running over, about to say something, but saw Fung Xingyan looking adoringly at the person in his arms, making him lose his promotion chance. He closed his eyes, laughing bitterly to himself. "Shang Zhen, seems you don't need my backup plan at all." At the Wan Mansion, before Fung Xingyan could settle scores with Yi Hong came to visit first. After just a few days, Yi Hong looked much older. Fung Xingyan glared at Yi Hong disapprovingly, saying coldly, "Yi Hong, I hadn't come for you yet, but you've come to me first." Yi Hong tremblingly took out a token with the character, Fung, written on it and held it up before Fung Xingyan. "Young Master Zhang, your grandfather gave this to me back then. During the final battle, I saved his life. When he gave me this, he said that no matter when, I could use it to ask the Fung family head to do one thing for me. So," Fung Xingyan's face darkened, his voice growing colder, "you want to use this to blackmail me into handing over Shang Zhen to extend your life?" Suddenly, Yi Hong fell to his knees, lowering his head in remorse. "It's come to this. Heaven doesn't want me to live. I accept it. I've been foolish lately and made unforgivable mistakes. I'll take full responsibility. Today, I'm showing this only to beg you to spare my children." His son, looking sympathetic, also knelt down. "Young Master Fung, please be merciful. Forgive my father this once. He only did this because he didn't want to die. He never meant to harm Miss Shang. He just wanted to frighten her to force you to hand over the person who could extend his life. How dare you?" Fung Xingyan suddenly shouted, his icy voice making both men tremble. Holding his handsome chin, he sneered, "You threaten and harm my person, then try to use old connections to seek my forgiveness? I, Fung Xingyan, will absolutely see this through to the end." Fung Xingyan's mockery made Yi Hong shake with rage. Grinding his teeth, he turned hostile. "Fung Xingyan, I humbled myself to beg you, yet you're ungrateful. You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret this." Yi Hong, face pale, was helped up by his son and left in anger. After Yi Hong left, Shang Zhen woke up. Fung Xingyan personally cooked porridge for her. Just as the two were about to do something, Shang Beiki suddenly pushed open the door. "Junzhen, Dad heard you were hurt. How are you?" Seeing so many people caring for her, Shang Zhen felt warmth in her heart. She suddenly felt so blessed in this life. This scene was something she couldn't even have dreamed of in her previous life. Zhang Beiki sat down and suddenly lowered his head. "Junzhen, actually there's something else I want to tell you." Fung Xingyue picked up the porridge bowl and found an excuse to leave. Zhang Beiki glanced timidly at Shang Zhen and stammered, "Well, a few days ago, I accidentally hit someone while driving." Shang Zhen narrowed her eyes, looking at him. "Lin Shuihan." Shang Beiki couldn't even meet Shang Zhen's eyes. He continued reluctantly, "He was injured, so I took him to the hospital. But the Lin family has cut ties with him and won't handle his affairs. He said he'd work like an ox or horse if I took him in." Shang Zhen rubbed her temples and sighed helplessly. She knew Shang Beiki hitting Lin Shuihan must have been Lin Shuihan's scheme. Thinking this way, she wanted to see what would happen, so she didn't make things difficult for her weak father and directly agreed. After she recovered, she would go home for a few days. She wanted to see what tricks Lin Shuihan would try. When Fung Xingyan heard Shang Zhen wanted to stay at the Lin house, his face immediately showed displeasure. He glanced unhappily at Shang Beiki, thinking to himself that Shang Beiki rarely visits, yet he comes to steal his person away. He quickly ran over to hold Shang Zhen's hand, speaking with a spoiled tone. "Junzhen, isn't it good here? Why go back?" He kept making faces, pleading, "Don't leave me." Shang Zhen smiled helplessly and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Lin Shuihan is working like a servant at my house. After how she bullied me before, now that I have the chance, I naturally want to pay her back properly." Fung Xingyan hesitated before finally agreeing. He held up one finger, putting on a stern face. "I'm only giving you 1 week. Come back when you've had enough fun." "Alright," Shang Zhen happily pinched his face, saying softly yet firmly, "Okay, I understand." Watching this scene between the two, Zhang Beiki nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Heavens, was this still the young master Fung he knew? Days later, when Shang Zhen entered the house, she directly sat cross-legged on the sofa. Lin Shuihan immediately brought a cup of red tea to the table, smiling respectfully on the surface. "Young miss, please have some tea." On her face, there was no trace of her former sharp and mean demeanor. Shang Zhen merely glanced at it without taking it, looking at him with an ambiguous smile. "You were my stepmother for over 10 years. Don't you know I don't like black tea?" Lin Shuihan froze, timidly replying, "I don't know what you like to drink. If you don't know, then learn." Shang Zhen scolded, sitting on the sofa with an arrogant tone. "Are you waiting for me, the master, to teach you how to be a servant?" Lin Shuiyan's face turned pale, cursing inwardly. Clearly, Shang Zhen had returned to cause trouble. At this moment, Shang Beiki walked over and said very politely, "Zhen, the servants have already taken your luggage to your room. If you need anything else, just tell Dad." Upon seeing Shang Beiki, Lin Shuihan fell to her knees with a thud and began crying pitifully. "Zhen, I was wrong before. I was foolish, but I truly want to change and start anew. Please give me a chance to stay at the Shang house as a servant to atone for my sins." Shang Zhen coldly glared at Lin Shuihan, saying harshly, "Lin Shuihan, I just asked you to pour me tea. Why are you crying and wailing here? I can't afford such a temperamental servant." Lin Shuihan was startled, clenching her fists to suppress her anger. She quickly stood up, saying submissively, No, I'll go pour it right away." Beiki sighed sympathetically. He advised, "Zhen, I know you're worried she has ill intentions, and I understand you're looking out for me, but I'm just taking her in temporarily. There won't be anything between us anymore. I just feel sorry for her. After all, we were married for over 10 years. I can't help but feel compassion." Shang Zhen remained silent. She just coldly watched Lin Shuiyan's retreating figure, finding it amusing. Dad still didn't understand Lin Shuihan. Even with scandals all over Heizhong City, she could still scheme for herself so shamelessly. With such a woman, Shang Beiki would never be her match. Soon, Lin Shuihan returned with another cup, but didn't hand it over directly. Instead, she knelt by the chair. She offered the cup with both hands, eyes full of tears. "Extremely humble. Just now my attitude was wrong. Please forgive me this time. This fruit vinegar flower tea is my apology." She gripped the cup tightly, seething with hatred inside. She had added lots of bitter herb and vinegar. When Shang Zhen drinks it, she'll surely get angry. Then Shang Beiki will see how unreasonable Shang Zhen is and take her side. "Fruit vinegar flower tea?" Shang Zhen said meaningfully, taking the cup and smelling it. Her smile grew wider. "How about this, Lin Yi? If you drink all of this tea, I'll forgive you." Lin Shuiyan's expression froze. Shang Zhen raised her eyebrows, her smile not reaching her eyes. "What? You want my forgiveness but won't even drink a cup of tea?" Lin Shuihan gritted her teeth and took the cup, intending to drink it all at once. But after just one sip, she immediately turned away, unable to hold it down. Covering her mouth, she scrambled up and rushed to the bathroom. "Lin Yi, don't make such strange things anymore." In the bathroom, Lin Shuihan sat pathetically on the floor, her chest heaving violently. She gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered, wanting to tear Shang Zhen to pieces. But this crazy thought only lasted a moment before she suppressed it. After all, Shang Zhen would only stay for a week. Just endure a bit longer. Since she couldn't meet Wan Qingqing now, she could only work on Shang Beiki. The next day, Shang Zhen made time to visit the Sikong family for Sikong Chongsheng's final checkup. When Sikong Chongsheng heard Shang Zhen say no more checkups would be needed, his eyes were full of disappointment. He didn't want to never see Shang Zhen again, nor did he want to lose their only connection. Before Shang Zhen left, he gathered his courage and asked, "Zhen, may I paint one last portrait of you?" Shang Zhen smiled until her eyes crinkled. "Silly child, of course you can." A few minutes later, Sikong Chongsheng suddenly asked, "Zhen, do you really like Fung Xingmian?" Shang Zhen was startled but didn't answer. Sikong Chongsheng continued painting while observing her expression. "Would you prefer someone simpler, have a simpler romance, live a simpler life?" Shang Zhen lowered her eyes, murmuring, "Does such a life really exist? It sounds quite appealing." "Of course it does," Sikong Chongsheng eagerly replied, suddenly standing up, looking at Shang Zhen very seriously. He asked, "If you don't like Fung Xingmian anymore, would you consider dating a younger man?" At that moment, Shang Zhen's smile froze on her face. Sikong Chongsheng's pure voice rang out again firmly. "I feel like you prefer simplicity and freedom more than your current life. And I like you. These feelings are very simple. Shang Zhen looked up at his innocent smile. Still dazed, Chongsheng shyly scratched his head, chuckling. You don't need to answer. And don't feel burdened. I just wanted to tell you how I feel. No matter what, I'll always be by your side. Because we're friends, right? Sikong Chongsheng smiled, his bright eyes inadvertently flashing with bitterness. Shang Zhen's lips curved slightly into a gentle smile. Chongsheng, thank you. But, in this life, she might truly be bound to Fung Xingmian. After experiencing disappointment, pain, and struggle, after all the twists and turns, it was still him. Until today, she realized that her feelings for him had never changed. That evening, just after returning to the Shang house, she received a call from Fung Xingmian. Before she could speak, his urgent voice came through. Junzhen, stay at home. Don't go anywhere. No matter what happens outside, don't leave. I'm sending people to protect you right away. Shang Zhen felt uneasy. What happened? Fung Xingmian sat in his car, his tone so grave it made people nervous. The L country government officially signed the Peaceful Liberation Agreement today, but the mastermind behind this conflict, Wu Like's uncle Keela, saw the situation turning bad and fled early. 13 countries' joint manhunt couldn't find him, but just now my informant reported spotting Keela's traces within the country, so don't go anywhere. Pang Qi is already heading your way with his men. They'll be there in 10 minutes. Shang Zhen was shocked. How can you send people to me at a time like this? If it really is Keela, you're definitely his target. This is too dangerous. I'm safe. Don't worry. Fung Xingmian's tone softened slightly. I've made arrangements for Shang Beiki too. You must listen to me and stay home. Understand? At this moment, his team reported finding Keela's location. Fung Xingmian said one last thing. Junzhen, wait for me to return. Then hung up. But then Shang Zhen's phone rang again. It was a video from an unknown number. She curiously opened it, and saw Sikong Chongsheng bound and kneeling on the ground. A burly man with coffee-colored skin was pulling Sikong Chongsheng's hair, saying with satisfaction, "Scream more pitifully. If you don't scream, don't blame me for being rough." The man's dark thick hands stroked Sikong Chongsheng's chin, sneering. It would be a waste not to play with such a beautiful body. Sikong Chongsheng's panicked yet resilient gaze flashed across the screen as he gritted out, "Just kill me." This brutal scene made Shang Zhen's pupils constrict. The dark man swallowed and smiled at the camera. Fung Xingmian's woman, Shang Zhen, right? I order you to come to Lianyu port within half an hour. Otherwise, I'll torture him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went black. Shang Zhen sat on the bed, her hand holding the phone trembling. How dare they? Her dark eyes surged with anger, wanting to break their necks. Sikong Chongsheng was so pure and kind. How could they treat him like this? If she remembered correctly, there had been an accident at Lianyu port in Shanji City. Perhaps she could use that. Soon Pang Qi came to pick up Shang Zhen. She gave him a cold look and asked seriously, "How many people did you bring? Is Fung Xingmian really okay?" Pang Qi felt a sense of unease, instinctively replying, 25 people. Don't worry about the young master. But madam, going to Lianyu port, the young master might get distracted if he knows. Shang Zhen smiled faintly. Then we won't let him know. Pang Qi shrank his neck but finally steeled himself, thinking that as long as Madame Shang was safe, the young master would definitely forgive him. He just needed to protect Madame Shang properly. Inside the rescue warehouse, a dark burly man was fondling the fair-skinned youth before him. Yi Hong ran over anxiously. He advised, "Mr. Dewey, don't touch Sikong Chongsheng. With him as hostage, Sikong police won't dare act rashly. But if you really harm him, Sikong police will fight us to death. We need manpower to delay Fung Xingmian now. We can't afford another strong enemy." Suddenly, gunshots rang out from outside the window. People quickly rushed in, and a firefight began. Sikong Jing was truly enraged this time. Of all people, they dared to touch his brother. If anything happened to Sikong Chongsheng, he would drag them to hell even if it killed him. His cold gaze shot directly at Yi Hong. "You dare collude with foreigners to harm my brother? Are you tired of living?" Dewey looked around, not seeing Shang Zhen. He pressed Sikong Chongsheng's head down and growled, "Where's Shang Zhen? Wasn't she supposed to come with Fung Xingmian's people? Why isn't she here?" Pang Qi smiled mysteriously, taking out a phone. "Our young madam did come, but it's not convenient for her to appear yet." He threw the phone to Yi Hong. "Young madam has something to say to you." Yi Hong caught the phone. Hesitating for a moment, he answered, and Shang Zhen's somewhat cold voice came through. "Mr. Yi, Shall we make a deal? Before Yi Hong could speak, Shang Zhen continued. You're working with Keela just to get to me, but Keela is wanted by 13 countries. While you haven't been exposed yet, better distance yourself from him. I can promise to help you survive. Yi Hong's face turned ashen. Saying this now, isn't it too late? It's not too late. Shang Zhen laughed softly, calm and unhurried. Bring Sikong Chongsheng to the fishing grounds. I'll exchange myself for him. With me in your hands, you can threaten Fung Xingmian to protect you. If you're worried about an ambush, you can send drones to check. This place is open on all sides. I can't ambush you. You can even bring bodyguards. Shang Zhen's words gradually calmed Yi Hong's tense and excited mind. Her offer was tempting. If possible, he did want to distance himself from Keela. Otherwise, even if he survived, he'd have to live as a fugitive. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, Fine, I'll bring people over. You'd better not try anything funny, or I'll make sure Sikong Chongsheng dies with me. After Yi Hong hung up, Dewey hurriedly asked, What's going on? Where's Shang Zhen? Yi Hong's eyes shifted as he lied. Shang Zhen wants us to go to the fishing grounds. Hostage exchange. She's probably afraid we'll capture her and not release him. Seeing Dewey about to say something, Yi Hong quickly said, There's no time to hesitate. The mistress is waiting for the important hostage Shang Zhen. You stay here to hold off Sikong Jane. Give me Sikong Chongsheng. Dewey didn't think much and handed over the person in confusion. Seeing Yi Hong being led away by Shang Zhen, Sikong Jane immediately guessed their plan, divide and conquer. Shortly after Yi Hong left, dozens of police cars suddenly surrounded the place. Dewey quickly tried calling Yi Hong, but the line was always busy. That's when he realized Yi Hong had betrayed them. While holding off the police, he ordered his men to call Keela and have him send people to deal with the traitor at the fishing grounds. At the same time as Shang Zhen, Fung Xingmian, who was searching for Keela in the mountains, also received news of Yi Hong's betrayal. At the port, Yi Hong hurriedly arrived with Sikong Chongsheng. Seeing Shang Zhen alone, he became nervous. Not daring to approach rashly, he cautiously asked, I brought the person. How do you want to make the exchange? Shang Zhen pointed to a car parked not far behind her. My people are in that car. Release Chongsheng. Let him walk towards the car, and I'll walk towards you. Yi Hong thought for a moment. He nodded and released Sikong Chongsheng. Just as Sikong Chongsheng was about to step forward, Yi Hong grabbed him. Young Master Sikong, you should leave in the opposite direction. Seeing Sikong Chongsheng's concern, Shang Zhen gave him a slight smile. Don't worry, Chongsheng. He needs something from me. He won't hurt me. Sikong Chongsheng knew he would only be a burden if he stayed, but he felt terrible. He was so useless he couldn't even protect the person he loved. I'm sorry for getting you involved. Shang Zhen shook her head and laughed. What nonsense. I'm the one who got you involved. Go now. Your brother is waiting. Though reluctant to leave, he could only grit his teeth and walk in the other direction. After Sikong Chongsheng left, Shang Zhen suddenly took several steps back. She smiled eerily and said, Yi Hong, you know, when I want someone dead, even if heaven protects them, they'll die regardless. As soon as Shang Zhen finished speaking, the roar of vehicles suddenly came from behind. Shang Zhen, you tricked me, Yi Hong roared. Everyone stepped forward, immediately surrounding Shang Zhen. Shang Zhen shrugged fearlessly. I didn't do anything. I don't even know who's coming. The cars stopped, and a group of burly black men with bloodthirsty auras stepped out. The leader made Yi Hong's pupils constrict. Before Koda, Keela's subordinate, could speak, Koda directly aimed his gun at him. Fortunately, Yi Hong's bodyguard pushed him away, or he would have died on the spot. Missing the shot, Koda frowned in displeasure. I want Shang Zhen. Hand her over. Yi Hong's face turned pale as he hesitated. These people clearly weren't to be trifled with. But if he handed over Shang Zhen, he'd lose his last card. Shang Zhen stood behind him, chuckling softly, then whispered, The fact that he found this place proves Keela knows about your betrayal. Do you think he'll spare you if you hand me over? Yi Hong glared at Shang Zhen through gritted teeth. You set me up. Shang Zhen laughed lightly. I can't control that big guy. All decisions were your own choices. Isn't it too late to blame me now? But I do have a way to make them all die here. Shang Zhen pointed behind her. See those green fishing nets back there? Take me there. Try to get Koda and his men to come closer to us. Are you sure about this? Yi Hong was now completely lost, though he knew he shouldn't trust Shang Zhen anymore. His strong survival instinct made him ask anyway. Shang Zhen smiled confidently. Of course, I never do anything I'm not sure about. Yi Hong hesitated, gritting his teeth. He grabbed Shang Zhen and shouted at Koda. Koda, I can hand her over to you. but you must promise me one thing. Have your men put down their guns and come to this clearing. I'm worried about an ambush. Yi Hong called out while slowly backing away with Shang Zhen as hostage. As long as I can leave alive, I'll hand Shang Zhen over to you. Hurry, or I'll kill her. Koda coldly watched Yi Hong and glanced at Shang Zhen. Yi Hong wasn't their main target, so letting him go seemed fine. He signaled his men and said quietly, "Put down your weapons. Follow me. Don't step on disturbed soil." Several men put down their weapons and cautiously approached Shang Zhen's position. As they gradually drew closer, Yi Hong began to panic. He pressed the gun against Shang Zhen's neck and said tensely, "You've got them all here. What exactly are you planning?" Shang Zhen turned slightly, smiling mysteriously. "Now the game ends." As she spoke, a small remote control appeared in her palm. She quickly pressed it. The moment Koda saw the remote control, his pupils contracted. As the switch was pressed, almost everyone instinctively dropped to the ground. A series of explosions rang out. The explosives seemed to be buried underground, causing minimal surface damage. Soon the explosions stopped. Seeing his men unharmed, Koda burst into laughter. Fortunately, he had warned his men not to step on disturbed ground. He thought, "What a fool this woman is. Burying bombs so deep is useless." Shang Zhen just stared at him coldly. The next second, the ground suddenly collapsed. Before Koda could react, the ground beneath them quickly gave way. Several people disappeared into the void simultaneously. Yi Hong stood dumbfounded. He had expected a deadly battle, but instead, the enemy was completely wiped out. What terrified him most was that there was a hole under the fishing port, and Shang Zhen knew about it all along. While Yi Hong was stunned, she quickly snatched his gun and pressed it against his forehead. Yi Hong was so scared he broke into a cold sweat, not daring to breathe. Shang Zhen used Yi Hong to threaten his men to stay put. In her previous life, she had seen news about a fishing port suddenly collapsing, revealing a huge sinkhole, so she had Pang Chi's men locate the underground cavity early and prepare explosives. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Just then, Pang Chi arrived and excitedly reported, "Young madam, David has been taken away by the police." Seeing Shang Zhen subdue everyone single-handedly, his eyes lit up with admiration. "Young madam is amazing. She played both Yila's men and Yi Hong like puppets." At that moment, no one noticed Koda climbing out of the deep pit. He raised his hand, aiming his gun at Shang Zhen. Tang Chi suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Shang Zhen's body instantly tensed, but it was too late. A bullet pierced through her arm. The pain spread instantly. Yi Hong seized the opportunity and ran away. While Pang Chi and others fired rapidly at Koda, they shouted to Shang Zhen, "Young madam, run!" Shang Zhen nodded, clutching her wound. She immediately ran towards an empty area. Pang Chi and others fired several shots but still couldn't hit Koda. He gritted his teeth. This person is simply a monster. Shang Zhen ran forward with her injury. With the K-virus not yet fully cured, and with this much bleeding, she had to run somewhere isolated. She couldn't risk infecting others. Shang Zhen stumbled into a deserted alley. Blood flowed down her arm, and her mind began to fog. Koda's shot had been precise. Even after using 2 hemostatic needles, the bleeding wouldn't stop. Due to blood loss and running such a distance, she was getting dizzy. Cunning woman. Koda suddenly appeared before her, like a wolf eyeing its prey. He said, "You can't escape now." Shang Zhen suddenly let out an eerie laugh. "Why do you people always insist on causing me trouble?" Koda was indeed formidable. "But so what? You're laughing?" Koda was surprised. He immediately slapped Shang Zhen hard, sending her flying. His eyes bloodshot with hatred towards Shang Zhen at its peak. "Hunter, you're at death's door." He approached gradually. He grabbed Shang Zhen's collar roughly, violently pinning her against the wall. "I'll take you back to threaten Fung Yan, then tear you to pieces." Shang Zhen showed no fear. Instead, forcefully squeezing Koda's wounded hand, she suddenly spoke with an ominous tone. "Though I have no weapons, you will definitely be the one who loses." His fierce eyes were like those of a vengeful ghost. "Because I am the deadliest weapon. What nonsense are you?" Before he could finish, suddenly, a painful sensation spread from his heart throughout his body. "What's happening? Why is my body burning?" These symptoms, when the needle touched his wound earlier, there was his blood. Could it be? He stared at Shang Zhen in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Shang Zhen straightened up and walked towards him. "As you've guessed, I'm infected with the K-virus. And now, You're infected too. She picked up the gun near Kota. With a cold smile, she said, I'll give you one last choice. Would you prefer to be tortured to death by the K-virus, or die quickly by my bullet, with a gunshot? Pang Chi located Shang Zhen's position. He rushed over to find Kota lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Pang Chi helped Shang Zhen up, tears streaming down his face. Young madam, I'm useless. I failed to protect you. Shang Zhen chuckled softly. Why are you crying? I'm not dead, just tired. Pang Chi wiped his tears excitedly. You scared me to death. Young madam, I'll take you back to treat your wounds right away. In the mountains, Zuo Qi was reporting. Young master just received news that Kota died, and young madam was severely wounded. After Pang Chi took her back to the Fung family, she fell unconscious. Fung Xingye remained silent, his eyes flashing like lightning. He loaded bullets one by one into his gun. In an eerily calm voice, he commanded, everyone, follow my lead. We're charging in. In a cave in the mountains, Yila and her few remaining men were hiding. Boss, Fung Xingye's men are in hot pursuit. Maybe we should retreat for now. As long as we're alive, there's still hope. Yila's eyes blazed with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, fine, let's go. But just as they left the cave, a grenade flew towards them. The ground exploded with debris and flames shot skyward. As the smoke cleared and Yila looked up, Fung Xingyan stood before her, emanating killing intent. Yila, tired of playing cat and mouse? Surrender now. You can't escape anymore. Yila's face turned pale. Her fists clenched as she glared at Fung Xingyan with resentment. But the outcome was already determined. Such is the fate of winners and losers. Meanwhile, Shang Zhen had finished treatment and was lying weakly in bed. Fung Xingyan rushed back anxiously and asked Dr. Yan urgently, how is Junzhen's condition? Dr. Yan looked at the test results and smiled. She's out of danger. However, she's still very weak from blood loss. Fung Xingye gently caressed Shang Zhen's face, his eyes red. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been involved in this. After Dr. Yan left, Shang Zhen woke up. Fung Xingyan's anxious heart finally found peace at this moment. He held Shang Zhen tightly in his arms, saying remorsefully, I'm sorry. I made you suffer. I couldn't be by your side immediately. This is enough, came her soft voice as she nestled in his embrace. I could handle the enemies myself. Now that you're here, seeing you first when I opened my eyes, this is enough. She looked at Fung Xingyan pitifully. I didn't listen to you about staying home. Will you forgive me? Fung Xingyan helplessly kissed her forehead, saying lovingly, silly, how could I blame you? Gently ruffling her hair, he smiled mischievously. But you do deserve a small punishment. Until you're fully recovered, you're not allowed to wander around. You must stay within my sight. Shang Zhen raised an eyebrow. What about when I need to shower? Fung Xingyan leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, don't worry. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Shang Zhen's face turned bright red. She grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it at him. How dare you say that? Fung Xingyan smiled shamelessly. What's there to be embarrassed about? We've done even more intimate things, and we'll do them often in the future. Shang Zhen rolled her eyes and leaned back. This guy must have been thinking of something weird just now. After continuous improvements, the antidote serum was finally successfully developed. Shang Zhen wanted to be the final test subject herself. Under everyone's nervous yet hopeful gaze, Dr. Yan slowly injected the serum into Shang Zhen's body. Minutes later, Shang Zhen showed no adverse reactions at all. Her body felt lighter and more agile than before. As if reborn, full of vitality, she dropped some blood into a container, placed it in the detector and carefully pressed down. Everyone stared nervously at the machine, holding their breath. After all this effort, would it succeed? Soon the machine flashed a promising green light and beeped. At this moment, everyone cheered and burst into tears. They had finally succeeded. The injection was painless, silently eliminating all viruses in the body. This was the final version of the antidote serum. Shang Zhen looked excitedly at Fung Xingyan. Help me contact all countries troubled by the K-virus. I want to donate the antidote serum formula to them for free. From now on, people won't have to live in fear anymore. Fung Xingyan nodded. No problem. He smiled slightly. I also have good news to share. Yila has been caught. She's currently awaiting sentencing. She'll get at least 30 years. Her fate is to die in prison. At the press conference the next day, Shang Zhen appeared, dressed solemnly and gracefully. Representatives from other countries were grateful for Shang Zhen's actions, all bowing to show respect. Shang Zhen felt emotional. In her previous life, she was exploited and her research was stolen. this life. She finally proved herself and helped others. And the person who allowed her to research without worries was Fung Xingyan. After leaving the press conference, they went to Tianli Hospital, which Shang Zhen had taken over from Yi Hong. They hadn't had a chance to visit before. After touring around, it started drizzling outside. They walked leisurely in the rain. Just then, they heard a woman's sharp scolding voice ahead. "Your car splashed water all over me. This dress is custom made. Can you even afford to compensate?" In front of the woman in red, a frail woman kept bowing and apologizing. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Shang Zhen stood aside, coldly watching everything. She smirked. The once proud Lin Shuihan, reduced to this state. If she revealed herself, Lin's expression would surely be priceless. Shang Zhen stepped forward and waved at Lin Shuihan. "Isn't this Aunt Lin? Why are you pushing a cart in the rain? Do you need us to take you home?" Lin Shuihan's expression twisted upon seeing Shang Zhen. She covered her face and ran away like a thief. "You got the wrong person. I'm not Aunt Lin. I don't know you." Seeing Lin Shuihan's miserable state, Shang Zhen smiled happily. "All right, let's go home. We need to get back for the banquet." She suddenly remembered something and looked up with a smile. "I heard your cousin came back from abroad specially for this banquet." Mentioning his cousin, Fung Xingyan massaged his temples in distress. "My cousin is always gossiping. She's the type of person I'm worst at dealing with." At the evening banquet, as soon as they entered, a pretty girl of 17 or 18 enthusiastically came to greet them. "Cousin, you're finally back." This was Feng Xiaoyue, who gave Fung Xingyan headaches. Fung Xingyan unconsciously took a step back when he saw Feng Xiaoyue. Feng Xiaoyue bounced over to Shang Zhen and looked her up and down. "Wow, is this my sister-in-law? She's so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Cousin, your future children will definitely be gorgeous. These combined superior genes are incredible." She bent down to look at Shang Zhen's waist. Such a slender waist. "I'm jealous." Fung Xingyan covered Feng Xiaoyu's eyes and said sternly, "Stay away from Junzhen. Stop envying what you don't have." Feng Xiaoyue removed his hand and teased, "Getting jealous over your cousin? Cousin, your possessiveness will scare sister-in-law away someday." She held her forehead and sighed regretfully. "I used to think you were a love expert, but now I see you're just a rookie." She looked at Fung Xingyan mischievously. "Want me to give you some tips?" Fung Xingyan felt embarrassed and annoyed, quickly pushing her away. "Shut up and go somewhere else. If you cause more trouble, I'll send you straight back." Walking to the side, Feng Xiaoyue seriously lectured, "Cousin, I can see you're clearly unsatisfied. Stop pretending. Marital harmony greatly affects quality of life." Seeing Fung Xingyan's silence, she put on a precocious air. "My poor cousin, engaged since childhood, never got to experience the colorful world, but having Junzhen is enough, right?" Fung Xingyan finally couldn't help but speak. Feng Xiaoyue stopped talking and took out a candy from her pocket. "Cousin, I made this specially for you. Try it." Before Fung Xingyan could respond, she quickly added, "It's just regular chocolate. Don't worry, I won't harm you. This is your house after all. If I dared to harm you, wouldn't I be asking for trouble?" Fung Xingyan didn't think much and ate the candy. Feng Xiaoyu's round face showed a hint of craftiness. "I prepared one for sister-in-law too. It's in the storage room. Cousin, could you help me get it for her?" Fung Xingyan sighed helplessly. "Fine, go play somewhere else. Don't bother Junzhen." After being tricked into eating the candy, Fung Xingyan went to the storage room to look for Shang Zhen's gift, but shortly after entering, he felt his body burning with heat. A surging heat rose from his abdomen, making his vision blur. He was breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed red. At this moment, he finally realized what the candy Feng Xiaoyue gave him was. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyue found Shang Zhen, who was meeting guests. She smiled playfully. "Sister-in-law, cousin wants you to go to the storage room. He has something to give you." Shang Zhen looked at her puzzled. "The storage room? Why would Fung Xingyan want to give me something there?" Feng Xiaoyue blinked her innocent eyes. "Maybe he wants to surprise you." She stuck out her tongue at Shang Zhen. "Sister-in-law, you don't think I'm lying, do you?" Shang Zhen hesitated but walked towards the storage room. Inside, Fung Xingyan sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Due to the drug, his body had already changed. There were people outside. He couldn't go out. Just then, the door creaked open, and a pair of slender, fair legs appeared. He immediately sensed trouble. Who could it be at this time? Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman. The door locked behind her. That sound was like a signal. Fung Xingyan stood up immediately. Before Shang Zhen could react, he pinned her against the door and kissed her passionately. His body felt like it was on fire, making him wild with desire. After a while, He separated from her, removing her shoulder strap. He looked at her with burning eyes, his voice low and magnetic. Junjin, help me. I'm suffering. I really love you. I want to do everything that lovers do. She shyly whispered, eyes hazy, voice soft. Be gentle. Of course, I'll always be gentle with you. Only you. The next day in the office, Fung Xingyan stared blankly at the documents in his hand. His mind was filled with memories of last night with Shang Zhen. What are you smiling about, cousin? Feng Xiaoyue suddenly appeared, interrupting Fung Xingyan. She winked mischievously. I did well last night, didn't I? Fung Xingyan glared at her angrily. Feng Xiaoyue, I haven't even settled scores with you yet. And here you are. Where did you get those from? Feng Xiaoyue waved her hand and said coquettishly, cousin, don't be so serious, okay? I was just caring about you. I'm sure sister-in-law is the type who responds to gentleness, not force. If you show your vulnerable side, she'll definitely soften up. She rubbed her hands together gossip-like. So, did it work out last night? Fung Xingyan flicked her forehead. Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters. He stood up to leave. I'm going to pick up Junjin from work. Perhaps Feng Xiaoyue was right. He should show his vulnerable side to Junjin more often. Make her care for him more. At Tianli Hospital, Shang Zhen received Fung Xingyan's call about picking her up. Just after hanging up, she encountered Yu Mengru, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Yu Mengru wasn't afraid and actively greeted Shang Zhen, but Shang Zhen just gave her an annoyed glance and went straight upstairs. As Shang Zhen passed by, Yu Mengru suddenly grabbed her. Shang Zhen looked at her disdainfully and sneered. I have nothing to say to you, Junjin. I'm pregnant, Yu Mengru suddenly said. I came here for a checkup. Shang Zhen snorted coldly and replied mockingly. What does your pregnancy have to do with me? Yu Mengru suddenly moved closer, looking at Shang Zhen provocatively. Because I'm carrying Yan Yan's child, she described dramatically. You don't know how passionate Yan Yan was with me. I guess you couldn't satisfy him. Otherwise he wouldn't have. Shang Zhen couldn't help but snicker, her cold eyes full of mockery. Fung Xingyan's child? I have things to do. I won't play along with your act. Keep performing by yourself. She pulled her arm away and turned to leave. Just as Shang Zhen pulled away, Yu Mengru suddenly screamed and forcefully fell backward. Shang Zhen turned back to see Yu Mengru rolling down the stairs. She instinctively reached out to grab her, but Yu Mengru didn't reach for her hand, instead showing a triumphant smile. As Yu Mengru fell down the stairs, everyone turned towards the screaming, and Shang Zhen stood there with her hand outstretched, making it look like she had pushed her. People gathered around while Yu Mengru curled up on the ground clutching her stomach, with bright red blood flowing beneath her. The sight was horrifying. She painfully looked up at Shang Zhen, tears streaming down her face. Shang Zhen, I'm already in such a miserable state. Why won't you leave me alone? This was Han's first child, sobbed Shang Zhen. How cruel can you be? Shang Zhen coldly looked at Yu Mengru on the ground. She smiled coldly. Planning to lose the baby and frame me at the same time? Your tactics haven't improved at all. The green tea bitch wanted to lose the baby, so she deliberately fell down the stairs to frame Shang Zhen. She curled up on the ground, crying through gritted teeth. Shang Zhen, you're so cruel. Why did you kill my child? Her piercing cries made the surrounding onlookers indignant. She had already decided to terminate this pregnancy. That nouveau riche Han wasn't a good match. If not for her family, she wouldn't be with him, let alone have his child. Now she could not only lose it but also make Shang Zhen take the blame as a murderer. What's going on here? An angry voice rang out, making everyone in the chaos look over. Fung came. His fiancée pushed a pregnant woman down the stairs without even flinching. How heartless. Such a terrifying person. This cold-bloodedness is shocking. Everyone shut up, Fung Xingyan said darkly with a sneer. Everyone immediately fell silent. Shang Zhen calmly walked down the stairs. She sneered. Yu Mengru, stop acting. Weren't you just trying to lose this baby and frame me? You never wanted this child. Shang Zhen crouched down beside Yu Mengru, calm and collected. Isn't that right? We can ask the doctor who examined you. They surely know why you came to the hospital today. Shang Zhen's words hit the mark, making Yu Mengru start to panic. She had indeed come to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy, but now she was in too deep. She gritted her teeth, with tears streaming down her face and blood on her dress. She moved closer to Fung Xingyan. Yes, I wanted to get rid of this baby. I deliberately fell down. This has nothing to do with Junjin. Brother Yan, don't blame her. Her expression grew more miserable, tears falling like rain, her eyes showing a hint of obsession. She reached out to touch him. Brother Yan, I miss you so much. I don't want an IV. Can you accompany me for treatment? I'm in so much pain. The next second, her wrist was firmly gripped by Shang Zhen. With all-seeing eyes, she warned, Yu Mengru, are you done with your act? Let me ask you one thing. Do you really want this child? Yu Mengru was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly recovered, yanking her hand away from Shang Zhen. Crying miserably, she said, yes, what mother doesn't love her child? This is my first child. Very well. Before Yu Mengru could finish, Shang Zhen interrupted, then let's do as you wish. She turned to the doctors behind her and ordered, prepare the operating room. I'm going to save this pregnancy. The doctor looked at Shang Zhen in confusion, hesitating. In this condition, can it still be saved? Shang Zhen's finger moved, and a needle instantly went into Yu Mengru's abdomen. She said confidently, if I say it can be saved, it can be. Yu Mengru, I can save this pregnancy, but there's one thing I must tell you. Shang Zhen smiled coldly and said slowly, if you try to terminate this pregnancy later, you might become permanently infertile, so you must carry this baby to term. Understand? Yu Mengru glared at Shang Zhen angrily, cursing through gritted teeth. She didn't want to have this baby, but she didn't want to be infertile either. Soon, two doctors came running with a stretcher. Dr. Shang, the operating room is ready. Shang Zhen stood up and nodded. Good, take her up. Yu Mengru, who had been sitting on the ground uncertainly, suddenly shouted, no, no, how do I know you won't kill me to silence me? Shang Zhen crossed her arms and looked at her narrowly. If you die on my operating table, I'll pay with my life. Everyone here can be a witness. What are you afraid of? Yu Mengru's reaction made everyone quickly understand that she had deliberately rolled down the stairs. Yu Mengru's mouth opened and closed, trying to find an excuse but couldn't speak. Don't bother making excuses. Shang Zhen's eyes were cold and weary. The security cameras will show who's right and wrong. I just wanted to see how shameless someone could be. As she spoke, she turned away. Since you don't plan to keep the baby, I'll take my leave. Shang Zhen, why are you doing this to me? Yu Mengru could no longer contain her anger, screaming hysterically. You took everything from me. I've always loved Brother Yan, but you stole him from me. Because of you, I lost my good reputation too. Her resentful screams echoed through the hospital lobby. Yu Mengru, I think you really need to get your head checked. Shang Zhen said steadily, her voice carrying a murderous intent that made Yu Mengru shiver. She turned around, her cold eyes flashing dangerously. Did I force you to plagiarize Ya Suxin's dance? Or did I make you go to prison wrongfully? Your bad reputation is entirely your own doing. She looked down at Yu Mengru, radiating murderous aura. Besides, Fung Xingyan has always been my fiancé. You have no right to claim him. After speaking, she turned to leave. Fung Xingyan gave Yu Mengru a cold glance and warned, if you dare appear before Junzhen again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After they left, Yu Mengru's legs went weak, as if all her strength had been drained. She swallowed her anger. From the crowd of onlookers, someone finally recognized Yu Mengru. No wonder she looked familiar. So it's that Yu Mengru. Quick, take pictures and post them online. That evening at home, Shang Zhen walked straight ahead. Fung Xingyan, sensing Shang Zhen's coldness, came over to hold her hand. Just as he was about to comfort her, a servant rushed over. Young master, young madam, something's wrong. Madam is in trouble. Because Feng Sahai was away on business, Madam Feng had trouble sleeping and wanted Shang Zhen to stay in her room overnight. Fung Xingyan looked at his mother in shock, feeling bitter. Why was Junzhen so popular that even his own mother wanted to compete for her attention? That night, Fung Xingyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Suddenly sitting up, he thought that by this time, Mother Feng should be asleep, so he sent a message asking Shang Zhen to come over. When Shang Zhen received and opened the message, she saw a screen full of pleading words. Nothing like his usual cold CEO demeanor. Shang Zhen glanced at the sleeping Li Weining and quietly got out of bed. Like a thief, she carefully closed the door and went to Fung Xingyan's room. As soon as she entered, a large hand wrapped around her waist. Before she could cry out, his hot breath was on her ear, like feathers tickling her heart. I miss you so much. Before anything could happen, Mother Feng sent a message. Shang Zhen's face turned red, and she quickly tried to leave Fung Xingyan, but he grabbed her hand. His face was as black as coal. He was so frustrated. Why was his mother being so unhelpful? A week later, Fung Xingyan used work as an excuse to take Shang Zhen to Egypt. After settling Shang Zhen in the hotel, he left with his assistant. It wasn't until the afternoon that he sent Shang Zhen a message. Our partners have prepared a welcome party on a cruise ship. Pang Ji will bring you there later. The luxurious cruise ship lit up the entire sea area. Shang Zhen wore a red dress, looking stunningly beautiful. Just as she was wondering why she couldn't see anyone, Fung Xingyan appeared in front of her in formal wear, holding flowers. His handsome face was beaming with anticipation. Zhen, you're finally here. Before Shang Zhen could react, Fung Xingyan was already in front of her. He knelt on one knee, presenting the flowers. Zhen, will you marry me? Shang Zhen stared at him, her cheeks flushed red. Before she could speak, Feng Xiaoyue excitedly jumped out. Sister-in-law, please say yes to my cousin. He really loves you. He had prepared for tonight's proposal for a long time. Not only was Feng Xiaoyue there, but also Feng's parents and Shang Beiki. Even Sikong Jin and Sikong Chongsheng were invited by Feng Xingyan. Sikong Jin looked at Shang Zhen solemnly, his eyes full of reluctance. Shang Zhen, if you suddenly find you don't like him, it's not too late to refuse now. Lin Wenggong also came over and offered his blessings apologetically. Although my family no longer has any connection with the Shang family, you'll always be my cousin. Shang Zhen hadn't expected that Feng Xingyan, with his usual style, would invite them all. Feng Xingyan took out the ring and said, although I really didn't want to see them, they're your friends. I want everyone to witness this moment. Zhen, don't reject me. Give me the right to take care of you properly for the rest of our lives. Shang Zhen's face was red, her heart pounding. Finally, she extended her finger. Xingyan, I want to be one with you, never to part. I don't want to miss you again. Feng Xingyan placed the third ring on Shang Zhen's ring finger. Thank you, Zhen. I won't disappoint your expectations. Under everyone's sincere blessings, they embraced and kissed. Days later at Haicheng Airport, just as they got off the plane, suddenly a little boy ran up, following Feng Xingyan and calling him, Papa, repeatedly. Pang Qi was shocked when he saw the little boy. My goodness, this child looks exactly like young master did when he was little. The little boy came right up and tugged at Feng Xingyan's clothes, whining, Papa, Mommy is lost. Please help me find her. Feng Xingyan looked at him warily. You've got the wrong person. I'm not. No, you are my papa. Before Feng Xingyan could argue, the little boy said firmly in his childish voice, your name is Feng Xingyan. I've seen your photos at home. I'm not lying to you. On your 18th birthday, weren't you celebrating with your classmates? That night you were drunk? And then I was conceived. Feng Xingyan nervously looked at Shang Zhen and explained, Zhen, you must believe me. Besides you, I really haven't touched anyone else. I swear there must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, a woman ran up and grabbed the little boy. Baby, I finally found you. Why did you run off like that? The little boy excitedly pointed at Feng Xingyan behind him. Mommy, I found Papa. Look, Papa is right here. When the woman saw Feng Xingyan, her face instantly turned red, her eyes full of emotion. Xingyan, I didn't expect to meet you right after returning home. And now about our baby's identity. Who are you? Feng Xingyan coldly looked at the woman before him, completely puzzled. The woman was stunned, disappointment flashing in her eyes. Xingyan, don't you remember me? I'm Wen Shi, your high school deskmate for 2 years. Miss Wen, Shang Zhen interrupted coldly. If the greetings are over, please explain what's going on with this child. The little boy immediately stood protectively in front of Wen Shi, saying loudly, I've already explained everything clearly. Now the question is, how are you going to take responsibility? My mommy can't be a single mother forever. The boy looked at Shang Zhen with contempt. He's just too soft-hearted. If he hadn't left back then, for the child's sake, Papa would have married her already. Then where would that leave you? Feng Xingyan helplessly glanced at the mother and son, saying firmly, I have absolutely no connection to you or your son, but your actions are seriously disturbing me and my wife. He took Shang Zhen's hand as he spoke. He said solemnly, Zhen, I've never done such a thing. My conscience is clear. I can go to the hospital right now for a paternity test. Let's do it then. Mommy raised me alone for 6 years. Wen Shi quickly covered the boy's mouth, looking hurt but sincere. I'm sorry, Xingyan. I didn't mean to disturb you both, but the baby really is your child. On your 18th birthday, your cousin invited us to celebrate with you. That night you drank a lot and went to rest. I knew you had a headache, so I made hangover soup and brought it to you. Then that happened. I was scared too. I knew you had a fiancé, so I wanted to pretend nothing happened, but unexpectedly, I got pregnant. But that's all in the past. I can raise my child by myself, so there's no need for a paternity test. Just pretend you never saw us. Shang Zhen remained completely unaffected by the mother and son, her expression calm. If this child is truly Fung Xingyan's, the Fung family will take full responsibility. As Xingyan said, let's do the paternity test. When Fung Sahai learned about Fung Xingyan's alleged illegitimate child at the airport, he was furious. He immediately had his assistant investigate all of the woman's background. When Fung Xingyan's cousin, Fung Hanwu, came to the office to submit a report, he happened to see the documents in Fung Sahai's hands. He suddenly became excited. Uncle, why are you investigating this person? Where is she now? I've been looking for her for many years. The company president maintained his cold expression, replying with extreme displeasure. She's on her way to the hospital. This woman claims she had Xingyan's child and demands he take responsibility. Our Fung family can't afford such embarrassment. Fung Hanwu's legs trembled. He rushed out immediately. Soon, Fung Xingyan, who was heading to the hospital, received a call from Fung Hanwu. Fung Hanwu stammered, "Cousin, I heard you had an illegitimate child with Wen Shi. Is this true? When did you?" "I have absolutely no connection with that woman." Before Fung Hanwu could finish, Fung Xingyan angrily interrupted. "You're at headquarters now? Since you're already spreading rumors, you can go develop Siberia tomorrow." His second cousin Fung Hanwu was both anxious and scared, breaking into a cold sweat. "I just want to know what's going on between you and Wen Shi. I've had a crush on her for a long time, and we were intimate back then." Fung Xingyan felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. "Could it be that you and her, Fung Hanwu?" Fung Xingyan was so disgusted his hair nearly stood on end, anger churning in his chest. "Get yourself to the hospital immediately and do a paternity test with your son." "What son?" Before a confused Fung Hanwu could finish asking, the call had already been disconnected. After waiting for a long time at the hospital, the doctor walked in with the test results. Fung Xingyan saw the 99% match rate and smiled happily. Seeing Fung Xingyan's expression, Wen Shi was also filled with joy. Xingyan's attitude, could it be that he's decided to accept us? But Fung Xingyan's next words immediately extinguished her hope. "What do you want to do now? If you want to leave with the child, the Fung family will give you money. If you don't want the child to be fatherless, that can be arranged with Shang Zhen. I definitely want a father." The little boy replied firmly and decisively. Fung Xingyan looked at Shang Zhen and said, "I'll grant your wish." He turned to Tang Chi behind him and said, "Tang Chi, bring Fung Hanwu in." Soon, Fung Hanwu walked in with a bashful face. Fung Xingyan introduced him while holding Fung Hanwu. "This DNA test result is between my cousin Fung Hanwu and this child. In other words, he is the child's father. The person you were with that night wasn't me." "That's impossible." When she felt like she'd been doused with cold water from head to toe, she quickly recovered and scanned everyone with hostile eyes. "I get it. Xingyan, you're trying to push the responsibility onto Fung Hanwu, aren't you? How can you slander me like this? What cousin said is true." Hanwu nervously stepped forward to explain. "This child really is mine. That night at cousin's birthday, he did drink too much and went to his room to sleep, but he found the bed too hard and uncomfortable, so he went home instead. I was too tired, so I slept in cousin's room. Not long after, I heard your voice. When she, that day, I was drunk and had been secretly in love with you for a long time, so when I saw you mistook me for someone else, I was momentarily possessed. I deeply regretted it afterward and didn't know how to tell you. When I finally gathered the courage to tell you, you suddenly went abroad. I will definitely treat you well. Can you give me a chance, you beast?" Wen Zai's face turned bright red, her eyes wide as saucers. She protected the boy behind her and said sharply, "If Xingyan won't acknowledge this child, I'll report Fung Hanwu for assault. I'll make him rot in prison." Fung Hanwu indeed did wrong. Shang Zhen, not wanting to entangle with this crazy woman anymore, slowly stood up. She looked coldly at the two. "But this has nothing to do with us. It's your private matter." After speaking, she pulled Fung Xingyan to leave. After leaving the hospital, Tang Shi was already waiting at the entrance, holding a cup of hot almond milk. He waved cheerfully. "Young master, I queued for a long time to buy this." Fung Xingyan took the milk and looked apologetically at Shang Zhen. "I'm sorry today's events troubled you. Here, try a sip." Shang Zhen happily took a sip. Suddenly she felt nauseous. She covered her mouth and ran to the side to vomit. She frowned and curiously checked her own pulse. Then she stood up and looked at the panicked Fung Xingyan. With a smile, she said, "Yan, I'm pregnant." Both Fung Xingyan and Tang Chi froze, as if rooted to the spot. Then they jumped up as if electrified, looking at Shang Zhen in disbelief, their eyes full of joy. He stepped forward to hug Shang Zhen, excitedly shouting, "I'm going to be a father." "Tang Chi, did you hear that? I'm going to be a father. When Wan Qingqing learned about Shang Zhen's pregnancy, she conspired with Qi La's subordinates to attempt a double murder. Wan Qingqing went to the Shang family home. Using her life as leverage, she used Shang Beiki to lure Shang Zhen. After they quickly rushed to the Shang residence, they heard Wan Qingqing's crying voice from inside. Jiadi, you are my fiancé. As long as we can cure your illness, my death would be worth it, she said with crocodile tears. She turned her head to look at Shang Zhen and said, sister is here now, isn't she? She can definitely save you. The man called Jiadi was a son who didn't understand Shang. He had given Wan Qingqing 8 million to help find Shang Zhen to treat his son's illness. Unexpectedly, he was manipulated by Wan Qingqing. Shang Zhen glared at Shang Beiki with displeasure. Her voice was cold. Didn't I tell you not to let strangers into the house? Shang Beiki forced an awkward smile. Qingqing's fiancé has a strange illness. He was crying so much and was suicidal. Since father-in-law is fine, Zhen and I will head back first. Fung Xingyan interrupted Shang Beiki's misplaced kindness and directly ordered, Tang Qi, get these outsiders out. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Qingqing suddenly lunged forward and knelt before Shang Zhen, grabbing her dress. Please, my fiancé has ALS. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled Shang Zhen aside forcefully. Please, since you could overcome the K-virus, you must be able to cure this disease too, right? She pleaded with tearful eyes. Looking behind Shang Zhen, a shadow of malice flashed quickly in her eyes. This position should be good enough. Shang Zhen yanked her arm away forcefully and said coldly, Wan Qingqing, I don't have time for your act. I'm warning you. Stop targeting my father. As they spoke, a sniper outside the window took aim at Shang Zhen. Fung Xingyan keenly noticed a reflection. Zhen, watch out. He immediately lunged towards Shang Zhen. The whistling bullet barely missed their ears. Fung Xingyan, holding Shang Zhen, crashed into the tea table. He hissed in pain, sensing murderous intent. Tang Qi quickly led people to rush outside. There's a sniper outside. Catch him quickly. At this moment, Wan Qingqing suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, Shang Zhen, you bitch. Her voice went from high to low, her face becoming twisted, her eyes as vicious as a snake's as she stared at Shang Zhen, grinding her teeth. Shang Zhen, why do you deserve to be happier than me? I want you dead. A second bullet broke through the window. It pierced straight through Wan Qingqing's heart. With eyes full of resentment and unwillingness, she finally fell dead. Outside, Tang Qi had caught the sniper. He was Qi La's accomplice, seeking revenge for Qi La. The targets were Fung Xingyan and Shang Zhen, but he accidentally killed Wan Qingqing instead. A week later, things returned to normal. As they browsed through wedding dress styles, Shang Zhen learned that, after Wan Qingqing's death, Lin Shuihan went insane. The Lin family was unwilling to care for her. In the end, Lin Wenfeng sent her to a mental hospital and hired a caretaker. Shang Zhen sighed deeply. Even though Wan Qingqing had treated Lin Shuihan that way, she still cared for her deeply. All of Wan Qingqing's schemes couldn't break her, but in the end, it was Wan Qingqing's death that drove her insane. Time flew by, and the wedding day arrived. Shang Zhen, wearing a pure white veil and holding white roses, walked arm in arm with Fung Xingyan down the red carpet, led by flower arrangements. They completed the ceremony under everyone's blessings and witness. They made their vows in a hot air balloon, embracing and kissing. This moment became eternal, never to be forgotten. After hospitalization, Fung Xingyan paced back and forth outside the operating room. It's been half an hour. Why hasn't Zhen come out yet? Just as he spoke, the operating room door opened, and a nurse came out first carrying the baby. Congratulations. Young Master Feng's wife has given birth to a young master. Both mother and son are safe. Fung Xingyan didn't even glance at the baby. He walked straight to the operating room door, looking anxiously inside. Only when Shang Zhen finally returned to the ward did Fung Xingyan feel relieved. But seeing Shang Zhen's pale face, his heart tightened again. You've been through so much. Zhen, let's not have any more children in the future. I can't bear to see you suffer. Seeing Fung Xingyan's concern, Shang Zhen's worry disappeared. She smiled and kissed him. Silly, what about our baby? Isn't he cute? Only then did Fung Xingyan remember about the baby. He scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, The baby was taken by mother. I was so worried about you. I didn't even notice him. Just then, Mother Fung walked in with the baby. Though I don't want to disturb you, have you thought of a name for the child? Fung Xingyan helped Shang Zhen up and looked at the baby. From now on, this little one will be called Fung Mu Shang, meaning Fung Xingyan will love Shang Zhen forever, unchangingly. 1 month later at the lakeside villa, since Shang Zhen gave birth, Fung Xingyan would leave work early every day to personally cook for her. He impatiently embraced Shang Zhen, his thin lips pressed against her ear, kissing continuously. Zhen, I promised to take you traveling. Let's go in a few days, okay? Shang Zhen helplessly pushed him away. The baby is still too young. Let's wait until he's older. When Fung knew Shang turned 1, Zhen, let's go traveling. Wait until the child is older. When Fung knew Shang was 2, Zhen, let's go traveling. The baby can't be without me. Let's wait a bit longer. When Fung knew Shang was 3, Zhen, the child is 3 now. When can we finally make up for our honeymoon? What honeymoon? You can't abandon me and run away with another man. To Fung Xingyan's surprise, after defeating so many rivals, he ultimately lost to his own son. Shang Zhen helplessly stroked Fung Niu Shang's little head, full of love. Baby, mommy hasn't gone out to play for so long. Mommy really wants to go out. The precocious Fung Niu Shang pouted sadly, tears welling up in his eyes. Then can mommy take me along when she goes out to play? Don't even think about it. Fung Xingyan ruthlessly refused, not acting like a father at all. You just stay home obediently. Having Zhen get pregnant with this kid so early was definitely his most unwise decision. Fung Niu Shang's little eyes darted around. Don't think you can take my mommy away and I'll be helpless. I have my own plan. At the seaside villa during their honeymoon, Shang Zhen in a sexy bikini left Fung Xingyan stunned. He felt that Zhen's figure was even more amazing after having the baby. Just as he wanted to do something, he suddenly noticed the bracelet on Shang Zhen's wrist. Shang Zhen raised her wrist and shook it proudly. This is a gift our son made before we left. It's his heartfelt gift, so of course I must wear it always. Fung Xingyan cut it off without a word. This bracelet isn't ordinary. I know my own son too well. Meanwhile at the Fung house, Fung Niu Shang angrily clenched his little fists. The listening device was discovered. Who knows what that scoundrel will do to my mommy? On the beach, Shang Zhen ran barefoot freely. It's been so long since I felt this relaxed. It feels like I've been so busy since being reborn. Fung Xingyan came up and hugged her waist, whispering, actually, you can rely on me more. Let's travel often in the future. Shang Zhen nodded. When our son is older, we can bring him along too. Fung Xingyan suddenly changed the subject. Zhen, why don't we adopt another child? Let Mu Shang take on big brother responsibilities. It'll divide his dependency on you, and the 2 children can keep each other company. Before Shang Zhen could respond, a cry for help came from behind. They turned to see a little girl struggling in the sea. Fung Xingyan quickly ran over. He carried the little girl out. Shang Zhen immediately performed first aid. At the hospital room, the girl's aunt told them about her background. The girl's name was Xiaoqi. Her parents died 2 months ago, and no other relatives were willing to take her in. Being a single mother herself, she couldn't help either. She was recently arranging paperwork to send Xiaoqi to an orphanage. That evening back at the villa, Shang Zhen told Fung Xingyan about her idea of adopting Xiaoqi. Fung Xingyan agreed without hesitation. A week later when Shang Zhen brought Xiaoqi home to the Fung house, Fung Niu Shang's first reaction was, Mommy, did that bad dad bully you? This is his illegitimate daughter, isn't it? Fung Xingyan was so angry he almost wanted to punch him. Xiaoqi took out a seashell she found at the beach and sweetly held it out. Big brother, this is a gift for you. Niu Shang reluctantly accepted the seashell. Pouting, he muttered, this girl is actually quite cute when she smiles. They smiled at each other. Seems like they could get along. From now on, they would be a family of 4. We never know where the future path leads, but with you by my side, there's nothing to fear. The end. Throwing flowers, the ending is a bit rushed. Thanks to all the readers who accompanied us along the way. Love you all.